Chapter 41. The season of transition from winter to spring. It was just past 6:30, and it was completely dark. The once bustling streets were now deserted, not a single car or person in sight. Only 2 rows of streetlights remained, standing guard, their flashing lights illuminating the road ahead. Click. A car headlights illuminated the street corner, sweeping across the road as it approached. Whoosh. A sudden gust of night wind swept up a red plastic bag that had landed in the middle of the road. Sizzle. A heavy, black pickup truck swerved to the right, precisely avoiding the oncoming plastic bag. The plastic bag grazed the truck, leaving a faint red mark. It turned out the plastic bag was stained red with blood. Lin Zhao let out a long breath, straightened the steering wheel, and continued driving. He knew the way to the car factory. He had gone there many times with Fu Chung. It was just that he hadn't driven in a long time, and he wasn't quite used to it yet. On the way out of my house, I almost crashed into Grandpa Zhang's house. I was about to turn on the headlights, but then I turned on the windshield wipers. It's much better now. The car is stable, the road is straight and clear. Lin Zhao relaxed and stepped on the gas. If only the road were like this when he was practicing for his driving test. Now I need to turn right. Lin Zhao restrained himself, not honking the horn, and turned the steering wheel directly. Honking the horn would attract zombies, and also get the attention of the residents on the street. I still need to be careful. Lin Zhao steadied the steering wheel while pulling his right hand back. Fu Chung, come here. Fu Chung, sitting in the passenger seat, heard Lin Zhao call him and extended his left hand towards him. Coming. There was no other way. Their hands were handcuffed together. Lin Zhao's right hand moved, and Fu Cheng's left hand had to follow suit. Fu Chung stretched out his arm, leaned back in his seat, and looked at Lin Zhao's focused profile with a smile in his eyes. It's so nice. Xiao Zhao is driving, taking him out for a drive. He rarely has such vivid memories. The next second, Lin Zhao freed her hand and slapped his hand. Don't laugh. Humph. Fu Chung responded, trying to suppress his smile, but his eyes remained fixed on him. Just then, Lin Xiaobao in the back seat called out, Daddy, Big Daddy. Fu Chung turned to look at him. Lin Zhao looked up and glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Snoring. Xiaobao, what's wrong? Lin Xiaobao held half a rice ball in both hands, his little face scrunched up. I can't eat anymore. Lin Zhao asked gently, Are you full? Did you not like it, or did you think it was too dry? Lin Xiaobao paused, then said softly, Dad's driving is so choppy, like there's no TV signal. I can't eat. Oh. Lin Zhao chuckled twice, then put it in a bag first, and when we get there, Dad will park the car, and you can take it out to eat. Okay. Lin Zhao reminded him. Sit quietly in the car, don't look out the window. Okay. Lin Xiaobao put the rice ball away and placed it aside. He didn't look out the window. He looked inside the car, at his dad and his older dad. Lin Xiaobao looked at them, blinking his eyes. Dad, older dad, what are those things in your hands? This? Lin Zhao raised his right hand and gently waved it. Yes. Lin Xiaobao tilted her head, looking curious. It's a bracelet. Lin Zhao said without changing her expression, leaving Fu Chung speechless. Then why does the bracelet have a chain? This is... Lin Zhao thought for a moment. It's the red thread between Daddy and Big Daddy. Red thread? Yes. Lin Zhao explained seriously. Didn't Daddy tell you the story of the moon god before? Between people who truly love each other, there will be a red thread. Fu Chung looked at Lin Zhao, seemingly satisfied with the answer. But this isn't a thread, it's made of iron. It means Daddy and Big Daddy's love is stronger than gold, stronger than iron. But this is black, not red. It means Big Daddy is a black-hearted man. Fu Chung paused, his eyes darkening as he looked at Lin Zhao. But, okay, anyway, this is proof that Daddy and Big Daddy have a good relationship. Big Daddy can't talk, so Daddy needs to concentrate on driving. Okay. Lin Xiaobao nodded, covered her mouth, and didn't say but again. Lin Zhao drove while looking out the window. These streetlights are all solar-powered. They have built-in solar panels, so they can light up at night as long as there's sunshine during the day. Some streetlights were flickering, probably because they weren't regularly inspected and were somewhat damaged. A few others were completely out of the light. The lampposts had been dismantled, exposing the wiring inside. It seems someone had their eye on the solar panels and wanted to pry them open and take them. However, it seems no one succeeded yet. The wiring panels were a mess, all broken. Lin Zhao mentally noted that if the opportunity arose, And if Fu Chung remembered some electrical knowledge, he would send him to give it a try. Their small town was nestled against a mountain range, with rugged terrain. A reservoir had been built on the mountain, providing both electricity and water. Normally, as long as the reservoir was intact, the electricity and water supply should be fine. But Lin Zhao thought that even a reservoir could fall into disrepair over time, just like streetlights. Power and water outages were inevitable, so while Lin Zhao was pondering this, the family of 3 arrived at the car factory gate. The 2 iron gates had already been breached and hung askew on the frames. They creaked and groaned in the wind. The 3 shady characters had come several times, but deliberately ignored them. This was to create the illusion that the place had already been looted, reducing the chances of others entering. Lin Zhao floored the gas pedal and drove straight in, following the map drawn by the 3 shady characters. Continue along the main road. At the 3rd fork, turn right onto the side road. The car factory's canteen is built on higher ground. Normally, factory employees use the stairs to get to the canteen. However, the canteen needs to buy groceries regularly, and the cook certainly wouldn't carry the supplies up and down the stairs repeatedly. So this side road is the route the trucks take when delivering goods. If you're not a factory employee, you might not even find this road. Drive along the side road until you see a 2-story building and a row of bungalows. You arrived. The 3 thugs have definitely searched these bungalows. Lin had no intention of going in. He slammed on the gas, drove straight into the canteen's backyard. If it weren't for the 3 steps leading up to the back door of the cafeteria, Lin Zhao would have driven straight into the dining area. He parked the car as close to the cafeteria as possible, blocking the entrance, and engaged the handbrake. All right. Lin Zhao lowered his head, unbuckling his seatbelt as he instructed. Xiao Bao, Dad and Uncle are going downstairs to find something. You stay in the car. Dad will lock the doors and come back to check on you in a little while. Don't be scared, and don't move around, okay? Okay. Lin Xiaobao nodded. Dad has said it so many times. You can take out the rice ball you didn't finish and eat it. Okay. Lin Xiaobao thought for a moment, then asked, Dad, can I take off a piece of clothing? It's so hot in the car. Sure. Lin Zhao leaned out from the driver's seat, helped him take off his jacket, and put it aside. He then took out a large bunch of house keys and stuffed them under his seat, taking only the car keys and the handcuff keys for himself. Daddy and Big Daddy are gone. Lin Zhao cupped Lin Shibao's face and kissed his forehead. Who's the smartest and most obedient Xiaobao in the family? It's me. Good boy. Lin Zhao turned around, preparing to get out of the car. The next second, he was pulled back by handcuffs. Lin Zhao turned around and saw Fu Chung still wearing his seatbelt, sitting in the passenger seat, looking at him expectantly. Fu Chung lowered his head and poked at the seatbelt button with his not-so-nimble fingers, but for some reason, the seatbelt didn't respond. Xiaozao, I'm sorry, he didn't mean to. Lin Zhao puffed out his cheeks, went back into the car, rushed forward, and leaned over him to unbuckle his seatbelt. The 2 of them got out of the car together from the passenger side. After locking the doors, Lin Zhao deliberately left all 4 windows ajar. Fresh air could get in, but zombies and human fingers couldn't. For the current weather, it was more than enough. Through the car windows, Lin Xiaobao waved to them. Bye-bye, Daddy. Bye-bye, Big Daddy. See you later. Lin Zhao waved back. Then, holding a flashlight in one hand and leading Fu Chung by the other, they walked up the steps. The lock on the back door of the cafeteria had also been forcibly broken. But the door was ajar. When the 3 chubby guys handed him over, they specifically told him that they had closed the door and even slipped a thread into the crack. As long as the thread hadn't fallen out, it meant that no one had gone in while they were gone, and it was relatively safe inside. They had learned this trick from watching dramas online. Lin Zhao held up his flashlight and scanned the area, finally spotting a black thread. He felt a slight sense of relief and was about to push open the door when Fu Chung stepped forward, blocking his way. He come. Looking at his tall back, Lin Zhao suddenly felt much safer. Now Fu Chung was leading Lin Zhao, and the 2 of them went inside. The cafeteria wasn't large. Entering through the back door led directly to the kitchen. Plastic bags and baskets were scattered on the floor, presumably used to hold food. The items were already trampled, but Lin Zhao didn't pay much attention and continued walking. It was a dark and windy night, with no moonlight at all. Lin Zhao didn't dare turn on the lights, but thankfully he had brought a flashlight, and Fu Cheng's eyes would still shine. Fu Cheng held his hand, and the 2 walked steadily. Lin Zhao walked along, flashlight in hand, searching the area. There was a vegetable sink, a meat chopping block, and over here. Over here. Lin Zhao's eyes lit up, and he quickly grabbed Fu Chung. He whispered, "Chung Ji, quick, come here." He pulled Fu Chung, and the two of them went to the stove where the chefs cooked. The stove hadn't been used in a long time, covered in a thick layer of dust. But Lin Zhao didn't care. He simply squatted down and patted the metal box under the stove. Inside should be the fuel the chefs used for cooking. The canteen security system, gas cylinders, and liquefied gas cylinders were all locked inside. Lin Zhao tugged at the lock on the box, finding it wouldn't open. He quickly stood up and stepped back, directing Fu Chung, "Chung Ji, open this." Fu Chung responded, reached out, and grabbed the lock. 2 clicks were heard. The next second, the lock, twisted deformed by Fu Chung, fell to the ground. "Chung Ji, you're amazing." Lin Zhao was busy searching for things, and only had time to praise Fu Chung before quickly opening the box. It was exactly what he was looking for. A canister of liquefied petroleum gas, LPG, was inside. "Quick, there's more over here." Lin Zhao pulled Fu Chung along, and the two of them opened all the metal boxes under the 3 stoves in one go. Sure enough, they were all LPG canisters. Lin Zhao stretched out his hand to make sure the valve was tight, and there were no leaks, then pulled off the hose, and carried the canister out. He grabbed the handles of the canister with both hands, lifted it up, and tried to weigh it. It wasn't heavy, he guessed it was already half used. But it was still a precious source of energy. Lin Zhao picked up the canister, preparing to carry the things out, when suddenly he realized something was wrong. The handcuffs were still on his and Fu Cheng's wrists, and Fu Chung was still beside him. Lin Zhao took out his key, unlocked the handcuffs on both of their hands, and ran forward to carry out the other 2 gas canisters. "You take those 2, I take this one. Handle them gently, don't pull like you're carrying me. Let's go!" "Go back to find Xiaobao." Fu Chung lifted the 2 gas cylinders with ease, while Lin Zhao carried one, gritting her teeth and persevering. The 2 immediately returned the way they came. Back at the car, Lin Zhao rushed to the window and glanced inside. Lin Xiaobao was sitting in the car, eating her rice ball in small bites. Seeing her father return, she turned and smiled at him. "Hello, Dad, he's alright." Relieved, Lin Zhao opened the tailgate and directed Fu Chung to put the gas cylinders on it. In the midst of the activity, a thought flashed through his mind. If Fu Chung could unlock the door so easily, how could he be handcuffed? Never mind. This thought only flashed through Lin Zhao's mind briefly before he quickly dismissed it. Lin Zhao didn't want to waste time. He covered the gas cylinder with a waterproof sheet, then pulled Fu Chung along, and plunged into the cafeteria's kitchen. There were several water purifiers in there. He had to get his hands on them. Chapter 42. A pale moonlight streamed in through the high window. Lin Zhao squatted by the wall, 3 stainless steel water purifiers taller than Lin Xiaobao standing before him. He held up a flashlight in one hand, and with the other, he reached for his tool bag hanging on his waist, turned it around, unzipped it, and took out a wrench. When university first started, he worked part-time in the school cafeteria. When he didn't have classes, he would help in the kitchen, washing vegetables, washing dishes, and doing odd jobs. At mealtimes, he would put on an apron, carry a large ladle, and serve food to his classmates at the window. However, he only worked there for 1 day before Fu Chung smelled the dish soap on his hands. At that time, Fu Chung was also poor. He and a few friends sold radios at a stall, and after barely earning a little money, after paying Lin Zhao's tuition, there wasn't much left. He was dirt poor, yet he acted like a domineering male lead in a TV drama, emptying his 2 tattered pockets and stuffing all his money into his hands, refusing to let him work. Lin Zhao coaxed him, saying she wouldn't go, but she secretly went all along. In the rainy South, families with the means, especially canteens and factories, places with high water usage, would specially build flat concrete roofs and install 2 large stainless steel tanks to collect rainwater. The rainwater flows down pipes, is filtered by a water purifier, and can be used as tap water without paying for water. This kind of water purifier is different from the small, compact household ones. This is a factory-grade one, large in size, with high water pressure and a large flow rate. It doesn't need electricity, it relies on water pressure, and a filter screen/cartridge for filtration. The filter cartridge isn't made of cotton, it's ceramic or a polymer membrane, and it only needs to be replaced every 2 to 3 years. With proper maintenance, it could last 5 or 6 years. Lin Zhao had helped the cooks wash the filter cartridges when he worked in the cafeteria. However, after so many years, he'd forgotten a bit, and didn't know which parts could be disassembled and which couldn't. He needed to study it again. His family did have a water purifier, but it wasn't as big as the factories, nor as durable. Now that he found something better, he definitely wanted to bring it back. The large water purifier had a lot of pipes, and since it hadn't been maintained for so long, it was covered in a thick layer of dust. Linzeo didn't mind and brushed away the dust with his hand. The flashlight beam followed the pipes upwards. Finally, he saw where the water purifier connected to the water pipes. Linzeo's eyes lit up, and he quickly climbed inside, using a wrench to tighten the screws. While he was doing this, Fu Cheng, as he requested, stayed by his side, his bright eyes scanning the surroundings, wary of any potential danger. But the water pipes were iron, the screws were too tight, and they were rusted, almost stuck together. Linzeo held a flashlight in his mouth, gripped the wrench with both hands, and tried desperately to turn the water pipe, but it wouldn't budge. No. He couldn't do it. Linzeo decided to retreat, crawling out with his rear end sticking up. Fu Cheng turned around and saw him come out, instinctively reaching out to protect his head. Such a natural action. An action that flowed naturally without any thought. Before Fu Cheng could react, Linzeo grabbed his hand and pulled him under the narrow space between the stove and the wall. "Brother Cheng, you do it." Linzeo wedged the wrench into the screw and handed it to Fu Cheng. "This quick." Fu Cheng reached out and grasped the wrench, and then, the screw began to loosen. He even bent the wrench. Linzeo stared in disbelief, quickly slapping his hand and snatching the wrench back. No, tools are one less to use. Don't break them. Just tighten them by hand." Fu Cheng frowned, giving him a resentful look, but obediently tightened them by hand. "Okay, whatever Xiao Zhao says." His hands are hands, not tools. Tools are valuable, his hands are worthless. Xiao Zhao likes tools, not him. The biggest difference between humans and zombies is that humans use tools and cherish them, not zombies. Soon, Fu Cheng had loosened all the screws on the water pipe. Linzeo was overjoyed, gently touching his head through his helmet. "Brother Cheng, you're so good." Fu Cheng lowered his eyes, an unconscious smile playing on his lips. He was good, better than tools. The two of them stepped back, Linzeo carrying the water purifier, trying to carry it out. With the screws loosened, it became much easier to lift. "You carry two, I carry one, let's go." Fu Cheng hoisted a water purifier into each arm, tucking it under his arm. Linzeo crossed his arms and jogged ahead, leading him out. Just like before, when they carried the LPG cylinders. The two returned to the truck. Lin Xiaobao was sitting inside, having finished his rice ball, playing with the doll he brought. Linzeo directed Fu Cheng to put the water purifiers in the truck as well, placing them neatly alongside the LPG cylinders. Linzeo then took out some leather straps from the back of the truck, holding one end himself and tossing the other to Fu Cheng. The two used the straps to secure the items. Liquefied gas is fuel, after all, and the water purifier is a delicate device. If it's not properly secured, breaking it is secondary. If it explodes while driving over a bump, that would be terrifying. The straps are for when Fu Cheng is carrying goods on his motorcycle. Linzeo specifically brought them over. One person and one zombie, using telepathy and perfect teamwork, quickly got everything ready. Having nearly ransacked the cafeteria, Linzeo got everything he wanted. As for the stainless steel water tank on the roof, he didn't need it. That thing was more troublesome to disassemble. Carrying it down from the roof required climbing stairs, too much trouble. And it was so big, if it was in the car, there was no need to put anything else in it. Those pots, pans, plates, and tableware were even less necessary. There were plenty at home. "Let's go!" Linzeo opened the car door, put Fu Cheng in the passenger seat, and got in himself. Seeing them come in, Lin Xiaobao excitedly called out, "Daddy, Big Daddy." Linzeo fastened his seatbelt. "Xiaobao, are you alright in the car all by yourself?" "Fine, just a little bored. Daddy and Big Daddy went to take care of some business, so they couldn't take you with them." "I know." Lin Xiaobao tilted his head. "That's why I didn't cry." "Great job." Linzeo took out the handcuffs, turned around, and looked at Fu Cheng. Thinking about the lock he had broken, and then thinking about the wrench he had bent. This thing seemed useless to Fu Cheng. Linzeo hesitated, about to put the handcuffs away. The next second, Fu Cheng held out his left hand in front of him. "Xiaozhao, tie the red thread for me." Linzeo watched him silently, then finally put the cap on him. "Alright, if you want to." Having everything ready, Linzeo started the vehicle again. It was still early, and the truck bed wasn't full yet. His goal tonight wasn't just a canteen. Lin Zhao turned the steering wheel to the right, and the car slid down the side road. Since it was a car factory, there would definitely be plenty of tools and fuel. Last time Fu Chung drove out, he made sure to fill up the tank on the way back. The pickup truck had plenty of gas now. But gasoline, being an essential item, was always better in larger quantities. Lin Zhao drove along the route he had inquired about from the 3 Kai Maos beforehand. The family of 3 arrived at the car factory's inspection workshop. New cars always have a little gasoline added to their tanks before leaving the factory to ensure customers can test drive and smoothly drive the car to the gas station, so there would definitely be gas here. After parking the car outside, Lin Zhao and Fu Chung got out. The 2 men pushed open the broken iron gate and entered the workshop, only to find it in complete disarray. Someone must have come earlier and driven away the brand new cars that had just rolled off the production line. Almost all the usable tools had been taken. There was no other way. The car manufacturing workshop was located in a prominent place for easy transport. Lin Zhao searched carefully, even opening the fuel tanks. The fuel tanks were empty, and the fuel drums had been moved. They were too late. Oh well. Lin Zhao sighed, turned around, and prepared to leave. Fu Chung saw him frown, and knew he was upset because he couldn't find something. He looked around, walked to the iron gate, and, holding it firmly, tried to remove it. Xiao Zhao, don't be sad, take this with you, I carry it. I don't want this. Lin Zhao felt both annoyed and amused, and playfully hit him. Idiot, let's go. Back in the car, they continued on their way. Lin Zhao wanted many things. Gasoline, weapons, medicine, he wanted to get them all at once. Unfortunately, the car factory had been ransacked more than once. The production workshops, the leaders' offices, even the makeshift infirmary, all had been emptied. Their ability to find anything useful in the remote canteen was pure luck. After this round of searching, they hadn't found anything else of value. Lin Zhao simply went back to the canteen, took out 2 large plastic buckets, filled them with pots and pans, and loaded them into the car. He even unscrewed the faucet from the sink. He didn't care, he didn't mind. He wanted everything. He'd throw these things away when he found something better. It was 10 p.m., and all was dark. The family of 3 returned to their car, preparing to leave the auto factory. Lin Xiaobao had slept for a long time that afternoon and wasn't sleepy at all. Lin Zhao drove, his mind racing, trying to think of somewhere else they could go nearby. They finally managed to get out of the factory. They couldn't just go back so easily. Besides, they still hadn't found a solution for Fu Cheng's bite blocker. He originally thought the auto factory had metal sheets, wire, and welding tools. If all else failed, he could have Fu Chung weld one himself. But now where to go? Lin Zhao hadn't even had time to think of a place. Just then, Fu Chung suddenly looked up, his expression alert and his eyes wary. Lin Zhao instinctively slammed on the brakes. The car jolted violently, and came to a screeching halt. Lin Xiaobao covered his head, and cried out in dissatisfaction, Daddy. Shh. Lin Zhao quickly gestured for him to be quiet. The next second, the rumble of a car came from not far away. Their car had stopped. The sound wasn't coming from their house. It was someone else. Someone was coming. Were they also coming in to find supplies? Or were they just passing by? Lin Zhao pricked up his ears, listening carefully. Fu Chung also raised his arm, shielding him behind him. 3 seconds later, the sound grew closer, and Lin Zhao realized. Oh no! They were coming in. He only knew one road in and out of the car factory. And they were currently stopped on that road. What to do? If they played dead, those people might see the supplies in their car and be tempted. If they just drove out like this, they would definitely crash into each other. In a world overrun by zombies, Lin Zhao had no hope for humanity. They weren't sure how many people were on the other side, but judging from the sound of the cars, there were quite a few. Although Fu Chung could take on 10 at once, Xiaobao was still in their car. If a fight broke out, they might not have the upper hand. What to do? What to do? Lin Zhao's mind raced. He looked around, his gaze finally settling on Fu Chung. He pressed a button, rolled down the window, pointed outside, and yelled, "A woo!" Fu Chung understood, leaned out the window, and roared. Roar! At the same time, Lin Zhao, without hesitation, shifted to the highest gear and slammed on the gas. Go! Chapter 43. 2 cars, 8 people. They stopped in front of the car factory. Red Star Car Factory? Is this the place? It looks dilapidated. Has it been ransacked already? No. I've been observing for days. Cars were going in and out yesterday and the day before. There's definitely still something inside. What if we run into them? Then we do it. They only have one van, no more than 6 people. We outnumber them, we take them away and grab what's there. We deliberately chose this time to avoid running into them. You guys are really ruthless. The people in the cars gave their companions a thumbs up. Ruthless my foot. Alright, let's go in and intercept them. Let's go! 2 cars, 2 drivers, simultaneously stepped on the gas. The next second, a roar came from inside the factory. Roar! A roar that shook the heavens and the earth. Everyone was jolted backward, slumped against their seats. The 2 drivers instinctively released the brakes, and the cars stalled. Not only their cars, but the ground itself was shaking. What was that? Was it a zombie? How could there be such a terrifying scream? The next second, roars came from all directions. Roar! 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 They rose and fell, surrounding them. It was as if that roar had summoned all the other zombies lurking in the darkness. They echoed and responded to the first zombie. Perhaps, the zombie inside was their powerful leader? The previously confident group panicked instantly. They instinctively turned to look at each other, their faces pale, their lips trembling, unable to utter a word. What to do? What to do now? After several tens of seconds, someone finally reacted, shouting, "Quick! Go! Right! Along Ahu Drive! Go back!" Several people frantically urged the drivers, who frantically tried to shift gears and start the engine. But the car stalled and wouldn't start for a while. Then the people became even more anxious. "What are you 2 doing? Quick! Hurry!" Just then, a flash of white light appeared. The intense high beams pierced the car windows, illuminating the scene inside clearly. The people instinctively looked back, then instinctively shielded their eyes. It was too bright, too blinding. In their blurred vision, it seemed as if a massive, steel beast was charging towards them from afar. And those 2 beams of white light were like lasers fired from the eyes of a wild beast. They watched helplessly as something hurtled towards them, frozen in place, unable to utter a sound. "It's over! It's over! Help!" The distance closed, the lights grew brighter, the roar louder. The beast drew closer. Just as it was about to pounce, the group screamed in unison, clutching their heads. "Ah! Ah!" The next second, a piercing screeching sound rang out. The beast swung its tail, abruptly changed direction, and sped past the car, blocking their path. Only then did the group react, turning sharply to look at the car window. It wasn't a beast. It wasn't a zombie. It was a car. It was a pickup truck, the very car they had just been planning to ambush. The truck spun its tail, accelerated, and quickly disappeared down the street. The group, still shaken, exchanged bewildered glances. "Kai, you go down and check if the car's damaged." "Why don't you go down and check?" The situation was unclear, and no one dared to get out. The driver tried to start the car again. Now the car started, and the group, not daring to delay any longer, immediately turned around and left. The journey was silent. Each person had their own plans. How could the car make such a terrifying sound? Has the car come to life, or have zombies learned to drive? And zombies are such good drivers? 2 or 3 zombies wandered the empty streets. Linzeo had no idea that he would one day be praised for his driving skills. He simply gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes fixed on the road ahead, turning left and right with a serious expression. Fu Chung sat in the passenger seat, and Lin Xiaobao sat in his child's seat. Even with seatbelts, the father and son were inevitably tossed around. Fu Chung, tall and imposing, managed to sit upright, gripping the handlebars. Lin Xiaobao, much more pitiful, was small and tossed about. The father and son cried out in unison. "Zeo! Dad! Help!" After driving for a while, until the 2 cars and the car factory were no longer visible in the rearview mirror, Lin Zeo finally relaxed, gently tapping the brakes to slow the car down, and continued driving along the current road. Fu Chung and Lin Xiaobao returned to their seats, their faces ashen and their hair disheveled. Lin Zeo glanced at them briefly, and couldn't help but laugh. They looked like 2 dirty dogs, one big and one small, fleeing from disaster. Fu Chung and Lin Xiaobao stared at him in disbelief. "You still dare to laugh?" The 2 of them called out in annoyance. "Good morning, Dad." Okay, I won't laugh anymore." Lin Zeo pursed her lips, and continued driving. "Dad, you're speeding. It's not safe." Fu Chung couldn't speak in long sentences yet, so at this moment, Lin Xiaobao was his dad's loudspeaker. He wanted to speak for his dad, and say what they all had to say. It's even less safe if you don't race, Lin Zhao said with an embarrassed smile. Besides, didn't Daddy make sure you were seated beforehand? Lin Xiaobao crossed her arms. I was seated, but Daddy was driving too fast. It wasn't on purpose. Daddy was just trying to protect you. Are you feeling nauseous? If you are, tell Daddy, and I get you a plastic bag. No way. That's good. Lin Zhao turned to Fu Cheng. And you? Are you okay? Fu Cheng was silent for a moment, then clenched his fist and gave Lin Zhao a thumbs up. Xiao Zhao, well done. Lin Zhao confidently raised her head. I think so too. I didn't realize I was a hidden racer. That was so dangerous. I almost crashed, but I drifted past it. It was so cool. Only Lin Xiaobao was unhappy. Big Daddy, whose side are you on? Daddy's speeding? He's speeding. You don't even say anything to him. You're praising him. You too, so dangerous, so childish, so immature, you really give me so much trouble. Lin Xiaobao imitated the angry old man in the TV series, clutching her heart to show how furious she was. Okay, don't be angry anymore, Lin Zhao coaxed him. This time it was a special situation. Daddy will be more careful next time. When you grow up, Daddy and Big Daddy will teach you to drive. And you can drive us, okay? Lin Xiaobao pouted and mumbled, that's more like it. He was almost appeased by his father, but just then, Big Daddy turned around and gave him the thumbs up that he had originally given Lin Zhao. Here, have one too. Ugh. Lin Xiaobao got angry again. Big Daddy, what are you doing? Lin Zhao explained, Big Daddy thought you were angry because you didn't have a thumbs up. Ugh. Lin Xiaobao gave a loud humph, turned his head away, and didn't want to deal with these two silly parents. His round, chubby cheeks and pouting little mouth could hold a water bottle. Lin Zhao smiled as he looked out the car window to see where they were. Their home is in the south of the city, and they're currently driving north. They could turn around up ahead, but Lin Zhao didn't want to go back so soon. So, the scenery flashed by, and Lin Zhao looked around, trying to find a place to continue searching for supplies. The supermarkets and shops that were even remotely noticeable on the street were either closed or had already been broken into and emptied. Lin Zhao didn't want to, and didn't dare to, rob them, so he didn't stop. His thinking was simple: unclaimed items, those whose owners had left or become zombies, he could take them back. And things that belonged to the owners, things their owners needed to survive, he absolutely wouldn't steal them. Just then, a brilliant idea flashed through Lin Zhao's mind: the veterinary station. The south of the city was a newly developed urban area, while the north was originally rural towns with considerable farmland. Although many farmers no longer raised cattle or farmed due to the changing times, there was a veterinary station there, established by relevant departments years ago and still operating. Lin Zhao turned his head, glanced at Fu Cheng, made up his mind, and stepped on the gas. Fu Cheng met his smiling gaze and felt something was off. What mischief is Xiao Zhao up to now? Let's go! The veterinary station. It was about an hour's drive. The family of three arrived at the veterinary station in the north of the city. A small brick and tile house stood by the street, with a white sign with black lettering that read Xiaqingdi District Livestock and Veterinary Station. 9 large characters. The population density in the north of the city was lower than in the south. It was mostly inhabited by elderly people who had stayed in the towns, a sparsely populated area. They hadn't seen many zombies along the way. The veterinary station was pitch black, and no staff were on duty. The station's roller shutter door had been broken open, half hanging, and it seemed to have been ransacked. The car wheels rolled over the scattered items. Lin Zhao circled around, found the back door of the veterinary station, and drove directly into the backyard. After all this commotion, it was already midnight. Lin Xiaobao leaned back in his seat, eyes closed, legs in the air, unconsciously spitting out bubbles. Pop, pop! Lin Zhao didn't call out to him. He parked the car, opened the door, and pulled Fu Cheng out. Let's go! Lin Zhao unlocked the handcuffs and took out a flashlight. Fu Cheng held his wrist, protecting him. The two entered the veterinary station one after the other. After confirming that no one else was inside, Lin Zhao began a thorough search. There was quite a lot of stuff. A desk, with a large shard of glass on it, shattered, with a calendar and several medical records underneath. There should have been a computer on the desk, as Lin Zhao saw a mouse lying under it. 2 metal shelves leaned against the wall, files scattered haphazardly, several medicine bottles strewn on the floor. Lin Zhao's eyes lit up. He ran over, picked up the bottles, and discovered they were veterinary medications. No problem, Veterinary medication is fine. He can give it to Fu Chung. Lin Zhao picked up 2 or 3 bottles, just about to put them in his pocket, when he suddenly realized something was wrong. He held the bottles and shook them gently. Only bottles, no pills inside. Empty. Okay, Lin Zhao tossed the empty bottles on the floor. He'd been wondering how there could be any stragglers here. Lin Zhao stood up, looked around, and, confirming there was nothing to take, felt a pang of disappointment. They'd driven for over an hour, and there was nothing there. Brother Chung, let's go. Lin Zhao turned, about to call out to Fu Chung to leave together. But Fu Chung looked up, staring intently at the ceiling of the bungalow. No, not the ceiling. It was a small attic built of wooden planks. Many rural grocery stores and small shops had this kind of setup. It was clearly a single-story building, but wooden planks had created 2 levels. The upper level was used to store goods, and access was usually via a ladder. So there should be something up there, but the bottom had been ransacked so thoroughly, if there was anything up there, it would have been completely empty. Lin Zhao hesitated, unsure whether to go up and check. Fu Chung gritted his teeth, letting out 2 low growls. The next second, a rustling sound came from the attic. Like rats, like cockroaches, but more like zombies. A loud crash, like someone hitting a wooden plank. Crash, crash, crash! The plank broke. Fu Chung lunged forward, grabbing Lin Zhao and pushing him against the wall. The attic collapsed with a roar. Fu Chung used his back to shield Lin Zhao from the falling planks and dust, firmly holding him in his arms. Lin Zhao instinctively closed his eyes, also clinging tightly to Fu Chung, his arms outstretched to shield him. Brother Chung. Snoring. After an unknown amount of time, the planks stopped falling. The dust settled, and the world returned to silence. Lin Zhao waved his hand, brushing away the floating dust in front of him. He didn't have time to look at anything else, just haphazardly touched Fu Cheng's back. Brother Chung, are you alright? Are you hurt? Fu Chung shook his head, raised his hand, and touched Lin Zhao's face through his motorcycle helmet. I'm fine too, don't worry. Lin Zhao looked up, and Fu Chung turned his head. The 2 of them looked together at the collapsed second floor. Half of the attic had collapsed, with various medicines and medical supplies scattered all over the place. Most terrifyingly, on top of the medicines, lay a zombie. A small zombie wearing a white coat. It was probably a staff member from the veterinary station, bitten by a zombie for some reason, and locked in the attic by itself or someone else. With it inside, those searching for supplies naturally dared not go upstairs to get anything, only daring to retrieve it from below. It kept ramming against the wooden planks, ramming against the attic, trying to get out. Finally, today, it broke a wooden plank. It fell, breaking its own neck in the process, and remained motionless. Its head and neck were twisted in a strange, awkward position, its eyes wide open. A pool of dark blood flowed from beneath it. Lin Zhao quickly stood up, taking a step back, afraid to touch it. Fu Chung stepped forward, lifted its clothes, and placed it against the wall. Lin Zhao took 2 deep breaths, trying to calm himself, and slowly walked forward, reaching out a hand to gently close the zombie's ashen eyes. Thank you. Lin Zhao didn't even know what he was thanking it for. He just felt that, at least, he should talk to it. Lin Zhao looked down at the scattered veterinary medicines and medical supplies. Above his head, from the collapsed attic, things continued to fall. He crouched down and picked up a metal box labeled Large Dog Biting Stopper from a pile of veterinary medicines. Chapter 44. Brother Chung, tidy up the things here. I go find a container to put them in. Roar. Fu Chung looked at Lin Zhao, his expression innocent, his eyes pure. A long, complicated sentence, I don't understand. Lin Zhao frowned, raised his hand, and pretended to hit him. Playing dumb again? Try it. Fu Chung paused, then quickly stood on tiptoe, raised his hand, and pulled aside the rickety attic planks, letting the piled-up veterinary medicines and medical supplies fall down. Get to work. He get to work right now. That's more like it. Lin Zhao puffed out his cheeks, turned around, and went out. He went to the backyard and returned to the pickup truck. That zombie, although not very large, was still an adult in life. The fall, along with the attic, must have been deafening. Sure enough, Lin Xiaobao, who was sleeping in the truck, was woken up. Thankfully, he was calm. He didn't cry when he woke up. He just sat in his seat, rubbing his eyes and wiping his mouth. His expression was blank, his gaze unfocused, as if he hadn't quite grasped what was happening. He just looked down at his little hands, then sniffed them. Ugh! He was drooling, wet and smelly. Lin Xiaobao quietly put his hands behind his back, wiped them on his clothes, pretended nothing had happened, and looked up at the front seats. "Where's Daddy? Where's Big Daddy?" Before he could react, Lin had already gently knocked on the car window to get his attention, giving him a confident smile and a thumbs up. Infected by his father's enthusiasm, Lin Xiaobao also smiled foolishly and returned the thumbs up. The whole process took no more than a few dozen seconds. Lin Zhao smiled, said nothing more, and went around to the back of the truck. Fortunately, back at the car factory canteen, he figured since he was already there, he shouldn't leave empty-handed, so he had Fu Cheng carry 2 large white plastic buckets. The buckets contained some stainless steel plates and utensils, and a few other odds and ends. Now, emptying one bucket would be just right for storing the veterinary medicine. Lin Zhao gripped the side panel with both hands, pushed off with his left foot, and climbed onto the back of the truck. He bent down, preparing to lift the stacked plates out. Just then, a beam of light suddenly illuminated the previously dark world. Lin Zhao looked up and saw a light on in the window of a self-built house not far away. Someone's there. Lin Zhao quickly crouched down and hid behind the bucket. Were they residents living nearby? Were they also woken up by the commotion? Lin Zhao slowed his movements, carefully moving things while peering out to observe. One light came on. Someone in one house woke up. Then 2 lights, 3 lights came on. People in 2 houses, 3 houses woke up. Even in the darkness, many more people might be hiding behind windows, peering in. This is a suburban town. The people living together are all relatives and friends, perhaps even from the same clan. They already emptied the first floor of the veterinary station. Now that they hear the noise, they definitely come to check. If they run into them head-on, things could get complicated. No! We can't be this slow. Lin Zhao made a decisive move, abandoning the buckets, jumping out of the car, and rushing into the veterinary station. "Brother Cheng, quick! Load everything into the car." He bent down, opened his arms, grabbed the bite suppressant from the ground, and ran outside. He didn't even have time to put the supplies in a bucket, he just threw them into the car. Seeing his urgency, Fu Cheng quickly sprang into action. He grabbed onto a broken plank, did a pull-up, flipped onto the attic, and pushed the remaining supplies down. Medicine bottles and pills rained down. Lin Zhao took off his coat, unfolded it, and caught the contents, filling a large armful before rushing out. As he went outside, he glanced around and saw more and more lights coming on in the self-built house. Back and forth, in and out, back and forth. Fu Cheng pushed from above, Lin Zhao caught from below. The two worked in perfect harmony, emptying the attic in less than a minute. "Brother Cheng, come down quickly." Lin Zhao looked up, stretching out his hands to Fu Cheng, actually trying to catch him. Afraid of bumping into him, Fu Cheng shifted to the side, gripped the plank, and with a swift movement, landed steadily. Lin Zhao grabbed Fu Cheng's hand and pulled him outside. "Let's go!" Lin Zhao pulled his car keys from his coat, unlocked the car, and shoved Fu Cheng inside. "Get in!" The beams of flashlights from a distance swept across the faces of Lin Zhao, Fu Cheng, and Lin Xiaobao. Lin Zhao got into the car, locked the doors, started the engine, and sharply turned the steering wheel to the left. "Hold on tight. I'm going to speed again." "Dad." Lin Xiaobao hugged herself tightly. "She is." Fu Cheng gripped the door handle tightly. With a roar, the pickup truck swerved, burst through the back gate of the veterinary station, and sped away, leaving behind a cloud of dust and thick exhaust fumes. And in the rearview mirror, a group of people carrying hose and rakes, cursing and swearing. "Damn it! Put the stuff down! Get back here! You little bastards, I kill you!" Lin Zhao glanced back. He went to the government veterinary station to get something, not to rob their house. Besides, they had already searched the place. They were just afraid of the zombies on the second floor and didn't dare go up. He and Fu Cheng were facing zombies head-on, so these things should have been theirs anyway. Thinking this, Lin Zhao turned back, stepped on the gas, and continued speeding, leaving the shouts and curses far behind. "Dad, slow down, be careful. I'm going to faint." "Fainting is good for sleeping." "Ugh." Lin Xiaobao kicked his foot. Lin Zhao deliberately contradicted him. "I like." "Dad. It's the opposite of hate." Lin Xiaobao sighed helplessly. Lin Zhao turned to look at Fu Cheng. Fu Cheng seemed to have figured out the knack of driving. He gripped the handlebars tightly with one hand. Even with stiff joints and an inability to fasten a seatbelt, he sat steadily in Lin Zhao's race car. Lin Zhao raised his chin at him, smiling brightly, revealing 8 small white teeth. Fu Cheng also forced a smile, giving him a slightly stiff one. The two exchanged a smile. We've been doing this all night too. Lin Zhao thought for a moment. The Great Thief Xiong. The Great Thief Xiong? Lin Xiaobao asked. Is that a new animated film? Yes, it stars our family of 3. The pickup truck sped off, quickly disappearing into the night. At 3 in the morning, all was quiet. It was also the most peaceful and tranquil time on Happiness Street. Lin Zhao deliberately slowed down, reducing noise, and drove into the alley. Just as he entered the alley, a beam of flashlight light suddenly shone from a building not far away. Lin Zhao followed the beam. He saw a red-haired man flash past the window of building number 5. They had agreed to support each other, one family going out and the other watching over the door. The 3 red-haired men, worried they might sleep too soundly at night, had even arranged to take turns keeping watch to keep their promise. So this flashlight light wasn't a light of robbery, but a light of friendliness and kindness. Seeing it was a familiar car, the red-haired man waved at them, and then put away his flashlight. Lin Zhao rolled down his window and waved back. Safe home. Don't worry. The red-haired man went inside and locked the windows. Lin Zhao parked his car in front of his house, got out, and rushed forward to open the roller shutter. Once the door was open, he quickly got back into the car and drove inside. After driving in, he had to get out again to lock the door. There was no other way. Fu Cheng was clumsy, yet incredibly strong. He could bend the key in Fu Cheng's hand. Then he really wouldn't be able to get home. Lin Xiaobao was so young and still asleep, he couldn't let him go. He had to keep running back and forth. Lin Zhao squatted in front of the roller shutter, twisted the key a couple of times, and then tugged hard. Only after confirming the door was locked did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, he didn't have to speed away anymore. Finally home. Finally safe. Lin Zhao stood up and stretched. He hadn't felt anything while in the car. As soon as he got home, his back and waist suddenly started aching. His buttocks felt numb, his hands and feet were sore, and his back and shoulders were swollen. Lin Zhao put his hands on his hips, wiggling his hips as he turned around. In the car, Lin Xiaobao was slumped in his seat, fast asleep again. Oh, or rather, he passed out, soundly asleep. Fu Cheng was still sitting in the passenger seat. Before Lin Zhao got out of the car, he casually told him, "Sit in the car and wait for me, don't run around." He obediently sat there, not getting out even after the door was open. Lin Zhao smiled and jogged over. "Brother Cheng, wait a minute." He ran to the back of the car, took out the metal box containing a large dog bite stopper, glanced at the instructions on the back, and opened the box. A large black leather collar, secured with metal rivets. Attached to the collar was a metal cage much larger than Lin Zhao's palm. The metal bars were thick and long, welded neatly and tightly, looking very sturdy. To prevent injury to the large dog's nose and ears, the area near the nose was specially wrapped in leather, and the buckles were also leather. Lin Zhao took the cage in his hand, took out a handkerchief he always carried, wiped the bite stopper, and studied how to put it on. After studying it for a while, he hid it behind his back, and slowly moved towards Fu Cheng. "Brother Cheng?" "Purr." Lin Zhao tilted his head, his eyes crinkling with laughter. Fu Cheng looked at his smiling face, somewhat captivated. Was he going to get out of the car? If he could, he didn't want to get out, didn't want to go back to that storage room. He wanted to stay with Xiuzhao, drive around, look for things, do anything. Just not go back. Just then, Lin Zhao stretched out a hand and beckoned to him. "Cheng Ji, come here for a second." Fu Cheng didn't think much of it, leaned down, lowered his head, and brought his face close to Lin Zhao's. Lin Zhao still used that same finger to gently hook the 2 masks hanging on his face. Lin Zhao's hand moved backward, all the way to his ears. Fu Cheng involuntarily held his breath, staring intently at him. Was Xiuzhao going to help him take off his mask? Was she going to kiss him? Was this okay? Wasn't Xiuzhao scared? Lin Zhao gently, slowly, removed the mask from his face, pressed his head down, and took out a handkerchief to wipe his face. Without the mask, Fu Cheng's icy breath hit Lin Zhao's helmet directly. He could almost feel his breath bouncing back at him. For no apparent reason, Fu Cheng felt a surge of panic. The next second, Lin Zhao suddenly pulled out a collar from behind her back and, before he could react, hung it around his neck. The collar was fastened, and its length was just right. Then, Lin Zhao cupped the metal cage in her hand and pulled it over his mouth and nose. The leather clung tightly to the bridge of his nose, the strap securely fastening the back of his head. The cold metal was right in front of his eyes. A little taut, a little strange. A voice inside him said, No. He wouldn't wear this. He was human, he was a zombie, he wouldn't wear this. He had said before he wouldn't wear this, no matter how much Xiao Zhao tried to persuade him. He wouldn't wear it, and he couldn't wear it now, he couldn't. But quickly, he couldn't care less about that. Because? Brother Chung, so handsome. So handsome my legs are weak. Lin Zhao cheered, jumping up and throwing herself at him, cupping his face in her hands. Kisses. A torrent of kisses, overwhelming and relentless. Lin Zhao's kisses, like birds pecking at food, fell incessantly on his forehead, eyebrows, and cheeks. I've been waiting for this day for so long. Chirp chirp chirp. Fu Chung was pressed into the seat by Lin Zhao, his hand raised and lowered as he tried to push him away. Raised again, lowered again. With just a fraction of his strength, he could push Lin Zhao away. With just a fraction more, he could tear this thing hanging on his face off and break it off. But he just couldn't bear to. After all, he had waited for this day for a long time. Fu Chung leaned back in his seat and raised his hand again. His gloved fingers tentatively traced the contours of Lin Zhao's slender waist. Seeing that Lin Zhao didn't mind, Fu Chung opened his palm again, placing his entire hand on Lin Zhao's waist, supporting his back, and hugging him tightly. It's so good. It's so good to be a domesticated zombie with a wife. Chapter 45. Inside the pickup truck. Fu Chung leaned back in the passenger seat, his hands firmly supporting Lin Zhao's waist, his eyes fixed on Lin Zhao's face. The corners of his mouth, hidden behind the bite blocker, involuntarily curled into a smile. Lin Zhao straddled Fu Cheng's lap, cupping his face in her hands, pouting her lips, and pressing her lips against his again and again. Thus, loud and firm kisses landed on Fu Cheng's face, one after another. As she kissed, Lin Zhao carefully noted down the spots she had just kissed. I didn't get a kiss here, let's do it again. And here, let's do it again. Brother Chung, you're doomed. I'm going to kiss your whole face. Chirp chirp chirp. Lin Zhao was like a little bird, like a pendulum, like a roly-poly toy. Closer and then away, and then closer. One close, one far, one back and forth, that's a kiss. Fu Chung leaned back in his chair, his eyes slightly lowered. With the anti-bite device in place, Fu Chung appeared expressionless, but every time Lin Zhao kissed him, his Adam's apple bobbed. He was keeping track in his mind. 1, 2, 3. 1 minute, 100 kisses. That's an average of 1.666, an infinitely repeating decimal, kisses per second. In just this 1 minute, Xiao Zhao had given him more kisses than all the kisses she'd given him recently. Was Xiao Zhao's mouth coated with medicine? A special medicine for zombies? Fu Chung felt his heart pounding, his blood surging. The intense emotional surge kept him in a state of excessive excitement. He held Lin Zhao's arm, unconsciously tightening his grip. He stared deeper and deeper into Lin Zhao's eyes. The spot where he and Lin Zhao were pressed tightly together was almost burned to ashes. But just then, Lin Zhao gave him one last kiss, without pressing closer again. The soft, familiar touch vanished in an instant. Fu Cheng's throat tightened, and he looked at Lin Zhao. Xiao Zhao, what's wrong? Why did you stop kissing me? Lin Zhao lowered his hand, letting out a small breath. I'm done kissing, I'm exhausted. No! Not done. Fu Chung quickly leaned closer, lifting his chin towards him. And here, didn't you say you were going to kiss his whole face? You haven't kissed this part yet. There's still his chin, his jawline, and his Adam's apple. Lin Zhao raised his hand, rubbing his cheek. No, my mouth is cramping from all the kissing. Lin Zhao lowered his head, patting Fu Cheng's arm. No more kissing, we continue tomorrow. Fu Chung naturally refused, only holding him even tighter. Ouch. You were so rough again. Come on, it's so late. Let's go back to sleep. Fu Chung forced a snort, turning his head away to look out the car window. No, he didn't want to go back to sleep. Didn't want to go back to that cold, dark storage room. The next second, Lin Zhao suddenly leaned close to him, smiling, and said, You come upstairs and sleep with me and Xiao Bao. How about it? Fu Chung paused, then his eyes lit up, and he immediately turned his head back. Great. Lin Zhao pouted like a kitten. He knew it. Then let go of me first. Let's go down and get Xiao Bao. Roar. This time, Fu Chung finally let go. Lin Zhao climbed out of his arms, and jumped out of the car. Fu Chung stretched out his hands, protecting him from behind. The back of the car was piled high with stuff. Lin Zhao was too tired, and it was too late to unpack today. Anyway, they were home, nothing would happen. He could unpack after a nap. Lin Zhao opened the back door, and glanced at Lin Xiaobao. Lin Xiaobao was fast asleep in his car seat, his head tilted to one side, his little nose twitching, his chest rising and falling. Lin Zhao had been kissing Fu Cheng passionately in the car for 5 minutes without waking him. Lin Zhao was about to pick him up when he suddenly remembered something and withdrew his hand. He deliberately took 2 steps to the side, where Lin Xiaobao couldn't see or smell him, and then took off his coat, shoes, socks, and gloves. He had just come into contact with a zombie, not Fu Cheng, but another one. That zombie was bleeding. It was better to be careful. Lin Zhao emerged from his coat as if shedding its skin, wearing only a sweater and barefoot, and picked up Lin Xiaobao. Although Lin Xiaobao hadn't come into contact with the zombies, he had, while sitting in the car, come into contact with them. So Lin Zhao helped him take off his outermost cotton-padded coat. The clothes were left in the first-floor garage to be washed tomorrow. Lin Zhao, holding Lin Xiaobao, turned to look at Fu Cheng. Before leaving, Lin Zhao was worried he might be caught by zombies again. Even though he was already a zombie, Lin Zhao didn't want him to be hurt again. So he had made him wear a jacket over his black vest. Seeing that Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao had both taken off their clothes, Fu Cheng followed suit and took off his jacket as well. Lin Zhao was satisfied. Let's go upstairs to sleep. Lin Zhao carried Lin Xiaobao up the stairs. Fu Cheng bent his knee joint, mimicking Lin Zhao's movements, and stepped onto the stairs. Generally speaking, zombies don't climb stairs. Climbing stairs requires continuous bending and lifting of the knees. A zombie's joints are too stiff, they can't bend, they can only move straight. But Fu Cheng could. To sleep with his wife and son, he could bend his joints and climb up. After a little training, Fu Cheng became proficient. He held onto the stainless steel railing, following behind Lin Zhao. Like someone visiting a house for the first time, seeing the second floor for the first time, he curiously looked around. This was where Xiao Zhao and Xiaobao always stayed. When they weren't on the first floor with him, they would stay here. Xiao Zhao cooked here, Xiaobao played here. He remembered, yet it seemed he didn't remember. Many images flooded his mind, making him momentarily dazed. Fu Cheng continued his mechanical climbing motion, and unknowingly, he followed Lin Zhao to the 3rd floor. Lin Zhao took out his key from his pocket and inserted it into the lock of the 3rd floor security door. As he opened the door, he turned back and ordered Fu Cheng, "You're not allowed to wander off. You have to follow my instructions, understand?" Fu Cheng nodded and then snored. Understood. He understood, and he was rational. Lin Zhao then relaxed, turned the key, and opened the door. "Come with me. This is where we sleep." Roar. The family of 3 entered the bedroom. Lin Zhao placed the sleeping Lin Xiaobao on the bed, covered him with a blanket, then turned around, opened the wardrobe, took out a set of large dinosaur pajamas, and handed it to Fu Cheng. A domesticated zombie must take a bath and change into pajamas before going to bed. Fu Cheng glanced at the bed and pointed to Lin Xiaobao. Reporting to Xiaoyao, this child hasn't bathed either. Xiaobao bathed at noon, so he doesn't need to bathe tonight, and he's not a zombie. Fu Cheng frowned, still seemingly feeling it was unfair. A long, complicated sentence, still can't understand. Don't worry about him. Lin Zhao grabbed his arm and pulled him outside. Come on, I take you to Xiuba's room to bathe. Fu Cheng took a deep breath and looked at him helplessly. Okay, he was willing to bathe to sleep with Xiaoyao. There was no shared bathroom on the 3rd floor of their house. The bathrooms were all inside the bedrooms. Lin Zhao opened the door to the children's room, shoved Fu Cheng into the bathroom, put his pajamas on the rack, took down the shower head, and turned it on. Here, this is how you use it, do you remember? Fu Cheng took the shower head and, imitating Lin Zhao, flipped the switch. Seeing the situation was getting out of hand, Lin Zhao quickly slapped his hand away. You idiot, you're going to break the switch. Having no other choice, Lin Zhao threw the shower head into the bucket, filled it with water, and let him shower by himself. He could shower, Lin Zhao knew. Before, when he lived in the storage room, Lin Zhao would pull the hose every day to fill the bucket with water for him to wash up. Fu Cheng always used it, keeping himself clean. It seemed to have become an instinct. You shower yourself, I'm going back to shower too, Lin Zhao instructed earnestly. After you're done, dry yourself off and put on clean pajamas, okay? Fu Cheng nodded helplessly. He knew, he was a zombie, not an idiot. But Lin Zhao looked at him with the eyes of someone looking at an idiot. Fu Cheng remained silent, meeting Lin Zhao's gaze intently. He tugged at the hem of his vest, then with a swift motion, pulled it off, revealing his strong muscular upper body. Following that, he pulled up his pants and unzipped them. openly and brazenly. Xiao Zhao, have you been standing here to supervise my shower? I show you. Lin Zhao was startled, quickly covering her eyes and turning to leave. You shower yourself, I'm leaving. Wait for me here when you're done, don't wander off. Humph. Fu Cheng responded softly, turning back, removing his leather gloves and placing them aside. Then, he scooped up a full ladle of water and poured it over his head. He smoothed his slightly long buzz cut and wiped his face. Showering is difficult for zombies. For him, it wasn't too difficult. He had some fragmented memories about showering. He poured water over his head and scrubbed himself thoroughly. Xiaozhou was very clean. If he wasn't clean, she would kick him hard, wouldn't let him onto the bed, and wouldn't let him touch her. He even vaguely remembered that the night before he completely turned into a zombie, he took a shower in the garage with a hose, also for Xiaozhou. Thinking about it, Xiaozhou's image suddenly appeared in these memories. He thought he should shower with Xiaozhou. That would be a real shower. Meanwhile, Lin Zhao returned to the bedroom. He took out the same dinosaur-patterned pajamas and went into the bathroom. He had run around outside, worked up a sweat, and come into contact with so many things, he should wash himself clean. Lin Zhao turned on the bathroom heater, took off his sweater and undershirt, and looked down. Sure enough, 2 more marks appeared on his waist. Fu Cheng never seemed to learn how to control his strength. When pressing a switch, he could dent it. When turning on a faucet, he could break it. When he hugged him, he was even tighter. Lin Zhao even felt like a lump of clay in Fu Cheng's arms. He suddenly regretted letting Fu Cheng return to the master bedroom so soon and sleep with him. If he were held like this all night, his back would break. Regret? So much regret. But it was too late to regret now. Lin Zhao took a shower, put on his pajamas, opened the door, and went to the bedside. Lin Xiaobao was sleeping in a sweater, which was probably a bit itchy, so he wasn't sleeping very soundly, twisting and turning. Lin Zhao picked him up from under the covers, let him lean against him, lifted his little hands, and helped him take off his sweater and undershirt, changing him into a little dinosaur pajama. Lin Xiaobao woke up briefly, squinted, saw it was his father, then closed his eyes, and went back to sleep. He was so sleepy. So sleepy, he couldn't sleep anymore. After changing his clothes, Lin Zhao dawdled for a while, but couldn't delay any longer, so he got up and went out to meet Fu Cheng. Fu Cheng had already washed himself clean, changed into his pajamas, and put his gloves back on. He listened to Lin Zhao and stood in the bathroom, waiting for him. Lin Zhao walked up to him and held out his hand. Fu Cheng placed his hand in Lin Zhao's and squeezed it. Lin Zhao slapped his hand. Ouch! You always squeeze so hard. You're going to crush my hand. Fu Cheng didn't understand. He thought he was being very gentle. How lightly. He reluctantly let go, allowing Lin Zhao to lead him. The two returned to the bedroom. Lin Zhao locked the door, turned around, and collapsed onto the bed. It was already 4 or 5 in the morning. He was exhausted. He was so sleepy. Fu Cheng looked at him, mimicking his movements, and tried to pounce on the bed. But just then, Lin Zhao sat up, placing his hands on Fu Cheng's chest and quickly pushing him away. Hey! You're so heavy. You can't fall down like me. The bed will collapse under your weight. Fu Cheng lowered his eyes, looking at Lin Zhao with a pitiful expression. Then, could he sit on the bed gently, very gently? No. Lin Zhao refused decisively. Before you really sleep, you need to learn how to control your strength. Lin Zhao lifted his shirt, showing him a large bruise on his abdomen. Look, I went out and didn't get hurt by any zombies, but you did. Fu Cheng's eyes were dark as he stared at Lin Zhao's waist, reaching out to touch it. Lin Zhao slapped his hand away again. Don't touch me. It hurt even more if you do. He turned around, picked up a pillow from the bed, and shoved it into Fu Cheng's arms, making him hug it. You practice hugging the pillow first. Smelling Lin Zhao sit on the pillow, Fu Cheng lowered his head, sniffing it, and hugged the pillow so tightly the cotton inside was almost bursting out. Ouch! You're too tight. Is this how you hug me? You kill me. Lin Zhao grabbed his arm, but couldn't pry it open, so he simply turned and grabbed another pillow, hugging it to his chest. Look at me! Don't use too much force, just a tiny little indentation, just a tiny little wrinkle. Fu Cheng looked at Lin Zhao's little arm, trying to lighten his grip. Won't Xiao Zhao run away if he's this gentle? How can he do that? Like holding a feather. Yes, that's it, a little gentler. Observe the wrinkles on the pillow, not too deep. Lin Zhao opened her mouth wide and yawned. Practice it a little more on your own, and when you feel it's almost done, Wake me up so I can check. Lin Zhao hugged the pillow, flopped onto the bed, hugged Lin Xiaobao, and closed her eyes. I'm going to take a nap. I'm too tired. Wake me up when you're done practicing. You have to wake me up, and you can't come up until you pass the check. 5 in the morning, the first rays of dawn broke through. The little dinosaur and the medium-sized dinosaur were fast asleep in bed. The big dinosaur stood by the bed, hugging the pillow, repeatedly practicing the angle and strength of his hug. After an unknown amount of time, the large dinosaur felt he had practiced enough, so he lowered his head, approached the medium and small dinosaurs, and softly called out, "Good morning?" His wife and son ignored him, instead clicking their tongues and turning their faces away to express their displeasure. Since that was the case, Fu Cheng decided to consider the practice over. He threw back the covers, awkwardly got into bed, stretched out his arms, and hugged Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao from behind. Gently, slowly, gently, he embraced his entire world. He would learn. For Xiaoza and Xiaobao, he would learn anything. The dinosaur family of 3 was finally reunited. Chapter 46. Blackout curtains, a dimly lit room, flickering light and shadow. A soft, bouncy mattress, fluffy pillows, a thick quilt. And an omnipresent fragrance filling the entire room. Xiao Zhao's fragrance. He seemed to have taken a shower too, using a sugary scented shower gel. The scent was a bit strong, but it couldn't mask his natural, human fragrance. Xiao Bao's fragrance. He seems to smell a little bad. Fu Cheng, lying on his side on the bed, suddenly frowned, sat up, and his eyes lit up with a red light. His probing gaze passed over Lin Zhao, who was sleeping in the middle, and landed on Lin Xiaobao's face opposite him. Sure enough, it was him. The child was drooling, the drool clung to the corner of his mouth, dried on his cheek, leaving a white mark. Stink. It stinks. How could his saliva smell so bad? To a zombie with such a keen sense of smell, this is practically a biological weapon. Fu Cheng held his breath, quickly lay back down on the bed, hugged Lin Zhao again, lowered his head, and brought his face closer. Never mind, it smells bad. It's still Xiao Zhao's child, and this child was born first. He can ignore it. He enjoys Xiao Zhao's fragrance. He can endure it to sleep with Xiao Zhao. Fu Cheng hugged Lin Zhao, sniffing and pressing closer, until the bite blocker on his face was also pressed against Lin Zhao's neck, preventing him from getting any closer. That's it. Fu Cheng couldn't bear to close his eyes. If he did, he wouldn't see Xiao Zhao. So he decided to sleep with his eyes open. He lay on his side, his strong arms completely encircling Lin Zhao's waist under the blanket. His eyes were wide open, his gaze fixed on Lin Zhao's fair, smooth neck, scanning it up and down, his Adam's apple bobbing violently. Xiao Zhao had the foresight to put an iron mask on him, a constant reminder not to bite, before letting him onto the bed. Otherwise, he would have pounced on him, pinning him to the bed, and nibbling at him relentlessly. Fu Cheng stared intently at Lin Zhao, becoming completely absorbed, forgetting all the rules Lin Zhao had just taught him. His arms tightened, his chest pressed closer and closer. He was about to break free of the bite restraint. Just then, Lin Zhao whimpered twice in his arms. Immediately afterward, Lin Zhao raised his leg and kicked him twice with all his might. Ouch! Ouch! Fu Cheng snapped out of his daze, quickly releasing his grip, trying to recall the strength he had just practiced. But as soon as he let go, Lin Zhao twisted his body and hurriedly escaped. He turned his back to Fu Cheng, hugged Lin Xiaobao, and kicked his legs hard. He paddled across the bed like he was swimming. Fu Cheng felt his arms suddenly empty, and quickly chased after him. Xiao, what's wrong? Help! Lin Zhao continued paddling, and Fu Cheng continued chasing. Xiao, don't go. No, I have to go. Lin Zhao paddled hard, and Fu Cheng chased hard. They continued until they reached the innermost part of the bed, against the wall. Lin Zhao had nowhere to escape, and was finally completely blocked by Fu Cheng. Fu Cheng raised his hand, and gently hugged him again, pulling him into his arms. Xiao, he knows he was wrong. Give him another chance. This time he will definitely behave well. He will reform himself and become a better person. Perhaps the bed with his wife and son was too comfortable, or perhaps he was infected by his wife and son sleeping soundly. Fu Cheng, who had originally intended to sleep with his eyes open, found himself closing them without realizing it. Fu Cheng put an arm around Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao, straightened up slightly, lowered his head, and rested his chin on Lin Zhao's head. Inhaling Lin Zhao's fragrance, Fu Cheng also drifted off to sleep. The clock on the wall ticked away. The family of 3 in bed slept soundly. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Xiaobao woke up first. He grunted twice, groggily opening his eyes. It's so cramped. Why is it so cramped here? Has the bed gotten smaller, or the car seat smaller, or has he gotten bigger? Lin Xiaobao wiggled his bottom, creating a little space for himself, and struggled to turn over. He sat up, nestled against his father, and squinted, observing his surroundings. It's Daddy. And Big Daddy. They're lying side by side, taking up so much space. There are so many empty seats behind Big Daddy, but he just won't move back, insisting on squeezing in with them. As a result, he's been squeezed against the wall, almost turning into a little biscuit. Lin Xiaobao, seeing this, was instantly furious. He stretched out his little hand, reached over his dad, and slapped Big Daddy's shoulder hard. Fu Cheng, also half asleep, opened his eyes and looked at him. The father and son's eyes met. Lin Xiaobao pouted and pointed to the empty seat behind him. Big Daddy, move a little. Fu Cheng didn't move back. Instead, he moved closer, hugging Lin Xiaobao even tighter. No! Lin Xiaobao stood on the bed, clenched his little fists, glared angrily at Fu Cheng, and ground his little baby teeth. Daddy's so mean. He's ignoring me just to hug Daddy. Ugh. I have to take some action. For example, the next second, Lin Xiaobao lifted his leg, trying to step over his dad, who was blocking his way. But his legs were too short. He couldn't step over in one go, landing on the blanket instead of his dad's stomach. Ouch. Lin Zhao instantly woke up, clutching his stomach and exclaiming. He didn't even need to open his eyes, didn't even need to look, to know who it was. Lin Xiaobao, what are you doing? I'm your dad, not a trampoline. I'm sorry, Daddy. Lin Xiaobao answered softly, a little embarrassed. I did it on purpose. It wasn't accidental. It was accidental. He reached out his little hand to rub his dad's stomach. Lin Zhao hummed, it's okay, it's okay. Fu Cheng quickly picked Lin Xiaobao up. Before he could even react, his hand was already on Lin Xiaobao's bottom after he picked her up. You little rascal, bullying Xiaozao, I give you a couple of slaps. Lin Xiaobao turned her head, her little face stern, her eyes wide, glaring at him angrily. Big Daddy, it's all your fault. You had to squeeze in. You made me accidentally step on Daddy. Lin Xiaobao pouted, huffed, and twisted away from Fu Cheng's grasp, plunging onto the bed, and burying her head between Lin Zhao and Fu Cheng. Like a little fish, she struggled and tried her best to squeeze through. She squeezed a gap between Daddy and Big Daddy, then squeezed right in, separating them. Humph. Daddy and Big Daddy won't be able to squeeze him anymore. She used all her strength to squeeze Daddy and Big Daddy. Humph. The next second, Lin Zhao's helpless voice came from above him again. Xiaobao. Lin Zhao, eyes closed, looked utterly hopeless. What are you doing? Nothing. Lin Xiaobao immediately became obedient. Daddy, I didn't do anything. Daddy's been tired all night and hasn't slept. Let Daddy sleep a little longer. I'm sorry. Lin Xiaobao lowered his head shyly, fidgeting with his sleeve, then turned back and poked his Big Dad. Say something. Big Dad, don't pretend to be mute, say something. Fu Cheng looked at him quietly and shrugged. He wasn't pretending to be mute, he was mute now. Xiao Zhao's mute groom. Lin Xiaobao raised his little hand, looking defiant. He knew his Big Dad could talk. His Big Dad could call his dad's name, and his Big Dad could even purr like a puppy. Fu Cheng kept his mouth shut and remained silent. Lin Zhao dozed off for a while, then called out again, Xiaobao. Daddy? Lin Xiaobao leaned closer, cupping his little face in his hands. What's wrong? If you're hungry, there are leftover rice cakes and rice balls from yesterday on the bedside table, along with some sweet soup. Go get them yourself. Daddy's sleeping a little longer, don't run around. Okay, I know. Lin Xiaobao rubbed his tummy and glanced at the clock. He didn't know what time it was, but judging from the sunlight outside the window, it must be noon. He was indeed a little hungry. Lin Xiaobao climbed out of bed again, lifted his leg, and prepared to step over his dad. Then, he sat heavily on his dad's lap. That's right, this time he did it on purpose. It had to be fair. Because he bumped into Dad, so Big Dad had to get bumped into too. He popped out his cheeks, glaring fiercely at Fu Cheng. Fu Cheng looked indifferent, lowered his head, and touched Lin Zhao's face. It was unclear what he was doing, but his angry expression was exactly like Xiao Zhao's. Lin Xiaobao was about to give a loud humph, but afraid of waking his father, he simply lowered his head and bumped Big Dad with his little head. After the incident, he immediately fled. Lin Xiaobao stepped on Big Dad, went to the bedside table, and picked up the small thermos cup from it with both hands. He hugged the cup, slid off the bed, and ran into the bathroom. The water in the cup was still warm. Lin Xiaobao went to the drain, rinsed his mouth quickly, and came back. Dad hadn't helped him turn on the water or squeeze the toothpaste. He, a little kid, didn't know how, so he just did it haphazardly. Lin Xiaobao returned to the bed, stood on tiptoe, and rummaged through the plastic bag on the bedside table. There were rice balls and rice cakes. Dad had made them not long ago. Lin Xiaobao propped himself up on the bed, picked up a rice cake, and started eating. Crunch, crunch, crunchy rice, fragrant vegetables. Even after a day, it was still delicious. It was just a little dry, a little hard to swallow. Lin Xiaobao munched on the cake like a little hamster, drinking water as he ate. A bite of cake, a sip of water, then a burp. Following this routine, he ate half a rice cake, but couldn't eat any more. Lin Xiaobao turned his head, just about to put the rest back to eat later that evening. Suddenly, he saw his eldest father. His eldest father was awake. He was hugging his father, leaning against the headboard, motionless, as if frozen in place. Should I give Big Daddy something to eat? Lin Xiaobao hesitated. Big Daddy was so mean, always squeezing him and his dad. But Big Daddy was still his Big Daddy, and he even turned into a monster. Big Daddy was so childish, and he was so mature, he shouldn't get angry with Big Daddy. That's right, he was the little pillar of the family. Dad was still sleeping. He had to be responsible for bringing Big Daddy food. Lin Xiaobao nodded vigorously, made up his mind, took the rice cake, and went to Big Daddy. Big Daddy, are you hungry? Do you want some? Fu Cheng looked up at him, and shook his head. No, no. Lin Xiaobao didn't understand what he meant. He tilted his head, looking curiously at the anti-bite device on his face. Big Daddy, what's this? Fu Cheng glanced at Lin Zhao, then looked at him. Xiao Zhao gave me this token of love. Lin Xiaobao sighed again. Daddy, you're so pitiful. Fu Cheng frowned, looking at him in confusion. What? How am I pitiful? I say it again, this is a token of love Xiao Zhao gave me. You don't have one, only I do. Where am I? Lin Xiaobao said. You can't even eat while wearing this. This? Fu Cheng choked for a moment, realizing it was true. It's okay. Daddy, I help you. Lin Xiaobao stretched out his short little finger, and slipped it into the gap of Fu Cheng's bite stop, moving it around. It can go in. Daddy, I feed you. Lin Xiaobao puffed out his little chest, looking quite righteous. He broke off a piece of rice cake, and stuffed it into the gap of the bite stop. Here, Daddy, eat quickly. Fu Cheng kept his mouth shut, trying to refuse. This child didn't seem to have washed his hands or face. He wouldn't eat. He wanted Xiao Zhao to feed him. But it was too late. Lin Xiaobao brought the rice cake to his mouth, forcefully trying to pry it open. Daddy, eat quickly. You starve to death. Hurry up. Fu Cheng resolutely refused to eat, and Lin Xiaobao stomped her feet in frustration. The father and son were locked in a stalemate for a very long time. Finally, Fu Cheng gave in. He lost, defeated by Xiao Zhao's child. With the bite blocker in place, he couldn't open his mouth too wide. He could only take the rice cake in his mouth, then tilt his head back, letting the rice cake fall into his mouth, chew it, and swallow. The food was delicious, but a little troublesome to eat. But Lin Xiaobao didn't mind. She carefully broke the rice cake into small pieces, and stuffed them into his mouth. Daddy, another piece. Daddy, I remember you have a big appetite. Daddy, open your mouth wide. The repeated calls of Daddy softened Fu Cheng's heart. Oh well, a little trouble is fine. It's Xiaobao's way of showing filial piety. So he became more and more cooperative. After some time, Lin Xiaobao fed his dad 2.5 pieces of rice cake. Lin Zhao also woke up. He turned over, lying on his side next to Fu Cheng, covered with the blanket. One hand propped up his head, the other covered his mouth, and he yawned. What a picture of little early spring sleep. Lin Xiaobao kept calling for his dad, and Fu Cheng kept chewing, the noise waking him up. After yawning, Lin Zhao blinked, watching the father and son's loving interaction with amusement. A 30-year-old father, infected with the zombie virus, mutated at home, unable to speak, and placed under strict control. A 28-year-old young father, infected with the laziness virus, is bedridden, sleeping soundly, and neglecting his family. Only a mature 3-year-old child, smart, sensible, filial, and brave, uses his little hands to hold up a bright sky for this family on the verge of collapse. Now I announce that the winner of the touching small town top 10 people award for 3,000 years is, it is, Lin Xiaobao. Let's welcome little Lin Xiaobao to the stage to receive his award with the warmest applause. Applause? Lin Zhao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Really, he only slept for a short while, and the two of them created this scene. But Lin Zhao tilted his head, feeling that something was amiss. At this moment, Lin Xiaobao broke off another piece of rice cake, pinched it between his fingers, raised his little finger, slipped it through the gap in the anti-bite device, and put it to Fu Qing's mouth. Hey, hey! Lin Zhao finally reacted, shouting as she lunged forward. Xiao Bao. Don't touch Daddy's mouth. Cheng Ji. Don't open your mouth, don't bite him. Chapter 47. Xiao Bao. Brother Cheng. Lin Zhao woke up and rushed forward. Hearing the familiar voice, Fu Cheng and Lin Xiaobao's eyes lit up, and they turned around simultaneously. Dad, you're awake? Zhao, ho ho ho. Fu Cheng leaned against the headboard, Lin Xiaobao standing in front of him. The father and son greeted Lin Zhao while secretly competing. Lin Xiaobao held a small piece of rice cake to Fu Qing's mouth. Big Dad, eat up. I don't have time to feed you anymore, I want to play with Dad. Fu Cheng kept his mouth tightly shut, his gaze resolutely refusing to eat another bite. Little brat, I'm not eating. It's dry and I'm choking, I want to drink the soup Xiao Zhao cooked, the one with the medicine in it. One insisted he eat, the other refused. The father and son were locked in a stalemate. 1,000 words could be summed up in one sentence. Zhao Zhao / Daddy, look at him. He's being naughty. Amidst the expectant gazes of the two, Lin Zhao rushed forward and hugged Lin Xiaobao tightly. Xiaobao, come here. Okay. Lin Xiaobao leaped into the air, cheering. Daddy hugged him. Daddy chose him. Fu Cheng stood frozen, staring intently at Lin Zhao. Xiaozhao. How could Xiaozhao not hug him? Lin Zhao was completely unaware of their subtle power struggle, nor the turmoil churning within them. He hugged Lin Xiaobao simply because Lin Xiaobao was lighter and easier to hold. Lin Zhao, holding Lin Xiaobao, hurriedly tried to pull him away. Just as Lin Xiaobao's hand was about to leave the bite stopper, he reached out and grabbed. Clang! Lin Xiaobao grabbed the metal bar on the outside of the bite stopper, pulling Fu Cheng forward and causing him to nod. Hee. He chuckled foolishly, turning to look at his father. Daddy, I was just feeding Big Daddy, like this, wasn't I a good boy? Ah! Lin Zhao let out a sharp scream, quickly trying to pry his hand away. No! You can't put your hand near Big Daddy's mouth. You can't bully Big Daddy. I didn't. Lin Zhao placed his hand in her palm, then turned on the light, carefully checking it twice. Only after confirming that Lin Xiaobao's hand was intact, clean, and without any wounds did Lin Zhao feel relieved. Finally, she gently patted the back of his hand twice as a punishment. You little rascal, I'm hitting you. Lin Xiaobao twisted his body, somewhat disgruntled. Why are you hitting me? Wasn't I good? I gave all my Big Daddy. Big Daddy got bitten by a monster, infected with the monster virus, and turned into a giant monster. Have you forgotten? I haven't forgotten, but... Lin Xiaobao paused. Daddy made Big Daddy go to bed. Doesn't that mean Big Daddy is all better? Of course. Lin Zhao looked up at Fu Cheng, softening her voice. Of course not. Daddy made Big Daddy come back to sleep because Daddy put gloves and a mask on him, so he can't grab or bite people now. Who knew you? Lin Zhao grabbed his little hand and gently squeezed it. Taking advantage of your small fingers, you deliberately stuck them in and presented them to Big Daddy, so he could bite them? Lin Xiaobao was a little embarrassed. I didn't know. Lin Zhao grabbed his hand, opened her mouth wide, and pretended to bite him. Ouch. Daddy! Don't bite me! Lin Xiaobao panicked, twisting and struggling. Lin Zhao grabbed him and pulled him into his arms. Don't do that next time. When playing with Daddy, you have to wear gloves, remember? I remember. Lin Xiaobao nodded. Lin Zhao comforted Lin Xiaobao and was about to turn away. Suddenly, Lin Xiaobao tugged at his sleeve again. Daddy. Lin Zhao leaned closer. Is there anything else? Lin Xiaobao whispered. Then you have to remember to feed Daddy, otherwise he'll starve. I know. Lin Zhao patted his little head. Don't worry, Daddy will remember. Just then, Fu Cheng, arms crossed, leaned against the headboard and let out a low growl, reminding them. You two, have you finished whispering? Talking about him being a monster, saying he bites, and so loudly at that. No respect for monsters at all. Fu Cheng roared in dissatisfaction. Lin Zhao said to Lin Xiaobao, "Look, Daddy's so fierce." Lin Xiaobao nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I saw it." Roar! 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 Fu Cheng was even more indignant. He yanked off the covers and pounced forward. "You're talking bad about me again. You're bullying me because I can't speak human language. You two are the bad guys, two little rascals bullying zombies." Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao hugged each other, but Fu Cheng pushed them down onto the bed. Fu Cheng braced himself on the bed, encircling them in his arms, trapping them beneath him. "Help! Daddy's gone mad." The father and son crawled on the bed, trying to get out. "Daddy, go for it." "Xiaobao, you go for it too. Let's cheer each other on and escape Big Daddy's clutches." "Okay." Hee-ho, hee-ho. Fu Cheng watched the two figures, one big and one small, wriggling like cats and insects, and a crack appeared on his usually stern and cold face. Lin Zhao threw back the covers. "Xiaobao, quick, crawl in, we escape through the tunnel." "Okay." Seeing that the two were about to escape under the covers, Fu Cheng finally made his move. He reached out and pressed his hand against the covers, cutting off their escape route. Lin Xiaobao shook his head, realizing the path was blocked, and mumbled, "Daddy. Daddy, go out and see." Lin Zhao, with his messy, unkempt hair, crawled out from under the covers. He rolled over, lay on the bed, and looked at Fu Cheng blocking the way. The moment their eyes met, Fu Cheng immediately suppressed his upturned lips and looked back expressionlessly. Xiao Zhao said he was fierce, so he showed her. But the next second, Lin Zhao sprang up from the bed, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed his chin. Fu Cheng froze, his eyes wide. What was Xiao Zhao doing? Lin Zhao smiled and kissed him again. "Brother Cheng, I know you didn't bite Xiaobao, and you weren't mean to him. You always remember not to bite us. I was just a little scared that Xiaobao would cut his fingers with your teeth when he fed you. You know how hard it is to teach kids, so I wanted to exaggerate a bit to discipline him. Sorry to bother you, Brother Cheng." Lin Zhao said, kissing him as she finished kissing him, making up for the kisses she hadn't finished last night. The moment the first kiss landed, Fu Cheng was already captivated, his eyes, lips, and face brimming with joy. So that's how it is. Xiao Zhao is so good, Xiao Zhao loves him so much. Don't be angry, my dearest zombie husband. With the last kiss, Fu Cheng was completely smitten. Lin Xiaobao also struggled, crawling out of bed. "Daddy, come quick. I found a way out." He reached the bedside, slid off the bed, and looked back. He only saw his father, and his older father hugging and kissing. "Daddy, what are you doing? Didn't you say the big monster was dangerous? Then why are you hugging the big monster, Daddy?" Lin Xiaobao was furious, stomping his foot. Lin Zhao gave Fu Cheng one last kiss, nimbly rolled off the bed, and picked up Lin Xiaobao. "Coming! Come on, Daddy will take you to brush your teeth and wash your face." "Did you brush your teeth just now?" "No, because I don't know how to squeeze toothpaste." "Oh, I see." Lin Xiaobao hugged her father's neck, nestled in his arms, and shook her little head. "Daddy really loves me the most." Fu Cheng sat on the bed, raised his hand, and tentatively touched the spot where Xiuzhou had kissed her earlier. "Xiuzhou really loves me the most." Lin Zhao puffed out her chest and flicked her fluffy little fox tail. "These two silly girls are so easy to coax." Lin Zhao turned around and raised her chin at Fu Cheng. "Brother Cheng, hurry up, come with me." Fu Cheng immediately jumped off the bed and followed along without a second thought. Here they come. The family of three squeezed into the small bathroom. Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao brushed their teeth first, while Fu Cheng, wearing a toothbrush stopper, watched and learned from the side. Lin Zhao, toothbrush handle in hand, mouth full of foam, grinned, showing off his pearly white teeth to Fu Cheng. "See, this is how you brush your teeth, Cheng Ji, learn quickly." Fu Cheng, arms crossed, leaned against the doorframe, watching him intently. "Okay, I'm learning." Brushing teeth is something he practiced for decades as a human. He learned it in a second glance. Besides, Fu Cheng grinned, revealing his own newly grown, sharp teeth. His teeth weren't bad either. They could easily cut Lin Zhao's skin. The next second, Lin Zhao spat out the foam, raised his hand, and slapped him. "Don't pretend to be cool. If you cut your mouth later, Xiaobao and I will laugh at you." "Okay." Fu Cheng obediently closed his mouth, returning to normal. Lin Zhao rinsed his mouth, took out a towel, and wiped his face. After finishing everything, Lin Zhao said, "All right, this is the essential morning routine. Fu Chung pointed out the bathroom window. Xiao Zhao, it's afternoon now. Lin Zhao corrected herself. It's what you absolutely have to do after you get up. No matter what time you get up. Fu Chung nodded, understanding. Lin Zhao first shooed Lin Xiaobao out, then walked behind Fu Chung, stood on tiptoe, and removed the mouthguard from his face. I taken out your toothbrush, cup, and towel. Practice on your own. Fu Chung reached out and picked up the large enamel cup. Lin Zhao sensed something was wrong and quickly poked her head out. Be gentle, don't break it. Fu Chung held the cup in his hand, turning it halfway to fully reveal the design on it. It was two rather old-fashioned characters. The front had a large she character. On the back was a large award. Who was it awarded to? The smaller text below read, Excellent husband. Lin Zhao quickly said, You bought this for yourself, praising yourself. I didn't buy it. Fu Cheng's lips curled into a smile. He picked up the cup and examined it from all sides. Regardless, it looked great, he was satisfied. Although he couldn't quite understand the characters, his intuition told him they were very good. Stop being so vain. Hurry up and brush your teeth. I let you out after you're done. Snoring. Lin Zhao turned and left, locking Fu Chung alone in the bathroom. When he left, Lin Xiaobao was on the bed, putting away the pillows that were scattered everywhere. Lin Zhao walked to the bed and laid down without any hesitation. Lin Xiaobao complained, Dad, you messed it up again. Lin Zhao reached out and pulled him into his arms. Come eat with Dad, we clean up together later. Okay. Lin Zhao picked up a rice cake from the bedside table and took a bite. Watching his father eat, Lin Xiaobao also felt a little hungry, reaching out his little hand to break off a small piece for himself. Suddenly Lin Zhao muttered, That's strange. Lin Xiaobao looked up in confusion. Dad, who's strange? Big Dad, Lin Zhao said, his strength is sometimes great, sometimes weak. If you ask him to turn on a switch, he can break it in half, but if you ask him to brush his teeth, he won't crush the cup. Lin Xiaobao thought for a moment. We used to bring Big Dad lunches, and he never broke the lunchbox. Exactly. Lin Zhao nodded, but when he hugs us, he's really strong. I wonder if he does it on purpose. I don't know. Lin Xiaobao shook his head, repeating his father's words. Lin Zhao tilted his head, thinking carefully. What did the lunchbox and the mug have in common? Right, the lunchbox was pink and heart-shaped, and the mug had a bright red double happiness symbol printed on it. Fu Cheng's eyes lit up when he saw these two things. Could it be because he fell in love with these things at first sight, and that's why he was hesitant to hug them? His taste was so rustic when he was alive. Even as a zombie, he's still so rustic. How did he end up marrying such a nouveau riche? Lin Zhao took a vicious bite of the rice cake, crunching loudly. But that doesn't make sense. Logically, Brother Chung should have fallen in love with him at first sight too. Why didn't he hug him gently? Why did he hug him so tightly? How annoying. A short while later, Fu Chung knocked on the bathroom door. Xiao Zhao, I'm done, let me out. Lin Zhao put Lin Xiaobao on the bed, still chewing on the rice cake, her face cold, opened the door, and put the bite stopper on him. After finishing, Lin Zhao turned and left, ignoring him. Come out, you nouveau riche. Fu Chung frowned subconsciously at his cold expression. Did he upset Xiao Zhao again? But he hadn't done anything. How wronged I am, Lady Xiao Zhao. Chapter 48. A family of 3 went on an adventure and returned home, collapsing into bed immediately. They slept soundly, as if the sun and moon had vanished. They slept for a whole day. When Lin Zhao woke up, it was already 3 or 4 in the afternoon. After dawdling a bit longer and washing up, it was almost dark. Lin Zhao dared not stay in bed any longer. He ate only half a rice cake to fill his stomach before jumping out of bed and doing a set of stretching exercises, just stretching and yawning. While spinning around, he asked in a drawn-out voice, Who? Want some fragrant, hot white rice? Hearing this, Lin Xiaobao's eyes lit up, and he slid off the bed in a flash, raising his little hand high. Me! Daddy, me! Because of the trip, their family had eaten rice balls and rice cakes for several meals in a row. Although they were delicious, he was tired of them. Lin Xiaobao blinked, looking at his father expectantly. Fu Chung couldn't understand long sentences, but seeing Lin Xiaobao's excitement, he guessed it must be something good. So he imitated Lin Xiaobao and raised his hand. Lin Zhao continued, Who else? Want to eat some bright red, soft, braised pork? Lin Xiaobao popped out her little belly. Me. And who else? Want to come downstairs with me to make dinner? Me. Hooray. This time Fu Chung understood. He understood 4 words, with me. He wanted to come with Xiaozhou. Lin Zhao, hands on her hips, glanced at her husband and son, particularly satisfied. Then let's go! Lin Zhao called out. Fu Cheng and Lin Xiaobao, heads held high and chests puffed out, followed behind him with great pride. Let's go! The family of 3 arrived at the kitchen. Lin Zhao put the rice in the pot to steam, then opened the freezer and began selecting ingredients. For over a month, to conserve food, the family of 3 had only eaten 2 dishes per meal. 1 meat dish and 1 vegetable dish. Sometimes, a small amount of meat could last for several meals. But today was different. Today was Cheng Ji's first day away from the storage room, living a normal life with them. It was also Cheng Ji's first meal back at the family table, eating with them. They had to have a big meal to celebrate, so Lin Zhao decided to cook 4 dishes and a soup tonight. Fortunately, the family of 3 had already eaten something, so they weren't hungry, giving him plenty of time to cook dinner. Lin Zhao leaned against the freezer, rummaged through it, and took out 2 bags of pre-portioned pork. 1 bag of pig's trotters, to be stewed. 1 bag of pork bones, to be used for soup. Lin Zhao's eyes lit up. A recipe formed in his mind. He opened the bag and tossed the pig's trotters and pork bones into a basin to thaw in cold water. Next, he tiptoed to the overhead cupboard and retrieved a bag of soybeans and a bundle of kelp. The pig's trotters could be stewed with the soybeans, and the pork bones could be used to make kelp soup. The soybeans were too hard to cook directly, as it would take too long. The kelp was too dirty, covered in mud and salt, and couldn't be cooked directly either. So Lin Zhao took out 2 more basins, filled them with cold water, and soaked the items in them. With the meat and soup almost ready, there were still a few vegetable dishes left, which Lin Zhao planned to keep simple. He make a sweet and sour tomato and egg stir-fry, which Xiaobao loved, and a fresh and flavorful spicy and sour cabbage, which the adults would enjoy. A simple stir-fried oyster mushroom dish was a favorite of the whole family. After deciding on the menu, the 3 of them began preparing the ingredients. Lin Zhao, wearing an apron, stood in front of the sink, unfolding the wrinkles of the dried kelp and washing it clean. Lin Xiaobao put on sleeves and sat on a small stool, with 2 bowls in front of him, one for cabbage and the other for mushrooms. He picked up a white mushroom and skillfully tore it into small pieces along the seams of its cap. Fu Cheng. Fu Cheng. Lin Zhao carefully washed the kelp 3 times, until the water ran clear before proceeding to the next step. The kelp was too long, it would be better to cut it. It would be easier to scoop it after cooking, and it would also be easier for Xiaobao, with his blunt teeth and small throat, to eat. As he thought this, he wiped his hands on his apron and prepared to get a knife and cutting board. But he had just turned around and hadn't taken even half a step when he bumped into Fu Cheng. Ouch! Lin Zhao's forehead bumped into Fu Cheng's chin. Lin Zhao's body then slammed into Fu Cheng's chest. With a thud, Lin Zhao was thrown back, leaning against the kitchen counter. He clutched his head, feeling dizzy and his head buzzing. Fu Cheng, what are you doing? Lin Zhao called out in dissatisfaction. Why are you standing behind me? And so close? Seeing his injury, Fu Cheng quickly stepped forward, grabbing his wrist, trying to remove his hand to check his injury. He didn't mean to, he just thought. Lin Zhao's serious expression was rather attractive, and he couldn't resist moving closer. Lin Zhao didn't hold back, lowering his hand, clenching his fist, and punching Fu Cheng's chest, bang bang. He gave him 2 slaps. Fu Cheng didn't feel any pain, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. He just stared at Lin Zhao's reddened forehead, raised his hand, and wanted to rub it for him. Lin Zhao was too lazy to let him rub it. He puffed out his cheeks, like a little bull, lowered his head and charged, bumping Fu Cheng's chin again. Before Fu Cheng could react, Lin Zhao walked past him and left. Go away, I need to cook. Fu Cheng hurriedly chased after him. Xiao Zhao, don't go. Don't be angry. I know I was wrong, I do it next time. Lin Zhao took out a large soup pot, placed it on the induction cooker, and started boiling water. He first put the pork bones and trotters in to blanch them. Then he took the kelp out of the water, placed it on the cutting board, and cut it into small pieces. Fu Cheng was still standing behind him, his chest pressed against his back, quietly staring at his profile. You dare do it again? Lin Zhao gripped the kitchen knife tightly, felt it to gather strength, and thrust backward, her elbow slamming into Fu Cheng's waist. You rascal, get away. Fu Cheng chuckled softly, seemingly even happier. Xiao Zhao had been acting all cute with him, even giving him a nickname. How could he not be happy? Lin Zhao took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, and called out, Xiao Bao. Lin Xiaobao looked up. Daddy, what's the order? Get Big Daddy away, and you teach him how to pick vegetables. Really? Lin Xiaobao's eyes lit up. Can I teach Big Daddy how to pick vegetables? Of course. So that means I'm better than Big Daddy? Yes. Lin Zhao nodded. Not only are you better than him, you're also better behaved. Yay! Lin Xiaobao cheered. Zombie Fu Chung, because he lost his mind, became too clingy to his wife, and interfered with her cooking. He was taken to a training camp, where instructor Lin Xiaobao personally supervised his vegetable picking training. Hopefully, he could reform himself in the training camp and become a corpse again. However, Lin Xiaobao lowered his head, looking at the overflowing vegetable bowl. Dad, why didn't you say so sooner? I finished preparing all the vegetables. Really? Lin Zhao turned around and glanced at it. The oyster mushrooms were torn into small pieces, and the cabbage leaves were neatly arranged in the bowl, stems to stems, leaves to leaves. So fast? Dad didn't expect that. Then what do we do? Lin Xiaobao asked. There's no more vegetables for Big Dad. Then we just have to forget about it. Lin Zhao sighed. We do it next time. Okay. Lin Xiaobao went forward and hugged his father and Big Dad's legs. He lowered his head and muttered softly, but Daddy didn't do any work, I did all the work. Lin Zhao heard him and explained gently, but the vegetables we're eating now are all brought back by Daddy from outside. Lin Xiaobao looked up, seemingly understanding him. Lin Zhao glanced at him and continued, Daddy does work, we just don't see it. Daddy is responsible for going out to buy vegetables, and we're responsible for cooking at home. It's fair, right? If Daddy didn't work, we wouldn't have any vegetables to eat, right? Yes. Lin Xiaobao scratched his head, a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, Daddy. Daddy has already finished his work, and he was accidentally bitten by a monster, so he can't cook anymore. Now, as long as Daddy stands by and cheers us on, we're happy, right? Lin Xiaobao nodded vigorously. Just then, the water on the stove boiled. Lin Zhao picked up a spoon, skimmed off the foam from the surface, let it simmer for another 3 minutes, and then took out the bones and pig's trotters. She set the bones aside, changed the water, and started simmering the soup. She placed the pig's trotters in a strainer, and rinsed them with cold water. The bone broth took up the only induction cooker, and Lin Zhao didn't want to turn on the gas stove, so she had to make the most of every minute. After simmering the bones for half an hour, the broth turned a light white, and Lin Zhao took the soup pot off the stove and set it aside temporarily. She switched to a wok, heated the oil, and sautéed scallions and ginger until fragrant. Then she added the pig's trotters, salt, light soy sauce, and oyster sauce for seasoning, dark soy sauce for color, and spices for aroma, and quickly stir-fried. After about 10 minutes of stir-frying, the pig's trotters, the skin, still attached, turned a light golden brown where it had touched the iron pot. Meanwhile, the rice in the rice cooker was also cooked. Lin Zhao scooped out all the rice, washed the inner pot, and transferred the stir-fried pig's trotters to the rice cooker. He added soaked soybeans, then enough water to cover the trotters, and pressed the cook button. Now the induction cooker was free, so Lin Zhao put the broth, which wasn't quite done yet, on it, and let it simmer. After half an hour, the bone broth turned milky white, so Lin Zhao added the chopped kelp and sprinkled in some peanuts. A little longer, and the meat and broth would be almost done. The remaining vegetables would be quick. Once the cooker was free, they could be done in about 10 minutes. From 5 to 7 o'clock, in 2 hours, Lin Zhao had made 4 dishes and a soup. Dinner's ready. Dinner's ready. Lin Xiaobao ran happily into the dining room, bowl and chopsticks in hand. Dad, I set the table. Lin Zhao brought out the last dish, stir-fried oyster mushrooms. Fu Chung, still like a ghost, followed him listlessly. Lin Zhao asked, Xiaobao, have you forgotten something? What? Lin Xiaobao counted on his fingers. The chopsticks are set, the bowls are set, nothing's wrong. Really? Lin Xiaobao tilted his head. I can't remember. Dad, just tell me. One word hint. Lin Zhao held up one finger. Okay. Lin Zhao turned to Fu Chung. Woof. Fu Chung blinked, staring intently at him. Xiaozao, you're a kitten, not a puppy. You can't bark like me. Lin Xiaobao paused, then realized. The puppy. His puppy. His newborn puppy, still being fostered at Grandpa Zhang's house. Lin Zhao took out 2 metal basins, picked out the softer parts, and ladled out portions of pig's trotters and seaweed soup. Let's go downstairs to get the puppy. Okay. Quick. The family of 3 went downstairs. Before knocking on the window to call for help, Lin Zhao deliberately pulled Fu Chung aside and made him stand against the wall. Fu Chung was wearing gloves and a bite blocker. If Grandpa Zhang saw him, he would definitely be startled. To avoid trouble, it was better not to let him show his face. Lin Zhao placed his hands on Fu Cheng's chest, pressing him against the wall. "Brother Chung, you stay here, don't come out, understand?" Fu Chung was a little helpless, but he still listened to Lin Zhao and nodded slightly. After settling Fu Chung in, Lin Zhao lifted the cardboard covering the window and gently knocked on the glass. When he handed the puppy to Grandpa Zhang, he had told him to cook plain rice for dinner, not stir-fries, and that he would bring the vegetables. Grandpa Zhang trusted them and had waited patiently without urging them. As soon as Lin Zhao knocked on the window, he came over, leaning on his cane and carrying the puppy. "Xiao Lin, you're back? How are you? Are you all right?" "I'm fine, everything went smoothly." Lin Xiaobao stood on tiptoe. "Grandpa Zhang, how's the puppy? Is it all right?" "The puppy is fine too." Grandpa Zhang patted the puppy nestled in his arms. "Here. It can eat and drink. It drank both bottles of rice porridge you prepared, and I even made another pot for it." "Really?" Lin Zhao smiled. "Thank you so much. It's no trouble at all. I'm an old man living alone, and with it whimpering a couple of times, I'm not lonely. Here." Through the security bars, Grandpa Zhang handed the puppy, along with a towel wrapped around it, to him. Lin Zhao took the puppy, turned around, and casually handed it to Fu Chung. "Here you go." Fu Chung instinctively opened his arms, and before he could react, a soft, warm little thing was placed in his palm. "Okay. Grandpa Zhang, I made braised pork trotters with soybeans and seaweed soup." "Oh my, so much! How can I possibly eat all that by myself? If you can't finish it, save it for tomorrow." "Okay, thank you very much." Lin Zhao and Grandpa Zhang exchanged pleasantries. Fu Chung stood in the corner, cradling the puppy in his hands. He tilted his head, staring intently at the tiny creature, its fur barely grown. So ugly, wrinkled and scraggly, like an old man. So smelly, a strong dog odor, even worse than Xiao Bao. So small, so tiny and light, he could crush it with a single finger. But Fu Chung tilted his head to the other side. Xiao Zhao and Xiao Bao were talking to the neighbors. He and the puppy could only huddle in the corner. They were both so pitiful. They were a big dog and a little dog hiding in the corner. They were bad dogs that would bite. They were stupid dogs who couldn't see the neighbors. Fu Chung lowered his eyes and couldn't help but purr twice. The puppy whimpered, as if answering him. Lin Zhao heard the sound, turned around, and elbowed him. "You two, stop arguing. Grandpa Zhang is still here." Grandpa Zhang saw his movement and asked, "Xiao Lin, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Lin Zhao turned back and smiled at him. "The puppy is barking." He tried to change the subject. "Making these dishes took a little time. Sorry to keep you waiting." "It's all right. You two should go back and eat too. Don't go hungry." "Bye-bye, Grandpa Zhang. I'd bring the puppy to play with you tomorrow." "Okay, bye-bye." After saying goodbye, Grandpa Zhang took the food and went back. Lin Zhao closed the window, and Lin Xiaobao jumped off the stool and came to Fu Chung. "Big Daddy, has the puppy grown up? Let me see it. I haven't seen it for days." Lin Zhao tugged at Fu Cheng's arm, and Fu Chung, holding the puppy, squatted down and presented it to Lin Xiaobao. Fu Chung was still a zombie after all. His joints were stiff, and his movements were slow. Just then, the puppy whimpered, and slowly, opened its eyes towards Lin Xiaobao. "Wow!" Lin Xiaobao exclaimed with joy. "Daddy, come quick!" The puppy opened its eyes. "I see." Lin Zhao squatted down beside her. Puppies recognize the first person they see as their dad or mom. "Xiaobao, you have to take extra good care of the puppy from now on." Lin Xiaobao straightened up and patted her chest. "Don't worry, Daddy, I will." As soon as she finished speaking, the puppy rolled over in Fu Cheng's palm and burrowed straight into his hand. As it burrowed, it made hoo-hoo-hoo sounds. That sound, it sounds so familiar? Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao looked up, staring at Fu Chung. "Did you teach it? Did it learn it from you?" Fu Chung blinked, looking completely innocent. "No, you two are wronging me again." "Wow!" Lin Xiaobao howled to the sky. "My puppy thinks Big Daddy is its daddy. Big Daddy stole my puppy. Big Daddy is a big bad guy." Seeing the situation was getting out of hand, Fu Cheng's expression changed, and he quickly weighed the puppy in his hands. "No, don't copy me. Quickly copy this child. Like him opening his mouth wide, like him yelling and screaming. Hurry! Chapter 49. It's over. It's all over. Fu Cheng, holding the puppy, stood there, glancing between Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao. He forced a stiff smile, trying to make his expression look innocent and sincere. It wasn't him, he didn't teach the dog to bark. Before this, he hadn't even interacted with the dog. He didn't know where the dog learned to bark. A setup! This is a blatant setup. Xiaobao, you have to believe me. Don't let those dogs outside sow discord. But Fu Cheng can't speak properly. And Lin Xiaobao has a loud voice. Daddy's a big bad guy. Daddy stole my puppy. Daddy. Overwhelmed with grief and anger, Lin Xiaobao tilted her head back, opened her mouth wide, revealing her red throat, and burst into tears. Fu Cheng was getting anxious. He quickly bent his knees a couple of times, squatted down in front of him, and handed the puppy to him. Here you go, don't cry. Lin Xiaobao opened her eyes, looked at the puppy with teary eyes, and then cried even louder. The puppy is mine. Daddy and Big Daddy already have me as their child. No other children allowed. Not the puppy either. It can't be given to anyone, not to another dog as its father. Fu Cheng didn't know what to do. The puppy in his hands felt like a burning hot heart. Giving it away was wrong. Not giving it away was wrong too. He could only lower his head and shake the puppy. Speak. Speak. I can't speak, you speak. But the puppy didn't understand him at all, just purring. Two soft cries, and he collapsed into his arms, closing his eyes, about to fall asleep. Fu Cheng's eyes widened, staring at him in disbelief. You dare to imitate me? You think he's crying loud enough? Fu Cheng looked at Lin Xiaobao again, his expression pleading. Xiaobao, please stop crying. I'm begging you. Lin Xiaobao wailed like a storm, and Fu Cheng frantically tried to soothe him. Just then, a miracle occurred. Lin Zhao knelt down, hugged Lin Xiaobao, and gently shook him. Okay, Xiaobao, don't cry anymore. I cry? It's clearly Daddy who's bad. Lin Xiaobao could be quite stubborn sometimes, just like Lin Zhao. But look! Lin Zhao pointed to his little face, deliberately hesitating. Lin Xiaobao lowered his head, looking in the direction his father was pointing, even more anxious. What are you looking at? I can't see. I can't see my own face. Tap tap tap. Lin Zhao pointed at his little face, down to his tummy. You shed so many tears, they all gone down into your tummy. Is there any room left for meat? Hearing this, Lin Xiaobao stopped crying, touching his tummy and feeling it carefully. I think there should still be a little. Then you absolutely can't cry anymore. Lin Zhao took a clean handkerchief from her pocket and placed it on Lin Xiaobao's forehead to wipe his tears. Babies are all a bit prone to crying when someone comes to them. Fu Cheng hurriedly tried to comfort him. He felt wronged and, though he didn't want to cry, he was made to cry. Lin Zhao deliberately talked to him about random things to distract him, and he immediately calmed down. Let's go upstairs for dinner. Lin Zhao stood up, holding Lin Xiaobao. Lin Xiaobao leaped into the air and quickly hugged his father's neck. Just then, his grip loosened, and the handkerchief he used to wipe his tears fell. Ouch! Lin Xiaobao stretched out his little hand to catch it. But his arms were too short, and the handkerchief fell, halfway down, and was caught by his father. Fu Cheng, holding the puppy in one arm, and the handkerchief in the other, watched him quietly. Lin Xiaobao pouted and turned his head away. His father was a bad guy, and he was still angry. Feeling uncomfortable with his tears still wet, Lin Xiaobao lowered his head, wanting to rub his face on his father's clothes. But before he could touch them, Fu Cheng stretched out his large hand, using the handkerchief as a pad, and covered his little face. Xiao Zhao is so clean. Look how dirty you are. Don't wipe your tears and snot on Xiao Zhao. Lin Zhao glanced back, suppressing a laugh, and deliberately asked, Xiaobao, have you turned into a pig? No way. Lin Xiaobao wanted to humph again, but hesitated and held back. He pouted and bumped his dad's hand twice. To wipe his tears. His cheek stung a little from the bump, so he stopped. Lin Xiaobao took back the handkerchief and wiped his own tears. Lin Zhao held Lin Xiaobao, and Fu Cheng held the puppy. The family of three went upstairs. As Lin Zhao climbed the stairs, he looked down and gently called out, Xiaobao. Lin Xiaobao, clutching his handkerchief, looked up. Daddy? Lin Zhao whispered in his ear, are you angry because the puppy imitated Daddy's barking, or because the puppy mistook your daddy for its own daddy? Ouch! Before he could finish speaking, Lin Xiaobao squirmed. His entire body resisted the question. He didn't want to answer. Lin Zhao smiled and patiently explained, actually, not all puppies bark from birth. Lin Xiaobao leaned against his father's shoulder, pouted, and looked unconvinced. Some puppies purr, and some bark. Every puppy is different. Just like you, when you're happy you say oh yeah, and when you're unhappy you say ouch, ouch. Really? Lin Xiaobao wavered a little and asked softly, isn't the puppy trying to steal my dad? Of course not. Lin Zhao said gently, the puppy has its own mom and dad. It just got separated from them by accident, and is temporarily staying with us. It has its own. Why would it try to steal yours? Then daddy wants another child. Lin Xiaobao kicked angrily. Of course not, Lin Zhao answered patiently. Dad and Big Dad planned long ago to only raise you as their child. Then Big Dad taught the puppy to bark, but not me. Dad thinks Big Dad definitely didn't do it on purpose. The monster's language and the puppy's language should be similar. Big Dad and the puppy used to live on the first floor. Big Dad must have been speaking monster language in his room, and the puppy overheard him. The puppy learned it. Lin Xiaobao tilted her head, thinking seriously. It seems, a little bit makes sense. We can't turn Big Dad into a mute and stop him from speaking, can we? Okay. Lin Xiaobao nodded seriously. Huh? Lin Zhao was surprised. Lin Xiaobao waved his little hand and declared domineeringly, Big Daddy can only talk to Daddy. Not even to yourself? Lin Zhao asked with a smile, Xiaobao, are you a domineering CEO? Yes. Lin Xiaobao nodded confidently. A domineering CEO isn't allowed to cry anymore. Lin Zhao hugged him and lifted him up a little. If you want to learn hoo-hoo-hoo, after dinner, Big Daddy will teach you. You cried, and Big Daddy was so worried. He can't speak human language now, only monster language, and doesn't know how to comfort you. Lin Xiaobao hid in his father's arms, only his big eyes peeking out, observing Big Daddy closely. Big Daddy? Is he worried? From the first floor to the second floor, just a few dozen steps. In just a few minutes, Lin Zhao had Lin Xiaobao calmed down. The family of three arrived at the second floor dining room. Lin Zhao placed Lin Xiaobao in the high chair. Fu Cheng looked around but didn't see a matching chair, so he followed suit and placed the puppy in the chair next to him. At the rectangular mahogany dining table, Lin Xiaobao and the puppy sat on one side, while Lin Zhao and Fu Cheng sat together. The table was set with 4 dishes and a soup, still steaming hot. The rice was glistening and plump, and the braised pork trotters were rich and flavorful. The seaweed soup was milky white, and had a wonderfully fragrant aroma. Before the meal, Lin Zhao brought out cups for the family of 3, and also took out the leftover sugar water from their adventure, pouring each of them a cup. Xiaobao, this is yours. Thank you, Daddy. Chengji, this is yours. Who? Lin Xiaobao held up her little cup obediently with both hands. Big Daddy, cheers, cheers. I'm so sorry, I was in the water just now. Fu Cheng was stunned for a moment, unsure how to react. Kids are so strange. One minute they're crying, the next they're laughing. One minute they're sad, the next they're happy. Xiao Zhao is really amazing. She calmed him down so quickly. Just then, Lin Zhao raised her glass with one hand and nudged his arm with the other, making him raise his hand as well. Lin Zhao shouted, cheers. With his father's encouragement, Lin Xiaobao became even more generous. Cheers. Welcome. Welcome Big Daddy upstairs. Lin Zhao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xiaobao, what kind of talk is that? It's just a welcome greeting. Lin Xiaobao said matter-of-factly, or you say it, Daddy. I will. Lin Zhao cleared his throat. Welcome Chengji home. Dad, Big Daddy went home a long time ago. Then, Lin Zhao thought for a moment. Welcome Chengji back to his room. Huh? Lin Xiaobao blinked, looking at her father in confusion. Fu Cheng turned his head, looking at Lin Zhao's profile, his eyes smiling. Lin Zhao met his gaze, and in one breath, welcomed Chengji back to his room. Welcome Chengji into the dining room. Welcome Chengji to the table, to eat with us. Welcome Chengji to bed, to sleep with us. A warm welcome, everyone. Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao put down their sweet drinks, and clapped enthusiastically. Fu Cheng wanted to imitate them, but before he could put down his cup, Lin Zhao grabbed his hand. Lin Zhao picked up her cup again, leaned closer, and raised an eyebrow at Fu Cheng. The cups clinked together, making a crisp sound. Look closely, this is called cheers. Seeing his dad and grandpa clink glasses without him, Lin Xiaobao got anxious and tried to stand up from his high chair. Me too. Don't leave me out. Okay. Fu Cheng learned quickly. This time, Lin Zhao didn't need to teach him. He knew to hand over the cup himself. Bang! The 3 cups, big and small, clinked together. Cheers! Hooray! The ceremony ended, and Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao picked up their sugar water and drank it. Daddy, it's sweet, like cola, but without bubbles. Then blow some air into it. Okay. Lin Xiaobao pouted and blew air into the drink. Lin Zhao tilted his head back, finished his sugar water, and turned his head to find Fu Cheng right next to him, very close. Still that same deadbeat look. Lin Zhao asked, "Why aren't you drinking? If you're going to toast, you have to drink it all." Fu Cheng stared at him intently, slurped twice, and moved even closer. "It's sugar water, not alcohol. I don't even know if zombies can drink alcohol." Fu Cheng kept staring at him, which annoyed Lin Zhao. "What are you doing? Hurry up and drink, then we eat." Before he could finish, Fu Cheng lunged forward. A cool touch landed on Lin Zhao's cheek. Lin Zhao froze for a moment, then looked down. It was a bite stopper. Fu Cheng tilted his head, swirling the bite stopper across Lin Zhao's face. He remained silent, staring intently at Lin Zhao, making Lin Zhao's back tingle. "Zhao, tell me, how am I supposed to drink with this thing on my face? Tell me. Zombies have such a miserable life. They're always wrongly accused by their wives and children. He's done living. He's going to go out and bite zombies right now, get infected with multiple times the zombie virus, and poison himself." Fu Cheng turned to leave, but Lin Zhao quickly grabbed his arm and pulled him back. "Brother Cheng, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Don't go. I untie it for you right now. Don't be angry." Lin Zhao practically dragged him, and Fu Cheng half-heartedly gave in. They finally made it back to the dining table. Lin Zhao removed the bite stopper from Fu Cheng, then picked up her chopsticks, picked up 2 pieces of pig's trotters, and threw them into his bowl. "Eat. Eat up." Fu Cheng smiled, but as soon as he picked up his chopsticks, he realized his movements were different from Xiao Zhao's. But he was the same as Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao also used chopsticks to eat slippery things, holding them and poking at them, or just grabbing them with his hands. Compared to Xiao Bao, he was a little better. But Fu Cheng didn't want to stop there. He stared at Lin Zhao, mimicking his gestures as he ate his dinner. Lin Zhao ate, glancing at him occasionally, and casually putting food on his plate. This was, after all, Fu Cheng's first time without his bite stopper and eating with him. Lin Zhao was still a little apprehensive. He was afraid that Fu Cheng would start eating like he was a dish, treating him and Xiao Bao like a buffet. "Brother Cheng, eat more cabbage, it'd make you whiter. Eat more tomatoes, they make you sour. Eat more." Lin Zhao's eyes darted around, and he picked up a soybean, dropping it into Fu Cheng's bowl. "Eat more soybeans." Fu Cheng knew he was deliberately being mischievous, making it impossible for him to pick it up. Fu Cheng lowered his eyes, looking at the small bean in his bowl, hesitated for a moment, and then simply picked up the bowl. "Xiao Zhao, let me reiterate, I'm not stupid." Lin Zhao pretended nothing had happened, swaying her body and turning her head away. At this moment, Lin Xiaobao was struggling with a large pig's trotter. The trotter had a bone, and some bits of meat were always stuck in the gaps. His blunt little baby teeth couldn't reach it, and his not-so-flexible little tongue couldn't hook it either. Ugh! Lin Xiaobao's mouth was sore from eating, but he still hadn't finished gnawing the bone. "Daddy?" He put his hand down, his face full of help me, help me. Lin Zhao smiled and said, "If you can't eat it, don't eat it." Before she could finish speaking, Fu Cheng reached out and handed the bowl to Lin Xiaobao. Lin Xiaobao's eyes lit up, and he quickly threw the bone in. "Thank you, Big Daddy." Lin Zhao stared at him in disbelief, curious. Is this the muscle memory of a zombie? Or? Fu Cheng looked helpless, met his gaze, took back his bowl, and then, holding his chopsticks, reached into Lin Zhao's bowl, picking up the pork skin and fatty meat that Lin Zhao had discarded. Lin Zhao suddenly felt embarrassed. It wasn't that he didn't eat fatty meat, but he had a specific order to eating meat. He wanted to finish the lean meat first, put the fatty parts aside, and mentally prepare himself before eating them. Fu Cheng understood, and put all of Lin Zhao's remaining food into his own bowl, putting it into his own mouth. He even chewed and swallowed the bones. He ate. What his wife and son couldn't eat, or didn't like he ate. Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao both grinned foolishly. "Brother Cheng/Daddy, you're so good." After dinner, Lin Zhao and Fu Chung quickly cleaned up the dishes, and Lin Xiaobao fed the puppy a bottle of seaweed soup. The family of 3 returned to their room on the 3rd floor and took turns showering and washing up. Lin Xiaobao finished first, reluctantly climbing into bed in her dinosaur pajamas. It's still so early. Dad, can we watch TV for a while? Lin Zhao followed closely behind, finishing second, putting on her dinosaur pajamas and crawling into bed. No, once the TV is on, it can't be turned off. Our family's schedule is completely messed up. We have to get it back on track. But I can't sleep. If you can't sleep, just close your eyes and space out. No way. Finally, Fu Chung finished showering. The large, imposing dinosaur came to the bedside. When he sat down, he pushed the mattress down slightly. Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao uncontrollably slid towards him. Brother Chung. Big Daddy. Fu Chung opened his arms and caught his wife and son. Lin Zhao lay on top of Fu Chung, stretched out her arm, and turned off the bedside lamp. Let's sleep. But none of the 3 could fall asleep. Lin Xiaobao clung to her father's arm, refusing to sleep. Big Daddy, teach me how to hoo-hoo-hoo. Lin Zhao also pestered Fu Chung. Brother Chung, why are you so cold? You're wearing pajamas and you're still so cold, it's freezing me. I slept so soundly yesterday I didn't even feel it, but why do I feel so cold today? She took Fu Cheng's hand, rubbed it vigorously, and even breathed on it to warm it. Fu Chung lay flat on the bed, responding to their every whim. Hoo-hoo-hoo. They made a racket for what seemed like forever, until it was completely dark and the world was utterly quiet, before Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao finally drifted off to sleep. Lin Xiaobao clung to Lin Zhao, and Lin Zhao clung to Fu Chung. The 3 of them looked like a 3-layered mini hamburger. Fu Chung was too cold, and Lin Zhao, nestled beside him, didn't sleep soundly, shivering every now and then. Fu Chung pondered, then carefully pulled his arm away from Lin Zhao's embrace. He stroked Lin Zhao's head, pulled back the covers, and got out of bed, letting Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao cover themselves with the blankets. Fu Chung lay down beside them without a blanket, stretched out his arm, and hugged them through the blankets, touching their foreheads through their bite guards. Good night, his beloved son. Good night, his most beloved wife. Chapter 50. Hot, so hot. How could it be so hot? Lin Zhao lay in bed, covered by a quilt, his sleep restless. Sweat soaked his hair, which fell across his forehead, and the inexplicable heat made him struggle involuntarily. He tried to move his hands and feet, trying to pull the quilt off. But the quilt felt as if it were soaked in water, thick and heavy. He couldn't even stretch his hands and feet out for some fresh air, let alone pull off the quilt. How could this be? Isn't it only March? Isn't it winter? Even if spring is coming, it shouldn't be this hot, right? In Lin Zhao's dream, he was a chick with its wings grabbed, a small fish caught in a fishing net, and a small cockroach being crushed under a slipper. Lin Zhao couldn't struggle and couldn't wake up, so he could only keep his eyes tightly shut and shake his head vigorously. So hot. So heavy. So. The next second, Lin Zhao suddenly opened his eyes. The quilt was still heavy, as if something was pressing down on him. He took a couple of breaths, regaining his senses, and turned his head. In the darkness, he met Fu Cheng's face. Looking further down, good heavens. No wonder, that damn Fu Chung had gotten out of the quilt. If it were just him not covering himself, that would be one thing. But he wasn't covering himself, and he was lying on top of the quilt, tucking the corners down tightly. If it were just him tucking the corners down, that would be forgivable. But while tucking the quilt down, he also stretched out his arms, hugging him and Xiaobao tightly through the quilt. Xiaobao was sleeping inside, and being small, she felt hot, and climbed out on her own, which was somewhat better. He was different. He lay right next to Fu Chung, held tightly in Fu Cheng's arms. No wonder. No wonder he always felt something heavy pressing down on him. No wonder he was so hot during a good night's sleep. So that's why. Lin Zhao turned his head, staring intently at Fu Chung, grinding his teeth. He took 2 deep breaths, clenching his fists under the covers, secretly gathering his strength. 3. There was no 2. Or 1, because he wouldn't give Fu Chung any more chances. Lin Zhao raised his fist, forcefully pushing away the blanket and Fu Cheng's arm. With a burst of energy, he sat up, and before Fu Chung could wake up, he covered him with the blanket, straddled him, and raised his hand to strike. So it was you. You damn devil. You almost suffocated me for your own selfish desires. Absolutely despicable. The moment the unexpected happened, Fu Chung jolted awake. He opened his eyes, a flash of red light passing through them, and raised his hand to block. The next instant, a familiar, sweet scent wafted over him. A familiar, soft touch landed on his arm. Fu Chung snapped out of his daze, withdrew his arm, laid back on the bed, and gave up resisting. Then, a gentle, soft hand brushed across his shoulder. Once, twice, 3 times. It was Xiao Zhao. It seemed Xiao Zhao slept well last night, and upon waking, she immediately started to act cute towards him. Xiao Zhao always acted cute like this. Even he, a cold-blooded zombie, found it a little hard to resist. Hey! Just then, Lin Zhao turned on the bedside lamp. The dim, warm yellow light shone directly onto Fu Cheng's face. He leaned against the headboard, wearing a bite blocker, the corner of his mouth obscured by the blocker, making it difficult to see clearly. But his eyes, looking at Lin Zhao, were full of smiles. Clearly, he was happy, even enjoying it. Seeing his worthless demeanor, Lin Zhao was furious and raised her hand to slap him again. Fu Chung sat up slightly, relaxing his muscles, preparing to meet the slap with his shoulder and chest. Here it comes! Xiao Zhao, I'm coming! This way it's easier. Lin Zhao's hand, raised in midair, clenched and unclenched again, finally lowering it. Fu Chung frowned, somewhat puzzled. What's wrong? Xiao Zhao, why aren't you hitting me? Lin Zhao turned her head, glanced at Lin Xiaobao, then grabbed Fu Chung by the collar of his pajamas and pulled him close. He glared fiercely at Fu Chung, lowering his voice, and warned him menacingly, I'm not joking with you. Fu Chung nodded, letting out a low, chuckled snort from his throat. Lin Zhao felt he hadn't understood at all, so she leaned closer and bumped her head against his forehead. No joking around, be serious. Fu Chung cleared his throat, his face turning cold in response. Lin Zhao still felt he hadn't understood, so after thinking for a moment, she let go and pushed him back to the headboard. If he couldn't understand, he could at least see, right? Lin Zhao remained straddling Fu Chung, raising her hand to brush the sweaty hair from her forehead, showing it to him. Look! My forehead is covered in sweat. It's all your fault. Lin Zhao let her hair down, then tugged at her clothes, lifting her pajamas, turning left and right, continuing to show off. Look! I'm covered in sweat. It's all your fault. Fu Chung lowered his eyes, staring at Lin Zhao's fair and slender waist, his gaze darkening, his throat tightening. Kind of pretty. Okay, not kind of, it's very pretty. Fu Chung unconsciously reached out, wanting to touch it. But before his hand could even touch it, Lin Zhao slapped it away. You pervert. I told you to look at my sweat. What are you looking at? Lin Zhao was furious. He couldn't reason with him, and he couldn't understand what he was looking at. Zombies are the dumbest species in the world. Lin Zhao put down his clothes, clenched his fist, and punched Fu Chung twice in the chest. Never mind, venting his anger was the most important thing. Reflect on your actions, Lin Zhao said, turning to get out of bed. Fu Chung quickly turned around, instinctively wanting to chase after him. But the moment his hand touched the hem of Lin Zhao's clothes, Lin Zhao pounced forward and ran away. He went to the wardrobe and took out a thin, clean nightgown. Fu Chung followed, but Lin Zhao flicked his tail again, bypassed him, and escaped into the bathroom. Like a nimble kitten, Lin Zhao closed the bathroom door, shutting Fu Chung out. Go reflect on your actions, and don't bother me. A snoring sound came from outside, which Lin Zhao took as an agreement. Lin Zhao turned around, placed the clean pajamas on the rack, and then took off her own. It was all Fu Cheng's fault. His pajamas were soaked with sweat. These were thick, plush pajamas. Lin Zhao picked up the shower head and turned it on. Warm water poured over her shoulders, washing away the sticky sweat. Lin Zhao felt completely refreshed. Actually, thinking about it, it made sense. It was already mid-March, and the weather was slowly getting warmer. It was time to switch to thinner pajamas and blankets. But that wasn't an excuse for Fu Chung to suffocate her. Lin Zhao picked up a bath sponge, squeezed out some shower gel, and lathered it up. Damn it, I have to teach him a lesson. His bath sponge was pink, and the foam was white. That's the color, right? Lin Zhao was taking a shower, sometimes grinding his teeth in anger, sometimes humming a tune with a laugh. When the foam was almost gone, he turned on the shower, ready to rinse off. Just then, a loud bang came from outside the door. Lin Zhao was startled and quickly turned around. He saw a tall, dark figure looming outside the frosted glass door. The figure stood right outside the door, seemingly very close. His forehead was pressed against the door, and his palm was also against it. A large, broad hand, with clearly defined fingers. Without guessing, Lin Zhao knew at a glance who it was. He hadn't left. He'd been guarding the door the whole time. Why was he acting like a cat? He was just taking a shower, as if he was afraid the cat would drown. No, he was more like a dog, insisting on guarding outside, afraid a bad person would break in. Actually, he was the biggest bad guy. Lin Zhao knew he wouldn't open the door, so he ignored him, simply turning the shower head to its highest setting and silently speeding up the shower. 3 minutes later, Lin Zhao finished showering, dried himself off, changed into his pajamas, turned around, and flung open the bathroom door. Sure enough, Fu Cheng was standing outside. His eyes lit up when he saw Lin Zhao. Fu Cheng smiled, opened his arms, and tried to hug him. Xiao Zhao welcomed out. But the next second, Lin Zhao chased after him, hitting him. Pervert! You freak! You peeked at me while I was showering. It was still early, only a little past 4. It wasn't even dawn yet, and Lin Zhao didn't have the habit of getting up early to do housework. He threw his dirty clothes into the laundry basket, climbed back into bed, and patted Lin Shiba's neck and back. Lin Xiaobao, being quick-witted, had already crawled out of the overly stuffy bed. He was fast asleep, his back dry and comfortable, without a trace of sweat. The blanket they were using was a thick, 10-pound cotton quilt. Lin Zhao had originally wanted to change it, but the other blankets in the closet had been stored away all winter and hadn't been aired out. Afraid of dust mites causing itchiness, he had to give up. He used the cotton quilt for one more night and changed it tomorrow night. Lin Zhao took out a small blanket, wrapped Lin Xiaobao in it, and then pulled a corner of the cotton quilt to cover his stomach. He himself covered himself with the other corner of the blanket and lay down on the bed. Both he and Xiaobao were only covered by their stomachs, their hands and feet exposed. This should keep them from getting too hot. Seeing him lie down, Fu Cheng also got into bed and lay down beside him. Lin Zhao turned her head, her eyes wide, glaring at him angrily. Go away. Fu Cheng met her gaze, looking completely innocent, and snored twice. I won't go. Lin Zhao puffed out her cheeks, finally unable to hold back her laughter, and pounced on Fu Cheng, snuggling into his arms. Fu Cheng paused, looked at her, raised his hand, and, mimicking Lin Zhao's earlier gesture, breathed on her. He was cold. He made Xiao Zhao feel cold. I covered myself with a blanket. Lin Zhao patted the corner of the blanket wrapped around her stomach. I'm covered from head to toe. It's too hot. Lin Zhao opened her mouth and breathed twice as well. But this time, it meant hot, not cold. Fu Cheng was skeptical. Lin Zhao snuggled closer to him, adjusting her position. Don't worry about me, just sleep with me. Lin Zhao had only slept for a short while, and he wasn't quite done sleeping. He closed his eyes, trying to drift off again. Fu Cheng looked down at his face, hesitated for a moment, and finally raised his arm, gently placing it on Lin Zhao's waist. All right, since Xiao Zhao insisted. The clock on the wall ticked away, and the sky outside the window gradually brightened. Lin Zhao slept in a carefree posture, unrestrained by his father's presence. He was performing a 360-degree Thomas the Tank Engine dance on the bed, using his little head as the center, thoroughly enjoying himself. The sun slowly rose, sunlight streaming in through the window, and the room temperature increased again. Lin Zhao nestled in Fu Cheng's arms, hugging Fu Cheng's arm, his head resting on Fu Cheng's chest. His body was warm. The area covered by the blanket was warm. But Fu Cheng was cold. The area pressed against him was cold. A clash of hot and cold intertwined. As dawn approached, Lin Zhao slept soundly, but still restlessly. He dreamed again. This time, however, he didn't dream of becoming a chick, a fish, or a cockroach. He was still him, still Lin Zhao. He dreamed that Fu Cheng was still living in the storeroom, and that he was bringing him food. He carried the lunchbox and pushed open the iron gate. The storeroom was dark and quiet. He couldn't see Fu Cheng, nor could he hear his voice. He could only call out Brother Cheng, and slowly walk inside. Just then, something unexpected happened. A tiger, a wolf, or perhaps a leopard, Lin Zhao didn't know what kind of beast it was. Suddenly, it rushed out of the darkness, pounced, and tackled Lin Zhao to the ground, rolling him around twice in its arms. The beast gripped his waist tightly with its powerful paws, licking his cheeks with its rough lips, and biting his lips with its sharp canines. Lin Zhao was pinned down, hitting him with his hands, kicking him with his feet, biting him with his teeth, struggling wildly. Then the beast looked up, and Lin Zhao froze when he saw its face clearly. It wasn't the beast, it was Fu Cheng. Lin Zhao hesitated for a moment. Fu Cheng lowered his head, and kissed the corner of his eye, the tip of his nose, and his lips. Next came his cheek, chin, and Adam's apple. And then, his neck, collarbone, and chest. Before Lin Zhao could react, Fu Cheng's head, along with his kisses, had already moved down to his waist and abdomen. Lin Zhao choked, trying to push Fu Cheng's head away, but suddenly felt weak. It wasn't a strange feeling. He and Fu Cheng had known each other for over 20 years, dated for almost 10, been married for almost 5, and had a 3-year-old child. This feeling wasn't strange to him, of course, but it had been a long time since he experienced it. It was very comfortable, very enjoyable. He almost turned into a little beast like Fu Cheng, about to make a purring sound. Fu Cheng kissed him all over, finally grabbing his ankle, lifting his leg, and kissing it as well. Fu Cheng pounced on him again, like a wild beast, close to him, his eyes burning with fire. Lin Zhao knew what was coming next, raising his hands to cling to Fu Cheng's neck. At this moment, Lin Zhao inappropriately thought. Brother Cheng was already a zombie. Could zombies do this kind of thing? Would zombies infect him with a virus? Would a zombies, well, something different? A zombie. Zhao? Just then, Fu Cheng's low, husky voice sounded. Lin Zhao suddenly opened his eyes, finding himself still clinging to Fu Cheng's arm, lying on the bedroom bed. This is a dream. He's dreaming. And it's that kind of dream. Lin Zhao's face flushed crimson in an instant. He instinctively scrambled to his feet to escape, but Fu Cheng grabbed him by the waist and pulled him back. The corner of the blanket that had been lying between them had somehow been tossed aside by Lin Zhao. Fu Cheng wrapped his arms around Lin Zhao's waist, pulling him into a tight embrace. Lin Zhao also raised his hands, hugging Fu Cheng's shoulders and back, burying his flushed face in his chest, and pressing his entire body into his embrace. This zombie, Brother Cheng, is acting just like him this morning. They hugged each other, listening to each other's breathing, and feeling each other's body temperature through their pajamas. They dared not make any other movements. Lin Zhao hugged Fu Cheng tightly, shaking his head violently. No! No! How could he be with a zombie? But this zombie is Brother Cheng. Chapter 51. Yes. No. Yes, no. 10 a.m. Lin Zhao arrived at the first-floor garage, climbed onto the back of the pickup truck, and prepared to organize the supplies he had brought back the night before. 3 gas cylinders, 3 water purifiers, 2 large plastic buckets, various tableware and plates, and veterinary medicine scattered everywhere. A complete mess. According to his plan, he should have packed them up yesterday. But he was too busy, needing to sleep and cook, so he didn't have time. He wanted to take advantage of the free time now to pack them up quickly. Otherwise, the longer he put it off, the lazier he would become. The next time he wanted to pack, it would be when he went out again. Lin Zhao stood on the metal back of the truck bed and picked up the gas cylinders and water purifiers with both hands. Fu Cheng stood behind the truck and, seeing him approach, reached out to take the items. Lin Zhao picked up one, and Fu Cheng took the other. Having collected 2 jars, Fu Cheng picked one up in each hand and, following Lin Zhao's instructions, headed towards the designated spot. Brother Cheng, go to the left. Brother Cheng, to left. Come back. Brother Cheng, to right. Come back a little. Lin Zhao kept changing his direction, not speaking very clearly. Sometimes Fu Cheng couldn't distinguish left from right, and had to turn around to see where Lin Zhao was pointing. It was like playing a video game. Lin Zhao was the player, and Fu Cheng was the character being controlled. However, he was happy to be controlled by Lin Zhao. Fu Cheng smiled, patiently following his instructions. Finally, Lin Zhao chose a spot. Yes, right, put it over there. Against the wall. Lin Zhao had deliberately chosen a shady spot against the wall, out of the sun. These tanks are extremely important. If all goes well, they provide them with enough energy for the next 6 months, and enough to manage their water supply for the next few years. They can't afford any mishaps. Lin Zhao watched Fu Cheng put the things away, then turned back to move the remaining tanks out. He picked up a gas cylinder, carefully watching his step to avoid the scattered veterinary medicine, and returned to the back of the vehicle. But this time, the person waiting outside the vehicle with outstretched arms was someone else. Lin Xiaobao stood tall and proud on the ground. He imitated his father, raising his little hand high, "Daddy." Lin Zhao quickly stopped, hesitant to actually carry the things down. "Xiaobao, what brings you here?" Lin Xiaobao tilted his head back, looking at him expectantly. "I came to help Daddy and Big Daddy move things." "No." Lin Zhao naturally refused, you're just a little strongman. You can't move a gas cylinder. I can move it. Lin Xiaobao said confidently. This thing looks very light. Still no. Lin Zhao still refused. Big Daddy's coming over. If you don't move, you won't be a little strongman anymore. Then what am I? You're a little gas cylinder. A little gas cylinder can't move a big gas cylinder. Lin Xiaobao tilted his head, looking at his father in confusion. He didn't quite understand what his father was saying. He suspected his father was making fun of him, but he had no proof. Just then, Fu Cheng walked over. He wore gloves, grabbed Lin Xiaobao's shoulders with both hands, and moved him aside, as if he were blocking the way. Like moving a gas cylinder. Lin Xiaobao looked at his father, then at his great-uncle, and seemed to understand something. Daddy, I'm not a gas cylinder. Big Daddy, you can't move me around like that. Lin Zhao handed the gas cylinder to Fu Cheng, and went back to get a new one. Big Daddy carries the cylinders with one hand, but he used both hands to carry you. That shows Big Daddy still loves you. Lin Xiaobao tilted her head, thinking seriously. That still won't do. Lin Zhao and Fu Cheng worked together seamlessly, making several trips to unload all the large items from the truck. What remained was the pile of veterinary medicine scattered everywhere. They were in such a rush that they just tossed things haphazardly onto the truck and hurried back. So now, small bags, small bottles, small tablets of medicine were scattered everywhere. Some were in corners, some were rolling around in the back of the truck bed, and some were stuck in the gaps between the truck bed panels. Lin Zhao took a broom and swept up all the medicines, picking out those from the corners and crevices by hand. He then asked Lin Xiaobao to bring over several plastic baskets to sort the medicines. The family of three sat in front of the baskets. Fu Cheng and Lin Xiaobao were responsible for grouping medicines of similar shape and packaging together. Lin Zhao, on the other hand, was responsible for reading the instructions, knowing what each medicine was for. This is for puppies. Okay, it worked. We happen to have a puppy at home, so we put it here. Chengji and Xiaobao, pay attention, put all medicines that look like this here. This is for chickens and ducks. Okay, it worked. Grandpa Zong raises chickens, and maybe we raise them in the future, so we put them here too. This is for... Lin Zhao clutched a small medicine bottle, his eyes wide with disbelief as he peered closer. Cough, 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 cough. He choked on his own saliva. Fu Cheng and Lin Xiaobao looked up, quickly putting down what they were holding and patting his back. Zhao Zhao? Dad? Cough, 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 this is... Lin Zhao patted his chest forcefully, speaking as he did so. This is for treating sows that aren't producing milk. It's a hormone drug, it doesn't work. Why did they bring this kind of medicine home? It gave him quite a fright. Lin Zhao quickly scanned all the medicines, dividing them into several baskets according to their effectiveness. Most were veterinary medicines, but there were some unexpected surprises. For example, there were 8 boxes of the large dog bite stopper Fu Cheng wore. As long as Fu Cheng didn't intentionally break it, it could last a long time. There were also 3 bottles of wound powder, and 2 large bags of coarse cloth bandages, the kind usually used in rural areas for cattle or dogs injured by splinters or traps. Although they were for animals, and not as refined as human bandages, in this situation, it wasn't worth being picky. Having spares was already a good thing. Lin Zhao put these things into a small box, along with their existing first aid kit, in a drawer under the coffee table in the living room. After putting everything away, Lin Zhao went downstairs, and continued tidying up with Fu Cheng and Lin Xiaobao. They tossed similar items into baskets, like a sorting game on a computer. As Lin Zhao sorted, he would occasionally glance up at Fu Cheng. Fu Cheng was sitting next to him, working very diligently. But Lin Zhao couldn't concentrate. He started daydreaming again. It was, this morning, that embarrassing dream. Xiaobao was sleeping right next to him then. He wasn't sure if he could do that with a zombie. So he and Chenggu just hugged each other, tightly, until they both calmed down. They didn't do anything else. Before, when Chenggu was human, they did that frequently, even extremely frequently. 8 days a week, Chenggu would let Xiaobao sleep alone. He either coax him with snacks or tell him stories. Or he wait until he fell asleep and then just carry him out. Lin Zhao was used to this kind of life, and sometimes even quite enjoyed it. After all, a couple needs to work things out to build a strong relationship. But now, suddenly, he couldn't do it anymore, and he felt a little uneasy. Is it okay? Is it okay to sleep with zombies? Why hasn't anyone written a zombie feeding guide to tell him? Lin Zhao picked through medicines with one hand, propped his head up with the other, his face scrunched up in worry. Yes. No. He muttered under his breath, as he tossed a medicine bottle aside. Lin Xiaobao, squatting opposite him, didn't hear, but Fu Cheng, sitting next to him, did. Fu Cheng turned his head, and stared intently at him. Lin Zhao looked up, saw his face, and suddenly became angry again. It's all your fault. Lin Zhao slapped his arm. Fu Cheng frowned, looking puzzled. What is it? Why is it my fault again? If you had done it less. Lin Zhao lowered his voice, pinching the firm muscles on his arm. Less often, I wouldn't be so bothered. Fu Cheng lowered his eyes, and glanced at it. Silly Xiao Zhao, I'm giving him a massage. Lin Zhao turned her head, and casually picked up a medicine bottle. She hadn't seen this bottle before. Oh, it's for suppressing the heat cycle in large dogs. Lin Zhao held the bottle, waved it in front of Fu Cheng, raised her chin, and silently threatened. Next time you do this, I drug you. Fu Cheng chuckled softly. I don't believe it. He had only suffered a minor injury, and Xiao Zhao was already rushing to give him the best medicine and bandage him. How could Xiao Zhao possibly give him veterinary medicine? Xiao Zhao adores him. The family of 3 packed up their supplies, and cleaned the pickup truck. They hadn't encountered anything too dangerous on this trip, and the truck was fine, just a little dusty. A rinse with water, and a wipe with a cloth would be enough. After washing the car, Lin Zhao took the 2 children upstairs to the window, and turned over the thin blanket that was drying. They would use this blanket tonight. After a busy morning, lunch was relatively simple. There were still leftovers from last night's stewed soybeans and pig's feet, and seaweed soup. They could just heat them up and eat. Lin Zhao also stir-fried a mildly spicy version of shredded potatoes with sour and sour sauce. And then, they could eat. After lunch, Lin Xiaobao insisted on watching TV. He had wanted to watch TV since last night, and he had to today. Considering his hard work that morning, Lin Zhao decided to grant his wish. The family of 3 moved the bedside table, prepared snacks, fruit, and water glasses, changed into their pajamas, and took turns going to the bathroom. Fu Cheng didn't go, the zombie had never urinated in his life. Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao didn't know whether to call him lucky or miserable. The weather was overcast, the sun hidden by dark clouds, so it wasn't very hot. All the chores at home were finished, and there was nothing to do in the afternoon. Actually, there were things to do. The laundry hadn't been done yet, but Lin Zhao didn't want to do it. Whatever, it's another happy day. The family of 3, covered by blankets, leaned against the headboard. The television screen emitted a soft blue light, illuminating their faces. Tap tap, tap tap tap. The movie they watched today was directed and starred by the renowned director Fu Cheng, starring the famous actor Lin Zhao, carefully selected and endlessly watched by the renowned connoisseur and film critic Lin Xiaobao, the most watched movie on their home theater. The #1 movie in family film history. A prequel to The Happy Life of a Family of 3. It can only be filmed once in a lifetime. Only 2 main actors. Damn it, this little Bao Bao wasn't there. The entire wedding video of Dad and Big Dad. Chapter 52. Thump. Thump thump thump. In the dimly lit room, on the soft bed, a family of 3 sat in a row. The one sitting on the outermost side, of course, was Fu Cheng. He leaned against the headboard, holding Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao's water cups in one hand, and their snacks in the other. No need to worry, his hands were big enough to easily carry these things. Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao didn't need to speak, they just needed to reach out their hands or pout and bring their faces closer. Fu Cheng knew whether they wanted to eat or drink, and what to hand them. Of course, pure zombies wouldn't understand these things at all. This was the effect of Lin Zhao's temporary special training of the domesticated zombies. Fu Cheng sat upright, holding the things, ready to serve at any moment. Lin Zhao sat beside him, leaning against him. Like Lin Xiaobao's favorite caterpillar gummies, melted version. Lin Zhao clung to Fu Cheng, his head resting on Fu Cheng's shoulder. He lowered his head, his eyes slightly downcast, letting the screen light cast a shadow on his face. He didn't seem to like watching this DVD. Lin Xiaobao was different. He was a die-hard fan of Daddy and Big Daddy's wedding video. Before the intro even started, he excitedly raised his little hand and stood up. Yay! Daddy and Big Daddy are getting married again. That's great. He turned his head, lifted Lin Zhao's head, and gently shook it. Daddy, get up and watch. Lin Zhao replied helplessly, Okay, Xiaobao, Daddy's watching. Lin Xiaobao then stepped over his father, went to Big Daddy, and pressed his head down. Big Daddy, you watch too. Fu Chung finally managed to tear his gaze away from Lin Zhao's face and looked in the direction Lin Xiaobao was pointing, snoring. Just then, the rhythmic drumbeats from the television grew louder, faster, and more urgent. As the rousing music began, the previously black television screen began to change, displaying an image. The background was a vast, verdant grassland against a boundless, azure sky. The music intensified, and 3 books floated in from the horizon. The first book floated to his side. Childhood Sweethearts. This book could even be opened. The first page showed a photo of Lin Zhao and Fu Chung when they were very young, wearing blue smocks, eating popsicles under a residential building. Fu Chung was older and taller. Lin Zhao was smaller, shorter, and more well-behaved. Fu Chung held a popsicle in one hand and had his other arm around Lin Zhao, as if he were holding his little brother. He was completely unaware that Lin Zhao was tilting his head, secretly nibbling on the bottom of his popsicle. The second page showed a photo of 2 children playing on a seesaw. The third page showed a photo of 2 children, their bottoms exposed, playing on a slide. Although Fu Chung couldn't recognize himself as a child, he recognized Xiao Zhao immediately. The current Xiao Zhao looked exactly like the little Xiao Zhao. Damn it! Why was Xiao Zhao's bottom sticking out? Fu Chung immediately reached out and covered Lin Xiaobao's eyes, then turned to look at Lin Zhao. Don't look at me! Lin Zhao wailed, collapsing into Fu Cheng's arms and burying her face in his chest, unwilling to face him. That's why he hated watching wedding videos. They were terrible. Immediately afterward, the first book closed and flew away, and the second book floated out. Childhood Sweethearts. It was a photo of Lin Zhao and Fu Chung as teenagers. The 2 were wearing school uniforms, sitting in the classroom, still desk mates. Lin Zhao was diligently doing his homework, while Fu Chung was sleeping on the desk. The third book. Achieving Success. Stop looking. Lin Zhao raised his hand, trying to cover Fu Cheng's eyes. But Fu Chung was completely absorbed. He grabbed Lin Zhao's wrist, preventing him from interfering. Fu Chung and Lin Xiaobao sat together, their eyes glued to the screen. Daddy, I told you so, right? This show is good, isn't it? Wow. Good. How could there be such a good TV show in this world? The father and son were deeply engrossed, unable to tear themselves away. Lin Zhao couldn't control them, only himself. He finally let out a wail, threw himself into Fu Cheng's arms, and dared not look back. No, he won't look. He and Fu Chung got married 5 years ago. At the time, he had just graduated from university a year ago and got a job as a teacher at Little Sun Kindergarten. A few years earlier, Fu Chung had gathered a group of friends, bought several trucks, and started a transportation and delivery business, as well as a buying and selling operation. Then one time, Fu Chung was in a car accident on his way home. He was fine, but Lin Zhao was terrified, so she got up in the middle of the night and went to the scene to find him. Fu Chung felt it wasn't good to always make Lin Zhao worry. He had made enough money, so he decided to retire from his illegal activities and live a peaceful life. Then he started buying cars, building a house, and preparing for his wedding with Lin Zhao. His friends, too, took their earnings and went into different industries, opening shops and starting their own businesses. It's fair to say that, besides Lin Zhao and Fu Chung themselves, their brothers contributed the most to Lin Zhao and Fu Cheng's wedding. Buying flowers, decorating the venue, ordering the banquet, inviting guests, and distributing wedding candies, they handled everything single-handedly. One brother even switched careers to learn photography, and another taught himself computer special effects. This video was created bit by bit under Fu Cheng's guidance. This opening sequence was specifically requested by Fu Chung. It was exactly the same as a popular TV drama at the time. Fu Chung especially loved it when he was alive, and made Lin Zhao watch it several times. Now, even as a zombie, he was still instantly captivated. Lin Zhao lay motionless in Fu Cheng's arms. But Fu Chung and Lin Xiaobao kept trying to move him. Dad, why aren't you watching? You promised to watch the video with me. Zhao? Huh? Lin Xiaobao shook his shoulder. Fu Chung nudged his chest. Xiaozao/Dad, get up. Lin Zhao, exasperated by their commotion, finally got up. Okay, let's see. He shifted his position, leaning against Fu Cheng's chest. Lin Xiaobao also slumped down, leaning against her father. The 3 of them piled together, like a delicious hamburger. Thankfully, the unbearable intro was over. The following scenes were tolerable for Lin Zhao. Accompanied by soothing instrumental music, the wedding day officially began, 4 o'clock in the morning. Fu Chung got up, dragging a few of his brothers from the next room out of bed as well, much to their displeasure. Because they had a rule that the couple couldn't live together before the wedding. Since Fu Chung had only built one house, he had Lin Zhao stay at home while the others stayed in a hotel. Lin Zhao was asleep. 5 a.m. Fu Chung finished washing up, too nervous to eat breakfast. Under the threat of his brother's threats, if you don't eat breakfast, you embarrass yourself at the wedding, and if you embarrass yourself at the wedding, Xiao Zhao won't want you anymore. He wolfed down 8 large meat buns. Lin Zhao was still asleep. 6 a.m. Fu Chung changed into a suit. His brother, a former stylist, came in, styling his hair. His brother even wanted to do his eyebrows, but he firmly refused. Lin Zhao continued sleeping. 7 a.m. Fu Chung and his group of brothers sat on the hotel sofa, staring at each other, just barely hanging on. Lin Zhao finally got up, washed up, and changed clothes. The professional makeup artist Fu Chung had hired at great expense arrived. Off-screen, Fu Chung, the zombie watching this video for the first time, and Lin Xiaobao, watching it for the 100th time, both wore serious expressions. Lin Xiaobao even unconsciously clenched his little fists, afraid that bad guys might come out and cause trouble. That's how it's always portrayed on TV. Only Lin Zhao was truly clear-headed. Of course, he knew what was going to happen next. Taking advantage of the father and son's inattention, he turned his head again and buried his face in Fu Cheng's arms. Sure enough, the next second, the scene changed and the music switched. That earthy, rustic charm swept in again. The blooming flowers of spring take away the sadness of winter. A gentle breeze brings a romantic atmosphere. This was also the most popular wedding song at the time. You might not recognize it from the intro, but Lin Xiaobao, who had heard it 100 times, stood up and began to sway to the music. Listen to me, hand in hand, walk with me, let's create a happy life. Yesterday is gone, tomorrow will be a pity. Today you're marrying me. Lin Xiaobao, even before he could recite goose, 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 already knew this song. Lin Zhao took a deep breath, leaning back into Fu Cheng's arms, feeling like she'd been gone for a while. On TV, Fu Chung, with a group of brothers, stormed into the house and carried Lin Zhao away. They carried her downstairs and shoved her into a car. Like a robbery. A line of wedding cars sped away, leaving a trail of exhaust fumes. Lin Xiaobao was completely oblivious to his father's awkwardness, continuing to wiggle his bottom and sing, even changing the lyrics. Listen to me, today Daddy and Big Daddy are getting married. He sang enthusiastically, and Fu Chung hummed along. Lin Zhao looked up incredulously, staring at him in shock. Didn't you stop talking after becoming a zombie? Why are you suddenly singing? Lin Zhao raised her hand, tentatively placing her fingers on Fu Cheng's Adam's apple. It was true. His Adam's apple bobbed, his chest vibrated. Is this right? Is this reasonable? How could this be? Love could actually make a mute zombie learn to sing. Lin Zhao suddenly felt that the video wasn't so bad after all. He snuggled closer to Fu Chung, listening intently to him sing. The entire following video, whether they arrived at the hotel, held a ceremony, or toasted the guests, was accompanied by this music. Fu Chung could sing for a long time, and he could listen for a long time too. Their wedding was held at the largest hotel in the small town. It was a Western-style wedding, with suits, ties, and the exchange of rings. The wedding car and the decorations were all made with fresh flowers. In that remote little town at the time, it was a uniquely fashionable affair. Lin Zhao still didn't know how much Fu Chung had spent on the wedding. He had always refused to say, and now it was even harder to get the answer. Their wedding itself was beautiful, so no matter how they filmed it, used special effects, or added music, it wouldn't look too bad. Lin Zhao watched, and before he knew it, he was mesmerized. He turned his head and, along with Fu Chung and Lin Xiaobao, quietly watched the screen. On stage, when the officiant asked that classic question, Mr. Lin Zhao, do you take this tall, handsome man before you to be your husband, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, till death do you part? On the screen, Lin Zhao looked at Fu Chung opposite him. Off-screen, Lin Zhao turned to look at Fu Chung. Both Lin Zhao spoke softly at the same time. I do. Then, the officiant asked Fu Chung the same question. Fu Chung hugged Lin Zhao, lowered his head, and pressed his cheek against Lin Zhao's. Of course he wanted to, he really wanted to. Only then did Fu Chung finally understand. Why he couldn't help but fall in love with Xiao Zhao the moment he saw him. Why he couldn't help but want to be close to Xiao Zhao the moment he saw him. Why he couldn't help but want to devour Xiao Zhao the moment he saw him. His desire for Xiao Zhao wasn't hunger. Not the hunger of a zombie wanting to eat meat and drink blood. It was love. Between people, there exists a sacred and pure love. Just like what he saw now. Two people loved each other, so they became husband and wife and lived together. So even though he became a zombie, Xiao Zhao didn't abandon him. Because they had made promises to each other. This was lust, a lust far surpassing mere appetite. Fu Cheng stared intently at Lin Zhao, feeling his mind growing clearer and clearer. It was as if something was about to break through the layers of the zombie virus's blockade, about to burst forth. Yes. He was a person, he had once been a man. He loved her so much, so very much, so intensely, to the point of obsession. He had loved Lin Zhao since childhood, he raised her, he supported her through university. He had finally managed to build a house, marry Lin Zhao, and bring her home. The next second, a soft thud. Lin Zhao fell into his arms, her forehead hitting his chest. Fu Cheng felt his mind become muddled again, only in his heart did a small flower bloom. The same rose as in the wedding video. Growing in his heart, vibrant red, swaying gently. It turns out he liked Lin Zhao a long time ago, before he even ate people. On TV, the officiant announced that the newlyweds could kiss each other. So Fu Cheng cupped Lin Zhao's face and lowered his head to kiss her. Off-screen, Fu Cheng clumsily imitated his past actions, supporting Lin Zhao's head. Lin Xiaobao stopped singing, obediently closing her mouth and remaining quiet. He kept glancing at the TV and then at reality. Oh dear, he couldn't keep up. Just as Fu Cheng was about to kiss Lin Zhao, there was another soft click. A bite stopper stood between them, becoming an obstacle. They had both forgotten about it. Okay, they can't kiss yet. Lin Zhao raised his hand to remove the bite stopper, but Fu Cheng grabbed his hand. Fu Cheng's expression was clear, his gaze calm, just like when he had just returned home, as he sternly stopped him. No! Xiao Zhao, you can't do this. Lin Zhao had no choice but to obey him, simply rushing forward, hugging his neck, and kissing his forehead. Okay, I listen to you. The disc ended, and Lin Xiaobao, covering his little bottom, jumped off the bed. Daddy, Big Daddy, I'm going to pee. Okay. Lin Zhao turned around and replied. You're not allowed to put down a disc. You have to wait until I come back to put one down. Okay. Lin Xiaobao ran into the bathroom, and Lin Zhao and Fu Cheng hugged each other, falling onto the bed. Within Fu Cheng's body, finally, the will of a human being prevailed. In Fu Cheng's heart, finally, Lin Zhao's importance outweighed everything. Fu Cheng closed his eyes briefly, then opened them again, his eyes still brimming with an unyielding possessiveness. He suddenly understood where his urge to devour Xiao Zhao had come from. He also understood how he wanted to devour Xiao Zhao. He couldn't eat her like a wild beast, swallowing her whole without tasting her. He couldn't consume her completely in one go, he had to eat slowly, carefully, and attentively. He had to eat with a plan, with order. Therefore, after Fu Cheng awakened his human consciousness, he not only didn't extinguish his zombie desire for Xiao Zhao, but instead let the flames burn ever brighter. He was both a man and a zombie. His desires, of course, were doubled. A crimson fire flickered in Fu Cheng's eyes, making Lin Zhao feel a little uneasy. She raised her hand to cover his eyes. Why are you looking at me like that? The wedding's over. We didn't film anything from tonight, and even if we did, we couldn't release it. It's contraband. Fu Cheng chuckled, tightening his arms around Lin Zhao's waist and pulling him closer. Taking advantage of Lin Xiaobao's absence, Lin Zhao grabbed his vest and whispered, Can you control yourself? Will I catch it from you? Do you still have that? Fu Cheng smiled and patted Lin Zhao's head. Don't worry, he controlled himself. Chapter 53. Big Daddy, this is the DVD of your wedding with Daddy. Ugh. This is the DVD of your honeymoon with Daddy. Ugh ugh. I'm not in either of these, ugh. Ugh ugh ugh. After watching the wedding video, Lin Xiaobao came out of the bathroom and insisted on dragging Fu Cheng along to show him all the DVDs in the house. So now, the father and son were squatting on either side of the TV cabinet, with a drawer in the middle filled with DVDs. Lin Xiaobao had watched these DVDs at least 5 times. He described them accurately, as if they were his own treasures. These things were precious treasures in the house. Of course, not as precious as him, little Bao Bao. From this one onwards, I'm in them. Lin Xiaobao pointed to one of the DVD cases, his voice rising and falling. I'm just a tiny, wrinkled little me. Who? Big Daddy, stop hooking. Answer me with a different sentence. Fu Cheng pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly, snoring. Lin Zhao, clutching her blanket, lay sprawled on the bed, watching their interaction, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Humph. Lin Xiaobao didn't need to turn around to know that his father was laughing at him. So, Lin Xiaobao tilted his head, his eyes darting around, and he had a plan. He deliberately called out, "Big Daddy, I have a question for you." Fu Cheng turned to look at him, his gaze probing. "What is it? You and Daddy got married and went on your honeymoon. Why didn't you invite me along?" Lin Xiaobao stood up, hands on his hips, sticking out his little belly. Confident and indignant. "You two are so awful." Under Lin Xiaobao's loud accusations, Fu Cheng remained silent, seemingly a little ashamed. Lin Zhao, however, couldn't help but sit up straight in bed. "Xiaobao, what are you saying? Didn't Daddy explain this to you before? Why are you saying it again?" Fu Cheng raised his hand and patted Lin Xiaobao's head as a comforting gesture. "I'm sorry, I definitely take you next time, don't be angry." Plan successful. Lin Xiaobao wagged his little tail, turned his head, and gave his father a smug smile. Of course he knew that he wasn't even born when his father and his stepfather got married. But his stepfather didn't know. His stepfather became a big monster, and also a big idiot. From today onwards, if Daddy makes fun of him, he bullied Daddy's husband. Through Lin Xiaobao's mischievous smile, Lin Zhao understood his meaning, but deliberately shrugged, looking indifferent. "Whatever you want, my husband is your big dad too." Humph. Lin Xiaobao raised his little head. Lin Zhao raised his hand, squinted his eyes, and pinched his little head from a distance. "You two can only watch TV for half an hour a day, no more." "Huh?" Roar. The father and son protested together. The smile on Lin Xiaobao's face shifted to Lin Zhao's face. "Little Bao Bao, Big Cheng-ji. Take it, no matter what." The rough and tumble zombie Fu Cheng was thus drawn into the pit by the human cub Lin Xiaobao. Both father and son became addicted to watching TV. Their love for TV was second only to their love for Lin Zhao. Every morning, after finishing their chores, the two would pester Lin Zhao to turn on the TV. Lin Xiaobao couldn't turn it on, and Fu Cheng was afraid he'd break the TV if he used too much force. So they had to rely on Lin Zhao. To watch TV, the father and son huddled around Lin Zhao. Lin Xiaobao clasped his hands in a fist and bowed, like a little lucky cat. Fu Cheng imitated him, pleading earnestly. But he wasn't quite as cute. He looked like Tom from Tom and Jerry, beaten and begging for mercy. Lin Zhao, tripped up by them, felt both annoyed and amused. He really didn't understand. They watched those few DVDs hundreds of times already. How could they still enjoy watching them so much? Oh well, Lin Zhao wasn't in the habit of making things difficult for them. Usually, after they pleaded for 2 or 3 minutes and said a few nice words, Lin Zhao would give in. Of course, besides his name, Fu Cheng couldn't say anything else. So the next step was usually handled by Lin Xiaobao. "Dad, you're the most beautiful and kindest dad in the world. Dad, you're the best dad in the world. Dad, guess how much Dad and I love you." Lin Zhao was happy and turned on the TV for them. This was usually around noon after lunch. Fu Cheng and Lin Xiaobao sat on the bed watching TV. Lin Zhao hugged his blanket and laid down between them for a nap. It always takes a little time to fall asleep, so before Lin Zhao drifted off, Lin Xiaobao whispered more praise in his ear. "Dad, you're so good. Dad, I love you. Dad," kissing sounds. This was a bonus bedtime ritual. After hearing it so often, Fu Cheng picked it up a bit. When Lin Zhao couldn't sleep, he would hold his hand and have him put his fingers on his neck. Through the black leather gloves, Fu Cheng could feel the vibration in Lin Zhao's throat with every word he spoke. "Zhao. Zhao. Bao. Bao." Lin Zhao's eyes lit up, she snapped out of it, and exclaimed with delight, "Bao, Daddy can call your name now." "I knew it already." Lin Xiaobao said confidently, "Daddy called me a few days ago." "When did he call you?" Lin Zhao asked, puzzled. "I didn't hear it." "It was a few nights ago, when we were about to go to sleep." Lin Zhao frowned, a sense of unease creeping in. "Daddy was taking a shower, and Daddy and I were outside. Daddy grabbed my hand and called my name, trying to drag me into my little room." "What?" Lin Zhao was furious, slamming her hand on Fu Cheng's chest as if striking a gavel. Lin Xiaobao blinked innocently. Fu Cheng remained silent, glancing at Lin Zhao, then at Lin Xiaobao, clearly a little awkward. "My dad called me then, he called me Bao Bao, but I wanted to sleep with him, so I clung to my pillow and wouldn't leave," Lin Xiaobao continued. Later, after Dad came out of the shower, my dad put me back in bed. But my dad was too strong, and it hurt a little. Lin Zhao pursed her lips, looked up at Fu Cheng. I knew it. That night, Xiaobao suddenly had a red mark on her arm. So it was you. Are you still my dad? Fu Cheng snorted twice, lowered his eyes, trying to appear innocent. No, Xiao Zhao. He can't speak, and he's inhuman. He didn't intend to take Xiaobao away. He didn't bully Xiaobao. Really, believe me. Lin Zhao raised her hand high and slapped him. Believe you? You're a fool. Lin Zhao grabbed the blanket, rolled over, turned her back to him, and hugged Lin Xiaobao. Fu Cheng's outstretched hand landed on Lin Zhao's shoulder, but he twisted his body and shook it off. Fu Cheng looked up, meeting Lin Xiaobao's pouting expression, and also raised his chin. He had accidentally pinched Lin Xiaobao's arm, leaving a small mark. But that mark wasn't even as big as Lin Xiaobao's own thumb. After noticing it, he even rubbed it for him. A few days ago, Lin Xiaobao hadn't complained, so he thought the matter was over. But this little rascal revealed it now. Fu Cheng lowered his head and gently touched Lin Xiaobao's head with his forehead. Lin Xiaobao lost her balance and fell backward, loudly complaining, Daddy, Big Daddy bumped into me. Fu Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, you humans are so mean, a human in infant form, and you're so cunning. Lin Xiaobao snuggled into her father's arms, and Fu Cheng quickly followed, hugging Lin Zhao from behind. Lin Zhao patted Lin Xiaobao's head, and then nudged Fu Cheng's chest with her elbow. Humph. Peaceful and warm days passed by like this. Lin Xiaobao, following her lead, watched all the DVDs in the house in chronological order, including but not limited to My Honeymoon with Xiuzhao, My Sweet Daily Life with Xiuzhao, My New Life with Xiuzhao, Pure Version. That afternoon, Lin Zhao woke up after a comfortable nap. Fu Cheng and Lin Xiaobao were watching the same DVD, Xiaozhao, That Scheming Boy, and I went out to watch fireworks / Dad, the driver, and I went to watch fireworks. No doubt, it was the same DVD. It was going to end in a few minutes. Lin Zhao got up, leaned against Fu Cheng, and watched with him. 5 minutes later, the video ended. Lin Zhao jumped out of bed and went to the bathroom to change. Fu Cheng and Lin Xiaobao, father and son, tidied up their water glasses and stood outside, waiting quietly. At first, neither of them would give in. They wouldn't look at each other, let alone acknowledge each other. But in less than 3 seconds, they both turned their heads. Dad, today's DVD was pretty good, wasn't it? Good. Fu Cheng could already say a simple word, good, which he usually used when praising Lin Zhao. I think I wasn't as cute as I am now when I was a child. Fu Cheng didn't know how to react. He simply pretended not to understand. Of course, you're also a great driver and photographer. You took very good pictures of me. Fu Cheng said helplessly. The two TV addicts were exchanging their thoughts after the movie ended. Although their conversation was completely off topic, the atmosphere was still relatively harmonious. Just then, Lin Zhao, having changed his clothes, pushed open the door and came out. I'm ready. The father and son immediately turned around and looked at him. Dad. Zhao. Lin Zhao announced loudly as he walked out. This afternoon, our main tasks are as follows. Fu Cheng and Lin Xiaobao followed behind him, listening intently. Even if someone didn't understand, they still had to listen. First, check the lettuce roots in the beverage bottles and remove all the rotten ones. They had been keeping the lettuce roots in water. The earliest batch had been growing for over a month. Unfortunately, instead of growing new leaves as Lin Zhao had hoped, they started to rot and smell. Just this morning, Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao suddenly smelled a foul odor. They searched for a while, initially thinking Fu Cheng had sneaked out to play with his corpse friends and stepped in dog poop. But it turned out to be their lettuce roots. They took the lettuce roots to Grandpa Zhang. Grandpa Wang picked them up, felt them, and told them directly that they had been spoiled for a long time. It was probably because the weather was too cold, or perhaps because the water lacked essential elements. In short, their hydroponic lettuce plan had failed. Lin Xiaobao was sad for a long time. Lin Zhao thought about going out to dig some soil to plant lettuce. But the most urgent thing was to throw away the rotten lettuce roots. Secondly, we need to wipe the puppy's body with a damp towel. They had brought the puppy home more than 10 days ago. In these 10 days, the puppy had been slowly growing. On the 5th day, it opened its eyes. On the 10th day, its sparse, translucent downy fur began to thicken, and its color began to darken. On the 15th day, it wobbled to its feet and tried to walk. Now, it wags its tail and circles around its doghouse. Generally, puppies can be bathed in water after they are 2 or 3 months old. Before that, you can only gently wipe their fur with a damp towel. The puppy hasn't had a bath since it came home. For cleanliness, it still needs to be cleaned. Third, we need to teach the puppy to pee in a designated spot. Lin Zhao turned to look at Fu Cheng. Fu Cheng frowned slightly. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me? This task is for you, Brother Cheng. Lin Zhao smiled and patted his shoulder. Because the puppy only understands you. Roar. The family of 3 went down the stairs to the first floor. The palm-sized puppy heard the noise and turned around. Seeing that it was a familiar person, it immediately took off running towards them, wagging its tail. Roar, roar, roar. Perhaps because it was used to it, its bark was exactly the same as Fu Cheng's. It was just a little quiet, a low sound. It ran straight towards Fu Cheng, each of its 4 legs moving independently. When it reached Fu Cheng's feet, it couldn't stop in time and rolled over, becoming a ball. Fu Cheng stood still, afraid of stepping on it, and dared not move, reaching out to grab Lin Zhao's clothes. If he stepped on this dog, Xiao Bao would cry his eyes out. Lin Xiao Bao was already a little angry seeing the puppy so close to his big dad. He crossed his arms, turned his head away, and gave a loud humph. Lin Zhao smiled, picked up the puppy, and sighed helplessly. Then let's do the second and third tasks first. Xiao Bao, bring the new towel that was prepared. Okay. Cheng Ji, hold it gently. Purr. Lin Zhao placed the puppy in Fu Cheng's hands, took a basin, went upstairs, and filled it halfway with warm water. Everything was ready. Fu Cheng held the puppy in both hands, like holding a ball of cotton. Lin Zhao soaked a new towel in the water, wrung it out, covered the puppy, and gently wiped it. Lin Xiaobao held her face, squatted beside him, and observed carefully. Dad, I think the puppy is getting darker and darker. I think so too. Lin Zhao took the towel off, and Lin Xiaobao saw a dark patch on it, and exclaimed in surprise. Wow! So dark. No wonder it's so dark. What nonsense is that? Fu Cheng frowned. Human language was truly incomprehensible to zombies. Lin Zhao rubbed the towel clean, and wiped it a second time. This time, the towel was a little cleaner, but still gray. The third time, Lin went to change the water, preparing to give it one last wash. Lin Xiaobao stretched out a finger, and rubbed it against the top of its head, then looked at her fingertip. It's not black anymore, Lin Xiaobao said excitedly. Dad, my hand isn't black anymore, but its fur is still black. Its puppy fur has darkened. In a few months, the puppy's puppy fur will fall out, and new fur will grow in. It might even be darker then. Lin Xiaobao thought seriously for a moment. What if it turns into a little black dog? Then it'd be a little black dog. But we agreed that whatever color it is, that's what we name it. Lin Xiaobao said confidently, as if reciting a tongue twister. If it's a little black dog, it'd have to be called Little Black. But its owner already calls it Xiao Hei, so it can't be called Xiao Hei. Oh right. Lin Zhao also remembered, then let's give it another name, like Xiao Xiao Hei, or Bu Bai. That's too casual. Lin Xiaobao patted the puppy's head. I need to think about it more carefully. Okay. Lin Zhao dried the puppy, and Fu Cheng put it down. As soon as the puppy hit the ground, it nuzzled and crawled towards the water bowl they had just used. Lin Xiaobao quickly said, Oh dear. This is your bathwater, you can't drink it. You're such a silly little thing. Lin Xiaobao quickly pressed its head down, but in doing so, she accidentally pressed the puppy's nose into the water. Daddy, quickly stop it from drinking. What should I do? I'm afraid to pinch it. 2 small animals of similar age and intelligence, clumsily and awkwardly together. Finally, Lin Zhao and Fu Cheng each grabbed one of the animals by the scruff of its neck to separate them. Lin Zhao held Lin Xiaobao, while Fu Cheng carried the puppy. Just then, the puppy suddenly arched its back. Immediately afterward, a stream of clear water dripped out. Ah! It's peeing! This time it was Lin Zhao's turn to scream. Lin Zhao was a bit of a germaphobe and didn't dare to grab the puppy anymore, only daring to grab Fu Cheng's arm and hide behind him. Brother Cheng, quickly put it on the pee pad. Take this opportunity to teach it to pee in a designated spot. Fu Cheng remained calm, stretched out his arm, picked up the puppy, and turned around. It's just peeing. What's there to be afraid of? Don't worry, Xiao Zhao. He definitely trained this dog properly. If it pees on you, I won't want you anymore. You can forget about sleeping in my bed. I wouldn't want you even if you took 800 baths. What? Is this really that serious? No, he had to hurry. Fu Chang's expression hardened, his eyes darkened, and he quickened his movements, intensifying his training. Roar! 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 The first rule for a puppy is, don't pee anywhere. Chapter 54. EW. It stinks. In the first floor garage. Fu Chang squatted down, picked up the puppy with one hand, and placed it on a pee pad. Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao both covered their noses, clinging to Fu Chang's back, hiding behind him. Daddy, the puppy is naughty. It pees everywhere without telling us. Lin Xiaobao complained. Lin Zhao patiently explained. It's too small. It can't fully control itself yet. When you were little, you were like that too. Your older dad had to change your diapers every few hours. Later, as you grew up, your dad and older dad taught you, and you learned to use the toilet by yourself. So, we should give the puppy some time, let it learn slowly, and not be too strict with it. Lin Zhao tried to make her voice and tone sound gentle. But for him to say such a long sentence in one breath was really... It really stinks. Lin Zhao pinched his nose, turned his head, and tried to breathe. But the attempt failed, the stench persisted. No, I can't stand it. Lin Zhao jumped off Fu Chang's back, turned, and ran. I need to breathe some fresh air. Dad! Lin Xiaobao called out. He wanted to chase after him, but he couldn't bear to leave the puppy. He wanted to see the puppy, but he was afraid of being overwhelmed by the stench. Lin Xiaobao chased after his father, running 3 steps forward. Halfway there, he suddenly stopped and ran back 2 steps. He hesitated, unable to make up his mind. Oh dear! Why aren't there 2 Lin Xiaobaos in the world? One watched the puppy, the other went to catch his breath. Back and forth, over and over again. Lin Xiaobao felt like the river in a tug-of-war, being pulled back and forth by his father and his older father. But in reality, in Lin Zhao's eyes, he wasn't as slender as the rope at all, he was just a little chubby spinning top. For some reason, the little spinning top kept turning on the ground, spinning endlessly. I can't stop, my head is spinning. What should I do? What should I do? What? Daddy? As long as there was a father, an older father, and a puppy, Lin Xiaobao could become a perpetual motion machine. Lin Zhao sighed, took a deep breath, held his breath, went forward, and pressed Lin Xiaobao's head down. Lin Xiaobao finally stopped, leaning against him. Daddy. Humph. Lin Zhao held his breath, unable to speak, only letting out 2 humps, then picked him up. Lin Xiaobao knew that his father called him a little idiot. The father and son chose a relatively safe distance, where the smell wasn't so strong, watching Fu Chang and the puppy. Fu Chang held the puppy with both hands, letting it urinate on the pee pad. Of the 3, only Fu Chang remained motionless throughout. Dad, Big Dad is so amazing. Can't he smell the stench? I don't know. Logically, zombies should have a more sensitive sense of smell. That would allow them to find food and attack humans more accurately and efficiently. Fu Chang was indeed like that. When he lived downstairs, he could smell Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao upstairs. So, Fu Chang, with his back to his wife and son, tightly closed his mouth, held his breath, and his face was tense. Hold it in. Fu Chang, hold it in. Don't show weakness in front of your wife and son. What your wife and son can't handle you have to do. Dad, Big Dad is so amazing. He not only teaches me to pee, but he can also train the puppy. Yeah, much better than me, a teacher with a preschool teacher certificate. He can even train dogs. Hearing his wife and son's praise, Fu Chang's eyes grew even more determined. No need to praise him, this is what the head of the family should do. Finally, the puppy finished relieving itself. A chaotic battle was over. Fu Chang lifted the puppy by its hind legs, shook it a bit, and then put it on the ground. The zombie and the dog communicated seamlessly in zombie language and puppy language. Fu Chang said seriously, hoo. Next time you pee, tell me first, and pee on the pee pad. The puppy looked innocent, who? Okay, zombie boss. Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao peeked out. Although she couldn't understand what they were saying, seeing their smooth communication and harmonious atmosphere, she felt relieved. Lin Zhao watched for a while, and when they were silent, she called out, Brother Chang. Fu Chang turned around. Lin Zhao pointed to the pee pads on the ground. Put the pads away. Never mind. She was afraid Fu Chang would be clumsy and make a mess, which would be even more troublesome later. Lin Zhao had no choice but to put Lin Xiaobao down, grab 2 plastic bags, and run over. Before the puppy learned to walk, it used pee pads. Either were expired disposable diapers left over after Lin Xiaobao learned to use the toilet at 2.5 years old. Or they were homemade by Lin Zhao, with the outside made of old, tattered towels, and the inside of absorbent cardboard or tattered cotton. It was rather rudimentary, but usable. Of course, homemade pee pads are disposable. Lin Zhao wouldn't wash them. He usually changed them once a day. After the puppy finished using one, Lin Zhao would put it in a plastic bag and throw it in the large trash can by the back door. Of course, now that zombies were rampant and the whole city was paralyzed, there were no more sanitation workers coming in garbage trucks to collect the trash. These things couldn't be thrown away carelessly. It would easily damage the living environment and cause dissatisfaction among the neighbors. So a while ago, when they went out, Lin Zhao made sure to take the trash with him. Lin Zhao handed the plastic bag to Fu Cheng, asking him to put the pad in it, while he carried it out to throw it away. When he came back, Lin Zhao took out a new pee pad, but placed it further away from the doghouse. Lin Xiaobao ran over, wanting to help his father by dragging the pad closer. But Lin Zhao stopped him. "Xiaobao, just put it here." "Why?" Lin Xiaobao asked, puzzled. "It's closer to the toilet here." "But it's farther from the doghouse." "We put the pee pads closer to the toilet every day, and the puppy gets closer and closer to it each day. In a few days, it'd be able to go to the toilet by itself." There is a toilet on the first floor of their house. Before, Fu Cheng ran his shop on the first floor, so he didn't need to go upstairs. However, the toilet on the first floor is rather remote and rudimentary, with a concrete floor and concrete walls, just a squat toilet and a faucet. Once the puppy learns to pee here, he won't need pee pads anymore, he can just flush. Lin Zhao thought she would gradually guide the puppy to the toilet. After settling the puppy, Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao started picking through the lettuce. The box of lettuce Fu Cheng brought back, the leaves still attached, were kept in water and looked quite good, a vibrant green. But the lettuce roots were definitely not good enough. Lin Xiaobao picked up the beverage bottles containing the lettuce roots one by one and handed them to her father. Lin Zhao pulled out the lettuce roots, saw no new sprouts, felt sticky, and upon breaking them open, found they were black and rotten inside, and had to be thrown away. The father and son worked around the box. Fu Cheng, not good at this delicate work, continued training the puppy to urinate in a designated spot. Seeing Lin Zhao place the pee pad further away, Fu Cheng probably guessed his intention and took the puppy directly into the toilet. Hoo. Listen carefully. This is the toilet, and this is a squat toilet. From now on, you must use this place to urinate. What? Boss, you just said to pee on the pee pad. That was then, now it's now, and the rules have changed again. Okay, I remember now. Now do one, I check, but I can't feel anything right now. Fu Cheng squatted in front of the puppy, staring at it. Fu Cheng tried to intimidate the puppy with his zombie power. This was a matter of whether he could go to bed, so he had to be serious. But the puppy wasn't intimidated at all. It blinked, twisted its body, and escaped from under Fu Cheng's crotch. The puppy took off on its 4 short legs and ran towards Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao. It understood now. Although the zombie boss could understand what it was saying, the boss was fierce towards it, and not nice at all. In terms of treatment. In terms of the good food and drink it gets. In terms of similar age and shared interests. It has to be this person. Seeing it run off, heading straight for his wife and son, Fu Cheng quickly chased after it. What are you doing? Come back. Come back here. The puppy pounced forward, whimpering and rolling to Lin Xiaobao's feet. Its fluffy, round head bumped against Lin Xiaobao's feet. The puppy looked up, blinking its big, dark eyes at Lin Xiaobao. Hello, I'm here. Lin Xiaobao's eyes lit up, and she patted its little head. Wow. Little dog, you came to play with me? At the same time, Fu Cheng also pounced forward and hugged Lin Xiaobao from behind. What a huge dog. Lin Zhao lunged forward uncontrollably, almost getting knocked away. Fu Cheng opened his arms, wrapped them around Lin Zhao's waist, pulled him back, and then looked up at him, winking. Little Zhao, I'm here too. Fu Cheng. You, big dog. Being affectionate is something only a 2-week-old puppy can do. Don't you know how big and strong you are? The puppy wagged its little tail, while Fu Cheng wagged his non-existent large tail. As expected, little Zhao's affection landed on his shoulder again. Fu Cheng wagged his tail even more enthusiastically. Although the puppy understood Fu Cheng's words, it was too small, and its brain capacity was small too. It always forgot what it said and what it heard. It agreed readily in the morning, but couldn't resist in the afternoon. Lin Zhao had no choice but to change his strategy, the dog-watching strategy. He discovered that, Generally speaking, puppies would defecate within half an hour of eating. So after Lin Xiaobao fed the puppy rice porridge, he had Fu Cheng stand guard by the doghouse. Whenever the puppy lowered its head and circled, indicating it needed to urinate, Fu Cheng would immediately take it to the toilet and let it relieve itself there. After it finished, Lin Xiaobao would reward it with a small piece of food. This might be a potato Lin Xiaobao had deliberately saved from cooking, or a piece of pork cartilage snatched from Fu Cheng's mouth. It also helped the puppy exercise its teeth. This was done 3 times a day, reinforcing the habit with food. At night, after he and Lin Xiaobao were asleep, Fu Cheng would check on it from time to time. They would keep an eye on it until it learned how to do it. Since they had decided to raise this puppy, they had to raise it well and carefully. They couldn't let it make the house dirty and smelly. They couldn't abandon it just because they disliked it. This was a consensus the family had reached long ago, even without explicit discussion. That night, the family of 3 had all taken a shower. Fu Cheng went downstairs to check on the puppy. Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao waited for him in bed. Lin Xiaobao clung to his father's arm, snuggling close to him. The father and son chatted idly, sharing their bedtime stories. "Dad, when can the puppy sleep with us?" Lin Zhao asked gently. "Do you really want to sleep with the puppy?" Lin Xiaobao nodded vigorously. "It's so fluffy, it must be so comfortable to cuddle with it. We have to wait at least another month, until it learns to pee." "What if it pees on your blanket?" Lin Xiaobao raised his little hand. "I wash it." "I wash the blanket." "You're not even as big as the blanket, you can't get it clean." "I wash it clean." "Then grab the blanket now, and try rubbing it." "Okay." Lin Xiaobao stretched both hands out from under the blanket, spread his 10 fingers, grabbed the corner of the blanket, and gritted his teeth. "Ah! Ah! Okay. Lin Zhao quickly stopped him. "Don't wash it anymore, you tear the blanket to shreds if you keep washing it." "Oh!" Lin Xiaobao reluctantly put down the corner of the blanket. But his emotions came quickly, and went quickly. He quickly cheered up again, like a little iron ball being attracted by his father's magnet. "Daddy, when are we going out again? Didn't we just go out last time? You want to go out again?" "But I didn't get out of the car to play last time. I want to play on the slide and seesaw." "I'm sorry, Xiaobao." Lin Zhao pinched his little cheek. "Not now." "Then when can we?" "Well..." Lin Zhao couldn't answer either. Just then, the half-open bedroom door was pushed open from the outside. Fu Cheng returned. Lin Zhao quickly turned around and called out, "Brother Cheng, wash your hands." Fu Cheng held up his clean hands, letting him smell the soap. Only then did Lin Zhao allow him to get into bed. The family of 3, with Lin Zhao at the center, Fu Cheng and Lin Xiaobao sleeping on either side of him. "Dad," Lin Xiaobao called again, "you weren't finished talking yet." "What were you talking about?" "When can we go out to play?" "Dad." Lin Zhao thought for a moment. "I don't know." He didn't want to give a date hastily. What if they couldn't go out on the appointed day? Wouldn't Xiaobao be very disappointed? But Lin Xiaobao had asked this question so many times. He couldn't keep saying he didn't know. "How about this?" Lin Zhao decided. "On your birthday, Daddy and Big Daddy will take you to the park, okay?" "Really?" Lin Xiaobao's eyes lit up, the little boy getting excited. "Yes." Lin Zhao nodded vigorously. "As long as it's sunny, and doesn't rain that day, we go." "Yay!" Lin Xiaobao cheered, then held out his little finger. "Daddy, pinky promise." "Okay." Lin Zhao also held up his little finger. "Big Daddy, pinky promise too." "Alright." Lin Zhao grabbed Fu Cheng's hand, forcing him to extend his finger. Lin Zhao and Fu Cheng's fingers hooked onto Lin Xiaobao's small, short fingers. Pinky promise, for 100 years, never to change. Lin Zhao mentally planned. Xiaobao's birthday was in June. There was a small park near their house, less than a 5-minute drive away. Going there at night, when no one was around, wouldn't be a bad idea. Night fell. Lin Xiaobao pressed his hands to his chest, calming his excited heart, and closed his eyes, falling into a deep sleep. Although it was only March, he was already looking forward to his birthday in June. Lin Zhao hugged Fu Cheng, nestled against him, his head resting on his chest, also fast asleep. Fu Cheng held Lin Zhao, his hands on his shoulders and back, resting with his eyes closed. Suddenly, in the darkness, Fu Cheng opened his eyes. 2 red lights flashed, sweeping across the room and landing on the window facing outwards. The next second, the sound of a car chase came. The next second, a piercing scream and cries for help, belonging to humans, rang out. "Help! Brother Fu, Brother Lin! Red hair, green hair, yellow hair. Help! Save us! Ah! Get away! Don't chase us anymore! Fu Cheng stretched out his arms and pulled Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao into his embrace, protecting them tightly. Lin Zhao was awakened by the noise, suddenly opening her eyes, looking at Fu Cheng, then at the window. The voices sounded familiar, the voices of several women. It was Chapter 55. Help! Help! Stop chasing! Stop chasing! There's nothing left in the car. I'm not lying, it's true. Get away. Don't come any closer. Outside the window, downstairs. The woman's desperate screams and cries for help, mingled with the screeching of car tires against the pavement, were like a sharp knife, shattering the peaceful night. Fu Cheng held Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao tightly, covering their ears. Lin Zhao snapped out of her daze, rolled over, and climbed onto Fu Cheng. She opened the bedside table drawer, took out earphones, and expertly put them on Lin Xiaobao. Let's go! Lin Zhao pulled Fu Cheng, not daring to turn on the light, and groped her way to the window. Pulling back the curtains, Lin Zhao realized the sound wasn't coming from the wall behind them. It was coming from the street. The sound was so loud and shrill that he had misjudged the direction. Lin Zhao pulled Fu Cheng along, and the two left the bedroom, heading to the window facing the street. Before they could even see the scene below clearly, in a flash, Lin Zhao suddenly realized whose voices they were. Several women. They knew his and Fu Cheng's names, and they knew that the three Maos lived nearby. They were their neighbors, the two sisters who ran the barber shop, and Aunt Fei who ran the wonton shop. The zombie outbreak had thrown the world into chaos. Everyone had to go out and find food, and the neighbors were no exception. The family and the three Maos teamed up, helping each other. The two sisters from the barber shop formed a team with a middle-aged couple who ran the wonton shop. They would occasionally go to Grandpa Zhang's place to borrow another van to drive out and find supplies. Their teamwork had been fairly smooth, and their collaboration relatively pleasant. But now, Lin Zhao gently pulled back a corner of the curtain and looked out the window. On the empty street, the streetlights flickered, casting an eerie, hellish light. A familiar white van, swerving and veering erratically, desperately tried to escape. Two cars, one on each side, followed relentlessly, ready to surround and force the van to stop at any moment. The van looked rather odd. It seemed to lack power, perhaps due to a flat tire or running out of gas. Uncle Fatty from the wonton shop was probably driving, while the rest of the group cried for help. But even their cries for help couldn't elicit any sympathy from the enemy. They were fixated on this vehicle. They were determined to steal everything from it tonight. Help, help me. The group had run all the way here, but no one was willing to lend a hand. They placed all their hopes on Happiness Street. Their voices were hoarse from shouting, and they were almost crying. Lin Zhao pursed his lips, made up his mind, turned around, locked the bedroom door, and hid the key in his pocket. He put a mask on Fu Cheng, took Fu Cheng's hand, and quickly walked downstairs. Brother Cheng, let's go. You have to protect me. They're neighbors. He absolutely couldn't just stand by and watch them die. He went to get the chainsaw to see if he could scare these people away. If all else failed, he had Brother Cheng handle it. He refused to believe they weren't afraid of zombies. Lin Zhao rushed downstairs, picked up the chainsaw, and before he could even fasten the chain, the noise outside suddenly stopped. Lin Zhao immediately sensed something was wrong. He quickly opened the back door, running out while simultaneously dealing with the chainsaw and shouting. What are you doing so late at night? Fu Cheng followed closely behind him, glancing around warily. Then, the voices of the three thugs rang out. Where did this punk come from again, bullying the people on the street? Get lost if you know what's good for you. You son of a bitch. Lin Zhao tidied up the chainsaw and, together with Fu Cheng, walked through the dark alley between their house and Grandpa Zhang's house, reaching the main street. The van was completely stalled, stopped in the middle of the road, surrounded by two cars. The car doors opened, and the people inside were about to get out, but upon hearing their voices, they quickly got back into their cars, looking around. Yes, their cars had surrounded the van. But they were surrounded too. Three thugs stood in front, holding iron bars and wrenches. The object slammed to the ground with a loud clang. The three men dragged their weapons forward, the metal scraping against the ground with a screeching sound. Lin Zhao stood in the alley, Fu Cheng behind him, the two blocking the back of the car. A chain was pulled, and the chainsaw roared. It was like thunder. The men were terrified, hiding inside the car and quickly locking the doors. Just then, there was movement inside the van. Aunt Fei grabbed the only weapon in the van and actually got out. She swung a hammer and smashed it against the car window. With a deafening crash, the window shattered, but because of the protective film, the shards didn't scatter. Instead, they spread rapidly like a spiderweb. Fuck you, you son of a bitch. Chase after him. Chase him again. The potential that people unleash in desperate situations is limitless. The people in the car, roused by her sway, also perked up, grabbing wrenches and sticks and jumping out. Get out. Get out and fight. You shameless bastards. You've been watching us for days, haven't you? You cowards who bully the weak, I beat you to a pulp. Without the three muscular men and Lin Zhao even needing to intervene, Fu Cheng made his move, and several loud crashes were heard. They surrounded the car and smashed all the windows to pieces. Even the sturdiest windshield was shattered by the two sisters working together. In an instant, the situation reversed. Those who were being chased suddenly became the dominant force. Those who were chasing suddenly screamed. What are you doing? What are you doing? Help. Drive. Ahoo, drive. But in the rush, the car wouldn't start. Only screams could be heard. My hand. Madmen, a bunch of madmen. Hurry. Hurry. After what seemed like an eternity, the car finally started. Get out of the way. Get out of the way if you don't want to get run over. The car started moving, and Aunt Fei grabbed the two sisters, pulling them back and making them step aside. The two cars lurched away from Happiness Street. A second before leaving, Uncle Fei tried to pry open their trunks and steal their belongings. But he failed. Thinking about it, it made sense. These people were deliberately lying in wait to rob them. The trunks were definitely empty, waiting to be filled with their things. So in the end, he just spat heavily at the back of the car. Pa! The enemies were routed and fled in panic. Happiness Street returned to its usual tranquility. Lin Zhao and the three blonde-haired men were stunned. They didn't even need to lift a finger. They were just there for show. Seeing the people leave, Lin Zhao realized what was happening and quickly turned back, covering Fu Cheng's face with the bite stopper. They couldn't see this. He covered Fu Cheng's face and pushed him into the shadows of the alley. Don't come out without my permission. Huff. At that moment, the people in the van calmed down. They seemed exhausted, leaning against the side of the van, panting heavily. The three blonde-haired men stepped forward, and Grandpa Jean also woke up, opening the back door to come out. Coincidentally, the alley Grandpa Jean was about to walk through was the very place where Lin Zhao and Fu Cheng were now. There was no time to go back. Lin Zhao quickly grabbed Fu Cheng's arm, pulling him behind him, standing tall, and trying to use his small frame to block the large Fu Cheng. Grandpa Zhang, leaning on his cane, walked slowly towards the door. As he passed Lin Zhao and Fu Cheng, he merely squinted, giving them a cursory glance, seemingly seeing nothing clearly, before quickly turning his head away. Shaolin, come with me quickly. Okay. Lin Zhao nodded repeatedly, circling around with Grandpa Zhang, always keeping Fu Cheng behind him. Only after seeing Grandpa Zhang leave did Lin Zhao breathe a sigh of relief. Before leaving, he specifically instructed Fu Cheng. The rest are neighbors, it's alright. I'm going out to check, don't wander off. You need to protect me, and Xiao Bao from the shadows, understand? Humph. Through the bite guard, Lin Zhao symbolically covered his mouth. Don't yell. Okay. After hiding Fu Cheng, Lin Zhao quickly turned around, caught up with Grandpa Zhang, and helped him up. I'm here. The two walked towards the location of the van. The three blonde men had already arrived and wanted to help the people sitting on the ground up, but they were refused by waving their hands. No, we're exhausted. Let's rest for a while. Thank you, otherwise I really wouldn't know what to do. Green Hair asked, how did you get involved with these people? They're so fierce. We didn't mess with them. We never even seen them before. Then, they're from a pig-raising operation. Uncle Fat concluded. We've been going out to find food lately, and they spotted us every time we went back and forth. They probably started watching us a few days ago, but didn't act then, hoping to fatten us up before striking. We ran into them tonight. They were chasing our car, and we couldn't shake them off no matter what we did, like they were crazy. There are actually people like that, and things like that happen. The group exchanged glances, still shaken. Lin Zhao even remembered a similar incident his family had encountered last time they went out. If he hadn't had Fu Cheng yell, and then driven out himself, they might have been harassed by them. After returning, he told the three boys and Grandpa Jean about the encounter, warning them to be careful. Grandpa Jean would probably tell them. Unexpectedly, they still ran into them. Lin Zhao comforted them, thank goodness, nothing serious happened. They're gone now. Are you hurt? The group, leaning on the car, stood up and stretched their arms and legs. It's nothing. My hands are a little sore from breaking the window. Uncle Fei said to the three rascals. By the way, the car's out of gas. We need to go out and find some. We might need to borrow your car. What's the big deal? The three rascals readily agreed, waving their hands. Go ahead, it's all everyone's property. Grandpa Jean sighed. It's nothing serious, just go back to sleep. Gas and the car are minor issues. We can talk about it tomorrow. That group just left. We don't know if they turned back. Don't linger here. Okay. Everyone responded. The group returned with supplies, but now that the car was out of gas, they had to carry everything home by hand. Lin Zhao and the others hadn't really helped much earlier, and to avoid suspicion, they felt it inappropriate to offer to help carry things, so they headed back. Lin Zhao turned around and helped Grandpa Zhang. The streetlight is broken. Let me help you. Be careful. Okay. Grandpa Zhang replied with a smile. Then you have to hold on tight. Don't suddenly let go and drop this old bone of mine. How could I? Why don't you trust me? The old man and the child arrived at the front of the alley. Lin Zhao saw Fu Cheng still standing in the shadows, and remembering he was still there, his eyes widened. He quickly wiggled his hips, blocking Fu Cheng's view again. While blocking Grandpa Zhang's view, Lin Zhao silently chanted in his mind. Can't see Brother Cheng, can't see Brother Cheng. Grandpa Zhang chuckled, and indeed, without looking to the side, walked past Fu Cheng. But as soon as he passed, he withdrew his hand. Alright, that's enough. You two go back and check on Xiao Bao. He's sleeping alone. I don't know if he'd be woken up and come looking for you. Okay, let's go back now. Lin Zhao replied, grabbing Fu Cheng's hand and smiling sheepishly. Grandpa Zhang, leaning on his cane, cautioned them, the world is getting more and more chaotic these days. You two need to be extra careful. MHM. After watching Grandpa Zhang arrive home safely, Lin Zhao pulled Fu Cheng and ran home. The two quickly went upstairs to check on Lin Xiaobao. Thankfully, Lin Xiaobao was wearing headphones and sleeping soundly. Since his father and great-uncle weren't in bed, he had the big bed all to himself, twisting and turning on the bed. He struck all sorts of difficult poses. Lin Zhao saw his head was turned to the side, resting on the pillow, a small chubby bulge, and initially thought he was sleeping normally on his side. But when she lifted the blanket, goodness, it looked like he was about to take off. His little head was pressed against the pillow, but his body was flat, straddling the entire bed, his legs even sticking up. Little rascal, how are Daddy and Big Daddy sleeping? Lin Zhao helped him take off his headphones, gently adjusted his little body, and snuggled into the covers, hugging him again. Fu Cheng lay down behind them, holding both of them with one arm. Thankfully, nothing serious happened. After every commotion, the covers always felt more comfortable and warmer. Being able to sleep together, as a family of three, was the greatest happiness. But outside the window, the wind gradually picked up, stirring up the dark clouds and obscuring the moonlight. It was going to rain. Chapter 56. The next morning, before dawn, Lin Zhao was still asleep in Fu Cheng's arms. A gentle, pitter-patter sound came from outside the window. Ugh, so noisy. Lin Zhao was groggily awakened, groping for Fu Cheng's black vest, using it to roll over and bury his face in his chest. His movement woke Fu Cheng as well. Fu Cheng lay flat on the bed, motionless, like a large cat tree, letting Lin Zhao climb on it at will. He opened his eyes, lowered his head slightly, and his gaze fell directly on the top of Lin Zhao's dark, fluffy hair. Lin Zhao had just had her hair trimmed at the barbershop before the new year, almost 2 months ago. Her hair had grown a little longer, black and soft, fluffy, and with a faint sweet scent, like a pampered long-haired cat. Fu Cheng, his eyes gleaming with desire, couldn't resist reaching out and gently stroking Lin Zhao's hair, back and forth a couple of times. Ugh! Fu Cheng, you're so annoying. The moment he stroked Lin Zhao's hair, Lin Zhao suddenly became angry. He abruptly raised his head, shaking it violently, trying to shake off Fu Cheng's hand. But even with his struggles, Fu Cheng wouldn't let go. Not only did he not let go, but he also traced Lin Zhao's hair downwards. His large, yet cold hand stroked Lin Zhao's hair, neck, and shoulders, finally settling on his slender waist. Through his leather gloves, Fu Cheng pinched Lin Zhao's waist with one hand. Lin Zhao felt uncomfortable all over from Fu Cheng's touch, his waist slumped, his legs went weak, and his face flushed. He lowered his head, deliberately venting his anger, and slammed his head heavily against Fu Cheng's chest, his voice softening. How annoying. Lin Zhao nestled in his arms, calming herself down for a while before asking, is it raining? Fu Cheng forced out 2 snorts from his throat, his chest vibrating, but the meaning was unclear. Lin Zhao thought for a moment and explained, rain means water falling from the sky. Fu Cheng was silent for a moment, then emphasized, roar. Xiao Zhao, he's not stupid, he knows what rain means, no explanation needed. His snoring meant, yes, that's right, it's raining. Lin Zhao nestled in his arms, letting out a muffled laugh. It hadn't rained much all spring festival. Now that spring has arrived, it should rain. Speaking of rain, it seemed as if a cold wind was blowing in through the cracks in the doors and windows. The originally sweltering weather suddenly turned cool. Lin Zhao couldn't help but shiver, pulling the blanket around herself a little further away from Fu Cheng. Lin Xiaobao also felt a bit cold, spinning around, from the pillow to the blanket, and from the blanket to her father's side. Father and son huddled together for warmth. Fu Cheng sat up, picked up the plush pajamas on the bedside table, loosened the knit, and put them on. Xiao Zhao was so fickle. Last night, she made him sleep in a vest, saying it would make it easier for him to touch her chest and abs. But this morning, she complained she was cold and whoosh, escaped from his arms. Such a change of heart, so hateful, so unpredictable. But what could he do? This wretched little cat was, of course, his wife. And of course, he wanted to sleep with his wife and son. Fu Cheng resignedly put on the pajamas, wrapped his wife and son in the blanket, and hugged them through the blanket. Last night, there was a sudden commotion outside in Yanyue. Lin Zhao was woken up, went out to check, and couldn't fall back asleep afterward. To help him fall asleep, he slipped his hand inside Fu Cheng's clothes. Yes, to help him sleep, of course. This trick worked. After only a short while, Fu Cheng was asleep. It was still early, and Lin Zhao wanted to take a nap. He held Lin Xiaobao in one arm, and reached behind him with the other, groping around Fu Cheng's body, but couldn't find a place to touch. Fu Cheng looked down at his wandering hands, sighed, and silently pulled his pajamas up, revealing his strong, muscular waist and abdomen. Now Lin Zhao finally found his way. He placed his entire hand on Fu Cheng's abs, and grinned contentedly. Rainy day, a day for sleeping. The family of 3 slept until 9 o'clock before groggily getting out of bed. Breakfast was porridge cooked in the rice cooker beforehand, with the usual side dishes, pork floss, pork cracklings, and canned anchovies. He'd been eating on and off for almost a month, and the food was almost gone. Lin Zhao absolutely, positively wouldn't get up early to cook, so he planned to make some more pork cracklings, or maybe even homemade pork floss. He never made it before, but he figured it shouldn't be too difficult. Or, Lin Zhao held his porridge in both hands, his eyes darting around, finally settling on Fu Cheng. Fu Cheng was drinking his porridge when he noticed Lin Zhao's gaze, turned around, and met his eyes. Xiao Zhao, what's wrong? Lin Zhao put down his bowl, cupped his face in his hands, and smiled sweetly at him. Humph, brother Cheng. Zhao. Fu Cheng looked at him, a sudden, uneasy feeling rising within him. What's wrong? Why was Xiao Zhao looking at him like that? Had he eaten too much? Or had he only eaten vegetables and not rice, making Xiao Zhao unhappy? Was Xiao Zhao going to kick him out of the house? Was she going to drive him away? No. He's not eating. Fu Cheng quickly put down the bowl and pushed it towards Lin Xiaobao. Lin Xiaobao was eating obediently when a bowl suddenly appeared in his sight, startling him. He looked up, confused. Big Daddy, what are you doing? Here, have some. He's a zombie, he doesn't need to eat. He's never eating again, not a single bite, leaving it all for his wife and son. No way. Lin Xiaobao, disgusted by his Big Daddy's saliva, pushed the bowl back. A bolt from the blue. His wife disliked him, and his son disliked him too. Fu Cheng felt like the sky had fallen. Lin Zhao tilted her head, blinked, and stared at him silently. Fu Cheng, under her gaze, felt his eyes grow increasingly unfocused, and his heart pound with increasing panic. His heart was pounding at its fastest pace ever for a zombie. Because the hearts of other zombies don't even beat. Wife, if you have any complaints about me, just say it. Don't look at me like that. I'd be scared to death. Hee hee. Lin Zhao chuckled mischievously, stretching out her hands to Fu Cheng. Brother Cheng, imitate me. Fu Cheng tentatively stretched out his hands as well. Lin Zhao grabbed his hands, examining them carefully, up and down, over and over. What wonderful hands. Exactly the same as before. Fu Cheng nodded repeatedly, his fingers tense, trying to hide his thickened, whiter palms and larger, coarser fingers. Just like before. Brother Chung, do you remember? Before Lin Zhao could finish speaking, Fu Chung continued nodding. I remember. He remembered everything Xiaozu said. You used to use these hands to do housework around the house. Fixing cars, washing clothes, hanging clothes to dry, sweeping and mopping. You could do everything. You're a rare find among good family men. Fu Chung continued nodding, the wolfhound behind him wagging its tail like a fan. Yes, he can do it now too. He can learn. He's a good man. And making breakfast. Lin Zhao's true intentions were revealed. Fu Chung paused, and Lin Xiaobao also looked up. Dad, you said a few days ago. Lin Zhao jumped, quickly rushing forward and covering his mouth. Xiaobao, don't say it. When Fu Chung came out of the storage room, Lin Zhao said, the vegetables we eat are all brought back by Dad from outside. That's the division of labor in the family. Dad goes out to buy supplies, and we cook at home. As long as Daddy is cheering us on, I'm happy. So happy. So happy. Lin Zhao pursed her lips, gave Fu Chung a sweet smile, and winked at him. Brother Chung, why don't you learn to cook? Your cooking used to be so delicious, and you were so skilled at it. You'd definitely be able to master it with a little practice. Xiaobao and I both love your cooking. Clever and quick-witted Lin Xiaobao tried to salvage the situation for Daddy. Daddy, don't be fooled by Daddy. Daddy's doing it on purpose. The next second, Fu Chung grabbed Lin Zhao's hand. He's cooking. He's cooking. Not just breakfast, but lunch, dinner, and even late-night snacks. Lin Xiaobao saw through everything, sighed, and continued eating his porridge. Forget it. Dad and Big Dad are both silly. They even fell into such an obvious trap. Fu Chung smiled, enjoying Lin Zhao's flattery. Brother Chung, you're so good. I knew you were the best. You care about me the most. Falling into Xiao Zhao's sweet trap. After breakfast, Lin Zhao pulled Fu Chung to the sink. Lin Zhao declared confidently, to learn to cook, start with washing dishes. Fu Chung nodded, his tone firm. Okay. He raised his hands, and Fu Chung followed suit. Then, Lin Zhao took out kitchen gloves and put them on him. She picked up a dishcloth and placed it in his hands. Hold it gently, okay? Don't tear the cloth to pieces. Huh? As gentle as you would hug me. Fu Chung understood immediately. He had practiced countless times with a pillow about the right amount of strength to use when hugging Xiao Zhao and Xiaobao. He's quite skilled now. He makes sure his wife and son don't get hurt, and he won't damage the dishcloth either. Lin Zhao continued to instruct him. Hold the dishcloth in your right hand, and the bowl in your left. Fu Chung did as instructed. Actually, as a zombie, he couldn't distinguish left from right, but his muscle memory acted first, helping him make the judgment and get into the right position. Brother Chung, you're amazing. I wasn't this good when I washed dishes for the first time. He? Of course. He's a zombie who retains human memories. One is willing to coax and teach, the other is willing to listen and learn. Even something as simple as washing dishes can be made into something romantic. Lin Xiaobao stood to the side, arms crossed, bottom sticking out, lips pouting, stomping her feet unhappily. Humph. He's angry. His dad never praised him like this when he helped him shell beans and corn. Lin Zhao heard his voice and quickly turned around. Oh dear. There's another super clever little Bao Bao here. How could Daddy forget about him? Lin Zhao stepped forward, picked up Lin Xiaobao, and held him close, weighing him in his arms. Little Bao Bao, come on, you're Daddy's little teacher now. Teach Daddy how to wash the dishes. Really? Lin Xiaobao looked at his dad, then at his great-grandfather, still wanting to remain reserved. Of course it's true. Lin Zhao coaxed him. Come on, if you don't teach Daddy, he stop. Okay then. Lin Xiaobao raised his chin, striking a pose. Great-grandfather, you have to stack all the bowls first and soak them in water. Who? Every time Lin Xiaobao taught, and every time Fu Chung learned, Lin Zhao praised him. One minute they're praising Lin Xiaobao as a little teacher, the next they're calling Fu Chung a good man. They're showering the father and son with compliments, making them practically wag their tails like propellers, ready to fly away. Rarely do they have a moment of clarity. Lin Xiaobao thinks, no wonder Dad can be a kindergarten teacher. Fu Chung also thinks, actually, he shouldn't be the one training the dog. Xiaozu should be. But soon, they lose their composure. Thanks Dad, actually I'm not that good. Roar. Only Lin Zhao remains calm and wise from beginning to end. He's definitely better at coaxing people. Chapter 57. Daddy, now pick up the washed dishes and put them in the cupboard. Huh? The cupboard is over here, come with me. Huh? Lin Xiaobao walked ahead and opened the low cupboard door. Fu Cheng, carrying the dishes, followed behind, watching attentively. Lin Xiaobao was already 3 years old. Lin Zhao and Fu Cheng would occasionally let him do some chores he could manage, such as getting the tableware and washing his own plastic children's bowl. The cupboard where they kept the tableware was rather low, which was convenient for Lin Xiaobao, but not so convenient for Fu Cheng now. Fu Cheng, holding the dishes in one hand, bent his knee with the other before squatting down and putting the dishes in. Success? Lin Xiaobao cheered loudly. Good. Fu Cheng also shouted. Immediately afterwards, the father and son turned around simultaneously, their eyes falling on Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao was holding his thermos, leaning against the sliding door of the kitchen, head down, intently drinking water, completely unaware of their gaze. Until both of them called out, Xiao Zhao/Dad. Huh? Lin Zhao looked up, his face tired, his voice a little hoarse. What's wrong? Dad and I washed the dishes and put them away. Great job. Lin Zhao gave them a thumbs up, his voice hoarse. Dad. Lin Xiaobao was a little dissatisfied. Why was it so simple? Dad hadn't praised them like that just now. Lin Zhao clutched his throat, coughing weakly, cough cough. I can't. Dad doesn't have the strength to speak. He had just praised them a whole bunch of things, showering them with compliments like they were free. Now it's all over, my voice is hoarse from overuse. Okay. Lin Xiaobao stepped forward and hugged his father's leg. Then save my share for now, and Daddy can praise me again when he's better. Lin Zhao smiled and pinched his little cheek. Xiaobao, you really don't hold back at all. Fu Cheng straightened up, cracked his knuckles a couple of times, and stood up straight. Lin Zhao saw his movement, tilted his head, and looked puzzled. Brother Cheng, what are you doing? He stepped forward, bent down, and looked at Fu Cheng's legs. What's going on? Why does he keep cracking them? Before Lin Zhao could react, a familiar voice suddenly came from downstairs. Xiao Lin. Xiao Fu. Xiao Bao. Hey! Coming! Lin Zhao responded, not bothering to examine Fu Cheng's legs, and quickly took Xiao Bao downstairs. Cheng Ji, go upstairs and review your lessons. Xiao Bao, and I will go down and check on things. Fu Cheng nodded, turned around, picked up a rag, and wiped the stove. He made up his mind that next time he tried to break knuckles, he would avoid Xiao Zhao and Xiao Bao so they wouldn't worry. The person calling them was Grandpa Zong. It was the same familiar window. Pushing back the cardboard sign, standing outside were Grandpa Zong and the two sisters from the barbershop. The two sisters' barbershop was at number 1 on Xingfu Street. Numbers 2 and 3 were Grandpa Zhang's small shop and Lin Zhao and Fu Cheng's family. The three families lived together, but this was the first time they had met in this way since the zombie outbreak. The two sisters' surname was Chen, and their names were simple. One was called De Mei, and the other Xiao Mei. One had dyed blue hair, and the other had dyed red hair. It wasn't one of those 3 brightly colored hairs, the kind that's extremely vibrant and eye-catching. It was a pale grayish blue and a dark burgundy. Sometimes when Lin Xiaobao was out playing and passed by a hair salon, she would beg them to dye a small section of her hair for her too. But with the world in chaos now, they didn't have the heart to take care of their hair. The new hair growing at the roots was all black. And at this moment, the two of them were carrying half a bag of bok choy. Lin Xiaobao climbed onto the bench and obediently greeted them. Hello, sisters. The two girls waved back. Xiaobao, hello there. They handed them some bok choy. Brother Lin, here. This is a thank you gift. Thank you for coming out with Brother Fu last night to help us. Lin Zhao naturally waved his hand in refusal. No need, no need. We didn't even go over there. You were the ones who chased them away. If you hadn't come out, we wouldn't have dared to get out of the car and fight them. Things would have definitely gotten worse. We still need to thank them, otherwise it would be too impolite. Alright then. Since they said so, Lin Zhao had no choice but to accept. When will we come to get our hair cut? We bring you something too. Okay. What about those 3 with colorful hair? Are you going to deliver that too? Uncle Fei and Aunt Fei went. Lin Zhao nodded and exchanged a few simple pleasantries with them. The two families had recently acquired a considerable amount of supplies, but after last night's events, they were a bit wary and planned to stay home for the next few days to rest. They would set off again once they were well rested. The two sisters concluded, then we head back now. If you need anything, contact Grandpa Zhang. Okay. Lin Zhao nodded. Bye-bye, Xiao Bao. Bye-bye, sister. The two sisters waved to them, and quickly left Grandpa Zhang's house. Lin Zhao smiled and asked, Grandpa Zhang, how was last night? Fine. Grandpa Zhang nodded. How could you not be? How are you? I'm fine too. That's good. Then, Grandpa Zhang deliberately asked, where's Xiao Fu? Why didn't he come down with you? Lin Zhao paused, he's upstairs washing dishes. Fu Cheng was indeed washing dishes, so it wasn't a lie. Okay, then you go up and keep an eye on him, don't let him break the dishes. Brother Cheng won't, his hands are very steady. We're leaving now. A few simple words, and in just a few minutes, the three families parted ways. Lin Zhao closed the window, holding Lin Xiaobao's hand in one hand, and carrying the small green vegetables in the other, turned and went upstairs. As they passed the doghouse, the puppy opened its eyes, saw them, and immediately stood up, taking off running after them. What? Lin Zhao had figured it out. When Fu Cheng was around, it would bark. When Fu Cheng wasn't there, it would bark normally like any other puppy. Hey! Puppy, come here! Lin Zhao deliberately lifted her foot to attract its attention and make it chase after them. The puppy indeed circled around Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao's feet, barking and running in circles. Lin Zhao wasn't afraid at all and continued walking. Lin Xiaobao was tripped up by it, practically unable to move. Ouch! Don't get so close to me, I step on you. You idiot! Lin Zhao simply picked Lin Xiaobao up, carried him to the stairs, and stepped onto the first step. The puppy circled the bottom of the steps. Lin Zhao beckoned to it, Mwah! Come on! Come up! Lin Xiaobao was a little unhappy. Daddy, the puppy is so small, it's not even as tall as the stairs, it can't climb up. Daddy wants to train it a little, are you worried about it? Yes. Lin Xiaobao nodded seriously. Sorry, then Daddy won't tease it anymore. Seeing him get serious, Lin Zhao quickly apologized as well. So, do you want to go upstairs and make me floss with Daddy and Big Daddy, or do you want to stay downstairs and play with the puppy? Such a difficult choice. He couldn't decide again. Sigh. Lin Zhao sighed deliberately, then Daddy will have to allow the puppy upstairs, so you can play with it, while we make neat floss. Lin Xiaobao's eyes lit up. Really? Of course. Lin Zhao said with a smile, but you have to keep an eye on it. Don't let it run into the kitchen, and definitely don't let it pee upstairs, understand? Understood. Lin Xiaobao stomped her foot, raised her little hand, and saluted like a character on TV. For Xiaobao, who has trouble making choices, there's always a dad who can satisfy both desires. Then, before Lin Zhao could speak, heavy footsteps suddenly came from upstairs. Fu Cheng stepped over the second-floor security door, quickly walked down the stairs, and approached them. Who was that sucking just now? Was it his beloved Xiao Zhao? He's here. The zombie dog is here. Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao exchanged a glance, both somewhat puzzled. They racked their brains, but couldn't figure it out. They clearly hadn't called out to Fu Cheng, so why would Fu Cheng suddenly come downstairs? Fu Cheng stared at them intently and called out. He heard them. Never mind, never mind. Lin Zhao picked up the puppy. Let's go! The family of three, along with the puppy, went upstairs. Lin Xiaobao took the puppy outside to play, introducing it to every room except the kitchen. This was the puppy's second time upstairs. Fu Cheng had carried it up once before. But this was its first time, being led around by someone else. Perhaps finding it particularly fascinating, it followed Lin Xiaobao everywhere. The tiled floor was slippery, its reflection faintly visible. The mahogany sofa and coffee table, the booming television, all were things it had never seen before. Little dog, this is the living room. This is the dining room. There's no place for you in the dining room, because you're too short, you have to eat on the floor. You say I'm short too? I sit in the special chair Dad and Uncle prepared for me, and then I won't be short anymore. This is the bathroom. The squat toilet here is exactly the same as downstairs. If you need to pee, you have to come over here. Lin Xiaobao led the little dog on a tour. Lin Zhao and Fu Cheng were in the kitchen, preparing to make pork floss. Lin Zhao opened the freezer, took out a relatively lean piece of pork leg, pressed it on the cutting board, and removed the small amount of fat and tendons. He demonstrated, wanting Fu Cheng to try, but found that Fu Cheng wasn't very good at this kind of delicate work, so he continued doing it himself. After processing the pork leg, he put it in water, added some scallions and ginger to remove the fishy smell, and slowly simmered it until it was thoroughly cooked and tender. When it was almost done, he took the meat out, drained the water, broke it into small pieces, and shredded it into thin strips. This step was the most time-consuming and energy-intensive. Lin Zhao and Fu Chung sat around a large basin at the coffee table in the living room, watching TV and tearing meat into strips. At Lin Zhao's insistence, this time they weren't watching their wedding video, but rather Lin Xiaobao's early childhood education program. A program that teaches children to count to 3 and recognize colors. Fu Chung wouldn't even glance at programs he didn't like, he kept his eyes fixed on Lin Zhao. He ignored Lin Zhao when she called him. Tearing the meat into even strips was quite difficult. Fu Chung was strong, but when he grabbed the pork and squeezed it hard, the meat turned into mincemeat. They could only tear it little by little, strip by strip, slowly. The strain on their fingers and eyes was secondary. The most important thing was Lin Xiaobao and the puppy, drawn by the aroma of meat, kept circling around them. Lin Zhao had already fed them a piece, but they weren't satisfied, constantly coming over to see if Lin Zhao would soften and give them more. After feeding them 3 times, Lin Zhao couldn't take it anymore. He picked up a piece of pork and stuffed it into his own mouth. It's just boiled in plain water, it has no taste at all. Why do you like it so much? Because we're hunting? Lin Xiaobao declared confidently, and the puppy barked along. The two stood together, heads held high. Food obtained through hunting tastes better. Because we earned it through hard work. Through hard work? Okay. Lin Zhao nodded, then Daddy is going to send out Lin Xiaobao, and the puppy sensed something was wrong and quickly backed away. Lin Zhao raised her hand, Chung Ji. Go! Let's teach them a lesson. Fu Chung turned his head, without even moving, and simply opened his mouth, letting out a deep growl, roar. Lin Xiaobao, with the puppy, turned and ran, even losing her shoes in the process. Little dog, run. A wolf is coming. If you're too slow, he eats you. Fu Chung frowned, his expression complicated. He didn't like eating dogs, especially unwashed ones, which smelled strongly of dogs. He loved eating xiuzhao. Seeing Lin Zhao sitting next to him out of the corner of his eye, Fu Chung immediately perked up again, wagging his tail at him. Lin Zhao elbowed him, pouting at him. Stop grinning like an idiot. Hurry up and get to work. You get a kiss as a reward after you finish. Chapter 58. Making meat floss is just too much trouble. Lin Zhao and Fu Chung, 2 adults. An adult, a living corpse, sat in the living room, shredding meat around a metal basin. Just 2 pieces of pork leg meat, and they'd been shredding it for hours, watching several episodes of early childhood education cartoons in the process. At noon, Lin Zhao finally lost patience, slamming the meat into the basin and pushing it all to Fu Chung. He then got up and dashed into the kitchen. He said he was going to make lunch. Fu Chung remained silent, looking down at the metal basin in front of him, then turning back to look at Lin Zhao's retreating figure. Xiao Zhao, you just said this morning you let me learn to cook. Why won't you let me learn now? Why did you leave me here all alone? Lin Xiaobao blinked, bringing her dog with her, and came to him, wanting to comfort him. Daddy, don't be sad. Daddy's just making lunch. Let me help you tear the meat. Fu Chung turned his head back, looked at him, and frowned. What? What are you talking about? Cooking is too hard work. Xiao Zhao specifically told him not to learn to cook. Fu Cheng's face was beaming, revealing a tender side beneath his tough exterior. Xiao Zhao is so good to him. Xiao Zhao loves him. He's so touched. Lin Xiaobao tilted his head, his expression slowly becoming puzzled. Daddy, what are you thinking? Are we thinking the same thing? Lin Xiaobao withdrew his hand, and said loudly, Daddy, you tear it yourself. I'm not helping you. Fine, I won't help. Fu Cheng's expression remained unchanged, but as Lin Xiaobao turned to leave, he touched his chubby little arm. What? Daddy, I'm not helping you. Lin Xiaobao turned back, and Fu Chung placed a small piece of boiled lean meat in front of him. Lin Xiaobao was a little surprised, and subconsciously glanced back at the kitchen, asking softly, Can I have some? Didn't Daddy forbid him from eating? Wasn't Big Daddy the one who always listened to Daddy? Fu Chung pushed the lean meat forward, pressing it against his little mouth. Eat quickly, before Xiao Dao comes back. Woof. Lin Xiaobao opened his mouth wide, swallowing it in one gulp, chewing as he said, And my puppy, can I give it a piece too? Fu Chung picked out a small piece, and tossed it to the puppy. The puppy wagged its tail, jumped up, caught the lean meat, and chewed along. It had started teething, but they weren't fully grown yet. The teeth weren't big or very sharp. But the well-stewed lean meat was more than enough for a 3-year-old child, and a 1-month-old puppy. Thank you, Big Daddy. Hoo hoo hoo. Lin Xiaobao wiped his hands on his clothes behind his back, then reached towards the metal basin again. Fu Cheng quickly stopped him, saying, "You just touched the dog, you can't touch the food." "Daddy, I didn't want to eat it myself." Lin Xiaobao hurriedly said, "I wanted to give you a piece." Lin Xiaobao pointed at him. This was called returning the favor. He knew that his father had taught him. "Never mind, I go wash my hands." Seeing his daddy's clueless look, Lin Xiaobao didn't explain further, and with the dog in tow, turned and ran towards the bathroom. Just then, Lin Zhao, holding a tomato in each hand, peeked out from behind the kitchen sliding door. "What are you muttering about? Why are you hiding this from me?" Fu Cheng looked at him and gave him a stiff smile. "Xiao Zhao, good afternoon." Lin Zhao puffed out her cheeks and couldn't help but smile at him. "Hurry up and break the meat, don't be lazy." "Okay." Fu Cheng, the zombie worker Lin Zhao hired, responded, lowered his head, and continued working. Actually, he knew that Xiao Zhao didn't want to break the meat into strips anymore, which was why she said she was going to make lunch. Actually, he was also a little impatient. Xiao Zhao could kill people and move things, but this kind of delicate work was something he really couldn't do. So, as long as he fed the lean meat to Lin Xiaobao and the puppy, he could break less meat. He was really clever in indirectly reducing his workload. Fu Cheng praised himself in his heart. He wasn't as smart as Xiao Zhao, but he was definitely better than Xiaobao. Not long after, Lin Zhao returned to the kitchen, and Lin Xiaobao also came out of the bathroom. He washed his hands, dried them carefully with a small towel, and showed them to Fu Cheng before Fu Cheng allowed him to touch the meat strips. Lin Xiaobao picked up a piece of lean meat, raised his little finger, and prepared to stuff it through the gap in his dad's mask. He had fed his older father biscuits like this before, but his father wouldn't let him, saying his older father would bite him. But he thought his older father was very kind. He would retract his teeth and receive the food with his lips, so he wouldn't bite him at all. He would also be very careful, quickly pulling his hand back. "It's okay." Lin Xiaobao fed him the lean meat, and Fu Cheng slightly opened his mouth, ready to receive his dutiful son's feeding. But just then, a familiar voice came, and the father and son, along with a little dog, turned around together. They saw Lin Zhao holding a spatula, leaning against the sliding door, watching them intently. "What are you two doing?" "Dad." Lin Xiaobao was the first to react, stuffing a piece of lean meat into her father's mouth, then grabbing another and running to him. "Dad, let me feed you, ah." She tried to brush him off. Lin Zhao hesitated for 3 seconds, then finally bent down and ate. "Alright, I won't hold it against you this time. Cheng Ji, keep working. Xiaobao, come help me crack the eggs." "Okay." Lin Zhao had been busy making meat floss all morning, but he wasn't finished yet. He really didn't have time to make lunch, so today the family ate tomato and egg noodles. The noodles were the simplest white handmade noodles. Lin Zhao took 3 pieces of dough, threw them into boiling water, cooked them, stirred them, and once cooked, scooped them out and drained them in a bowl. The noodles were ordinary, but the tomato and egg topping was anything but. Usually, when cooking, he would first fry the eggs, then the tomatoes, and finally mix them together. But this time, Lin Zhao specially made a different kind of tomato. He took out 3 tomatoes, placed them on the cutting board, and instead of chopping them into wedges, he diced them. He diced them very small and finely, extracting their juice. While he finished chopping the tomatoes, Lin Xiaobao also beat 5 eggs. Then Lin Zhao scooped out the diced tomatoes, added them to the egg mixture, added a little salt, and had Lin Xiaobao continue to stir until well combined. He heated oil in a pan, poured the tomato mixture and egg mixture into the pan, spread it into a large pancake, and then gently stirred and broke it up with a wooden spatula. This was also scrambled eggs with tomatoes. But this time, it was more juicy, with more broken pieces, making it more suitable for mixing with noodles. There was a bit too much egg mixture, so Lin Zhao deliberately divided it into 2 batches to cook. Even so, it didn't take long. 10 minutes later, lunch was ready. "Lunch is ready." Lin Xiaobao grabbed chopsticks and ran out to set the table. Lin Zhao took out 3 bowls and placed them side by side on the stove. Each person got a bowl of noodles and 2 spoonfuls of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. And for the puppy, who could eat solid food now, he got half a spoonful of noodles and half a spoonful of toppings. Lunch was simple, but the family of 3 ate with gusto. Especially Lin Xiaobao, who puffed out his cheeks and slurped. As a result, while the noodles went into his mouth, the tomato juice remained outside, smearing a circle around his mouth. Forget cats and dogs, The whole family of 3 is a bunch of pigs in the afternoon. Those who were supposed to take a nap didn't, and those who were supposed to watch TV didn't. The 3 of them worked together, and after another half hour, they finally finished tearing up all the lean meat. We 3 are really amazing, Lin Zhao said, stretching out his arms and looking at his hands. Hand-shredded chicken, hand-shredded duck, hand-shredded roasted whole lamb, hand-shredded dry beef. Next time bad guys come to Happiness Street, send the 3 of us to tear the bad guys apart. Lin Xiaobao asked, Dad, what bad guys? The last one who came, you were sleeping. Why didn't you wake me? You were sleeping too soundly. Grab the shredded meat, let's go. Lin Zhao put on an apron and waved to them. Fu Cheng picked up the iron basin, and Lin Xiaobao and the puppy obediently followed. Lin Zhao took out the big iron pot from home, put it on the induction cooker, and added 2 spoonfuls of oil. Once the oil was hot, he poured all the shredded meat in and started stir-frying. He had to stir-fry all the moisture out of the meat first before adding seasonings. Ugh! Lin Zhao gripped the spatula, struggling to stir it. There was a lot of shredded meat, and he had to keep stirring it constantly, otherwise it would easily burn. He stirred for a while, switching hands repeatedly. Xiaobao, look at the clock, what time is it? How long has Daddy been stir-frying? What number is the shortest hand pointing to? 2. Huh? Why is it still 2? It was 2 just now, and it's still 2. Lin Zhao thought he had been stir-frying for an hour. How could this be? Lin Zhao rubbed his shoulder, calling out repeatedly, Brother Cheng, Brother Cheng. Fu Cheng, who had been standing beside him, heard him call, and walked behind him, reaching out to take his hand. Before Lin Zhao could even breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt that this posture. Something seemed off. Fu Cheng had one arm around his waist, the other holding his hand, stir-frying the meat floss with him, and even resting his chin on his shoulder. Stir-frying some pork floss, how romantic. It's not just seems, it's definitely not right. Something's just not right. Lin Zhao twisted her body and bumped him with her bottom. Why are you standing behind me? Why don't you just take the spatula from me? No. Fu Cheng hugged him even tighter. If this is what Xiao Zhao meant by cooking, he'd be willing to cook every day. Lin Zhao had absolutely no desire to resist, nor the strength to resist. He leaned back and fell directly into Fu Cheng's arms. Fine, that's fine. At least he doesn't have to wave the spatula anymore. Ouch. Lin Xiaobao ran back after checking the clock, saw her father and great-uncle hugging, and quickly rushed forward, hugging their legs. I want a hug too. Even the puppy whimpered and rushed over. After a while, Lin Xiaobao stepped on the ground and wiggled his little feet. Daddy, Big Daddy, how much longer are you going to hug me? I'm a little tired. If you're tired, let's go. Lin Zhao turned around, squeezed a little space out of Fu Cheng's arms, and quickly squatted down. Fu Cheng lowered his eyes, watching him leave his embrace with a pitiful look. Wasn't it uncomfortable being held by him? Why did Xiaozi run away? Xiaobao, let's go, let's go! Lin Zhao pulled Lin Xiaobao and ran off, leaving Fu Cheng alone, continuing to busy himself in the kitchen. Of course, the father and son didn't leave for long. They went out to get some water, and then came back with their little stools. Fu Cheng was busy at the stove, while Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao sat side by side beside him, waving their hands. Cheng Ji, go for it. Big Daddy, go for it. Fu Cheng picked up the oil bottle on the table. Lin Zhao, seeing things were going badly, quickly rushed forward. Hey! That's not it, go for it. He stir-fried for half an hour, breaking up the meat. He added salt, light soy sauce, and sugar, and stir-fried for another half hour. Lin Zhao, worried the color wouldn't be good enough, added a little dark soy sauce for color. After a full hour of stir-frying, Lin Zhao thought Fu Cheng's arm muscles looked a bit thicker. The finished meat floss was golden in color, fluffy and crispy, with a savory aroma. He scooped up a spoonful and put it in his mouth. The first thing he felt was dry. Lin Zhao wasn't cursing. It really was dry. Sticky to the palate, impossible to lick off. After struggling to lick it off, he finally got to eat it, and it was actually quite delicious. The aroma of meat filled his entire mouth and nasal cavity, even more fragrant than what you buy outside. Lin Xiaobao, standing on tiptoe, ate several spoonfuls as his father fed him. He shook his head, drawing out his words, Daddy, the pork floss is so delicious. Even if it's delicious, you can't eat too much. This is for eating with porridge. Lin Zhao poured the freshly cooked pork floss onto a plate, spreading it out to cool. Without washing the pan, He took out a piece of seaweed and pan-fried it. The seaweed was originally black, but as it was fried, it slowly turned green, becoming crispy and tasting similar to nori. The fried seaweed was torn into pieces and mixed with the pork floss, making for a richer texture. After the pork floss cooled, Lin Zhao packed it into jars and took it downstairs to weigh it on Fu Cheng's electronic scale. Goodness, so much lean meat, and in the end, only 2.5 jars of light pork floss were made. If it weren't for the hot weather making it impossible to cure meat, and the fact that Fu Cheng had brought back so much meat that had been sitting in the freezer for so long without being finished, Lin Zhao really wouldn't want to make these things. He made up his mind never to make them again. It's troublesome, and it doesn't last long. From now on, everyone can just eat frozen meat together. Lin Xiaobao is young, so she should eat less. However, although he can't eat meat floss, he can eat meat floss. Ah! Lin Zhao turned his head, grabbed Fu Cheng's arm with both hands, and patted it hard. After a whole day of exercise, Brother Cheng's arm was even more muscular. He opened his mouth wide, as if to bite. Fu Cheng was shocked, and quickly covered his mouth. Oh no! Someone's going to bite a zombie. The family of 3 had been busy all day, so dinner was simple. They just cooked some porridge and served it with the freshly made meat floss. The pork floss was hard-earned, so the family ate it sparingly, practically cutting each shred into 8 pieces to eat with 8 mouthfuls of porridge. The rain continued for a while, and then suddenly it started drizzling again during dinner. As soon as it started raining, the sky darkened quickly, and the temperature dropped immediately. Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao, wearing coats, felt chilly. They didn't stay downstairs long. After dinner, they went back to their bedroom. They took showers, changed into their pajamas, wrapped themselves in blankets, watched TV, and listened to the pattering rain outside the window. This was much more comfortable than being in the kitchen. The family hadn't taken a nap at noon, and as soon as they sat down to watch TV, they quickly became sleepy. Not long after, Lin Xiaobao hugged his father's arm, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Lin Zhao was also sleepy, but he forced himself to stay awake, picked up the remote, turned off the TV, and then pulled Lin Xiaobao into bed with him. Brother Cheng, we're going to sleep. Snoring. Remember to go down and check on the puppy, make sure it doesn't pee in its bed. Roar. After saying this, Lin Zhao closed his eyes and fell asleep. Fu Cheng looked at him and couldn't resist reaching out to touch his cheek. Sleeping so quickly, it seemed Xiao Zhao was really tired. Fu Cheng remembered his words and was going down to check on the puppy. These past few days, they had been doing this to train the puppy to urinate in a designated spot. However, Fu Cheng had just checked on it before going to bed, so he wasn't in a hurry, he could go later. He laid down next to Lin Zhao, embracing both Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao, inhaling the fragrance of Lin Zhao's hair. He even deliberately moved closer, letting Lin Zhao's hair brush against his face, slip into his bite guard, and brush against his nose and lips. He was a zombie, unable to eat people, and relied on this to sustain his life each day. Xiao Zhao smelled wonderful. Just smelling her was enough to make him feel full. Fu Cheng closed his eyes, quietly resting. The rain pattered softly, incessantly. After what seemed like an eternity, when darkness deepened and the world became eerily quiet, Fu Cheng finally opened his eyes again. He slipped his hand under the covers, first feeling Lin Xiaobao's back and bottom to make sure he wasn't sweating or wet the bed, before tiptoeing out of bed. It was the middle of the night. He should go check on the puppy. Fu Cheng pressed the doorknob, pushed open the bedroom door, and went out. He had only recently learned to open doors. Xiaobao had taught him. The lights were off. The house was pitch black. Fortunately, Fu Cheng had night vision, allowing him to see clearly even in the dark. He still retained his hunting instincts, his footsteps silent as he crossed the corridor and descended the stairs. Downstairs, the puppy was curled up in its bed, fast asleep. Fu Cheng glanced at it, making sure its bed wasn't wet, before turning around to float back. All right, Xiao Zhao can relax now. Upstairs, upstairs, upstairs to sleep with his wife and son. On the way back, Fu Cheng's pace quickened considerably. Hurry, hurry, hurry! A warm bed for his wife and son. But, just as Fu Cheng passed the storage room, he suddenly stopped. Fu Cheng's expression turned cold, and he abruptly turned to look at the tightly closed iron door. Since moving out of the storage room not long ago, he had been sleeping upstairs with Xiao Zhao and Xiao Bao. Xiao Zhao had locked the storage room, saying it was an abandoned coal palace, unlucky, and shouldn't be mentioned again. But now, why is he suddenly? Fu Cheng frowned, held his breath, and took 2 steps forward, his steps light. He smelled a stranger. A smell that didn't belong in this house. It was foul, fishy, and unpleasant. Who was it? How could someone be in his house? Fu Chung held his breath and slowly approached the iron door. Closer and closer. Through the door, he could even hear the other person's deliberately soft breathing and movements. He was fiddling with the lock, he was. The next second, Fu Chung lunged forward and shoved the iron door open. With a loud bang, the iron door seemed to have hit something. Immediately afterward, a dark figure darted out from behind the door. He was small and agile, almost like a mouse. He jumped onto the stainless steel bed where Fu Chung used to sleep, gripped the windowsill of the exhaust fan window with both hands, and leaned his head out, almost disappearing through the air. But Fu Chung reacted even faster. Fu Chung roared, like a wild beast, lunging forward, grabbing the other person's clothes, and pulling them back. Roar! How dare you trespass into my cold palace? This is the cold palace my wife set up for me. You even dared to step on my sheets and blankets. This is the bed my wife and son made for me. My sheets are covered in footprints. Fu Chung yanked hard, pulling the other person back and slamming them heavily to the ground. Roar! Damn it! At the same time, Lin Zhao, sleeping in the bedroom, was also awakened by Fu Cheng's roar. Brother Chung Yu. He rubbed his eyes, about to complain, when he suddenly realized something and sat up abruptly. Wait! Brother Chung isn't in bed. Lin Zhao abruptly threw off the covers and quickly got out of bed. Where is he? The sound was coming from downstairs. Lin Zhao grabbed the iron rod beside the bed and rushed to the window. He looked down and saw someone leaning out of their first-floor window. Then, he was pulled back by an unknown force. Looking up again, he saw 2 vans parked on the road outside the wall. Several people, presumably on foot, were prying open the windows of the barbershop and the 3 colorful-haired people's house. Oh no! Lin Zhao reacted quickly, turning around, grabbing an iron basin from the table, and starting to bang on it. Bang! 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 Thief! Neighbors, wake up! Thief! The 3 colorful-haired people. De Mei and Xiao Mei. Wake up! Catch the thief! At Lin Zhao's command, swish! 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 In an instant, the entire Happiness Street was awakened, and lights came on in every house. Immediately following, the entire street erupted in a deafening barrage of profanities. Hack your grandpa! Lin Zhao took a deep breath and shouted. Brother Chung, grab him alive. Chapter 59. Thief! Thief! It was midnight, and a light rain was falling outside. Lin Zhao stood at the window of his 3rd-floor bedroom, holding an iron bar in his right hand and an iron basin in his left, banging them together loudly. Clang, clang, clang. Bang, bang, bang. Neighbors. Friends. Wake up. There. Thief. Before the words were even finished, the entire Happiness Street woke up. A whole row of self-built houses lit up in unison, followed by a chorus of angry curses. I hack your grandpa. He's stealing from me. Ah! Get out of the way. Lin Zhao stood by the window and saw the thief peering out of the barbershop window. Realizing the danger, turned to run. The 2 sisters rushed downstairs, opened the window, and threw something out, hitting the thief on the back, causing him to stumble and nearly fall. They screamed and threw things at the same time, the sound and force matching. The thief targeting room number 5 had already climbed to the 2nd-floor window. The 3 girls with colorful hair were even more agile than the sisters. They opened the window, forcefully pried the thief's hands off the windowsill, and shoved him out. With a loud crash, the thief landed heavily on his back. But because the floor wasn't high, even so, the thief struggled to his feet and limped away. The 3 girls with colorful hair weren't satisfied. They ran down the stairs, making a clattering sound, to give chase. Seeing everyone's impressive fighting spirit, Lin was already relieved. Lin Zhao glanced around, making sure her window was locked and there was no one outside, before turning around to go downstairs. He remembered being woken up by Chung Ji's roar. It was either the 2nd floor or the 1st floor. A thief must have broken into their house, but Chung Ge had discovered it. He had to go down and check. It wasn't that he was worried about Chung Ge. Chung Ge was incredibly strong and could easily crush a person's skull. Anyone who faced him would have no chance of survival. Lin Zhao was worried about the thief. He was worried that Chung Ge would punch him to death, crush him with one hand, or even kill him with a single finger. He couldn't just kill someone. What if Chung Ge awakened his bloodlust after killing someone? Besides, disposing of a body after a murder in the house was too much trouble. Dismembering and disposing of the body, Neither he nor Changge had any experience with that. It would turn the house into a haunted house. How could they live there afterward? So, Lin Zhao turned around and hurried downstairs. But just then, a small, stocky figure stood at his feet, arms outstretched, blocking his path. Daddy? Lin Zhao was startled and quickly pulled his foot back to avoid stepping on him. Xiao Bao, I forgot about you. Lin Xiaobao stood in front of him, looking up with bright, expectant eyes. Daddy, are bad guys coming? Yes. Lin Zhao asked, do you want to stay upstairs and continue sleeping, or come downstairs with Daddy? With Daddy, Big Daddy. Lin Xiaobao had been waiting for this day for so long. Okay, let's go. Lin Zhao threw aside the flattened iron basin, grabbed an iron rod in one hand and Lin Xiaobao's hand in the other, and ran downstairs as fast as he could. Lin Zhao was in a hurry to get downstairs, and Lin Xiaobao, with her short legs, tumbled down the stairs, led by her father. The father and son ran, shouting, Brother Chung, don't kill. Leave him alive. Daddy, don't be afraid, we're here to save you. Meanwhile, in the storage room, Fu Chung stood in the darkness, his fists clenched, a thief lying face down at his feet. The thief had just tried to escape through the exhaust fan window, but Fu Chung had caught him and slammed him to the ground. Overwhelmed by fear and pain, he couldn't even get up, only able to groan in agony. Fu Chung lowered his eyes, staring intently at him, constantly monitoring. If the thief made a move, he could subdue him again immediately. Xiao Zhao said not to kill. Then, he wouldn't kill. Thankfully, Xiao Zhao shouted in time. At that moment, his fist was only a finger's width away from the thief's head. Just then, Lin Xiaobao's voice came. Daddy, don't be afraid. Daddy and I are here to save you. Fu Chung frowned. What nonsense is this little brat spouting? He's a zombie. Does he need his wife and son to save him? He looked up. Just then, Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao came running to the door of the storage room. Brother Chung, how are you? Are you hurt? Daddy, let me help you. Even knowing Fu Chung was strong, Lin Zhao still instinctively asked if he was hurt. The two rushed forward. Fu Chung reached out, grabbed the thief by the collar, and lifted him up. He thought for a moment, then reached out his other hand and placed it under the thief's nose. He looked a bit dead, but he was actually alive. I was good, I listened to Xiuzhao. Lin Zhao turned on the light, grabbed Fu Cheng's arm, and looked him over from head to toe, making sure he was alright before going to look at the thief. It was a man, not very old, maybe in his early 20s. But he was short and thin. So, Lin Zhao looked up at the small exhaust fan window above her. Brother Chung had climbed through this window earlier and dismantled the exhaust fan. He'd taken it apart in a mess, and Lin Zhao couldn't put it back together. Thinking the window was quite high, and there were rolled up sharp metal strips for protection inside, he figured it should be fine. He hadn't bothered to clean it properly, just casually placed the exhaust fan on it, locked the storage room door, and then left it at that. As a result, this thief, taking advantage of his size, easily got in. Lin Zhao was still shaken. She looked back at the door, and saw that the lock had been pried open halfway. If Brother Chung hadn't gotten up in the middle of the night and discovered him, who knows what would have happened. Fu Chung picked up the thief and brought him towards Lin Zhao. Xiao Zhao, what should we do? Lin Zhao hesitated. Suddenly, there were a few light knocks outside the window. Xiao Lin. It's Grandpa Zhang, it must be about the thief. Hey! Lin Zhao quickly responded, waving to Fu Chung and Lin Xiaobao. Lin Xiaobao stood tall and proud, while Fu Chung, carrying the thief, obediently followed. As they passed the shelves, Lin Zhao casually picked up a mask and put it on Fu Chung, covering the anti-bite device on his face. Chung Ji, talk less, keep your eyes closed, and stick close to me. Snoring. Xiaobao, keep an eye on Daddy, don't let him talk. Yes, ma'am. Lin Zhao absolutely wouldn't dare catch the thief alone, so he could only have Chung Ji follow him. The family of three went to the window. A group of neighbors from Happiness Street were gathered at Grandpa Zhang's house across the street. The group chattered excitedly. Brother Lin, Brother Fu, how are you? Are you alright? Damn, that really scared me to death. Did you catch him alive? Yeah. Lin Zhao pointed to the thief in Fu Cheng's hand. We caught one. It's not convenient to talk through the window like this. Why don't you come over? Let's ask him together what happened, and discuss what to do next. Lin Zhao thought for a moment, then finally nodded. Okay. He trusted Grandpa Zhang's house. Wait a moment. Lin Zhao told Fu Cheng and Lin Xiaobao to wait for him downstairs, while he ran upstairs to get 2 coats for the family of 3 and locked the upstairs security door. The windows faced each other. Red Hair greeted them. "Brother Fu, it's been a long time." Fu Cheng was about to speak when Lin Xiaobao looked up, his eyes like searchlights, at his father. "Big Daddy, don't speak." So Fu Cheng remained silent, nodding slightly. Red Hair frowned, a little speechless. "Hey, cool guy, pretty aloof." Of course, he didn't dare say it aloud. Not long after, Lin came downstairs with his things. He put on his coat while handing Lin Xiaobao his bare coat, letting him put it on himself. Passing the shelf, he picked up a bundle of rope and used it to tie the thief's hands and feet. He could go to Grandpa Zhang's house, but it was best if Brother Cheng didn't go. After all, he's still a zombie. What if Brother Cheng suddenly went berserk and hurt the neighbors? And Xiaobao, he's too young to participate in this kind of thing. Lin Zhao had Fu Cheng take the thief to the back door of Grandpa Zhang's house. The blonde-haired man opened the door for them. Lin Zhao pulled the rope, threw the thief inside, then turned back and whispered to Fu Cheng, "Brother Cheng, take Xiaobao and wait for me at home." Fu Cheng lowered his eyes, looking at him with a pitiful expression. His wife was going to leave him alone at home. He didn't want that. Lin Xiaobao also looked up, his eyes filled with tears. His father was going to leave him alone at home. He didn't want that. Both father and son had forgotten that they hadn't considered each other. "Listen to me." Lin Zhao squeezed their hands. "The house can't be left unattended. What if another thief gets in?" Fu Cheng stood still. The neighbors were urging them. "What's wrong? Why don't you come over together? Hurry, the zombies are coming." The noise Lin Zhao had made banging on the metal basin had not only scared away the thief, but had also attracted the zombies. "Hurry up." Lin Zhao glanced back, then said to Fu Cheng, "Quick, I give you a kiss when we get back." He then said to Lin Xiaobao, "Hurry, the bad guys might come back at any time. You and Daddy go back and guard the house. And Daddy doesn't know how to lock the door, you have to lock it for him, otherwise Daddy won't be able to get back." "Okay." Fu Cheng and Lin Xiaobao reluctantly turned around and went home. Even after they got home, they still lingered by the window, constantly watching for any movement across the street. They would keep an eye on Xiaoza/Daddy until he came home. Lin Zhao went into Grandpa Zhang's house alone. Grandpa Zhang's house was a small bungalow. There was a small shop in the front, and the living quarters in the back. There was no living room, only a kitchen, bedroom, and bathroom. Now, a group of people were crammed into the kitchen, making it difficult to even turn around. In just a short while, the 3 girls with colorful hair had tied the thief to a chair. The 2 sisters patted his face, trying to wake him. But the thief had probably fallen quite hard, and didn't wake up. Finally, kind-hearted Grandpa Zhang, carrying a basin of cold water, shakily brought it over. "Use this." Everyone was stunned, and quickly moved aside. With a splash, the cold water was splashed on the thief's face, making him shiver. The thief struggled, groaning twice, and finally woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, and saw so many people surrounding him, all with unfriendly expressions, his face turned pale instantly. His face was terrified, and he stammered, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Don't kill me. I didn't steal anything. I didn't have anything. Were you with those thieves? Did you come together? Who gave you the guts to come and steal from us? Speak. Don't play dumb." A group of people, a mountain of questions. The thief's eyes darted around, unable to answer. I. Finally, Grandpa Zhang, leaning on his cane, stepped forward and calmed the situation. "I ask? Were you with the other thieves?" The thief didn't answer, only asking, "What happened to them? Where are they?" Those who came to climb the wall were all pushed off and fell to their deaths. Grandpa Zhang's tone was gentle, of course feigned. "You were alone. If I hadn't stopped them, they would have beaten you to death too." Lin Zhao was the first to realize that Grandpa Wang was playing the good cop. So he put on a cold face, straightened his back, and silently raised the iron bar in his hand. The other neighbors also realized what was happening, some sharpening their knives, others their teeth. Grandpa Zhang asked again, "I told him I ask you a few questions. If you answer well, I let you go, otherwise." I answer. The thief nodded repeatedly, hurriedly saying, "I'm with them. We live at number 8 Shibei Street. We known each other before. Why did you come to steal from us? Have you been watching us for a long time? Are there other people watching us?" "I don't know." "You don't know?" Lin Zhao swung the iron bar, the tip hitting the concrete ground with a loud thud. We never been here before." Someone told us that every household on Xingfu Street next to the car factory has lots of supplies, so we came. Yes, Shibei Street and Xingfu Street are quite far apart, at least an hour's drive. No one would drive here specifically to stake out and observe. Who said that? I don't know. The thief was practically in tears. Just last night, around dawn, 2 cars drove past us. They were saying as they drove that there were supplies on Xingfu Street, that there was a big warehouse on Xingfu Street. We thought we'd try our luck. The 2 sisters from the hairdresser immediately exclaimed, 2 cars, 1 black and 1 gray. I think so, I didn't see clearly. Shameless. The 2 sisters and uncle and Aunt Peng cursed loudly. It was the same 2 cars that had been following them yesterday. They had followed them, been chased away, and held a grudge, spreading rumors everywhere. No wonder, no wonder. The 2 sisters took a deep breath, feeling a little guilty. It's our fault, we led them back, and they know our address. We're sorry. We're sorry. You can't say that. The car ran out of gas, and you had nowhere else to go but back. Exactly, and they've been watching you for days. They definitely know where you live. Hiding won't help. Grandpa Zhang tapped his cane. Now is not the time to apologize. We should think about what to do next. The rumors had already spread. Who knows how many people would target them, come to steal, rob, or kidnap. This group of thieves certainly wouldn't be the last. Having experienced so much, they understood. In the apocalyptic world, the people they had to guard against weren't just zombies, but also humans. And a whole lot more would come. We, all of us, have to unite. Grandpa Zhang sighed, his voice heavy with emotion. Otherwise, this hurdle will be difficult to overcome. Agreed. Lin Zhao nodded first, and the other neighbors echoed. Okay. I wanted to say this for a long time. Lin Xiaobao, standing by the window, also raised his hand. Although he didn't quite understand, he just support. Let's talk about this thief first. How should we deal with him? Everyone turned to look at the thief. The thief flinched, then burst into tears, his face streaked with tears and snot. Please, please, let me go. I really didn't steal anything. I was discovered as soon as I climbed in. I didn't do anything. For a moment, the neighbors couldn't think of a way to deal with him. Uncle Fatty looked at him, thought for a moment, and spoke first, his voice cold and ruthless. Kill him, hang his body at the street corner, and when others see it, they won't dare come over. That'd be the end of it. Hearing this, the thief almost wet himself. No. No. Let me go. I never steal again. Let me go. In fact, this method was indeed a bit cruel. After all, none of the people present had ever killed anyone, not even a pig. They were all a little afraid of killing and hanging someone. Even Uncle Fatty, who had suggested it, couldn't bring himself to do it. Just then, the roar of a zombie came from outside the door. So Green Hair said, otherwise, let's just throw him out to feed the zombies, then we won't have to do it ourselves. What if? Demei objected. What if a zombie comes in when we open the door? Then we carry him to the roof and throw him down. Grandpa Zhang's house is a single-story building. We can't get on the roof. Killing him and hanging him up isn't a good idea either. What if the blood spills everywhere and attracts more zombies? We can't just guard against people. We have to guard against zombies too. Right. The thief nodded repeatedly. I attract the zombies. Then, your house will be surrounded by zombies, and you'll be trapped here to die. Killing him isn't an option. Throwing him out isn't an option either. What should they do? For a moment, everyone fell silent. They stared at the thief, and the thief stared back at them, his face pleading. After what seemed like an eternity, Lin Zhao, who hadn't participated in the discussion, suddenly spoke up. Let him go. Everyone was surprised and turned to look at him. Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao crossed his arms, holding the iron bar, and said calmly, let him go back and tell everyone that Happiness Street isn't to be trifled with. He and his accomplices came to steal from Happiness Street, and they were all wiped out. Not a single one survived. That way, no one else would dare to come. The neighbors were still hesitant, gathering together in a circle. But what if? Green Hair whispered. What if others hear this news and band together to rob us? What then? There shouldn't be that many people. Even if there are. Anyway, I wouldn't dare kill anyone. Why don't you guys do it? I wouldn't dare either. I think Brother Lin makes a good point. Let him go out, and tell the others that we're not to be trifled with here. Let's scare them. What if he doesn't scare them? At least it scares some of the cowards. The news has already spread. The bold ones, those who are meant to come, will come anyway. Once we get rid of him, we need to hurry up and build some defensive structures. Suddenly Lin Zhao said again, I go say something to him. Hey! Brother Lin. Lin Zhao, carrying the iron bar, walked forward, bent down slightly, and whispered something in the thief's ear. In an instant, the thief's face, which had regained some color, turned deathly pale again. All right. Lin Zhao straightened up. He would never dare to cause trouble again. None of the neighbors dared to make a move. They could only look at the highly respected Grandpa Zhang. After much deliberation, Grandpa Zhang finally nodded, listened to Xiao Lin, let him out. Okay. The thief was overjoyed and wept, repeatedly thanking him. Thank you. Thank you so much. I will definitely change my ways. The three colorful-haired zombies untied the rope binding him to the chair, dragged him to the back door of Grandpa Zhang's house. We won't kill you. Whether you can escape from the zombies is up to you. The thief suddenly hesitated again. Attracted by the sound, about a dozen zombies of all sizes, men, women, and children were lingering near Grandpa Zhang's and Lin Zhao's houses. It was pitch black outside, and it was raining. Perhaps because they were wet, their movements were somewhat slowed. Even so, escaping from them wouldn't be easy. No, please let me out later. Stop howling. The more you howl, the more agitated the zombies become. Three colorful-haired zombies grabbed him, while the two sisters unlocked the door and opened it a crack. With a creak, the back door opened. Several zombies seemed to hear the sound and turned around in unison. The next second, the thief squeezed through the crack and ran off in the opposite direction. He dared not shout, dared not yell, he just kept running forward. Fu Chung stood by the window, his face grim, his eyes cold, and he let out a low snort. The next second, all the zombies sprang into action, waving their arms and legs, slowly giving chase. The thief gritted his teeth, not daring to speak, and ran until he reached the street corner. Lin Zhao and the others didn't look again, letting him go. His survival was his own doing. Grandpa Zhang gripped his cane tightly and sighed. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. We need to hurry and deal with any thieves or robbers who might come at any moment. Lin Zhao nodded, thinking as she spoke. We need to assign 2 people to the highest point to keep a close watch on both ends of the street, acting as scouts. If anyone approaches, they should warn everyone. Put some thumbtacks or broken glass on the road leading into the street. If they drive in, just puncture their tires. Put some on the windowsills too, to prevent anyone from climbing through the windows. Or if anyone has iron bars or sandbags, we can simply stop them outside the street. Han Mao hurriedly said, I drive the van over and block the road. No, vans are a scarce resource. What if they get angry and smash the van? How will we get out of the house then? We have to use some scrap metal. Then we don't have any. The neighbors all shook their heads. Who has iron bars? It's not like we're running a prison. Let's start by scattering the glass shards, Grandpa Zhang said. The convenience store has empty wine bottles and beverage bottles, take those. Okay. After a brief discussion, the group immediately got to work. On the entire street, only Lin Zhao's house and Uncle Pang and Aunt Pang's house were 3-story buildings. So, those 2 houses temporarily served as lookout posts. Lin Zhao planned to have Fu Chung and Lin Xiaobao keep watch upstairs, while Aunt Pang would keep watch over Uncle Pang's family. The group then packed the empty wine bottles into a box, smashed them violently, and scattered them along the street. Yesterday and today were both cloudy and rainy. The solar-powered streetlights were running low on power, flickering on and off. The glass shards, lying on the rain-soaked, dark pavement, were hardly noticeable. After finishing this, the group went home to change clothes, prepare their weapons, and be ready to fight at any moment. Just as they were leaving, Grandpa Zhang suddenly called out to Lin Zhao. Xiao Lin. Hey! Lin Zhao turned around. What did you say to that thief? At this, the other neighbors became curious and looked at him. Yeah, Brother Lin, what did you say to that thief? You scared him half to death. I said. Lin Zhao pursed his lips, turned to look at Fu Chung through the window, and gave him a polite smile. My husband is a boxing champion. Come back and try if you dare. Chapter 60. At 1 in the morning, the rain intensified. Grandpa Zhang opened the back door with a creak. 7 or 8 neighbors, men and women young and old, like a school of small fish, peeked out from behind the door. Hurry up, there aren't any zombies outside for now. It's settled, everyone go back and prepare. Report any news immediately, even if it's just banging drums and gongs. Okay, don't be so loud. Let's go! You're the loudest. Under the cover of darkness, the group splashed through the puddles and filed out, each heading home. Lin Zhao was at the back of the line, raising his hands to shield his head, and ran after them. Cheng Ji Xiao Bao, quick! Open the door for me. Luckily, their house was right next to Grandpa Zhang's. Fu Cheng and Lin Xiao Bao were also standing behind the door, ready to go at any moment. At Lin Zhao's command, Lin Xiao Bao immediately turned the lock twice and opened the door for his father. Dad, come in quickly. Coming, coming. Lin Zhao ran into the house, shaking his hands. Lin Xiaobao stood on a small stool, tiptoed, and patted his clothes. Fu Cheng glanced at the door lock, seemed to understand something, then quickly looked away, patting Lin Zhao's hair. Lin Zhao shook his head, like a kitten, shaking the water droplets from his hair. Alright, I'm fine. Bad guys could come at any time. We need to get ready quickly. Xiaobao, you go upstairs. Lin Zhao originally wanted Lin Xiaobao to go upstairs to keep watch outside. But thinking about it, he decided against it. He's still so young, he should stay with his dad, his great-uncle. The three of us will act together. Lin Zhao made up her mind, and picked up some tools from the shelf. Let's block up the storage room window first. The window was completely empty, practically luring someone inside. It was far too dangerous. The family of three went into the storage room. Lin Zhao lifted the blankets, stepped onto the stainless steel table, and quickly inspected the area. When the thief came in, he took down the exhaust fan that was on top. Luckily, the blades were still there. They could continue blocking the window. Lin Zhao handed Fu Cheng nails and a hammer, pointing to the wall next to the window opening. Nail it around. Fu Cheng understood, but put the hammer aside and directly pressed the nails into the wall. It was as if the wall was made of a pie, making a dent with each press. Lin Zhao glanced at it and told him not to push the nails all the way in, leaving half a little finger's length. Fu Cheng nodded and continued pressing the nails. Lin Zhao then picked up the exhaust fan and wrapped some wire around it several times. After Fu Cheng had installed all the nails, Lin Zhao had finished fixing the exhaust fan. They assembled it. Wire was wrapped around the exhaust fan and then around the nails, securing it firmly inside the window. The remaining wire was then wrapped crisscrossing around each nail several times. Now it should be safe. Unless the other party carries a chainsaw, they won't be able to open the gate. Even so, when Lin Zhao left the storage room with her husband and son, she still locked the outer iron gate. An extra layer of security is always good. After blocking the window opening, the family of three patrolled the area again to make sure all the doors and windows were locked. Next, they went to the highest floor, the third floor. There were two windows on the third floor that they could use. One window was in the hallway, facing the street ahead. The other was in the master bedroom, facing the back wall. Looking out from either window, Happiness Street was laid out before them, completely unobstructed. They could spot anyone approaching immediately. Defense alone wasn't enough. They also needed the ability to counterattack. They needed to prepare weapons, preferably long-range weapons, so they could occupy high ground and drive away enemy weapons. This meant Lin Zhao's usual iron bars and chainsaws would be useless. Throwing these things down would be like airdropping them to the enemy. Lin Zhao, along with Fu Cheng and Lin Xiaobao, searched the first floor again. Dad, can we use firecrackers? Sure, you watch the firecrackers for now. Dad will come get them later. Zhao. Cheng Ji, shut up. I can't throw you down. Lin Zhao was filled with regret. If he had known this day would come, he should have secretly bought 2 guns and hidden them at home. Even a balloon shooting gun would be fine. There's a lot of stuff at home, but not many weapons suitable for attacking from high places. Lin Zhao could only find a slingshot, Lin Xiaobao's toy slingshot. Fu Cheng bought it at a street stall. Lin Xiaobao didn't like playing with it, so it was just sitting in a box. But this thing... Lin Zhao tugged at the rubber band. Not bad, the rubber band still had elasticity. It wasn't rotten. With a slingshot, of course, you need bullets. Bullets. Lin Zhao had a flash of inspiration and rushed to the window. Grandpa Zhang. Hey. Do you still have those broken beer bottles? Give me some. These could be used as bullets. They were sharp and convenient, and firing them at people would definitely be a deadly weapon. Grandpa Zhang used 3 layers of plastic bags to carry the remaining glass shards through the gaps in the security bars. Be careful, don't cut your hands. Thanks. Lin Zhao took the glass and handed it to Fu Cheng. You be careful too, don't fall asleep. Okay. With those few words, the two families immediately parted ways. Having acquired the weapons, Lin Zhao picked out some essential items, such as a chainsaw, an iron bar, and Fu Cheng's car repair toolbox, and had Fu Cheng and Lin Xiaobao carry them upstairs. If the enemy were to attack, the first floor would be the first line of defense. In case they did manage to breach the first floor, at least the losses should be minimized. Alright. Lin Zhao looked around, nothing left. He was just about to go upstairs when he suddenly caught a glimpse of the doghouse in the corner. The puppy was lying in its bed, wagging its tail vigorously. What? I forgot about you. Lin Zhao quickly went over and picked it up, bed and all. Let's go! Now there really was nothing left. Lin Zhao ran upstairs to meet up with the father and son. They had prepared almost everything they could. Now all they could do was wait. Wait quietly, waiting for the enemy who might arrive at any moment, waiting for the conflict that might erupt at any time. Lin Zhao was so nervous that he had a stomachache. He dared not put down his weapon, much less go to bed. Lin Xiaobao seemed to have had enough sleep. He was now particularly energetic, his eyes shining, eager to try. He was ready. He was ready. Ready to fight at any time, to strike the bad guys hard. So Lin Zhao opened the door to the children's room and dragged out the foam playmat that was laid out on the floor. Lin Xiaobao loved to sit on the floor and play. With this, his bottom wouldn't be cold. Now, take it out, place it under the window, and lay a blanket on top. You can rest on it then. Lin Zhao thought that the street directly opposite was more dangerous and would attract more attention, so he laid the mat in the stairwell. It was already late at night, and it was raining outside. The temperature was very low. Just sitting there made you feel chilly. Fu Cheng sat in the middle of the mat, leaning against the wall, covered with a blanket. Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao sat in front of him, wrapped in blankets and held in his arms. Lin Zhao held a slingshot in his hand, with glass bullets and various weapons within easy reach. Lin Xiaobao also had some weapons beside him, which he had prepared himself while his father and great-uncle were busy. A frying pan, a cold weapon, from Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. A magic gun, a firearm, from Balala the fairies. Lin Zhao was wrong. Their family still had a gun. This one. If neither cold nor hot weapons worked, Lin Xiaobao had also prepared a helicopter, ready to take her father and great-uncle away at any time. They were very well prepared. The rain outside was intensifying, large raindrops pounding against the windowpane, exploding above their heads with a crackling sound. Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao nestled in Fu Cheng's arms. Lin Xiaobao brandished her weapon, silently imagining herself using it to chase away bad guys and protect her father and great-uncle. Lin Zhao strained, eyes wide, counting her breaths, but each time she reached 10, she was interrupted by Fu Cheng's heartbeat behind her. Fu Cheng held them, looking down, tracing their features with his gaze. The incandescent light in the hallway was on, casting its glow on their faces and illuminating even the fine hairs on their skin. Outside the window, all was quiet except for the sound of rain. The family of three huddled together, equally quiet, none of them speaking. After what seemed like an eternity, Lin Zhao snapped out of her reverie and punched Fu Cheng in the chest. So noisy! Fu Cheng was startled, then clutched his chest, looking aggrieved. He hadn't meant to. His heart was just pounding on its own. You're accusing me again, Xiao Zhao. Lin Zhao turned to Lin Xiaobao. Xiaobao, are you sleepy? Want to take a nap? No. Lin Xiaobao shook her head, her face serious. I'm just a little bored, but not sleepy at all. Okay. Lin Zhao thought for a moment. Should we turn off the stairwell light? It's too bright, it makes me dizzy. Besides, with the light on, people outside would definitely know they were here, and might even attack. It's not safe either. Okay. Lin Xiaobao pushed off the ground with both feet, standing up from his father's arms. I turn it off. Finally, something to do. He ran to the switch, stood on tiptoe, raised his magic gun, and used it to press the switch down. The incandescent light went out, plunging the hallway into darkness. Lin Zhao turned on the small lamp he had prepared and placed it beside him. Lin Xiaobao returned to his father's arms, adjusted his position, and laid down obediently. Daddy, when are the bad guys coming? Hey! Lin Zhao quickly raised his index finger to him, making a shushing gesture. You can't say that, or you get a bad omen. Oh! Lin Xiaobao quickly covered his mouth and whispered, but I'm really looking forward to them coming. Don't be so arrogant. Lin Zhao pinched his chubby little arm. You can't beat them, you can't even beat Daddy. Lin Xiaobao tried to pry his father's hand off, but couldn't. Okay, I'm not really looking forward to them coming anymore. Lin Zhao understood and chuckled. It's not because I can't beat them. It's because Lin Xiaobao hugged his father's arm and snuggled into his big dad's arms. It's because I like it this way, like sleeping in a tent outside. The stairwell was small, the cushion was small, and the lamp was small. But his big dad's embrace was big, and his arms were warm. I feel. This feeling is like. Lin Xiaobao thought seriously, and described it abstractly. There's a big bubble in my heart, it's so big, it's making me want to fly. Uh-huh. Lin Zhao laughed, reaching out to gently tickle him. Quickly pop the bubble, or Xiao Baobao will fly away. Oh no, Xiao Baobao turned into a bubble and flew away. Ugh, no. Lin Xiaobao quickly twisted his body, trying to get away. Daddy, help me. Brother Chung, help me. The father and son lowered their voices and moved gently, like kittens fighting, playfully bickering. Fu Chung looked this way, then that way, really not knowing who to help. He could only tighten his arms around their waists, holding them both tightly. Ouch, Daddy. Brother Chung. He wouldn't help either of them. Both kittens were his. Finally, only the little dog, who had been nestled nearby, heard the noise, wagged its tail, and crawled out of its kennel. It trotted over to Lin Xiaobao and scratched at Fu Cheng's hand with its still sharp claws, trying to rescue Lin Xiaobao. After scratching for a while and finding it couldn't get rid of him, it simply gave up and lay down to sleep beside him. The family played around for a while, and Lin Xiaobao finally got a little tired. He and the little dog lay down together, and without realizing it, he closed his eyes. Lin Zhao didn't move him anymore, letting him sleep, while she and Fu Chung continued their night watch. Regardless of time, place, or weather. As long as the three of them were together, it was like a picnic. It felt like a very long time had passed. Dawn broke, and the rain stopped. Fu Chung was still sitting in the hallway. Lin Xiaobao and the little dog lay to his left, one little hand, and one little paw clutching his clothes together. Lin Zhao lay to his right, a little cat paw outstretched, hooking around his collar and clinging to him, fast asleep. As the night watch dragged on, Lin Zhao couldn't hold on any longer. He promised to blink, but after one blink, he wouldn't open his eyes again. Fu Chung watched them, a smile playing on his lips. A string of cute little animals dangled from their clothes. It was quite amusing. Just then, a cold draft blew in through the window crack. Fu Chung instinctively reached out to block it, but couldn't. The gust of wind jolted Lin Zhao awake, his brow furrowing. Ouch! He jerked his eyes open, scrambling out of Fu Cheng's arms, and looked out the window. Brother Chung, what's it like outside? Has anyone come? Humph. Fu Chung responded, shaking his head. Lin Zhao felt a little relieved, stood up, stamped his feet, and stretched. He couldn't stretch out on the small mat. Half his body was numb from sleeping so much. I go check the other window, Lin Zhao told Fu Chung, stretching as he walked towards the bedroom. It was only a little past 5, not 6. The sky outside wasn't fully light. The second half of the night passed peacefully, nothing happened. Lin Zhao didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. Perhaps the thief had escaped and survived. He had told the others, who were secretly watching him about his experience, scaring them all. Or perhaps they hadn't given up, still secretly watching, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Lin Zhao pursed his lips, walked to the window, and looked down. At just one glance, Lin Zhao froze. They're here. They're really here. They arrived while everyone else is sound asleep. Lin Zhao hid behind the curtains, her fingers flying across the screen. 1, 2, 3. 2 of the cars looked familiar. She'd clearly seen them the night before last. However, the cars weren't the most numerous were the people. Since the cars couldn't all fit, they followed behind them. Men and women, young and old, as far as the eye could see, it was all people. But even more numerous were the young and middle-aged, the able-bodied. After all, in a zombie apocalypse, they were the most capable of surviving. At most, there were 40 or 50 of them. Lin Zhao had never known that so many people were hiding in this small, quiet city. They were more terrifying than zombies. They would get hungry, but zombies wouldn't. It's over. This is truly the end. How could this be? Lin Zhao snapped out of his daze, and was about to pick up the iron rod and basin to warn the neighbors. Before he could even bang the basin, a loud crash came from the end of the street. It was Aunt Pang's family. They had seen it too. In an instant, all the neighbors who were about to drift off to sleep woke up, and each banged their basin in response. Lin Zhao also banged his basin, and quickly ran out to bring Lin Xiaobao inside. Fortunately, he was still asleep. Hearing the sound and feeling the bumps, he only whimpered twice before falling back into a deep sleep. Lin Zhao placed Lin Xiaobao on the bed, thought for a moment, then put a cloth down and placed the puppy on it as well. In this special situation, the puppy had to stay with him. Immediately afterward, Lin Zhao dragged Fu Cheng to the window in the stairwell. In the blink of an eye, the group of people had circled around from outside the back wall to the street corner and were about to arrive. There was no misunderstanding. They were definitely after Happiness Street. Lin Zhao was in a state of panic, completely at a loss for what to do. So many people, 1 pound from each of them, could easily break down their door. They could even climb to the 3rd floor of their house, one on top of the other. What to do? What to do? He mustered his courage and leaned closer to the window, peering outside. But for a moment, the other neighbors seemed to be in a panic as well, completely unsure of what to do, not even showing their faces. Just then, there was a commotion in the house next door. Grandpa Zhang actually opened the window and threw a large red plastic bag out. The gas-filled plastic bag hit the ground and exploded violently. Like a grenade, but the contents weren't explosives, but rather chicken feathers, chicken blood, and chicken droppings. Why was Grandpa Zhang throwing all this stuff away? In an instant, Lin Zhao realized. Normally, during a march, people would shout slogans. But the group outside wasn't shouting. Why? Because there were zombies outside. They were afraid of attracting them, so they didn't speak, didn't shout slogans, and didn't even make a sound when they walked. Lin Zhao realized this, picked up the already dented iron basin, and started banging it again. Clang, clang, clang. The people outside were afraid of zombies, but they were hiding inside their houses. They weren't afraid. This city was full of zombies. At the same time, the other neighbors also realized what was happening, some banging basins, others throwing out trash. They had been saving up trash for so many days, not daring to throw it away, rotten vegetable leaves, eggshells, they accumulated for ages. The moment the things were thrown out, a stench of fish mixed with a foul smell exploded. In the distance, a faint roar could be heard. The people downstairs were in a state of commotion for a few seconds. Many showed signs of backing down. Lin Zhao intensified his banging on the basin, unaware that Fu Cheng beside him, his face tense, Adam's apple bobbing as he emitted low growls. But quickly, someone reacted. A middle-aged man raised his arm and shouted, "Don't panic. Don't panic. Happiness Street is just ahead. Let's rush in, seize their houses, drive them out, and hide inside. We be safe." More and more people echoed him. "We're already here. It's too late to go back. Happiness Street is full of supplies. Everyone charge. Everyone charge. People inside, open the doors quickly and let us in. Then take out the supplies and distribute them. Otherwise, we go in. Get out." With those words, everyone rushed forward. Some people stepped on broken glass, and someone immediately took their place, rushing forward. Charge. Charge. They carried various weapons, banging hard on doors, windows, and walls wherever they passed. The barbershop was at the front, and its rotating light pole was quickly smashed to pieces. Grandpa Zhang's house was behind. His roller shutter door, already badly damaged, probably wouldn't hold for long. Even so, the two sisters and Grandpa Zhang continued throwing things out, stubbornly resisting and trying to drive them away. "Get out! Get out! The zombies are coming soon! Get out if you don't want to die. We burn all our supplies, but we won't give them to you." Dozens of people were about to rush to Lin Zhao's building. Just then, a zombie suddenly appeared behind them. Roar! A deafening roar erupted as Fu Cheng stepped in front of Lin Zhao. The next second, 1, 2, 3. Countless zombies pounced out. Chapter 61. Charge. It'd be safe once we're inside. Charge in. Take the houses. Loot the supplies. Chaos reigned on Happiness Street. 3 cars, like tanks, slowly drove through the middle of the street, crushing shards of glass on the ground. Dozens of young men, weapons in hand, waved wildly, shouting and smashing things. "We knew you were at home. We knew you had supplies at home. Come out! Come out now!" The robbers, gathered for profit, were all contorted with rage, determined to take over the entire Happiness Street. The original inhabitants of Happiness Street, led by Grandpa Zhang, never stopped resisting. They took out their household garbage and hurled it at the robbers. After throwing away the garbage, they grabbed decorative pebbles from flower pots and smashed them, leaving the robbers bleeding from their heads. After smashing all the pebbles, they shouldered their homemade weapons, bamboo poles, wooden sticks, and shovels, and thrust them out of the windows, angrily striking the robbers. Several times, the robbers outside grabbed their weapons, and tried to drag the people out of the house, but they fought back fiercely. As soon as they broke free, they immediately continued to resist. Get out! Get out! This is their home! The supplies in their home were brought back bit by bit, trip after trip, from the outside. They didn't steal or rob, these are theirs, and they will not give them away to anyone, never. While the neighbors fought, Lin Zhao stood in front of the wide-open window, gripping his slingshot, one eye closed, relentlessly firing shards of broken bottles. The glass shards were small, but their edges were sharp and incredibly hard. Lin Zhao gripped one shard, drew back the slingshot, and aimed at the person below. At this point, he didn't care about not killing. A hit to the eye would be best, a hit to the face would do. With a whoosh, the glass shard flew straight out, so fast that only a blur could be seen. The next second, the person he had aimed at screamed, raising their hand to cover their face, blood trickling from between their fingers. Lin Zhao didn't have time to see the victim's gruesome state, he only knew he had hit them. He immediately grabbed another handful of glass shards, and continued the attack. He didn't even care about the cuts on his own hands. Whoosh 2 hits. Whoosh whoosh 3 hits. Whoosh 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 4, 5, 6. Curses, cries of pain, screams of agony. All the sounds mingled together, like a tsunami sweeping in. Lin Zhao didn't notice Fu Chung standing beside him, his Adam's apple bobbing, his chest heaving. A series of low growls emanated from his throat and chest. Roar, roar! Lin Zhao fired at the enemy closest to his house, while glancing at his neighbors. The enemy had entered from the street. The sister's barbershop and Grandpa Zhang's convenience store were the worst hit. Fortunately, both shops had iron roller shutters, which couldn't be smashed open immediately. Lin Zhao fired another shard of glass, his right hand tracing the windowsill. But this time, before he could grab another handful of glass, the scene outside suddenly changed. Lin Zhao withdrew his hand and held his breath. The neighbors also paused their actions. For a moment, they all silently watched outside. Because a zombie, appearing silently from nowhere, materialized at the street corner, coming up behind the group of robbers. The robbers didn't even turn around. They assumed the people inside the house had suddenly fallen silent because they were frightened. Their shouts grew louder, and their vandalism became increasingly frenzied, accompanied by Fu Cheng's low growl. Roar! Another zombie appeared. Roar, roar! One zombie after another appeared at the end of the street. Finally, Lin Zhao heard Fu Cheng's roar. He turned around and saw Fu Chung standing by the window, his face tense, his expression cold. Fu Chung stood on the third floor, head down, eyes lowered, staring fixedly at the scene below. Was it Fu Chung? Did Fu Chung summon these zombies? Lin Zhao didn't have time to think. The next second, Fu Chung grabbed his wrist, pulled him behind him, and held him tightly. The next second, a beast-like, earth-shattering roar echoed through the street. Roar! Attack! At the command, countless zombies appeared at the street corner, far outnumbering the dozens of robbers. The first zombie pounced forward, grabbing a man by the neck before he could turn around, and tumbling him to the ground. Roar! Ah! The zombie pinned the man to the ground, holding him down tightly, its blood-red maw gaping wide. The man felt a stench assault his face. He didn't have time to think, only instinctively struggling. Zombie, zombie! Help me! Help me! He struggled fiercely, like a fat worm being trampled under a rooster's claws. The zombie wouldn't let him go so easily. Following the man's movements, it turned its head, found the right angle, and then lowered its head. Snap! Ah! A bite landed, and the man's arm was clamped down hard. He screamed, then struggled even more fiercely. It was like a drop of water falling into a pan of boiling oil. In an instant, the entire street exploded, boiling over. Zombies! Zombies! Zombies are coming! Everyone run! The first man bitten, not yet infected by the zombie virus, still retained his conscious mind, struggling desperately, reaching out his hands to his companions. Don't go! Help me! Help me! But none of his companions paid him any attention, and no one was willing to stop for him. The crowd scattered and fled, countless zombies roaring in pursuit. The people in the car, probably the organizers of this robbery, were still trying to stabilize the situation. Don't panic. Everyone, don't panic. The zombies aren't moving that fast. Let's hurry and break into the house. Let's hide inside. We be safe inside. Don't panic. Don't make a ruckus. But this time, no one paid any attention to them. This group of people didn't all know each other. A large portion of them had been persuaded to come along, hoping to take advantage of the chaos and steal some supplies. They were already disorganized and undisciplined, so of course they wanted to run when the zombies came. Who cared about stealing anything? However, some people did notice them. Because they had a car. Someone lunged forward, trying to pull on the car door handle. Open the door. Open the door. Let me in. But how could they not lock their car doors when they were out robbing? Unable to open the door, someone persisted, pulling at each door one by one, until finally, he actually found an unlocked car. The car door opened, and he tried to squeeze inside. Let me in. There's no room. Run, don't stay here. Let me in. Add me. Then you get in, but don't go with anyone else. But it was too late. Hearing the commotion, everyone on the street turned around. The three colorful-haired men, hiding in their homes, weren't going to miss the excitement. Taking advantage of the chaos, they shouted, "There's a car. Get in. Everyone get in." So everyone who couldn't run in time dodged left and right, avoiding the zombies, and ran to the cars. Some rushed to the unlocked cars, reaching out to pull others out to make room for themselves. Some climbed onto the hoods, onto the roofs, trying to smash the windows to get inside. In an instant, the street was in chaos. You said there were supplies here. You brought us here. You're responsible. Don't smash the glass. If the glass breaks, we all die. Then get out of the car and let us in. Hurry up. Inside and outside the car, several people seemed to have reached a consensus. You get out. Get down from the hood first, and we open the door for you. You keep your word. Yes, yes. It's already open. Get in now. But as soon as the people in the car climbed out, the people inside immediately started the car and slammed on the gas. Ignoring whether there were people in front of the car, they ran through and tried to escape. Just then, Fu Chung roared again. Roar! Roar, roar, roar. The nearest zombies immediately turned around, rushed to the front of the car, and used their bodies to block it. He shifted to the highest gear, floored the accelerator, and the car roared to life. A stalemate ensued, the battle fierce. Both zombies were being knocked away, and cars were being pushed back. Fu Chung gave Lin Zhao's hand one last squeeze, then turned and went downstairs. Lin Zhao's heart sank, and she quickly chased after him. Brother Chung. As Fu Chung ran downstairs, he removed the gloves, mask, and bite suppressant Lin Zhao had given him and returned them to her. Brother Chung. Fu Chung reached the back door, mimicking how Lin Xiaobao had opened it the night before, turned the lock, and opened the door. He rushed out of the house, but after taking a step, he turned back, deliberately retracting his sharp claws, and suddenly cupped Lin Zhao's face in his hands. Lin Zhao froze, his eyes widening. Has Brother Chung lost his mind seeing the zombies biting people outside? Was he going to bite him? No, he wasn't. Fu Chung pursed his lips, concealing his sharp teeth, and mimicked Lin Zhao's earlier kiss, slamming his lips heavily against Lin Zhao's forehead. Xiao Zhao, I'm leaving. Don't come out. He was the one who summoned these zombies. These zombies were protecting his wife and son. His wife and son could stay out of the way, but he couldn't. Fu Chung rushed out of the house, through the alley, lunged forward, raised his fist, and punched the car window. Crack! A crack began to spread. Like tiny spiders, wriggling their long, thin legs, they scurried out from under Fu Cheng's fist. They moved swiftly in all directions, the crack spreading rapidly. Fu Chung raised his fist, his knuckles grinding together, gathering strength again. Another bang. The car window shattered with a crash, and Fu Chung reached inside. Encouraged, the zombies blocking the way pushed the fleeing car back with a burst of energy. The people inside screamed. Fu Chung grabbed two men by the collar and yanked them out of the car. So you're the ones trying to steal my wife and son's things? So you're the ones bullying my wife and son? So you are? Fu Chung tried to pull them out, but the car window was too small, they couldn't possibly get out. They felt like they were being squeezed so tightly in the cramped car that their shoulders were almost twisted, nearly turned into mincemeat, and could only cry and beg. I'm sorry, we were wrong. Meanwhile, Lin was already running around on the first floor of their house, her eyes fixed on Fu Chung, afraid he might get hurt. How could he? How could he just run out without a word? It scared him to death. Lin Zhao snapped out of his daze, turned around, quickly grabbed his military overcoat, wrapped it around himself, then grabbed his helmet, mask, and gloves, putting them on completely, fully armed. Fu Chung had gone out. He definitely couldn't be left alone at home. But just then, Lin Xiaobao came downstairs with his dog. Daddy, are bad guys coming? Why didn't you call me? Xiaobao shi. Lin Zhao said seriously, raising his index finger at him. Lin Xiaobao froze, quickly covering his mouth and standing obediently in place. He understood he wouldn't speak or cause trouble. With Brother Cheng outside and Xiaobao inside, Lin Zhao was caught in a dilemma, unsure whether he should go out. Going out to help Cheng Ji could provide cover, but Xiaobao would have to stay home alone. With such a commotion outside, he'd definitely be frightened. Staying home with Xiaobao meant Cheng Ji was out fighting alone, easily injured or killed, and easily discovered by the neighbors. Just as he was torn, a loud crash came from the roller shutter door, as if someone had slammed into it. Immediately afterward, urgent banging and cries for help came from outside. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There are too many zombies. Let us in to hide. We promise we won't steal anything. We're all from the same village. Please, let us in." The situation outside was chaotic. A group of people were being chased and cornered by zombies, desperate and unable to escape, so they came to them for help. But their previous arrogance was gone. Lin Zhao ignored them, simply turning her head and looking through the crack in the window at Fu Cheng. He's not stupid. Why would he trust them and open the door? Even if the outside is teeming with zombies, they'd likely already been bitten. Even if they haven't, Lin Zhao wouldn't open the door. This group came for everyone on Happiness Street from the start. Robbing houses and supplies wasn't enough for Lin Zhao. He had no doubt that if they saw a child in his house, an elderly person living alone in a convenience store, or two young women in the barbershop, they would show no mercy and kill them without hesitation. Since they chose to rob, it means they abandoned the public order and morality of civilized society and chosen the law of the jungle. Since they started the war, it's reasonable for them, as victims, to fight back by any means necessary. Even if it attracted zombies, and they had to help, it would be reasonable. In a battle between two sides, whatever the consequences, one should bear the responsibility. The other neighbors weren't stupid, they thought the same way. The group reached an unspoken agreement. Regardless of the cries and pleas outside, they wouldn't open the door or pay any attention. The street was in chaos. Those who ran fast didn't look back. Those who couldn't run pounded on doors, begging. Some, driven to desperation, picked up weapons, ready to fight the zombies to the death. But they were quickly overpowered. Fu Cheng, leading several zombies, forced a car to stop, smashed the windows, and even overturned it. Those inside couldn't hide any longer, and had to risk climbing out to escape with the others. In less than 5 minutes, the once aggressive group of dozens of people had scattered and dispersed. Seeing that the situation was more or less under control, Lin Zhao quickly grabbed his weapon, preparing to go out. "Xiaobao, you and the puppy stay home. Lock the door, and don't open it for anyone." "Okay." Lin Xiaobao, with the puppy, ran down the stairs. Lin Zhao fastened his helmet, gripped his iron bar, and went behind the door. He cautiously opened the door a crack, making sure no one was in the alley behind it before daring to step out. Lin Zhao went out the back door, gripping the doorknob tightly, remaining vigilant, and only dared to let go after confirming Lin Xiaobao had locked the door. He crossed the alley between his house and Grandpa Zhang's house and rushed into the street. The street was a scene of devastation. In an instant, dozens of people had vanished without a trace. Most of the zombies had chased after them. Only 3 overturned cars and weapons scattered on the ground remained. The ground was covered in puddles, still damp, mixed with dripping blood. And the occasional screams echoed from afar. Fu Cheng stood in the middle of the street, facing the overturned car he had just overturned. He was tall and burly, dressed simply. A classic suit of work pants and a black vest. Fu Cheng stood ramrod straight, his back to Lin Zhao, his large hands clenched into fists at his sides. A gust of wind blew, swirling up scattered scraps of paper that swept past behind him. Lin Zhao, hiding in the alley, was about to step forward, but stopped abruptly after taking only one step, clutching her neck. Behind Fu Cheng followed several zombies. These were the ones who, along with Fu Cheng, had overturned the cars. These zombies were different. The others were tattered and dragging their intestines, unable to move quickly. They were relatively intact, which explained their strength. Lin Zhao, afraid of being bitten, hesitated to approach. Just then, Fu Cheng frowned and sniffed the air. He smelled Xiao Zhao's scent, turned around, and met Lin Zhao's gaze in the alley. Lin Zhao mustered his courage and waved to him. "Hello, zombie leader." Fu Cheng grunted and waved back. "Xiao Zhao, come here." Lin Zhao hesitated, his grip on the iron rod tightening and loosening repeatedly. Fu Cheng seemed to know he was afraid and roared at the zombies. The zombies responded softly. After this brief exchange, Fu Chung detached the windshield wipers from the car, raised them high, and began to shoo them away. The zombies panicked, turned, and ran, roaring as they went. Roar, roar, roar. Fu Chung only took 2 steps before the zombies ran far away, disappearing into the street. Just like that, Fu Chung chased away the remaining zombies. There was no one else on the street. Before Lin Zhao could even breathe a sigh of relief, his heart jumped again. He jogged forward, grabbed Fu Cheng's hand, and looked him up and down, left and right, front and back. Brother Chung. You're not hurt, are you? The neighbors were all near their windows. They definitely recognized Fu Chung and saw him overturn the car with the zombies. Now things were definitely complicated. But Lin Zhao still instinctively wanted to hide the fact that Fu Chung was a zombie. Lin Zhao stood in front of Fu Chung, standing on tiptoe, trying to shield him with his body. He was anxious, his mind a jumble. He couldn't think of any other way, so he could only yell at Fu Chung, making sure all the neighbors could hear him. The zombies are here. Why did you run out? Stupid as hell. Lin Zhao grabbed his hand, pretending to check. Let me see if you've been caught by a zombie. If you've been caught by a zombie, you're not getting back in the house today. I'm not going to keep a zombie. I'm kicking you out. Fu Chung couldn't speak, so Lin Zhao was putting on a clumsy one-man show. No, you haven't been caught? That's more like it. You're fine, clean all over, not a single wound, no zombie virus infection. Lin Zhao emphasized this sentence, shouting it out loud so everyone could hear. Let's go! Home! I punish you to kneel on a washboard. Lin Zhao, while pulling Fu Cheng's hand to lead him home, secretly observed the neighbors' houses. Well, his acting skills should be alright, right? The neighbors shouldn't suspect anything, right? They're all hiding inside, making no sound at all. Lin Zhao couldn't tell. Never mind, Lin Zhao couldn't worry about that now. Staying outside for too long made him feel uneasy, as if something bad was about to happen at any moment. He finally said, everyone, let's have breakfast first, rest a bit, and then discuss what to do. This time, everyone in the house responded, okay. Lin Zhao dragged Fu Chung and ran home quickly. Lin Xiaobao was waiting for them at home. Dad, Big Dad? Yes. Lin Zhao responded, turned around to lock the door, then pulled his hand out and patted Fu Cheng's shoulder twice. Why did you run out? You scared me to death. I thought. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Zhao stopped talking. Because? Fu Chung stood right in front of him, head down, eyes lowered, staring at him with a pitiful, pleading look. Then, he called out again, looking utterly pathetic. Zhao! Why was he being scolded? He had led the zombies, driven away the enemies, and protected his wife and son. Why was he being scolded again? Lin Zhao pursed his lips, softening his tone. You scared me to death. He took Fu Cheng's hand, hooked his fingers around his, and tickled his palm. I was afraid you get hurt, afraid you be exposed, afraid you be discovered by others. What if? He was truly terrified. Now that he was home and had calmed down, he suddenly realized that the performance he had put on in front of the neighbors had been rather deliberate. It's a bit like trying to hide something obvious. He didn't know what to do next. Although they drove away the enemies and the zombies, but if the neighbors were afraid, there was nothing he could do. Once they realized it, there was nothing he could do but swear an oath to keep an eye on Fu Chung. But what if the neighbors didn't believe him? Should he make them leave their homes and become homeless? But they had no choice. It wasn't him who wanted Chung Ji to become a zombie. Chung Ji was only exposed to protect them. If Chung Ji didn't intervene, the whole street would be overrun by robbers. If Chung Ji intervened, they couldn't continue living on the street. Lin Zhao felt increasingly sad and heartbroken, tears welling up in his eyes. Seeing his reddened eyes, Fu Chung forgot his own grievances and quickly reached out to wipe his tears. Xiao Zhao, don't cry. What happened? I help you get revenge. Lin Xiaobao rushed forward and hugged her father's leg. Dad, what's wrong? Big Dad chased the bad guys away, you should be happy. It's nothing. Lin Zhao slapped Fu Cheng's hand away and wiped his eyes. Just then, a soft sound came from outside the window. Lin Zhao jumped, quickly composed himself, and turned to look. He didn't dare answer, fearing it was another enemy. But the voice coming from the window was indeed familiar. Shaolin? Yes. Lin Zhao responded, his voice still trembling with tears. It was Grandpa Zhang. He unconsciously clenched his sleeves, awaiting Grandpa Zhang's verdict. But Grandpa Zhang said, you and Xiao Fu have worked hard. Don't make breakfast, go back and rest for a while. I cooked some noodles, You can come and get them later. Ah? Okay. Lin Zhao was stunned for a moment, then nodded blankly. Grandpa Zhang lived right next door. There was no way he hadn't seen him. But he said nothing, asked nothing. Lin Zhao's wildly pounding heart slowed slightly. He came to his senses, threw himself into Fu Cheng's arms, hugged him tightly, and buried his face in his chest. Brother Cheng, you scared me to death, scared me to death. You're not allowed to run out by yourself next time. Lin Xiaobao also opened his little arms, and hugged his father, and great-uncle's legs. The three of them embraced tightly. Chapter 62. Slurp. Lin Zhao hugged Fu Cheng tightly, burying his face in his chest, rubbing against him, and then sniffled hard. He was crying. Lin Zhao had always been a strong and brave person. When the enemy gathered and approached, he was racking his brains for a solution. When the enemy stormed his door, he was firing bullets with all his might. Even when the enemy was downstairs, knocking on their door, he would continue to fight. He would never give up until the very last moment. But now, he was crying. He was crying because Fu Cheng had made him cry. Fu Cheng opened his arms, and wrapped them around Lin Zhao's shoulders, hugging him tightly. He looked down, unable to see Lin Zhao's face, only the top of his fluffy hair. He heard Lin Zhao's sniffling, and felt Lin Zhao's body trembling slightly. Lin Zhao's tears soaked through the thin vest on his chest, seeping straight into his heart. Before long, they would completely engulf him. Fu Cheng felt a pang of heartache. He raised his hand, stroked Lin Zhao's head, and then gently stroked his back, soothing him. His throat tightened, his Adam's apple bobbed, and he spoke in a low, hoarse voice. Xiao Zhao, I'm sorry. He was sorry. He shouldn't have gone out without permission. He shouldn't have left his wife and son at home, shouldn't have made them worry. He shouldn't have. Slurp. Suddenly, a loud sound came from beside his feet. What was that sound? Lin Zhao looked up and met Fu Cheng's gaze. The two of them snapped out of their daze and looked down simultaneously. They saw Lin Xiaobao lying at their feet, hugging their legs, looking up at them with teary eyes. Daddy. Big Daddy. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel so sad, he said, trying to lower his head and press his face against their pants. Lin Zhao was the first to react, quickly supporting his forehead. Xiaobao. Don't get your snot on Daddy's pants. What? Lin Xiaobao was even more aggrieved. Daddy can wipe his tears on Big Daddy's clothes, but I can't. Daddy's biased. Daddy dislikes me, he said, lowering his head and pressing his face against Fu Cheng's pants. Daddy won't let him touch his face, so he touched Big Daddy's. Humph. No. It's just... Lin Zhao grabbed Fu Cheng's vest, wiped his face haphazardly, then bent down and picked up Lin Xiaobao. As a result, Lin Xiaobao's little body practically flew up, his little hand still refusing to let go, clinging tightly to Big Daddy's legs. No! He was going to wipe his tears on his dad's pants. No! Xiaobao, let go! No! Lin Xiaobao pouted, his little face full of stubbornness. Lin Zhao pulled him away like a radish. Daddy didn't dislike you. Daddy didn't mean that. Then what did Daddy mean? Daddy meant that we all been fighting outside, we're all dirty. We can't put our faces on you. Then I don't dislike Daddy and Big Daddy. Lin Xiaobao argued confidently and vehemently. But he still couldn't resist Lin Zhao and Fu Cheng's combined efforts, which pried his hands off. Lin Zhao hugged him. Come on, go upstairs to brush your teeth and wash your face. Early in the morning, that group of people suddenly barged in, and they hadn't even had time to wash up. Lin Xiaobao had sleepy eyes, and white drool stains on his lips. Luckily, Grandpa Zhang said he'd make breakfast, giving the family of 3 more time. Lin Zhao grabbed Fu Cheng's hand and pushed him into the children's bathroom. Go in and take a bath, make sure you're clean. Snoring. Fu Cheng looked at him and mumbled a reply, seemingly a little unhappy. Xiao Zhao was disgusted with him. Don't be like Xiaobao. Lin Zhao patted his shoulder. You have to wash yourself inside and out. After you're done, change your clothes, and put on your gloves and bite stopper, understand? Humph. Lin Zhao, still with tears in her eyes, smiled at him and said coquettishly, Brother Cheng, go on, I'm still a little scared. Okay, I go on. In the end, Fu Cheng gave in and turned to go into the children's room. Lin Zhao watched him go in before carrying Lin Xiaobao back to the master bedroom. Lin Xiaobao muttered under his breath, dissatisfied, Big Daddy, that's my room. Lin Zhao coaxed him, you can borrow it for Big Daddy for now. Your toothbrush and cup are in Daddy's room. Isn't it more convenient to be with Daddy? He mimicked Lin Xiaobao. Wow Xiaobao, Are you disgusted with Daddy? No way. Lin Xiaobao hugged his father's neck, denying it loudly. The father and son hadn't gone out much, so they weren't dirty and didn't need to shower. They just needed to change out of their pajamas and do a quick wash. Lin Zhao was still a little worried, so he quickly brushed his teeth, rinsed his mouth, and wiped his face before heading to find Fu Cheng. Xiaobao, brush your teeth slowly. Daddy's going to check on Big Daddy. Don't run around after you're done. Sit on the bed and wait for us. Okay, snoring. Lin Xiaobao was focused on battling the toothpaste bubbles. Lin Zhao gave him one last look before running into the opposite room. After more than 10 days of living among humans, Fu Cheng had learned to open and close doors and use the water heater. He had already gone in to shower, the bathroom door was closed, and the sound of running water could be heard from inside. Lin Zhao had been in such a rush to get back that he hadn't had time to check Fu Cheng carefully. If a person is bitten or scratched by a zombie, they will be infected with the zombie virus and turn into a zombie. But what would happen if a zombie was bitten or scratched by another zombie? He didn't know if the viruses would multiply. He wondered if Brother Cheng would have to go through the pain of becoming a zombie again. Lin Zhao pursed his lips, staring intently at the glass door. He couldn't help but step forward, his worried gaze seeming to pierce through the door. How is Brother Cheng? Could he go in and check on him? Brother Cheng was taking a shower, his clothes were all off, it would be easy to see. Fu Cheng seemed to sense something, the sound of water inside paused for a moment. The next second, the doorknob in front of Lin Zhao gently shook. Immediately afterwards, the glass door was pulled open from the inside, revealing a small crack. This is an invitation, right? Brother Cheng is inviting him, right? Then he'd better accept. Lin Zhao leaned forward, gripping the doorframe with both hands, his eyes peering through the crack. The next second, he met a pair of scarlet eyes. Ouch! Lin Zhao was startled and quickly moved away. Fu Cheng mimicked him, blocking the doorway and watching him curiously. Humph. Xiao Zhao, what are you doing? Peeping at me while I shower? Realizing it was him, Lin Zhao yanked open the glass door and smacked Fu Cheng in the chest. What are you doing? You're deliberately scaring me. Fu Cheng had finished showering, but hadn't had time to put on clothes. His upper body was still naked, and he was only wearing a short towel around his waist. His buzz cut was still wet, making him look like a wolfhound that had fallen into the water. Fu Cheng grabbed Lin Zhao's hand, sternly accusing her. Xiao Zhao, no. Xiao Zhao had told him before that as a human, he shouldn't peep at others showering. But Xiao Zhao knowingly broke the rules. You can't, but I can. Lin Zhao wagged her little cat tail, glanced at Fu Cheng from head to toe, and casually reached out to touch his abs. His upper body was completely exposed, with no visible injuries, but his lower body. Lin Zhao reached out, hooked Fu Cheng's towel, and tried to pull him closer. Fu Cheng didn't seem to mind, shifting his hips forward, letting her look all she wanted. So open. Fu Cheng wasn't embarrassed, but Lin Zhao was. He glanced at him quickly, making sure he wasn't hurt, then released the towel, letting it bounce back. Cover yourself up, tighten it a bit, raise it a little. Lin Zhao pulled the towel up a little. Suddenly realizing this wouldn't work, she quickly pulled it back. You can't show this to anyone else, only to me, understand? Fu Cheng pursed his lips, tilted his head, and looked helpless. Was it him who wanted to show it to Xiao Zhao? It was Xiao Zhao who insisted on seeing it. Lin Zhao blushed, withdrew her hand, and turned away. Put your clothes on. Fu Cheng stepped through the puddles, and picked up the tank top and shorts hanging on the wall. Lin Zhao pursed her lips, rolled her eyes, and then quietly turned back. In that fleeting glance he felt. Something seemed different. Cheng-Ji's, it seems, a bit different than before. Noticing Lin Zhao peeking again, looking intently, Fu Cheng took 2 steps forward, letting him get a better look. Seeing him approach, Lin Zhao quickly looked up at the sky, crossed his arms, and turned away. I won't look anymore. I won't look anymore. How did Cheng-Ji? How did his whole body mutate? Is this reasonable? Fu Cheng chuckled, pulled on his vest, and then picked up his pants. Humph? Zhao, do you still want to look? If not, I put on my pants. Lin Zhao was both embarrassed and annoyed, clenching her fist, and swinging it at him twice. Put them on. Put them on quickly. I don't want to look at all. If only he had gone out and let a zombie bite him, so Cheng-Ji could stay human, take care of the family, and protect Xiao Bao. Lin Zhao couldn't help but fantasize. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. He mutate too, lift his clothes, and scare Cheng-Ji to death, but now. Fu Cheng, fully dressed, walked to his side, interrupting his fantasy. Lin Zhao pouted, looking at him resentfully, and adjusted the crooked bite stopper on his face. Now it was Cheng Ji who scared him. The family of 3 finished washing up, went to the kitchen to get chopsticks and spoons, and went downstairs. Grandpa Zhang cooked a big pot of thin noodles, serving 4 bowls for them for breakfast. Even the puppy got a small bowl, specially mashed into small pieces for it to eat. Lin Xiaobao loved thin noodles the most, and always ate them all up. But this time, Lin Xiaobao sat on a small stool, with a slightly higher plastic chair in front of him. Lin Zhao placed the noodles in front of him, letting him eat by himself. Lin Xiaobao took a bite, and immediately sensed something was wrong. Grandpa, why didn't you add any lean meat this time? There were only fried shallots, dried shrimp, and dried cuttlefish. These side dishes were all in small pieces, not very satisfying to eat. Lin Xiaobao blinked, looking at Grandpa Zhang with a puzzled expression. Grandpa Zhang choked up, unsure how to tell Lin Xiaobao that they were out of meat. Lin Zhao roughly guessed the situation and patted Lin Xiaobao's head. You little rascal, eat up, or Daddy will eat it all. Fu Cheng opened his mouth wide, took a deep breath, and pretended he could eat noodles from a distance. Lin Xiaobao quickly rolled up some noodles with his chopsticks, blew on them, and popped them into his mouth. I eat right now. Lin Zhao turned back, smiled at Grandpa Zhang, took the other 2 bowls of noodles from him, and said apologetically, Don't worry about it. It's all right. Grandpa Zhang nodded, Hold it steady, don't drop it. You all hurry up and eat, then come back again. We need to clean up the mess outside, and we discuss it together. Okay. Lin Zhao felt guilty. He was a little afraid the neighbors would ask about Brother Cheng. Following that, Grandpa Zhang added, Just send 1 representative from your family. Leave 1 person at home to take care of Xiaobao. Huh? Lin Zhao looked up in surprise, meeting Grandpa Zhang's reassuring gaze, and nodded vigorously yes, yes. Alright, go eat. Okay. Lin Zhao closed the window, turned her head, and winked at Fu Cheng. Come here quickly, take your portion. The freshly cooked noodles were still very hot, and the family of 3 was too lazy to carry them upstairs, so they sat around the plastic chairs and ate quietly. Although Fu Cheng and Lin Xiaobao could use chopsticks, they were still not very skilled. Especially with the thin, slippery noodles, the 2 of them couldn't pick them up with their chopsticks at all. They could only hold the chopsticks, roll up the noodles, and put them in their mouths. Ah! Lin Zhao looked at the father and son, who looked almost identical, and couldn't help but laugh. The 2 of them called out in dissatisfaction. Dad! Xiao Zhao! So elegant! Lin Zhao praised them against his conscience, like eating spaghetti. Hee hee. That's more like it. Lin Xiaobao became happy, and continued to roll, eating the noodles. Fu Cheng felt something was off, and stared at Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao smiled, gripped the metal bowl with both hands, and lifted it up. Dad, what are you doing again? Checking if the chair is damaged by the heat. After confirming that the plastic chair was intact, Lin Zhao put the bowl back, and continued slurping. The noodles were too hot, and they loved to slurp the soup. Lin Zhao ate half a bowl of noodles, but couldn't eat any more. Just then, the other neighbors came over. Lin Zhao felt embarrassed to eat any more, so he put the noodles aside, and asked Fu Cheng to watch them, planning to eat them at noon. Lin Zhao put on his coat, said goodbye to the father and son, and went out. Fu Cheng and Lin Xiaobao stood inside the door, opening and closing it for him, waving to him together. Even their waving gestures were exactly the same. I'm coming over. You wait for me downstairs, don't wander off. Okay. Woof. 3 completely different responses were heard. Their family is really diverse. Lin Zhao turned around, looking at the other neighbors at Grandpa Zhang's house, and couldn't help but purse his lips, mentally encouraging himself. Don't be afraid, they might not have seen Cheng Ji, and they might not even ask about Cheng Ji. If they did ask, he deny it to the death. Yes, that's it. Red Hair pushed open the door from the inside, and waved to him. Brother Lin, what are you standing there for? Come on over. The zombies are coming again soon. Lin Zhao took a deep breath, took a step forward, and said, coming. Lin Zhao was the last to enter Grandpa Zhang's house. Everyone else had already arrived. He stepped over the threshold, went inside, and locked the door behind him. He turned around, trying to avoid the neighbor's gaze, but found. The neighbors seemed to be avoiding his gaze as well. Several neighbors turned their heads, looking at the sky, the ground, and out the window, but not at him. What's going on? Lin Zhao was puzzled. The group stood facing each other quietly, the scene becoming somewhat awkward. Linzeo opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know where to begin. They didn't ask, but he couldn't just confess, could he? That would be too foolish. A few minutes passed. Linzeo was counting the seconds in his mind. Finally, someone broke the silence. The respected Grandpa Zhang spoke, calling softly Shaolin. Linzeo quickly responded, yes, I'm here. How is Xiao Fu? He's fine, not hurt. Linzeo emphasized, not a scratch. Linzeo looked at Grandpa Zhang, then carefully looked away, stealing glances at the others. At this moment, the neighbors also spoke up. Thank goodness, he's not hurt. Little Fu is quite brave, huh? There are zombies everywhere outside, and he went out all by himself. Of course. My brother Fu is incredibly strong. Zombies are nothing to him. Small cars are no match for him. With a mortal body, he's on par with zombies. This kind of non-mainstream talk must have come from Sanmao. We really have to thank him. Lin, please tell him we thank him. We get some more rice and vegetables for you to take back for little Fu. Linzeo's eyes lit up, her heart leaping with joy. She quickly waved her hand. No need, it's what I should do. She didn't know if the neighbors had actually noticed, but as long as they didn't want to expose her, she could pretend she hadn't. That was their tacit understanding. Yes, we get you some to take back later. No need, let's discuss how to handle the battlefield outside first. Linzeo was immersed in joy, smiling foolishly, completely oblivious to the situation. Several older neighbors discussed the situation, while the younger ones stood by and listened. Grandpa Jean said, in my opinion, we shouldn't clean up the mess outside. Just leave it like that. If someone comes and sees the street in such a state, it will serve as a deterrent. Yes, Aunt Pang nodded, but quickly objected, however, we should still sweep up the blood and flesh outside, so it doesn't stink in the street, it's unpleasant to smell. Okay, and what about those cars? We go out and see if any are usable. But the cars are all overturned, upside down, they're probably unusable. Hearing this, Linzeo blushed slightly. I'm so sorry, it was his deadbeat husband who overturned it with the zombies. He quickly raised his hands. The car's unusable, but there's still gas in it. Don't we have a van that's out of gas? We can use that. That's right, Lin is smart. Linzeo put his hands on his hips, head held high. Alright, stop showing off. Uncle Fatty patted him on the shoulder. Come on, let's go out and check it out now. The enemy and zombies had just left the street, so it was temporarily safe. The group dressed neatly, wrapped themselves up tightly, grabbed their weapons, and prepared to go out. They huddled together, and came to a car. The windows were shattered, the doors and roof were dented, it was definitely unusable. The two sisters went to keep watch at one end of the street. Uncle Fatty and Aunt Fatty brought a stainless steel bucket and plastic pipes from their house. The three colorful-haired men opened the gas tank and glanced inside. Quite a lot. Yellow hair, can't see clearly? Try lighting a lighter to illuminate it. Go to hell. Why don't you try? I'd blow you up. A stainless steel bucket lay to one side, one end of a hose inserted into the fuel tank. Uncle Fatty didn't mince words. He pinched the other end of the hose, sucked hard, and the fuel came out. He threw the hose into the bucket, and almost transparent gasoline flowed out continuously, filling the bucket. The three cars were all handled this way. They watched over the fuel buckets, observing their surroundings and chatting idly. I wonder if those people will come back. They've been beaten like this, they probably won't come back, right? If they do come back, we just bang drums and gongs to summon the zombies. What if the zombies don't come? Then, Red Hair paused, patting his chest. Isn't there still the incredibly strong Brother Fu? Putting everything else aside, Brother Fu will definitely protect Brother Lin and Brother Bao. As their neighbor, I also benefit from it, give him some protection money, and have Brother Fu protect me too. Grandpa Zhang gripped his cane. In my opinion, we need to hurry and prepare. It would be best to get some things to use as roadblocks, blocking both sides of the street. Even if someone tries to come, it will delay them. Also, all your windows need security bars. If you don't have security bars, plaster a layer of cement and embed broken bottle fragments in it, so thieves can't climb in. Yes. The neighbors nodded. We get them done tonight. Bring back that big iron gate from the car factory and install it here. Chapter 63. All neighbors, get moving. Grandpa Zhang and his two sisters, carrying brooms and buckets, quickly cleaned up the bloodstains scattered on the street to avoid attracting flies. The rest of the people opened the gas tanks of the three cars, drained all the gasoline, and poured it into buckets. One car was upside down, its gas tank cap smashed and deformed. Lin Zhao went back to get a screwdriver and, with great effort, pried the cap open. Damn it! Lin Zhao gritted her teeth, straining her entire body, determined. She had to tell Changge when she got back that he shouldn't overturn the car again. It was so inconvenient. They drained more than half a bucket of gasoline from the 3 cars. Uncle Fatty carried the buckets and poured the gasoline into their 2 vans. These 2 vans were shared. One of them had been driven a few times by the 3 Kai Maos. The other van, driven out by Uncle Peng, Aunt Peng, and their sister the day before yesterday, ran out of gas on its return and was parked in the middle of the road. Luckily, they were cautious. After unloading the supplies, they managed to get some gasoline, drove the van into a back alley, and covered it with a tarpaulin. Otherwise, if the robbers had come this morning and seen the van parked in the middle of the road, they definitely would have smashed it. Lin Zhao watched them fill up the van without saying much. Their pickup truck still had plenty of gas. Changge had filled it up before returning. They didn't need to refuel for the time being, and gasoline wasn't something you could just mix up. Mixing different brands of gasoline would cause even more damage to the car. We can add it to the van, they can use it later. Lin Zhao turned back, screwdriver in hand, and started disassembling the car with the 3 blonde-haired men. Besides gasoline, there were many usable parts in the car. Larger items like seats, tires, and the engine were all useful. Smaller items, like metal parts, could also be collected. Regardless of when they might be needed, they just needed to collect them first. Fortunately, the 3 blonde-haired men had worked in a car factory before, and were very familiar with car mechanics. Each of them was assigned a car, and they disassembled it with ease. Lin Zhao brought tools from home and assisted them, managing to keep things busy. Although Brother Chung never let him learn car repair skills, he repaired cars every day, and Lin Zhao, watching from the side, had learned a thing or two. Red Hair held out his hand. Brother Lin, wrench. Okay. Lin Zhao quickly handed it over. Red Hair stared at the wheel, tightened the wrench a couple of times, as if saying it casually. Let Brother Fu come out and help too. His skills are better than the 3 of us. Lin Zhao's heart leaped into his throat upon hearing this. Didn't they already know? What to do? What to do? How should he answer? Before he could answer, before Hong Mao could finish speaking, several heavy coughs suddenly came from the side. Cough, cough, cough. A bunch of neighbors coughed simultaneously, quite loudly. Hong Mao hadn't reacted yet, and asked again, did I say something wrong? If Brother Fu comes to help, he'd definitely be even better. The last word got stuck in his throat. Quickly, Hong Mao paused, raised his hand, and slapped his face twice. A man shouldn't say quick. I was just talking nonsense, Brother Lin. Don't take it to heart. Let Brother Fu rest for a while. I can manage myself. Lin Zhao nodded, awkwardly raising her fist at him. Yeah, good luck. Good luck. Directly opposite, in Building 3. Fu Chung stood by the window of the first-floor repair shop, gripping the security bars with both hands, quietly watching outside. Lin Xiaobao stood beside him. Without a small stool, he couldn't possibly climb onto the window. But now, Fu Chung didn't have time to pay attention to this little brat. Fu Chung looked sad, his gaze resentful as he looked at Lin Zhao. Xiao Zhao, how do you know so many mechanics? Xiao Zhao, how can you work as an assistant for other mechanics? Xiao Zhao, I'm not your only favorite mechanic anymore, am I? Xiao Zhao, Xiao Zhao, Xiao Zhao. His gaze was so intense it caught Lin Zhao's attention. He turned around, meeting Fu Cheng's aggrieved gaze. With everyone present, Lin Zhao didn't dare approach him, but simply raised his hand slightly, as if to hit him. Let go! Let go of the security bars. What if you break them? Fu Chung understood, and silently released his grip. I know. In Xiao Zhao's eyes, the security bars are tighter than me. A cold zombie isn't even as important as a cold security bar. So sad. Lin Zhao looked around, making sure the neighbors weren't paying attention, then put on a stern face and waved his hand at him. Judging from Fu Cheng's expression, Lin Zhao knew he was thinking all sorts of crazy things. Stop thinking. Wait quietly. I'll be right back. Fu Cheng pursed his lips and continued watching him. Xiao Zhao is so domineering, his domineering wife. Just then, Lin Xiaobao finally moved her little stool over and climbed to the window as well. Lin Zhao's wave to Fu Cheng was seen by Lin Xiaobao. Lin Xiaobao instinctively covered his bottom. Why was Dad hitting him? He hadn't even done anything yet. What a domineering dad, a tyrant dad in short. Soon, The three clowns had removed all 12 tires from the three cars. 5 tires were intact. The remaining 7 were punctured by the glass shards they had arranged. Sigh, a miscalculation. But even punctured, the outer rubber was still usable, no big deal. Where are we going to put all these tires? Still at Grandpa Zhang's house? Let Grandpa Zhang keep them. Sure, I agree. The neighbors all raised their hands in agreement, but Grandpa Zhang was a little hesitant. It's not that I don't want to, it's just, my house is so small, I'm afraid it won't fit. Indeed, Grandpa Zhang's house was just a small one-story house, without even a living room. 12 tires, plus all this other stuff, definitely wouldn't fit. For a moment, everyone fell silent, pondering a solution. Other people's homes had spare spaces. But if they brought it up rashly, wouldn't others think they were trying to embezzle the items? But leaving them at someone else's house wasn't reassuring, they feared the other party might take them. It was a dilemma. Grandpa Zhang was essentially the moral bond between them. As long as Grandpa Zhang was still alive, his cane striking the ground, taking charge, there was still some trust between them. They all trusted Grandpa Zhang, and couldn't possibly act alone without him. Lin Zhao stroked his chin, looking around. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he pointed in a direction. I got it! Put it there. Everyone looked up, following the direction he was pointing. Happiness Street was an important street in the newly developed western part of the small town. On the street, from east to west, from left to right, were Number 1, Sister's Hair Salon. Number 2, a small shop without a name. Number 3, Shaolin's Auto Repair Shop. Number 5, a self-built rental building. Number 6, a Phase Flatbread Shop. That's right, there was no shop number 4 on this street. Or rather, building number 4 had always been empty. People disliked the homonym of number 4, considering it unlucky and having a bad connotation. Even those who wanted to buy the land on this street hesitated for a long time before finally giving up. Later, a boss bought the place to use as a warehouse. But whether he forgot about it or genuinely disliked the place, after the 2-story warehouse was built, no one came to store goods. So building number 4 remained empty and unmaintained. Since that's the case, in this emergency, it's best to use this warehouse temporarily, right? If it really doesn't work, they can explain the situation and pay the rent when the boss returns after the apocalypse. Almost instantly, all the neighbors agreed. Okay. Agreed. 3 men pushed the tire, rolling it over. Lin Zhao led the others to the front of building 4 and circled the warehouse. The first floor of the warehouse was fitted with security bars. There was a very obvious footprint on the back windowsill, and a second floor window was open. It's likely that the thieves who came last time also targeted this place, trying to climb in. But they were disappointed. The warehouse was empty then. They were only now planning to put things inside. Uncle and Aunt Peng brought a ladder and propped it against the wall. Lin Zhao nimbly climbed the ladder through the window, then quickly ran downstairs to open the door for the neighbors. The warehouse also used a roller shutter door with a button inside. Pressing it opened it. Lin Zhao stood inside, greeting his neighbors. Let's put it here for now. If we have too much stuff on the first floor, we go to the second floor. It was called a warehouse, but it was really just a bare shell. The cement floor and walls were rough and uneven. Fine dust floated in the air. 3 colorful creatures rolled in, carrying a disassembled tire. They also brought in the engine, generator, and seats. The 3 cars on the street were now just empty shells. From a distance, it looked even more frightening. It looked like hungry zombies had devoured the cars. A group of neighbors had been busy all morning, finally getting everything sorted out on the street. After saying goodbye, the group, as agreed, gave Lin Zhao some vegetables and then went home. They were planning to go out that evening anyway, so they went home to eat something and rest. Lin Zhao carried a small, half bag of vegetables, but instead of taking it home, he gave it to Grandpa Zhang. Grandpa Zhang had cooked the noodles that morning without any meat, indicating that his family's meals were also becoming less elaborate. Although he ran a small shop and grew vegetables and raised chickens in his backyard, and Sam Ao would occasionally bring him some rice and flour, the shop and vegetable garden were quite small. There was plenty of staple food, but meat and vegetables were definitely scarce. Grandpa Zhang, of course, refused to take it, simply waving his hand and saying, "You take it home and eat it. This old man can eat whatever he wants." Lin Zhao grabbed his hand, trying to stuff the vegetables into it. "We still have vegetables at home. They wilt if we don't finish them. You can take them." "Okay, then It's getting late. Let's just have some vegetables for lunch, and I make braised pork with preserved vegetables for dinner. You don't need to cook anything else." "No, I already have vegetables, enough for 5 or 6 days. Why do I need meat? Don't cook for me. It's settled then, hurry back, the zombies will come again soon. Linzeo shoved the vegetables into his hand, and turned to go back inside. Grandpa Jean called him from the window, but he didn't respond. He called for Xiaobao, but Linzeo held Xiaobao tightly, not letting him come over. Having no other choice, Grandpa Jean had to take the vegetables and go home. After a short while, Grandpa Jean immediately turned back, grabbed 3 packets of Coke gummies, and shakily placed them on their windowsill. It wasn't just for Xiaobao. The 3 of them each got a bag. These days, sugar is much more precious than vegetables. Linzeo put the things away, and turned to look at Fu Cheng. I taught you how to cook a few days ago. Did you cook today since I wasn't home? Fu Cheng, holding a spatula and wearing Linzeo's little floral apron, took 2 steps towards him, so he could see him more clearly. Xiao Zhao, what do you think? Linzeo laughed and secretly patted his strong arm muscles. Let's go upstairs and see what you made. Linzeo went upstairs expectantly and then saw Fu Cheng putting rice in the pot to steam. Very good. Fu Cheng took the meat out of the refrigerator to defrost. Not bad. Fu Cheng peeled the potatoes and cut them into strips. The wok was on the stove, with oil already in it. Fu Cheng was about to stir-fry the vegetables when Linzeo returned. Linzeo frowned, picked up a piece of potato, and squinted at him. Are we having Western food for lunch today? Thick-cut fries? With ketchup? Fu Cheng lowered his head, lunged forward, and bumped his forehead against Linzeo's, staring intently at him. Zeo, this is clearly just stir-fried potato shreds. Linzeo laughed, tilting his head, and pressing his cheek against Fu Cheng's. Okay, it's already pretty good for your first time. Brother Cheng, you must be the first zombie in the world who can cook. Chapter 64. Noon. Happiness Street returned to its usual tranquility. Fu Cheng had cooked the rice and chopped the vegetables, and was about to heat the oil in the wok. Linzeo had shredded the thick fries he had cut into thin strips, and stir-fried a plate of hot and sour potato strips. Then she took out the meat floss they had prepared earlier. They ate very, very slowly, very sparingly. 2.5 cans of meat floss remained. The family of 3 ate the meat floss with rice, while the dog ate the leftover noodles from breakfast. The noodles had dissolved into a paste, perfect for the dog. And so, a simple lunch was solved. After lunch, Fu Cheng washed the dishes, and Lin Xiaobao put the dishes away. Linzeo took her husband and son, preparing to go upstairs to sleep. Last night, nestled in the stairwell, although the quilt and Fu Cheng's chest were comfortable, she couldn't stretch her arms and legs. He opened his eyes to find himself battling enemies, and collecting spoils of war, his feet barely touching the ground all morning. Linzeo didn't know if he was truly exhausted, or if the rice and potatoes he ate made him dizzy, or perhaps both. He simply couldn't go on and desperately needed some sleep. The family of 3 returned to the bedroom. Linzeo took 2 clean sets of pajamas from the closet, and tossed them to Fu Cheng and Lin Xiaobao. Change into your clothes for bed. Okay. Lin Xiaobao responded loudly. Fu Cheng agreed, bending down to pull at his vest. Linzeo quickly slapped his hand, stopping him. Don't change in front of Xiaobao, it's not elegant at all. Come inside and change. Linzeo pulled Fu Cheng towards the bathroom. Lin Xiaobao looked up, saw that his father and great-uncle had left, and obediently followed. Like a waddling little duck. Linzeo pulled Fu Cheng into the bathroom, turned around, and pressed Lin Xiaobao's head against hers. Xiaobao, change outside. Why? Lin Xiaobao didn't understand. Because Daddy and Big Daddy are adults, and you're a child. There's a difference in age, so we need to change separately. No. Don't worry, Daddy and Big Daddy will be out soon. Linzeo thought for a moment and deliberately said, if you can't change yourself, just sit on the bed and wait for us to come out and help you. Daddy, I can. Lin Xiaobao retorted loudly, head held high, and strode away. He wasn't as stupid as Big Daddy, he could change himself. Linzeo closed the bathroom door and glanced back at Fu Cheng. Fu Cheng had already taken off his black vest, picked up another vest, and started putting it on. That's right, his pajamas were also vests. But they were rather worn. He had over a dozen black vests, all bought from the wholesale market, 3 for 9.9 yuan each. He wore them while working as a car mechanic. When they got holes, he buy new ones, and the old ones he wear as pajamas. When they were completely unwearable, he throw them on the floor for Linzeo to use as a foot towel. Fu Chung was incredibly frugal. He didn't care much for food or clothes, saving money for his wife and son. Lin Zhao took the opportunity to touch his abs, then grabbed her 300 yuan brand-name cotton pajamas, turned around, and went into the bathroom to change. Lin Zhao, with her back to him, took off her coat and sweater, just about to put on her pajamas. The next second, a gloved hand, silently landed on his back. Like a python, it crawled from his back to his front. Lin Zhao secretly gathered her strength, slapped the hand hard, and pulled her pajamas back up. Turning around, she met Fu Cheng's pitiful expression. Xiao Zhao can touch me, but I can't touch Xiao Zhao? Lin Zhao took a deep breath, lifted her pajamas. Touch, touch, touch. Touch as much as you want. Fu Chung was finally satisfied, his cool fingers tracing across Lin Zhao's slender waist through her gloves. Lin Zhao turned her back to him, taking the opportunity to change her pants as well. Fu Chung lowered his eyes slightly, his gaze and fingers following her spine downwards. Just then, Lin Xiaobao's startled cry came from outside the door. Daddy! Big Daddy! What's wrong? Lin Zhao quickly pulled up her pants, the elastic snapping against Fu Cheng's fingers. Come help me! Lin Xiaobao seemed very anxious, her voice trembling with tears. What? Help me! Daddy, help me! Xiaobao, don't worry. Lin Zhao quickly straightened his pajamas and rushed out of the bathroom. Coming, coming! Daddy's here. Lin Zhao stopped in front of the bathroom door, his little face scrunched up, and he scratched his head. Well? Lin Xiaobao was standing on the bed, his little hands crossed, tightly gripping the hem of his shirt, holding it above his head. He wanted to prove to his dad and great dad that he could change his own clothes. But his head was too big. No, the collar was too small. His head was stuck. What? He failed at the very first step. Help! Help! Ouch! Lin Xiaobao's vision was blocked by his clothes. He couldn't see anything and could only spin around on the bed. Like a little spinning top. What? Daddy? Ah! Coming, coming! Lin Zhao ran over, covered his ears, and pulled down his collar. Lin Xiaobao shook his head, finally emerging from inside. He had just breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the half-smile on Lin Zhao's face. Daddy, you're laughing at me. Lin Xiaobao stomped his foot, making the ground shake. No, no. Lin Zhao quickly waved his hands. Daddy did this when he was little too. Really? Of course. Lin Zhao took the pajamas and put them on him. Lin Xiaobao asked again, what about Big Daddy? Lin Zhao casually replied, Big Daddy did too. Doesn't Big Daddy do it now? Of course, when you grow up. Then I want to wear a vest too. Lin Xiaobao clenched his little fists, determined. Fu Chung tugged at his vest and shook his head. No, Xiaozhou has already reserved it. This is his foot-wiping cloth. You can't wear it. Let's wait until it gets warmer. Lin Zhao changed his clothes, then pounced onto the bed. Alright, time to sleep. You can play however you want. He lay face down, burying his face in the pillow, completely still, as if he'd fallen asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. Fu Chung walked over, picked up Lin Xiaobao with one arm, and carried him to the innermost part of the bed, patting Lin Zhao's bottom with the other. Lin Zhao grunted twice in dissatisfaction, twisting his body, trying to roll into the covers, but couldn't find the entrance. Fu Chung lay down on the outermost part of the bed, lifting the corners of the blanket with both hands, gesturing to him. Xiao Zhao here. Lin Zhao, like a bull in a bullring, let out a moo and dashed in. Lin Xiaobao followed closely behind, clinging to his father's arm, and also crawled in. Through the blanket, Fu Chung hugged the father and son, closing his eyes as well. They were asleep. This time, Lin Zhao didn't set an alarm for their afternoon nap. The enemy had just come that morning, suffering heavy losses. They certainly wouldn't come back anytime soon. They slept peacefully, for as long as they wanted. Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao lay sprawled on the bed like two kittens, hands folded over, feet pressed together. They were fast asleep, practically blowing snot bubbles from their noses. Luckily, Fu Chung was there, holding them both and occasionally adjusting their positions. Otherwise, Xiaobao would have been completely on top of Zhao, making it hard for him to breathe, his face turning red. They slept until 4 in the afternoon, then it was time to make dinner. Breakfast and lunch were simple, but dinner had to be something good to replenish their energy. Lin Zhao was always this kind of cat who pursued a high quality of life, and was a glutton. Fu Chung took out a piece of meat at noon to thaw at room temperature. Before his afternoon nap, Lin Zhao had also grabbed 3 or 4 handfuls of dried mustard greens, and soaked them in water. Now they're almost ready. Making proper braised pork belly with mustard greens is difficult. It requires both simmering in broth and deep frying. Lin Zhao found this troublesome, and decided to make a simpler home-style version. Fu Chung had a piece of pork belly with a good balance of fat and lean meat, perfect for braised pork belly. Lin Zhao lit the stove, placed the pork belly skin side down in the pan, and seared it until it had a dark char. Then he handed it to Fu Chung to scrape off the hair. While he was at it, he washed the dried mustard greens twice to remove surface dust and impurities, and squeezed out the excess water. Next, he boiled water in a pot, and threw the scraped pork belly in to cook. After cooking for about half an hour, Lin Zhao poked it with chopsticks. They pierced easily, so it was done. He dried the meat, rubbed it with soy sauce and oyster sauce for color, then heated oil in a wok and fried the meat. Brother Chung, it's up to you. Good luck. Lin Zhao immediately hid behind Fu Chung after putting the meat into the wok. Fu Chung, holding the wooden spatula, glanced back at him. Was it that scary? A moment later, the meat in the wok splattered with a bang, and Lin Zhao quickly ran further away. Dad, I protect you. Xiao Bao, don't go over there. Your little face is in danger. Lin Zhao pulled Lin Xiao Bao behind him, remotely directing Fu Chung. Brother Chung, gently push the meat. Roar. Push it with the spatula. Don't use your hands. The difference between humans and zombies is that humans are good at using tools, while zombies aren't. Fu Chung remained calm, holding the spatula and gently shoveling the meat a couple of times. Lin Zhao, timing it perfectly, said, Flip it over. Flip it with the spatula. Flip it gently, don't splatter the oil. Who? The two worked in perfect harmony, finally completing the most difficult step of frying the pork. Lin Zhao breathed a sigh of relief, set the pork aside, and boiled it for another 3 minutes. Boiling and frying and boiling again. It wasn't that he was being slow. The first boiling was to tenderize the pork, the frying was to make it more fragrant and less greasy, and the second boiling made it easier to slice. The prepared pork belly was sliced thinly and arranged neatly at the bottom of a bowl, topped with washed preserved mustard greens, drizzled with sauce, and then steamed. After steaming for an hour or two, it was ready to eat. Lin Zhao specially put rice on top to steam with it, and also prepared a small bowl of nourishing soup, lean pork stewed with ginseng and nodo ginseng. He had said he would make this soup before, but had forgotten several times. Today he finally remembered. Spring has arrived, time for some nourishing soup to prevent colds, strengthen the body, and prepare for the days to come. In the kitchen, the induction cooker was whirring as it steamed the food, while the family of three waited in the living room. As dusk fell, the three young men and Uncle Pang drove off in their van. They had said during the day they were going to dismantle the iron gate of the car factory and install it on Happiness Street. They must have left now. Lin Zhao, Fu Chung, and the others stayed behind to look after the house. Half an hour later, the food was ready. Lin Zhao had Fu Chung bring out the bowl of braised pork belly with preserved mustard greens, propped it up with a plate, and flipped it over. The pork belly, which had been at the bottom, was now on top, looking quite appealing. The preserved mustard greens had a subtle sweetness, and the pork belly was fatty but not greasy. As soon as it was flipped, the steam released a fragrant aroma. Lin Zhao served the food in the same iron bowl that Grandpa Zhang had used for noodles that morning and took it downstairs. The old man couldn't eat too much, so he didn't give Grandpa Zhang much soup, just a sip or two, and a little lean meat. Lin Xiaobao couldn't eat much either, so Lin Zhao scooped a small spoonful and fed it to him. Luckily, Lin Xiaobao didn't like it either. He thought it was bitter, and not as good as corn soup or seaweed soup. The rest was. Lin Zhao turned his head, and saw Fu Chung chewing on a bone, holding an iron basin, about to drink his third bowl. This soup was delicious. Xiao Zhao always liked to put medicine in it, and this bowl seemed to have an unusually high amount of medicine. It smelled good. Brother Chung. Lin Zhao exclaimed, quickly grabbing his neck. You can't drink so much. You're taking too much tonic. You get a nosebleed. Chapter 65. A pot of highly nourishing Panax Nodo ginseng and ginseng soup. Lin Zhao originally planned to share some with Xiao Man and Grandpa Zhang. Then he and Fu Chung would each have half a bowl, to be consumed over 3 or 4 days. However, he forgot to tell Fu Chung, and without his supervision, Fu Chung drank 2 large bowls. Not only did he drink the soup, he even chewed something with his mouth closed. Crunching sounds. But this time, Lin Zhao used lean meat, not spare ribs. So, Lin Zhao immediately realized, grabbed a metal spoon, and scooped around in the soup. Ah! Brother Chung, Why did you chew and eat the Panax Nodo ginseng and ginseng? Lin Zhao exclaimed in horror, lunging forward, cupping Fu Cheng's face, and pretending to pry open his mouth. Fu Cheng blinked, his expression innocent and his eyes pure. Xiao Zhao, what did I do wrong? The corn in the corn soup is edible, and the seaweed in the seaweed soup is edible too. Then why can't I eat the herbs in this soup? Lin Zhao was so anxious she kept hitting him. Idiot. You big idiot. Who would eat this stuff on its own? Fu Cheng's Adam's apple bobbed, and he swallowed the chewed herbs. He could eat them, and he already had. He couldn't taste them, but they were quite chewy. Oh well, he can eat them. Maybe humans and zombies have different constitutions. Lin Zhao sighed, sat back in her chair, puffed out her cheeks, and looked at Fu Cheng seriously. If you feel unwell, remember to tell me immediately. I go downstairs and get you some dog medicine. Phew. Little Zhao was really domineering. He couldn't eat human medicine, but he could eat dog pills. Fu Cheng pouted. Fine, he ate anything Xiao Zhao gave him. Lin Zhao brought over the remaining soup, poured half into her own bowl, and forbade Fu Cheng from drinking any more. Actually, Fu Cheng still loved his wife very much. Fu Cheng drank 2 bowls of soup, leaving more than half for Lin Zhao. He ate the ginseng and other herbs, leaving only small pieces of lean meat. For zombies, meat was the most delicious thing. Fu Cheng deliberately suppressed his nature, leaving all the lean meat for Lin Zhao, not eating a single piece himself. Lin Zhao looked at her bowl, feeling both annoyed and amused, and playfully smacked Fu Cheng. Don't do that again. After dinner, the family of 3 tidied up and went upstairs. They had just taken a nap in the afternoon, so they weren't sleepy and could do other activities. Fu Cheng and Lin Xiaobao wanted to watch TV again, but Lin Zhao didn't want to. He watched those few DVDs dozens of times, so Lin Zhao took out his key and opened the study door. Lin Xiaobao had mentioned wanting to play computer games, but Lin Zhao had been too busy lately. He hadn't had time to turn on the computer, let alone find games for him. Tonight would be a good time for him to play for a while. Lin Zhao pressed the button and turned on the computer. Fu Cheng stood behind him, and Lin Xiaobao obediently nestled on his father's lap. Daddy, is there internet now? No. Lin Zhao sighed and flicked the mouse. The internet had been down for a few days after the zombie outbreak. The service provider must have interrupted it. If there were internet, he'd have to quickly search for information about the outside world. Then what do we do? Lin Xiaobao hugged his father's leg, tilted his head, and pressed his chubby cheek against his father's knee. We can't play games. Dad, check if we downloaded the installation package before. Maybe we can play without internet. Okay, Dad, good luck. Lin Zhao put on his glasses and opened the folder. Got it. There's a red alert. This is for Dad and Big Dad, not suitable for you. Don't be sad, there's another one. Plants vs. Zombies. Yay! Lin Xiaobao's eyes lit up, and he immediately became excited, trying to climb onto Lin Zhao's lap. I want to play. Okay, wait a minute. Fu Cheng stood behind the father and son, silently staring at the computer screen. He felt something was wrong. Are zombies and zombies the same thing? Why is his wife and son fighting zombies? How could this be? Lin Zhao adjusted the game music, took out the children's mouse, set the alarm, and then, holding Lin Xiaobao, stood up. He pulled over a baby chair that looked like the one in the restaurant and put Lin Xiaobao in it. Let's start playing. You can only play for half an hour. Dad, won't you play with me? Dad has other things to do. He just stay here with you. Okay. Lin Xiaobao stretched out her chubby little hand and grasped the children's mouse. Click. The game started. A deep roar from the zombie came from the computer. The zombie dragged its broken body, staggering towards the house. Lin Xiaobao quickly started collecting sunlight and planting plants. Fu Cheng's eyes widened in shock. Lin Zhao pressed Lin Xiaobao's head. Don't get so close. He turned back to Fu Cheng. Don't worry, it's not you being attacked. Do you want to play the game with your son, or with me? Without hesitation, Fu Cheng grabbed Lin Zhao's arm and hugged him tightly. Xiao Zhao. He was with Xiao Zhao. This kid is terrifying. Lin Zhao laughed, pulled over his swivel chair, and took out a pen and lesson plan notebook. It was his zombie husband feeding diary. He didn't show it, but he diligently wrote it down almost every night before bed. He would also write down important events. Fu Cheng had taken Panax Nodo ginseng and ginseng that night, and he was worried about adverse reactions, so he had to record it. Lin Zhao twisted the pen, turned to the latest page in the lesson plan notebook, and began to write. Fu Cheng sat behind him. The little couple squeezed into the same chair, resting his head on his shoulder. He would glance at Lin Zhao writing, then at Lin Xiaobao playing games. The swish of the pen on the paper and the pop of bullets firing in the game blended together, sounding quite pleasant. As long as you didn't look at the screen. Dinner tonight? Fu Cheng ate ginseng on an empty stomach, and his reaction so far. Lin Zhao didn't turn around, but simply reached out and touched Fu Cheng's body. The reaction is good? Lin Zhao had just written the last stroke of the word good. Suddenly, the light above their heads flickered twice, then plunged them into complete darkness. Immediately afterward, Lin Xiaobao's voice came. Daddy! The game is over. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid, wait a moment. Lin Zhao quickly stood up and turned on the flashlight that was charging on the table. A beam of light shone in the darkness. Lin Zhao had Lin Xiaobao sit under the light source, while he took Fu Cheng to the window for a quick look. The streetlights, powered by solar energy, were still on. But the other neighbors' homes were also completely dark. The two sisters, one of them, shouted, "Power outage." Grandpa Zong replied, "It's out, mine's out too." They've been struggling to keep up for almost 2 months. Even with their hydroelectric power, they couldn't escape the power outage. Just then, the light behind them flickered twice. Lin Zhao quickly turned around and saw the study light had come back on, and the computer, which had been forcibly shut down, was now humming. Power was back. Probably due to a lack of professional maintenance, the circuit had become unstable. The power was only temporary. Lin Zhao sighed, went over, and turned off the desk lamp. Unfortunately, they didn't have a storage box to store the electricity. They have to go out and look for one sometime. Just then, Lin Xiaobao asked, "Dad, where's the game? I can't find it. I turn it on for you. I didn't get to play yet. I want to play for 1 more minute." "Okay, I add it for you." Lin Zhao returned to the table and continued writing. However, the atmosphere wasn't as cheerful and relaxed as before. As Lin Zhao wrote, he was mentally calculating where to find a battery or generator. Darkness would surely breed more evil. Lin Zhao was incredibly grateful that they had taken care of a large number of enemies during the day. The circuit was unstable, and the lights kept flickering. Lin Xiaobao wasn't enjoying playing on the computer either. The family of 3 finished their work and went back to sleep. Around 1 or 2 in the morning, while it was still dark, the van that had gone out returned. 3 guys, Mao and Fatty, actually brought back the sliding door from the car factory. It was originally a remote-controlled folding door with a track. The touch of a button would open it automatically. However, the track couldn't be removed, so they disassembled the door itself. Although it couldn't open and close automatically, it had wheels underneath, allowing for manual pushing and pulling. It was an extra layer of security. Lin Zhao listened carefully to the sounds outside. Hearing that they had all returned, he told them to go back and rest while he and Fu Cheng went down to unload the door and put it away. This door protected everyone on Happiness Street. Their family couldn't just sit idly by. After the neighbors went home, Lin Zhao, before dawn, took Fu Cheng down to work on it. Perhaps because he had drunk too much nourishing soup the night before, Fu Cheng hadn't slept all night and was unusually strong. He didn't need Lin Zhao's help at all. He carried the door down himself. Hidden under the iron door were rollers. Lin Zhao gritted his teeth, grabbed the handle, and pushed the iron door through. A long metal gate, like a dragon, stretched across the street, almost as tall as Lin Zhao. Cars couldn't get in, and the zombies, clumsy as they were, probably couldn't either. Even a human, with their heavy build, would have a hard time climbing in. Lin Zhao clapped her hands and turned to Fu Cheng. "All right, let's go back." Roar. The young couple walked side by side back home. When they came out, Xiao Bao was fast asleep. Afraid he might wake up suddenly and be scared if he couldn't see them, Lin Zhao had wrapped the puppy in a towel and placed it beside him. Back home, Lin Xiaobao changed position, lying on the bed, one hand resting on the puppy. But he was still sleeping soundly, showing no sign of waking up. Lin Zhao tucked him in, then turned around to meet Fu Cheng's unusually clear-headed gaze. He couldn't sleep. The soup laced with medicine was too strong. He felt a surge of heat and hadn't slept a wink all night. Lin Zhao gave him a light tap and whispered, "If you can't sleep, go downstairs and cook. Don't get in the way." Fu Cheng opened his arms to Lin Zhao, tilted his head, and looked at him with a resolute expression. Xiao Zhao wasn't asleep either, was she? When he held Xiao Zhao, he could feel her body was warm, tossing and turning in his arms. Otherwise, given Xiao Zhao's habits, she would have been fast asleep by now. How could she have noticed the neighbors driving back? Lin Zhao puffed out her cheeks, gave him another tap, and finally whispered, "Let's go." She really shouldn't have made that nourishing soup. Lin Zhao took Fu Chung downstairs and put down the porridge to cook. There was still some braised pork with preserved mustard greens left over from last night. They could eat it as soon as the rice was ready. However, porridge takes time to cook, and it wasn't even dawn yet, so he wasn't very hungry. Lin Zhao stood in front of the stove, gazing at the dark sky outside the window, listlessly fiddling with the spatula in his hands. Fu Chung stood behind Lin Zhao, lowered his head, and wrapped his arms around his waist. It seemed he wanted to pull Lin Zhao completely into his embrace. The two of them stood there quietly, embracing each other, until Lin Zhao quietly turned his eyes and looked back at Fu Chung. He didn't know if Fu Chung was hot or tired. He rested his head on Lin Zhao's shoulder, his eyes closed, as if he were resting. His breathing was still steady and cool, but his heart, pressed together, was pounding excessively. Lin Zhao suddenly remembered that it had been a long time since Fu Chung had shown this zombie-like side to him. Before, whenever Chung saw him, he couldn't help but grin, baring his teeth, pouncing on him, pitting him to the ground, and biting him hard. Since releasing him, his emotions had actually calmed down considerably. So zombies really can be tamed. Thinking this, Lin Zhao suddenly felt something was wrong and flinched forward. What was that hard thing? It was poking him. Sensing he was about to run, Fu Chung wrapped his arms around his waist, holding him even tighter. Lin Zhao wanted to run again, but suddenly remembered something, turned around, and slapped him. "You rascal! You pervert!" Fu Chung lowered his head and hummed pitifully. Xiao Zhao, he didn't know anything. He didn't know what was going on. It was all that soup's fault. A cold breath brushed against Lin Zhao's neck, and Lin Zhao twisted his neck uncomfortably, trying to break free. But he couldn't. Being pulled along by Fu Chung, he couldn't help but feel a little tempted. The sky was still so dark, the night so long. Lin Zhao turned his head, mustered his courage, and kissed Fu Chung on the chin. It wasn't like they hadn't kissed each other before. Fu Cheng's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth below the bite stopper immediately turned up. Lin Zhao hooked a finger around his vest and led him away from the kitchen. "Let's go, let's reclaim our territory." Back in the master bedroom, Lin Xiaobao and the puppy were sleeping soundly. Lin Zhao picked up Lin Xiaobao. Fu Chung imitated him, picking up the puppy. They took them to the children's room across the hall. Children and puppies should sleep in the small room. They can't take over Daddy and Daddy's big room. They always done it this way. After settling Lin Xiaobao and the puppy, Lin Zhao closed the master bedroom door, quickly pounced forward, grabbed Fu Cheng's neck, clung to him, and kissed him again. Fu Chung caught him steadily and walked instinctively to the bedside. How could he be clueless? He knew a lot. Even without his human memories, his love for Xiao Zhao would still flow instinctively. Fu Chung placed Lin Zhao on the bed. Lin Zhao still clung to his neck, kissing his face and chin incessantly. Fu Chung was dizzy from the kisses, but he still tried his best to maintain his composure. He ruffled Lin Zhao's hair and reached to unbutton his pajamas. Last time was the same. Xiao Zhao kissed him unconscious and then ignored him. The rest was left unfinished. This time he had to. With a snap, the button at Lin Zhao's collar was pulled off by Fu Chung and fell to the floor. Lin Zhao pouted, looking at him unhappily. "What are you doing? So rough." So Fu Chung changed his approach, directly lifting Lin Zhao's pajamas to reveal his lean waist and abdomen. Fu Chung lowered his head, wanting to kiss him, but was stopped by the bite stop device. He looked up, pleadingly at Lin Zhao, seeking his opinion. Lin Zhao was adamant. "You can't take it off. You have to wear it all the time." "Fine," he conceded. Fu Chung knelt on the bed, blocking Lin Zhao's path, then stood up, took off his vest, revealing the cold bite stop device still on his face, and his hands still covered in black gloves. Before he could do anything, Lin Zhao went limp, collapsing onto the bed, quietly watching him. Fu Cheng's large, black, well-defined hands gripped Lin Zhao's fair, smooth thighs, pulling him closer. Fu Chung lowered his head, moving closer. Lin Zhao knew what was about to happen, instinctively struggling, reaching out to push his head away, preventing him from kissing him. "Brother Chung, don't." But the next second, the cold bite stop device was pressed against Lin Zhao's warmest spot, making him shiver. Fu Chung raised his head again, this time no longer feigning grievance. His eyes were bloodshot, flames dancing within them, fierce and domineering. "Why can't I kiss him? I can't kiss him here. I can't kiss him there. What's the point of this marriage?" Fu Chung raised his other hand and gently pressed the bite stopper. 2 clicks were heard, and just as he was about to crush the bite stopper, Lin Zhao sprang up from the bed like a small fish, hugging Fu Cheng. We can't do the full thing yet. What if we get infected? Listen to me. Lin Zhao sat on Fu Cheng's lap, lowered his head, and clasped his hands together. Like this for now. Fu Cheng's chest tensed, his Adam's apple bobbing, and he opened his palm, taking Lin Zhao's hand in his, and holding him in his own. Like this. Chapter 66. It was 5 in the morning, still dark. Lin Zhao and Fu Cheng were unusually early. The two, dressed in pajamas, sat facing each other on the bed, yawning. Lin Zhao straddled Fu Cheng's lap, wrapping his arms around his neck, and climbing onto his shoulders and back. Because it was so cold, his fingers unconsciously traced patterns on Fu Cheng's strong muscles. Lin Zhao didn't dare look at Fu Cheng, only daring to slightly raise his head, staring at the ceiling, whether willingly or unwillingly, emptying his mind and trying to drift off to sleep. But even in his reverie, Fu Cheng didn't let him leave for long. The next second, something happened. Lin Zhao felt as if someone had pushed him from behind. Suddenly losing all strength, his waist went limp, his legs went numb, and his back slumped. He lurched forward, falling towards Fu Cheng. Fu Cheng sat upright in front of him, freeing his left hand to catch him precisely around the waist, gently pulling him into his arms. Slightly cold leather gloves, through his pajamas, brushed against Lin Zhao's back, their light mingling with the thin sheen of sweat, making him shiver. Lin Zhao finally lowered his head, pressing his face against Fu Cheng's shoulder, whimpering in dissatisfaction, "Brother Cheng, that's enough, I'm sleepy." The effects of the ginseng and ginseng soup had completely worn off, he was truly sleepy, and had had enough of the exertion. Fu Cheng turned to look at him, gently touching his forehead through the bite blocker on his face, his chest vibrating slightly, emitting a series of low growls. Lin Zhao looked in the direction of the sound, meeting Fu Cheng's excessively bloodshot eyes. After becoming a zombie, Fu Cheng's eyes had also turned dark red. Lin Zhao had a record of this on page 3 of his zombie husband feeding diary. But now, his eyes were terribly red, as if 2 flames were burning within them, or as if blood was about to drip from them. Fu Cheng stared intently at Lin Zhao, his eyes filled with an unprecedented joy and delight. So happy. Holding the tiny little Zhao in his arms, a full embrace, so blissful. Pressing the dumpling-like Zhao in his arms, kneading, patting, pinching, and bouncing her, so playful. Looking at Zhao like this, so cute and adorable, so dazed, so amusing. So this is how it is. So this is what he always wanted to do for Zhao. So this is the love he always kept buried deep in his heart, with nowhere to express it. Fu Cheng closed his eyes, a rare domineering and forceful glint in them. Lin Zhao caught this moment, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Lin Zhao didn't have time to think, she tried to turn and run away. But it was too late. The next second, Fu Cheng opened his hand and grabbed Lin Zhao's waist. Like a wild beast hunting, he pounced forward, pinning Lin Zhao beneath him. That's it. That's it. He learned it. Fu Cheng cast aside both human reason and zombie instinct, leaving only the most primal urge. He reached out to hug Lin Zhao, but Lin Zhao raised his foot and kicked him in the chest. It wasn't too hard to Fu Cheng, it was like a kitten kicking him, a mere tickle. Fu Cheng didn't care, and continued his charge. Lin Zhao used a rabbit kicks eagle move, struggling and kicking him with all her might. "Brother Cheng. I just said, you can't do this. You can only listen to me. You can't." He was wrong, he was really wrong. He shouldn't have lured Brother Cheng to bed, for his own selfish desires. Now things are really messed up. Cheng Ji can't control himself, and he can't control Cheng Ji either. How could this be? Didn't the movies say that zombies only like to bite and eat people? How could Cheng Ji be addicted to this kind of thing? He forgot, Cheng Ji is an anomaly among zombies. Lin Zhao lay on the bed, using both hands and feet to forcefully pry Fu Cheng's hands away, preventing him from exploring everywhere. No, 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 no. Let's stop here for today, keep it simple. I can't let Cheng Ji know there are other places we can use. Absolutely not. Lin Zhao frantically lied. No. Fu Cheng, no. That's it. I taught you everything. There are no other extra steps. Humans express love through hugs. Lin Zhao frantically waved his arms and legs, preventing Fu Cheng from getting close, leaving him only able to block his way. Really? He felt there were still many things Shirzao hadn't taught him. Was Shirzao lying to him? Fu Cheng tilted his head, staring intently at Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao stiffened his neck, meeting his gaze firmly. Fu Cheng, congratulations, you learned everything. We humans are like this, and that's how it ends. You get away. Before he could finish speaking, Fu Cheng suddenly reached out, slipped his arm under the soft blankets beneath Lin Zhao, wrapped his arms around his waist, and scooped him up. Lin Zhao panicked, trying to struggle. But the next second, a familiar glove gripped his groin, and he went limp. Fu Cheng smiled at him, gently purring. A sound escaped his lips, his face utterly innocent. Okay, he believed Xiao Zhao, that was all. Thank you, Xiao Zhao, for teaching him such a blissful thing. So he was going to do it a few more times. Lin Zhao looked at him, his eyes wide with disbelief, almost suspecting he was doing it on purpose. He called out, Fu Cheng. Immediately afterward, Fu Cheng mimicked his earlier action, hugging him. Having seen it twice, Fu Cheng had already learned it. Lin Zhao placed his hands on his chest, trying to push him away. But he couldn't muster any strength, and the four slipped limply away. No. Fu Cheng. You can do this by yourself, you don't need to bring me along. Go to the bathroom yourself. I'm done. I'm sleepy, I want to sleep. Lin Zhao felt a jolt, and leaned forward again, his forehead resting on Fu Cheng's shoulder. Since that was the case, Lin Zhao simply rammed his head hard against Fu Cheng. That rascal. What has he learned? Is he actually aware of everything, just deliberately teasing him? Otherwise. Fu Cheng was still wearing his leather gloves. The gloves, originally cold, were warmed by his body heat. The gloves, originally clean, were now slippery from his sweat. Thinking of this, Lin Zhao couldn't help but look down. Since becoming a zombie, Brother Cheng seemed to have grown taller, and his arms had become more muscular. But before he could look any longer, Fu Cheng immediately pulled Lin Zhao back from the brink of distraction. Lin Zhao complained, Fu Cheng. Fu Cheng snorted twice, looking completely innocent. What's wrong? Lin Zhao made up his mind. He absolutely had to change Fu Cheng's gloves to cotton mechanic gloves. He couldn't let him wear those ugly gloves anymore. But wouldn't cotton work gloves be even rougher? Lin Zhao couldn't think straight. Regret? Lin Zhao was extremely regretful now. After drinking some tonic soup, he couldn't control himself and dragged Fu Cheng, breaking the rules he maintained for over 2 months. Lin Zhao, covered by the blanket, faced the wall, curled up into a ball, clutching the blanket pitifully, covering his hands. His skin was raw. Fu Cheng insisted on dragging him along with something he could have done himself. Now look what happened. That wretched Fu Cheng, that damn Fu Cheng, that shameless Fu Cheng. His grip was so strong, his movements so rough, his skin so rough, it's all raw, it hurts. Fu Cheng snored, approaching him from behind, reaching out to hug him. Lin Zhao, tears welling in his eyes, turned away, shaking off his hand. Go away. Of course, he was also at fault, but he would never forgive Fu Cheng again. Fu Cheng approached him from behind again, forcefully hugging him and pulling him into his arms. Lin Zhao kicked him again. Don't move, carry me. He wanted to make Fu Cheng carry him to wash up, but he was afraid Fu Cheng would lose control again. He hesitated for a moment, unsure whether to speak. Fu Cheng, unusually perceptive, picked him up. Lin Zhao sniffed, hugged his neck, and clung to him. You can only shower, nothing else. You have to wash your clothes and sheets later, understand? Fu Cheng hesitated, glancing at him. Zhao, isn't there a washing machine at home? Lin Zhao kicked again, but missed. You have to wash them. Snoring. Okay, he washed then. Fu Cheng carried Lin Zhao into the bathroom, and placed her in the bathtub. Lin Zhao told her to turn her back, took the shower head, and ran the water to rinse her hands. Her already chapped palms, and other areas hurt even more from the water. Lin Zhao couldn't help but gasp. Fu Cheng heard the noise, and quickly turned around. Lin Zhao kicked her foot, splashing water all over Fu Cheng's face. Fu Cheng lifted his shirt, wiped his face, took a towel from the rack, and knelt down in front of Lin Zhao, looking completely obedient. Xiao Zhao, don't be angry, I help you dry off. But right now, in Lin Zhao's eyes, he was a complete liar. Lin Zhao didn't trust him, snatched the towel from his hand, and dried herself off. Fu Cheng looked down at Lin Zhao soaking in the water, and smiled again. You're still laughing. Lin Zhao got even angrier, throwing the towel into the water. Then, he waved his hands, using his cat's invisible claws to vigorously splash the water, deliberately creating a large spray. It all splashed onto Fu Cheng. Fu Cheng, you're so annoying. So annoying. I'm never talking to you again. Fu Cheng lowered his eyes, looking at him pitifully. No, Xiao Zhao, don't stop talking to me. So what are you doing now? Ah. Lin Zhao didn't dare soak for long. After washing up, he hugged Fu Cheng's neck and got up. He changed into clean pajamas, setting a new record of changing pajamas 3 times in 2 days. Then, he ordered Fu Cheng to change the soiled sheets and put on clean ones. He climbed up to sleep himself, continuing to order Fu Cheng around. You, go wash yourself first, only use the leftover bathwater I used. Lin Zhao was obviously just saying it out of anger, intending to punish Fu Cheng. But Fu Cheng, being stubborn, nodded and took it to heart. Xiao Zhao was so kind, even rewarding him. Then wash the bathtub. Fu Cheng nodded seriously. Finally, wash our clothes and the sheets. Everything must be dry before Xiao Bao and I wake up. Fu Cheng nodded earnestly. Yes. That's it. After saying this, Lin Zhao lay down on the bed, burying her face in the pillow. No. She couldn't lie like that. It would press on her wound. Lin Zhao struggled to turn over, spreading her arms and legs, flattening herself into a pancake shape. She could only sleep like this. Fu Cheng glanced at the sky outside the window, confirming how much time was left before his wife and son woke up. He hurried into the bathroom, completing every task Xiao Zhao had assigned him. Wash himself, wash the bathtub, wash the clothes and sheets. The last 3 items could only be washed with water. But he could use Xiaoza's bathwater. Xiaoza was so good to him, he wanted to be even better to her. Fu Cheng put on his special rubber gloves and squatted in front of the tub. Lin Zhao couldn't possibly use her own or Xiao Bao's tub to wash his clothes, given the tub he used for bathing. The basin was filled with dirty clothes and sheets. Fu Cheng applied some laundry detergent and rubbed it on them. Fu Cheng was always full of energy, anytime, anywhere. Working with Fu Cheng had completely drained Lin Zhao's energy, leaving him feeling quite tired. He was incredibly sleepy. It wasn't until 8 in the morning that Fu Cheng finished washing the clothes, hung the sheets out to dry, and was about to snuggle up with his wife for a little longer. Just then, Lin Xiaobao woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he discovered that he and the dog had been moved to the children's room to sleep. Lin Xiaobao was furious. He climbed off the bed, rushed to the master bedroom door, and stomped his foot angrily. Dad! Big Dad! You're doing this again! You always move me away. Lin Zhao was still asleep in bed. Hearing him shout, he just grunted twice, making no sound. As soon as he stomped his foot, Fu Cheng understood what he meant and reached out to the enraged Lin Xiaobao. Lin Xiaobao completely ignored him, turning his head away and stomping his foot even harder. Humph. Fu Cheng picked him up with one hand and the puppy with the other, leading them downstairs. Let's go, don't disturb Xiaoza's sleep. Chapter 67. Big Daddy, did you take me away from Daddy? Go. Big Daddy, why isn't Daddy getting up? Go. On the stairs, Fu Cheng was carrying Lin Xiaobao in one hand and the puppy in the other, heading downstairs. Lin Xiaobao, with his back to him, was being dragged along, hopping down the steps with a thump thump thump. He called out one last time, Big Daddy. Before he could finish, Fu Cheng spoke, and Lin Xiaobao spoke too. Go! He knew Big Daddy was going to say that. Lin Xiaobao complained loudly, Big Daddy, you're a robot. Fu Cheng turned to look at him, his gaze quite puzzled. What is a robot? An adult or a child? Seeing that Big Daddy finally reacted, Lin Xiaobao quickly raised his hand to report. I haven't brushed my teeth, washed my face, or changed my clothes yet. Fu Cheng lowered his eyes, scanning him up and down. Okay. Fu Cheng released his grip on Lin Xiaobao's collar, pressed his head down, and made him stand still on the stairs. He then turned and went back inside. When he reappeared, he was carrying Lin Xiaobao's toothbrush, cup, towel, and coat. Lin Xiaobao looked speechless. Can't I go inside to find Daddy? Fu Cheng shook his head. No. Fu Cheng took the puppy and dog downstairs, and let them wash up in the 2nd floor bathroom. Lin Xiaobao stood on a small stool and brushed his teeth and washed his face by himself, without any help from an adult. Fu Cheng took out the utensils, opened the rice cooker, and ladled out the porridge Lin Zhao had prepared earlier. 1 bowl for Xiao Zhao, 1 bowl for Xiao Bao, 1 bowl for the dog, and 1 bowl for himself. Xiao Zhao worked hard. Xiao Zhao, have an extra spoonful. Fu Cheng took out the leftover braised pork belly with preserved mustard greens from last night, and began to portion it out. 1 spoonful for Xiao Zhao, 1 spoonful for Xiao Bao, and for the puppy. Xiao Zhao said the puppy couldn't eat salt, so there was none for the puppy. Also, neither Xiao Zhao nor Xiao Bao liked fatty meat, so Fu Cheng, holding the spoon, clumsily separated the fat and lean meat of the pork belly, putting it into the bowl spoonful by spoonful. Xiao Zhao had too little meat on him, so he needed to eat an extra spoonful. Alright. Zombie Fu Cheng's first time presiding over the meal distribution was a complete success. Lin Xiaobao also came out after washing up. Fu Cheng, imitating Lin Zhao, picked him up and placed him in the baby chair. Eat. Lin Xiaobao stretched out his little hand. Daddy, I can't reach it. Fu Cheng pushed the bowl forward. Careful. Okay, I tasted very carefully. Careful. Fu Cheng couldn't say the last word yet. Lin Xiaobao thought for a moment, then picked up a spoonful of porridge, pursed her lips, and blew on it. Fu Cheng nodded in satisfaction. So it was be careful, it's hot. Fu Cheng picked up Lin Zhao's portion of porridge and tried again to speak in a long, difficult sentence. You eat first, I. Lin Xiaobao naturally replied, You go upstairs and bring Dad his food. I eat here obediently and wait for you to come back. Okay. Fu Cheng nodded. Perhaps this is the legendary father-son connection. No matter what Fu Cheng wanted to say, Lin Xiaobao always understood immediately. When Fu Cheng took the breakfast upstairs, Lin Zhao was still sprawled on the bed, fast asleep. He placed the bowl on the bedside table and quietly climbed into bed. Before he could get close, Lin Zhao, with her eyes closed, casually swung her hand and hit him. Fu Cheng's eyes lit up, and without bothering to be quiet, he leaned in close. Xiao Zhao. How did you know it was me? We have such great chemistry, you love me so much. Lin Zhao remained expressionless, pouting slightly. You're so heavy, you practically slid the bed down. Puff. Fu Cheng moved closer, like a wolfhound, pressing his forehead against Lin Zhao's and rubbing it vigorously. Xiao Zhao, are you still angry? Lin Zhao's lips pouted higher and higher, like the hooks they used to hang clothes. The pouting lips seemed to indicate anger, but the upturned corners of her mouth seemed to indicate happiness. Fu Cheng couldn't yet understand human micro-expressions, so the next second, Lin Zhao suddenly grabbed two corners of the blanket and started thrashing around. Awuh! Awuh! Lin Zhao grabbed Fu Cheng and covered him with the blanket. This is the first recorded instance of humans hunting zombies. This is a giant leap forward for humanity. Fu Cheng obediently laid down, his eyes full of smiles. He did it voluntarily. Life was unusually peaceful and stable. For the next few days, the neighbors agreed on a division of labor. Some stayed home to guard their houses, while others took turns going out to search for supplies. Perhaps out of fear of Fu Cheng, the neighbors formed their own teams, but no one ever approached Lin Zhao to ask to join their family. One late night, the three hares and Uncle Peng went out again. This time they went to a nearby elementary school and dismantled the iron gate at its entrance. The zombie outbreak occurred during winter break, the school was deserted, and there shouldn't be any zombies now. The elementary school cafeteria had no food stored, and even if it did, it would have been completely looted by the previous inhabitants. So they didn't search thoroughly, and carried the iron gate back. Practice makes perfect, right? Now, their Happiness Street has 2 gates. One at each end of the street. Security level increased by 1 star. Besides the iron gate, they also brought back a bunch of glass and 2 bags of cement. The glass was taken from a classroom window, and the cement was salvaged from the school's tool shed. The 3-mile house on the entire Happiness Street was the most poorly defended. Other houses had security bars on their ground floor windows, but theirs didn't. Since they brought the glass and cement back, they were given priority. The cement was mixed with water and sifted sand to make cement mortar. The glass was covered with burlap sacks and then gently broken with a hammer to prevent shards from flying everywhere. A thin layer of cement mortar was applied to the windowsill, and while it was still wet, glass shards were inserted and placed upright. Once the cement hardened, it would be the strongest and sharpest defensive structure. If a thief dared to come, they could easily poke a hole in the wall with their hand. The neighbors helped the 3 of them fix all the windows in their house. The remaining cement and glass were used to install the same material on the wall behind the street. Lin Zhao and Fu Cheng were responsible for the section of wall behind their house and Grandpa Zhang's house. One person applied the cement, the other inserted the glass. They worked quickly, but it still took 2 days. While they were busy, Grandpa Wang took care of Xiao Bao and cooked for them. But when they got to the back section of the wall at Uncle Peng and Aunt Peng's house, they ran out of glass. Grandpa Zhang contributed his last few beer bottles, but it still wasn't enough. Lin Zhao then took out the stainless steel cutlery he had found in the car factory canteen. Red Hair asked, puzzled. This is stainless steel. How can we use it? Linzeo smiled and said, use this to eat, and replace the porcelain bowls and plates. So every household on the street contributed a porcelain plate, smashed it, and used the shards to patch up the wall. All right. Mission accomplished. The neighbors stood in front of the wall, clapped their hands, and looked at the row of glass shards on the wall, reflecting different lights in the setting sun. They were all very satisfied. It should be safe now. There's an iron gate in front, and glass in the back. No one will dare to cause trouble again. The three colorful-haired men exchanged glances. Red Hair asked, the Happiness Street base is officially completed. How about it? Want to have hot pot together tonight to celebrate? Aunt Fat smiled. Where can you find hot pot these days? Go home and eat some vegetables. No way. The three of us did the most work on the iron gate and wall. You should listen to us. That's right. The three colorful-haired men chimed in. Each household should bring some vegetables. It doesn't have to be meat. Vegetables are fine too. It's just about everyone getting together to celebrate. We've been working so hard lately, it's exhausting. Linzeo seemed interested, her eyes sparkling. Then whose house should we eat at? Two. The three colorful-haired men turned around, looked around, and pointed behind them in unison. Let's eat at warehouse number 4. It's not anyone's house. It's public land on Happiness Street. Is that okay? Sure. All the neighbors who agree, please raise your hands. The three colorful-haired men, of course, agreed. Linzeo and Lin Xiaobao quickly raised their hands high. Linzeo turned to look at Fu Chung, took his hand, and helped him lift the food. The remaining neighbors exchanged glances, and finally nodded. Okay, let's have a meal together to celebrate. We don't know when this world will recover, but life goes on, and neighbors should stay together. Bring vegetables, everyone. Keep the meat at home, so they don't have to keep an eye on us, and count how much meat we ate. Okay. The neighbors wanted to discuss the dishes briefly, but these things were impossible to decide on. In the end, they could only leave it to fate. Bring whatever's cheap at home. There are no tableware or chairs in the warehouse, so everyone bring their own. Okay. Linzeo took Fu Chung and Lin Xiaobao home. The family of 3 took off their clothes, which were covered in cement and dust, and took turns showering and changing into clean clothes. Linzeo finished showering first, leaving Fu Chung to take care of Lin Xiaobao, while she went upstairs to the kitchen. He rummaged through his supplies and took out a cabbage, 3 potatoes, and 3 handmade noodle cakes. The cabbage leaves could be torn off and blanched in the pot. The potatoes could be sliced thinly and blanched as well. The handmade noodles were the most important. Whether he could fill his stomach depended on them. Although they had agreed not to bring meat, but Linzeo thought for a moment and still felt bad, so he took a piece of pork tenderloin, 2 slices of ginger, and 2 cloves of garlic. Linzeo quickly prepared the ingredients, peeled and sliced the potatoes, neatly arranged the cabbage leaves, sliced the tenderloin, and marinated it with salt, soy sauce, and sweet potato starch. He put all the food into a basket, grabbed the utensils and chairs, called Fu Chung and Lin Xiaobao, and prepared to go over. Oh right, Chung Ji. To avoid scaring the neighbors, Linzeo always made Fu Chung wear a mouth stopper, and then add a mask over it. She told everyone Fu Chung had a cold and didn't want to infect them. The neighbors understood and nodded in agreement. Now it's time to eat, but he definitely can't eat. So, Linzeo quickly removed his mouth stopper and gave him the leftovers from lunch. Chung Ji, eat quickly. You're full now. You can't eat any more later. Humph. Fu Chung complained, stuffing the leftovers into his mouth bite by bite. Lin Xiaobao was getting impatient, stamping her feet. Big Daddy, come on. Hurry up. Meeting the expectant eyes of his wife and son, Fu Chung could only speed up. Okay, he eat now. Finally, after Fu Chung finished eating, Linzeo quickly grabbed a tissue, wiped his mouth, and put the mouth stopper back on. Let's go! Let's go! The family of 3, along with their dog, headed towards warehouse number 4. They were a little delayed. When they arrived, the other neighbors were already there, busy preparing. On the unfinished cement floor of the ground floor, there was a large round table. The table probably belonged to Grandpa Zhang's family, used for worshipping gods during festivals. Beside the round table, various colored plastic chairs were scattered. Tall ones, short ones. Blue ones, red ones. With backs, without backs. They had all brought them from their own homes. On the round table was an induction cooker, and on the cooker, a round pot. Warehouse number 4 had no electricity. The induction cooker was connected to a power strip, which ran through a window and directly to the 3 Mao families in building number 5. The round pot was brought by Uncle Pang and Aunt Pang. They ran a restaurant and had a lot of cookware. The pot wasn't layered, it was just a large pot of clear water with a few pieces of white radish and stalks of celery floating in it. Whose were they? I don't know. A group of people were busy, but I couldn't tell what they were doing. This looks awful. Is there any other food? You don't know anything. This is what clear broth hot pot is like. Did you put salt in the bottom? What about MSG? It's all about the natural flavor of the ingredients, no other seasonings. Really? Grandpa Zhang sighed helplessly. Wait a minute, I go back and get some salt. Okay. Thanks, Grandpa. Grandpa Zhang turned around and bumped into a family of 3 who had just arrived. Shaolin's here? Come on in. Okay. The 3 men turned around at the sound of their voices. Brother Lin's here. Welcome, welcome. Lin Xiaobao put his hands on his hips and stood on tiptoe to fully display himself to them. Oh, Brother Bao's here too. Brother Fu's here too. Let's welcome him together. Fu Cheng brought over 3 red plastic stools and placed them one by one in the empty space at the round table. Lin Zhao, carrying a shopping basket in one hand and holding Lin Xiaobao's hand in the other, walked forward. I just brought a little something, not sure if it's enough, he said, standing on tiptoe to see what his neighbors had brought. At least, he didn't want his family to seem stingy. But the 3 little ones stood in a row, firmly blocking the windowsill behind them, preventing him from seeing. We all agreed to look together after we sat down. Okay. Lin Zhao handed the shopping basket to Lin Xiaobao. Xiaobao, keep it safe. Lin Xiaobao raised his little hand. I promise to complete the mission. He obediently looked at the basket, while Lin Zhao pulled Fu Cheng along, looking for help where needed. They wiped the tables and chairs and set the table. Not long after, Grandpa Zhang returned with the seasonings. Besides half a bag of salt, he also brought half a bottle of soy sauce and half a bottle of aged vinegar. When eating hot pot, dipping sauces are always necessary. You can't eat it completely tasteless. After a while, as dusk fell, the neighbors took their seats one by one. Grandpa Zhang tried to call them over. All right, it's almost ready. Sit down quickly, don't bother. Wait a minute, the pot's almost boiled dry. I add some more broth. Yellow Hair got up, picked up the thermos, and poured some hot water into the pot. Red Hair retorted without hesitation, clear water is fine, but you're calling it pot broth? How elegant of you. Green Hair then asked, so what seating arrangement should we follow? You're even more elegant, sitting down? Do you think you're some kind of Liangshan hero? Grandpa Zhang called out again, all right. Sit according to the room numbers. Don't make noise. Don't push. Thankfully, Grandpa Zhang was in charge. Otherwise, they would have been busy until 10 o'clock and still wouldn't have had a chance to eat hot pot. Number 1. Demei and Xiao Mei, come and sit down. The 2 sisters carried plastic chairs and ran forward. Number 2. Who's number 2? Where's number 2? Number 2 is you. Grandpa Zhang. Oh, it's me. Grandpa Zhang, leaning on his cane, walked forward and sat down next to number 1, following the clockwise direction. Before Grandpa Zhang could ask again, Lin Xiaobao eagerly raised her little hand. It's us. Number 3 is us. Lin Zhao, pulling Fu Cheng and Lin Xiaobao along, with a little dog running alongside them, rushed forward. As the head of the household, Lin Zhao sat next to Grandpa Zhang, and together with Lin Xiaobao, they surrounded Fu Cheng. That way, the neighbors wouldn't be afraid. Following closely behind were the 3 hares from number 5, and Uncle Pang and Aunt Pang from number 6. They circled around, ending up right back to where they started. Everyone sat down at the table, all a little excited about this for the first time, grinning at each other. They looked like a group of 3-year-old kindergartners on a field trip. Now? What do we do now? They called out in unison, as if calling for their kindergarten teacher. Grandpa Zhang now? Okay. Grandpa Zhang raised his hands. Whether in surrender or to maintain order, it was unclear. Now everyone, take out your prepared dishes one by one, according to your apartment number, don't mix them up. The 2 sisters from Building 1 brought a plate of enoki mushrooms, half a plate of hot pot meatballs, and a large plate of shredded potatoes. Grandpa Zhang from Building 2 brought half a plate of chopped chicken, a family-sized bottle of cola, and a large plate of potato chunks. Everyone questioned, didn't we agree not to bring meat? Grandpa Zhang explained, the chicken was killed a long time ago. I can't finish it all by myself, so it wasn't killed specifically. What about the cola? Cola isn't meat. Okay. Next, It was the family of three's turn. Lin Zhao took the basket from Lin Xiaobao and placed it in Fu Cheng's arms, letting Lin Xiaobao take things out one by one. We brought cabbage, noodles, and meat. Why did you bring meat too? Just a little bit, Lin Xiaobao said confidently, and the little dog wagged its tail. That's right. And what? The neighbors exchanged glances, all a little hesitant. Not potatoes again, is it? No. Lin Xiaobao shook her head. Before they could even catch their breath, the next second, Lin Xiaobao pulled that familiar yellow item from the basket. Tada! It's potato chips! Potato chips? Potato chips! The neighbors nearly fainted. Potato chips are potato chips. Why call them potato chips? The remaining two households. 3 Mao brought 3 packets of instant noodles and a can of luncheon meat. Uncle Pang and Aunt Pang brought homemade wontons and a plate of bean sprouts they had sprouted themselves from soybeans. Although they had agreed not to bring meat, they still brought some meat-containing items. And 2 huge plates of potatoes, an overwhelming abundance of potatoes. Chapter 68. Shredded potatoes, potato slices, potato chunks. Why is it all potatoes? 7 o'clock in the evening, warehouse number 4. All the residents of Happiness Street were present. The old-fashioned light bulb overhead flickered slightly, shining directly onto the round table, illuminating 5 large plates full of golden potatoes. Lin Xiaobao raised his little hand and corrected, we brought potato chips, not potatoes. 3 Mao peeked out from the side and corrected him as well. They are potatoes. They are potatoes. No. No. Yes, yes. Yes. Grandpa Zhang tried to smooth things over, but meeting Lin Xiaobao's stubborn little eyes, he changed his tune again. No, Xiaobao didn't bring potatoes. What a shameless grandpa. He could lie through his teeth even about something like this. 3 Mao frowned, looking at him with complicated expressions. Lin Xiaobao sat on the chair, crossed her legs, and said, Grandpa Zhang didn't bring potatoes either. The 3 hares asked again, then what is it? Lin Xiaobao raised her little hand and announced loudly, it's potatoes. Right. Grandpa Zhang laughed. Xiaobao is so smart. De Mei and Xiaomei said in unison, then we didn't bring potatoes either, we brought sweet potatoes. Hee hee. The 3 hares pouted, since that's the case. Red hair picked up a potato slice, and yellow hair picked up chopsticks and poked 2 holes in it. Green hair explained, we didn't bring potatoes either, we brought lotus root slices. Just then, the pot on the induction cooker boiled. Uncle and Aunt Pang quickly called out to them, all right, stop talking about potatoes. The pot's boiling, let's see what to put in first. The broth was originally clear, with only 2 pieces of radish and a little celery, the bottom completely visible. Luckily, they had all brought meat. The 3 young men quickly opened the instant noodles. Come on, braised beef noodles, perfect for putting the seasoning packet in. No. No that. The older Grandpa Zhang and Uncle and Aunt Pang collectively objected. The oil in instant noodles is unhealthy, it smells awful, it ruined the whole pot of soup. Then, Grandpa Zhang got up and started preparing. Put the chicken in, mine's free range, healthy. The 2 sisters added, and the hot pot meatballs and enoki mushrooms, put them in too, to make a mushroom broth base. Okay. Half a plate of chicken, half a plate of meatballs, all put into the pot. The pot, which had been boiling, immediately quieted down. The induction cooker was turned up to maximum, humming loudly. They have to wait at least another 20 minutes. While they waited, Grandpa Zhang handed them cups. The beer was served in small glasses, 1 for each person. A large family-sized bottle of Coke was opened with a pop and passed from one side of the table to the other, 1 glass for each person. The moment they drank the Coke, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. The zombie outbreak had only been a little over 2 months, but it felt like an eternity. It had been so long since they had drunk a modern beverage like Coke. Awesome. Lin Zhao gripped his paper cup, looked up, and downed it in 1 gulp. Looking down, Grandpa Zhang handed him a straw, then glanced at Fu Cheng sitting next to him. Fu Cheng was so well behaved. Xiao Zhao told him to sit quietly and not move, and he obediently sat still. Xiao Zhao told him to wear the bite stopper and mask, and not to take them off, and he obediently wore them. He sat on the chair like a wolfhound, glancing at Lin Zhao, then Lin Xiaobao, then the puppy. Although he couldn't eat, he was still quite happy. He was happy as long as he was with Shiza and Xiaobao. Lin Zhao glanced at Grandpa Zhang, guessing his meaning, and tentatively took the straw. He poured half a glass of cola, inserted the straw, then pulled down Fu Cheng's mask, and slipped the straw through the gap in the anti-bite device. Fu Chung didn't understand, so Lin Zhao patted his head again. Drink. Drink quickly. The neighbors remained silent, turning their heads away, pretending they hadn't seen anything. Blind men, they were blind. Lin Zhao pursed his lips and explained softly, Brother Chung has a cold. I'm afraid he infect you. His voice was so soft, as if he were speaking to the neighbors, or perhaps to himself. Anyway, he said it. Fu Chung finished his cola, and Lin Zhao quickly took the straw back. Time, which had seemed still, began to flow again. The neighbors became lively once more. Quick, grab a spoon and skim off the foam. It'd make it too fishy. Is it ready to eat? Is it ready to eat? Cook it a little longer, cook it thoroughly. The old folks were always particularly attentive to these things. It didn't matter if the food was overcooked, as long as it was thoroughly cooked. In this world, if you get a stomachache, there's no medicine to cure you. Everyone held their chopsticks, staring intently at the colorful meatballs floating and sinking in the pot. Before the disaster, they didn't think it tasted good, even considering it unhealthy. Now they weren't afraid. The smell of modern industry was the best. While they had this time, Lin Zhao peeled the 2 heads of garlic she had brought from home and shared them with everyone. 1 slice each, plus a touch of soy sauce and vinegar. That's the perfect hot pot dipping sauce. After a while, everyone was getting incredibly hungry. Is it ready? Is it ready? The meatballs are floating, we can eat now. Is there anyone who can decide if we can eat? Don't rush, let me try one first. Grandpa Jean controlled the spoons, not giving them any. He scooped up a meatball and poked it open with his chopsticks. Steaming hot air immediately shot out. Grandpa Zong tasted it and handed the spoon to them. Here, take it. Yay! At the command, everyone stood up. Half a plate of meatballs wasn't much to begin with, and with more than 10 people sharing, each person got 1 or 2. Lin Zhao scooped a crab stick for Lin Xiaobao, and then scooped a fish ball for herself and Fu Chung respectively. Fu Chung couldn't eat any yet, so Lin Zhao put it in his bowl, thinking he could eat it later. A pair of chopsticks, like snakes, reached out from the corner and stole the fish ball. Fu Chung watched helplessly as his fish ball escaped his sight. Finally, Lin Zhao opened her mouth wide and devoured it in 1 bite. Lin Zhao closed her mouth tightly, pretending nothing had happened, but actually, she was puffing out her cheeks and chewing vigorously. So delicious. Since Brother Chung wouldn't eat it from his bowl, she ate it herself. In less than 3 minutes, the hot pot balls were all gone. Grandpa Zong didn't like them, so he specially gave his portion to Lin Xiaobao. Next came various meat dishes. The pork tenderloin, marinated in advance, was briefly blanched in a strainer, becoming tender and smooth. The luncheon meat in the tin can was scooped out piece by piece, each piece containing large chunks of pork, its salty and fragrant aroma irresistible. And then, there was the chicken, a free-range rooster, which was added to the pot first. The meat was a bit firm, with coarse fibers, but very chewy. These things, each person only got a small bite, it was practically nothing. That's when the handmade noodles Lin Zhao brought from home came in handy. Handmade noodles, instant noodles, wontons, and a little lettuce. All cooked together, it made a simple wonton noodle dish. Although there wasn't much meat or vegetables, the staple food was plentiful. Even if the staple food wasn't enough, they still had plenty of potatoes. The induction cooker was turned up to the highest heat. The pot bubbled and simmered, steam rising steadily. They sat around the table, eating, drinking, chatting, and laughing. Who wants lotus root slices? Actually, it was potato slices. Who wants noodles? Actually, it was shredded potatoes. The shredded potatoes had been soaked beforehand, making them crisp after cooking. The potato chunks hadn't been soaked, making them soft and tender after cooking. Grandpa Zhang boiled 2 potato chunks, mashed them with a spoon, added a spoonful of broth from a pot of cooked meat, and gave it to Lin Xiaobao to try. Lin Xiaobao took a bite, and immediately started shaking her head. So delicious. It's exactly like KFC's mashed potatoes. Grandpa KFC, I want mashed potatoes too. Me too. Lin Zhao, holding a bowl, and the 2 sisters and the 3 mouths, also holding bowls, lined up beside her. We all want some. Amidst the steaming heat, someone raised a glass. Here. Immediately afterward, everyone else raised their glasses. A crisp sound rang out as they clinked together. Wishing you prosperity. What's the use of prosperity now? We should say safe travels. Prosperity. Say it all. Say it all. Safe travels. wishing you prosperity. Outside the window, it was pitch black, the wind howled, and it seemed like it was going to rain again. Inside, however, it was bustling with activity, warm and comfortable. Everyone shouted in unison, "Happiness Street, let's continue to be happy." The hot pot meal lasted until almost 10 o'clock. All the dishes were completely eaten. Even the 5 large plates of potatoes were devoured. Lin Xiaobao had long been full. He told his father, jumped off his chair, and played with the equally full dog. Now, tired from playing, he ran back to his father, hugged his leg, leaned against him, his eyes closing and his head nodding. "Dad, I'm sleepy." "Okay, we go back soon." Lin Zhao picked him up and handed him to Fu Cheng to hold. "Shall we call it a day?" Yes, there's no more food left. The soup is all gone." Everyone stood up and began clearing away the bowls and plates. "Just leave the bowls, chopsticks, and plates here. We can take them out next time we have hot pot, so we don't have to move them around." Uncle Fatty said, "We can't eat hot pot every day. It's satisfying, but we eat way more than when we eat at home." "Exactly," Aunt Fatty agreed. "We don't eat dinner at home anymore. We go to bed as soon as it gets dark, and we're not hungry when we're asleep." Red Hair asked, "Uncle, should we go out again tomorrow? To find something else to eat?" "Sure. I just don't know where to go, like the supermarket. It's all been emptied. We couldn't find any food when we went to the countryside last time." "You said, before the zombie outbreak, the city's food reserve should have been enough. How come, as soon as the zombies broke out, the food seemed to evaporate into thin air, all gone? Everyone hoarded their supplies, hiding them at home. Let's go out for a walk, maybe." Before he finished speaking, Grandpa Jean casually added, "If all else fails, we should start planting vegetables." "Planting vegetables?" Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and they looked up. "Yes, planting vegetables. If they can't find ready-made food, they can grow their own." Grandpa Jean continued, "It's spring now, we need to hurry and plant vegetables." The 2 sisters frowned. "But our ground is all concrete, how can we plant?" "Go outside to plant." "What if someone steals them?" "Then get some big boxes, go to the mountains outside to dig up some soil, and make planting boxes." As they talked, they couldn't help but sit down and continue their discussion. Lin Xiaobao nestled in Fu Cheng's arms, letting out 2 soft humming sounds. Lin Zhao patted his little head, letting him continue sleeping. "What should we plant? Rice and wheat are definitely out of the question, and cabbage and radishes won't fill us up." "Plant." Everyone exchanged glances and spoke at the same time. "Plant potatoes." Chapter 69. Plant potatoes. Let's plant them right away. The group sat down again and began a lively discussion. Under the incandescent light, everyone's eyes shone. Potatoes are good. Potatoes are good. Potatoes can be a staple food or a vegetable. And every household has them, so we should be able to. Lin Zhao turned to Grandpa Zhang and asked earnestly, "Grandpa Zhang, is it difficult to grow potatoes? Are there any requirements for sunlight and watering?" "Not difficult." Grandpa Zhang thought for a moment. "Potatoes are easy to grow. They grow as long as there's soil." "Can they be grown in boxes? Flower beds? Flower pots?" "A larger box should be fine, but flower pots probably won't work. There won't be enough soil." "How often can potatoes be harvested? How many crops can be planted in a year?" "Well," Grandpa Jean counted on his fingers, roughly calculating, after planting, they can be harvested in about 2 or 3 months. He continued, "As for how many crops can be planted in a year, I haven't calculated that carefully. They're planted as soon as they sprout, and they grow if the temperature is right." Lin Zhao chimed in, "So you can't plant them in winter, but you can in other seasons. They live in the south, and spring, summer, and autumn are all quite hot." "Pretty much." Lin Zhao nodded, memorizing these key points. "It seems planting potatoes is the most suitable option." "Yes." The 3 colorful-haired children were extremely excited and hurriedly interrupted their conversation. Yes. If we're going to plant potatoes, then we should plant potatoes. Don't hesitate any longer. Hesitation will lead to failure. Grandpa will teach us how to plant them once everything is ready. The 3 of us will. No, we drive out tonight in a little while and dig up some soil. Grandpa Zhang raised his cane and poked each of them. "It's so late now. You all had a long day. What's the rush?" Interrupting others is rude. The 3 boys quickly dodged and begged for forgiveness. "Grandpa, we're sorry. We were wrong. Lin Zhao pursed his lips, thought for a moment. "Actually, we don't necessarily have to go outside to dig up soil. The others were puzzled. Without soil, how can we plant potatoes? Have you all forgotten? Linzeo raised his hand and pointed out the window. Seeing that they still looked blank and didn't understand, Linzeo raised his voice again. On the street, outside, right over there, there's a big flower bed. The others' eyes lit up, and they finally understood. That's right. A flower bed. In their small city, other infrastructure was average, but the landscaping was excellent. Trees were planted on both sides of the street and along the sidewalks. The middle of the road, separating the lanes, is lined with flowers and plants. There's also a large flower bed on Happiness Street. However, whether the relevant departments forgot about it after planning, or were hoping residents would plant something to fill the gaps, the flower bed is completely full, lush and green, filled with soil and weeds. If they want to plant something, wouldn't it be better to just clear the flower bed? Yes, that makes sense. Shaolin, you young people really do have quick minds. Uncle Fatty said, 3 Hairs' brains aren't that great, dyeing their hair like that definitely damages their IQ. 3 Hairs and the 2 sisters all looked up, quite dissatisfied. Hey! Grandpa Zhang raised his hand and gently patted each of their heads, like he would a child. Aunt Peng added, but the flower bed is outside. We might not be able to keep an eye on it while we sleep at night. What if someone climbs in and vandalizes it, steals potatoes? We can't keep planting potatoes for 3 months straight, living in constant fear, having someone guard them at night. No one can endure that. Linzeo thought for a moment, then we have to plant the potatoes separately. We plant some in the flower bed, and then we get some boxes and plant some on the roof. We still need to go out and dig some soil. And whose rooftop should we plant them on? These days, potatoes are like gold, food is life. Everyone is an ordinary person. Everyone wants to hold their own life in their own hands, and doesn't want to wait 2 months for nothing. Understandable. We plant them on. Linzeo looked around again, his gaze sweeping across the neighbors' faces. He raised a finger, pointing to the rooftop. The warehouse rooftop. The rooftop gets sun and rain, perfect for growing vegetables. Building number 4 is in the middle of all our homes, easy to guard and very safe. The mud and water from growing vegetables might corrode the floorboards. It's not good for anyone's home, so the warehouse is a good place to live. What do you think? Everyone agreed. Great. Let's get started tomorrow. Those who need to dig, dig. Those who need to clear the site, clear the site. Those who need to. They were discussing enthusiastically when suddenly, Grandpa Zhang covered his mouth and coughed twice. Cough, cough. Everyone turned to look at him. Grandpa, what's wrong? Grandpa Zhang paused, then said softly, I'm an old man. I don't often grow potatoes. If they don't grow well, please don't blame me. Of course not. The neighbors waved their hands repeatedly. None of us know how. How could we blame you? If you're really worried, just plant a little first, and we all figure it out. Of course. The neighbors discussed for a long time before finally agreeing. Linzeo and Grandpa Zhang each brought out a large plastic basket from their homes. The next morning, the 3 mouths would take their baskets and go outside to dig for mud. The rest of the people would stay on the street, cleaning the flower beds and connecting water pipes to the rooftops. Each household would contribute at least 3 potatoes that had already sprouted or were about to sprout, weighing no less than 1.5 gene, with no less than 3 sprouts on each potato. The potatoes planted in the flower beds and on the rooftops belonged to the entire neighborhood, and everyone would take turns caring for them. If successful, the harvested potatoes would be divided equally among the number of adult laborers. If unsuccessful, the losses would be shared. If anyone is willing to plant potatoes at home, they are responsible for their own profits and losses. Verbal agreements are meaningless, so they decided to put it in writing. Grandpa Zhang went home, brought paper and pen, and handed them to Linzeo. The others tidied up the used dishes and wiped the table clean. In the dim light, Linzeo sat upright at the round table. He unscrewed the fountain pen, put it in the ink bottle, let the ink soak the nib, and saturate it. Linzeo held the pen, swept the nib across the white paper, pondered for a moment, and finally wrote, Happiness Street. Potato Planting Agreement. 1. This potato planting adheres to the principle of voluntariness. 2. The potato planting location is. Linzeo's pen moved swiftly as he read and wrote, his face serious. The neighbors finished clearing the dishes, shook their hands, and turned around. They were unconsciously drawn to him, walking closer and surrounding him to watch him write, yet consciously not blocking the light. Fu Chung sat beside him, holding Lin Xiaobao in his arms, and the puppy between his legs. Lin Xiaobao was drowsy, swaying from side to side, and couldn't sit still without being held. The puppy was a bit of a freak. If he wasn't held, it might trip someone, and that wouldn't be good. It might even get trampled to death. So while Lin Zhao and the neighbors were having a lively discussion, Fu Cheng maintained this posture, taking care of his son and younger brother, sitting quietly. He was a gentle, unassuming, and kind zombie, unlike other husbands and wives who, at a gathering, would start arguing and wanting to leave after only a few words. Fu Cheng sat beside Lin Zhao, watching him. He was closest, and could see most clearly. He was so engrossed in watching that his arm around Lin Xiaobao unconsciously tightened. Daddy. Lin Xiaobao was woken up and rubbed his eyes. He was about to express his displeasure when he sensed something was wrong. Why was everyone so quiet? Why was the atmosphere so serious? What were they looking at? Lin Xiaobao turned around and followed everyone's gaze. He saw Lin Zhao sitting in the middle of the crowd, looking very serious, writing something. Warm yellow light shone down on Lin Zhao's head, falling on his hair. It was as if he were wearing an angel's halo. Lin Xiaobao was clutching Fu Cheng's clothes, and Fu Cheng was also clutching Lin Xiaobao's clothes. The father and son were both watching intently, because his little Zhao/dad is shining brightly. Half an hour later, Lin Zhao wrote 5 copies of the agreement, which Grandpa Zhang distributed to everyone. 1 copy for each household. The group sat down at the table and, in turn, passed the only pen around, taking turns signing. Everyone was very serious, their faces expressionless, each stroke deliberate and forceful. It was as if they were signing a crucial document deciding the life or death of humanity. Finally, the agreement was signed. Everyone looked at their family's copy of the agreement one last time, and was extremely satisfied. Grandpa Zhang announced, "All right, everyone put your agreements away and go home to rest. We start planting tomorrow." "Okay. I'm off. See you tomorrow." "Bye-bye." The group waved goodbye and went home. From Building 4 to Building 3, it was only a few meters. Lin Zhao held Fu Cheng's hand, and Fu Cheng carried Lin Xiaobao. The little dog followed at their feet, circling around them, making its way in a winding path. The evening breeze was calm, the moonlight gentle, both falling upon them. Since the zombie outbreak, such a leisurely time was rare. Lin Zhao looked up at Fu Cheng, her eyes crinkling into a smile, then manipulated her fingers, threading them through his to intertwine with his. Fu Cheng smiled back at Lin Zhao, tightening his grip on her hand. It felt so good. Her lover was beside her, her child in her arms. The walls were sturdy, the house warm. They had hot pot tonight, and there would be potatoes to eat later. Nothing could be better. The 3 of them had showered before leaving. The clear broth hot pot didn't smell strong, its subtle aroma was quite pleasant. Back home, they changed into their pajamas and went to bed. Lin Zhao slept soundly, even dreaming of eating potatoes. The next day, Lin Zhao, thinking about work, set her alarm. The family of 3 got up early, but they weren't the earliest risers. Before dawn, Grandpa Zhang got up and cooked them rice noodles for their first meal. The 3 Maos and Uncle Peng quickly grabbed 2 basins, shovels, and baskets, then drove their van out to dig in the mud. The 2 sisters got up a little later, around the same time as Lin Zhao's family. They ate breakfast together, and then started working. The 2 sisters took brooms and swept the warehouse floor. Since they were going to grow vegetables on the rooftop, they'd inevitably be going to the warehouse, so keeping it clean would benefit them. Lin Zhao and her family put on aprons, gloves, and rubber boots, then stepped into the flower beds and pulled out the weeds. Lin Zhao squatted by the flower bed, demonstrating to Fu Cheng, Lin Xiaobao, and the dog. "We must pull them all out by the roots and throw them outside. Otherwise, the weeds are extremely resilient. They grow back soon after we pull them out." The soil in the flower bed was compacted and too firm, making it difficult to pull them out. So Lin Zhao asked Grandpa Zhang for a pickaxe, and had Fu Cheng loosen some of the soil first. While waiting, Lin Xiaobao, with the little dog, ran back and forth in the grass. "Wow, Daddy, this grass is taller than me." "Woof. Daddy, Big Daddy, guess where I am?" Lin Zhao sighed, and deliberately said, "Xiaobao, be careful, there are bugs in there." "Huh?" Lin Xiaobao shouted and quickly ran out of the flower bed. Where are the bugs?" Here. Here." Lin Zhao grabbed Lin Xiaobao's chubby little arm and tickled him. Lin Xiaobao felt a little ticklish from his father's tickling and couldn't help but giggle, squirming slightly. "Don't move." "Daddy, you're tickling me." "I can't help it." "It's not Daddy tickling you. It's bugs biting you." "It's Daddy." Lin Zhao tickled for a while, then finally clenched his fist and squeezed hard. Got it. Lin Xiaobao quickly stood on tiptoe. Let me see. Let me see. But Lin Zhao didn't show him. He just clenched his fist and flicked it to the side. Don't look. What's so interesting about bugs? Okay, throw them away. Don't run around in there. There aren't just bugs. There might even be hibernating snakes. What? Lin Xiaobao's face turned pale, and his voice became hoarse. Snakes? Yes. Lin Zhao pinched his little cheek. There might be. What if you step on a snake's tail, and it jumps up and bites you? What if you accidentally step on a snake egg, and the mother snake bites you too? Lin Xiaobao was even more frightened, hiding behind his father, trembling. Wait until Daddy and Big Daddy are done cleaning up before you go running around inside. Okay. Lin Xiaobao hugged his father's leg tightly, and nodded vigorously. Daddy protects him? Feeling that the time was almost up, Lin Zhao turned around and looked at Fu Cheng. Brother Cheng, it's been 5 minutes. Are you tired? Do you want to rest for a bit? Before he could finish speaking, Fu Cheng, carrying a pickaxe, chopped down the last patch of weeds and turned to look at him. The sun had just risen, its golden rays shining on Fu Cheng's sweat-drenched hair and arms, reflecting a unique light. Behind him lay a large, meticulously cleaned flower bed. Fu Cheng raised his hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. Xiao Zhao. What's wrong? Are Xiao Zhao and Xiaobao tired from standing? Do they need a rest? He was almost finished, so he escorted them home. Lin Zhao, incredulous, her eyes wide, gave him a thumbs up. Brother Cheng, you're truly something else. A true old-fashioned roughneck. Chapter 70. Cheng Ji, go for it. Daddy, go for it. Woof woof, woof woof. The weather was sunny and cloudless today. The family of 3 worked hard, sweating profusely. Actually, it was mainly Fu Cheng who was sweating. Fu Cheng wore a tattered tank top, stiff work shorts, and plain flip-flops. He stood in the flower bed, a pickaxe in his hands. The pickaxe was raised high and then brought down heavily. The pickaxe head smashed into the hard, compacted soil, creating several cracks. Then, gripping the smooth handle, he pulled back, turning over the soil to reveal the overly developed roots of weeds hidden beneath. And so, little by little, he smashed and turned over. The golden sunlight shone on Fu Cheng. It shone on his wheat-colored skin and his strong, muscular arms. With each swing of the pickaxe, Fu Cheng's hard muscles trembled, and beads of sweat rolled down his skin. Lin Zhao, sitting beside him, swallowed hard. Slurp, 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 slurp. So strong, so powerful, so domineering. I want to eat him. Although he was still sitting there, his soul had already flown to Fu Cheng's side. He wanted to grab Fu Cheng's arm and cling to him. He wanted to wipe Fu Cheng's firm muscles with his clean sleeve. Then, take a bite. Like braised beef, chewy, firm, and satisfying, it would definitely be easy to bite into. Lin Zhao sat by the flower bed, cupping his face in his hands, looking at Fu Cheng, unable to suppress a silly grin. Hee hee. Braised beef, hee hee. Strong husband, hee hee. Dad. Just then, a thunderclap exploded in his ears. Aww. Lin Zhao hurriedly snapped back to reality, looking around. What happened? An earthquake? An explosion? Lin Xiaobao, hands on her hips, eyes wide, moved closer to him, practically touching him. It turned out that Lin Xiaobao, this little bomb, had exploded. Lin Xiaobao shouted, Dad. Lin Zhao shouted back, What? Why are you so loud? You scared me. Lin Xiaobao continued his accusation. You haven't done any work. You've been slacking off the whole time. Lin Zhao held up his gloved hands. Where? Aren't I doing something? But you're not serious at all. Look. Lin Zhao looked in the direction Lin Xiaobao was pointing. In front of both father and son were piles of weeds. Lin Xiaobao had a lot, almost a small mountain. In front of Lin Zhao, there were only 1 or 2 stalks. Lin Zhao choked, meeting Lin Xiaobao's questioning gaze, silently shrinking back, and muttering a complaint. So fierce, you heartless little supervisor. Lin Xiaobao tilted her head to look at him. Okay, I'm sorry, Daddy will work hard now. Humph. Lin Zhao lowered his head, pushed the puppy that was digging at the dirt pile aside, and focused on pulling weeds. Lin Xiaobao still wouldn't let him off the hook, continuing, Daddy said he was going to plant potatoes, but Daddy isn't working hard at all. Lin Zhao stood at attention, being scolded. I was wrong, don't be angry. Daddy kept looking at Big Daddy, ignoring me. That's because you don't have any muscles. I do. Lin Xiaobao raised her little hand, clenched her fist, and gritted her teeth. I ate chicken yesterday, so there will definitely be chicken. Lin Zhao chuckled, extending a finger and deliberately poking him. Wow, such soft, bouncy little chubby meat. Ugh! Lin Xiaobao got angry, standing up from his little stool and turning to complain to the foreman. Grandpa Zhang, Dad isn't paying attention at all. He keeps staring at Big Dad, swallowing his saliva every time he looks. Hey! Lin Zhao was startled, quickly taking off her gloves, grabbing his chubby little arm, and pulling him back. Xiaobao, don't tell anyone. Grandpa Zhang, my dad's thirsty, my dad, boo-hoo. Lin Zhao quickly covered his mouth, pulling him into her arms, pretending nothing had happened. Get to work, get to work. Fu Cheng, leaning on his pickaxe, turned back to look at them. What are his wife and son doing? Lin Zhao shut her mouth tightly, stiffening her neck, and turned her head away. Lin Zhao, oh Lin Zhao, I can't look anymore. Just one more look, just 2 more looks. No, I have to get him a jacket. Lin Zhao stood up, turned and ran without looking back. Fu Cheng frowned, instinctively raising his hand to wipe his arm. What's wrong? Was he too dirty and smelly, scaring Xiao Zhao away? Luckily Lin Zhao returned shortly after. Fu Cheng works as a car mechanic, and during holidays, the auto parts companies he works with usually give him gifts. Calendars, notebooks, and various jackets to keep his clothes clean from getting oily. However, Fu Cheng always complains about the heat and never wears them. But not now. His presence is seriously interfering with everyone else's work. Lin Zhao brought the jacket and put it on Fu Cheng. Put it on. Be careful not to get sunburned. Fu Cheng smiled, released the pickaxe, and opened his arms, letting Lin Zhao dress him. Xiao Zhao was so kind to him. Wear something warm, don't take it off. Lin Zhao buttoned up his jacket. Even zombies have to abide by male virtues. You can't be seen by others, understand? Roar. After finishing this task, Lin Zhao returned to the flower bed and continued weeding. Lin Xiaobao patted the small stool beside him, and Lin Zhao sat down on it. Grandpa Zhang wanted to help, but they refused. The sun was so strong, and Grandpa Wang was too old to stay in the sun for long. They told Grandpa Zhang to sit by his door and watch for any zombies coming, so he could warn them. Grandpa Zhang watched outside for a while, then went back inside to boil water, preparing to make them some herbal tea. Weeding was hard work, and Lin Xiaobao wanted to conserve his energy, so he wasn't angry anymore. The father and son chatted casually. Dad? Growing vegetables is so hard work. It's so hot, I feel like I'm swimming. So we must cherish food, eat everything we have, and not waste anything. Lin Xiaobao nodded, then asked, did people in ancient times grow vegetables like this? Yes, people in ancient times didn't have gloves, so it was even harder than for us now. Lin Xiaobao lowered her head, looking thoughtful. Are you tired? Lin Zhao asked, do you want to go home and rest with the puppy? Lin Xiaobao shook her head. I want to wear ancient clothes. Lin Zhao asked in confusion, ancient clothes? They're short. Lin Xiaobao stood up and touched his little belly. And here's a piece of cloth stuck on. That's a patch. Lin Zhao was both amused and exasperated. When you wear your clothes out, Daddy will put one on for you. Can't I put it on now? It's not worn out yet. Lin Zhao laughed. Besides, other people's patches are on their elbows or knees. Why is yours on your little belly? Lin Xiaobao put his hands on his hips and stuck out his little belly, because my belly is rounder, so it's easier for it to wear out. Lin Zhao couldn't help but laugh out loud. So clever. Lin Xiaobao sat down on a small stool. Daddy, let's pretend we're in ancient times, okay? Lin Zhao shook his head and drawled. Good, good. Daddy, what are you saying? We're in ancient times now. You should call me Daddy. The father and son played around and quickly cleared out a pile of weeds. Fu Cheng watched them as he dug, smiling contentedly. Not long after, Grandpa Zhang came out, having brewed some herbal tea, carrying a teapot in one hand and a porcelain bowl in the other. Xiao Lin, Xiao Fu, Xiao Bao, come and have some water. Okay. Cheng. Lin Zhao responded, standing up. He was about to call Fu Cheng when he suddenly remembered something and didn't finish his sentence. He took a deep breath, mustered his courage, and shouted loudly. Honey! Father! Come and have some water. Fu Cheng frowned slightly, looking at Lin Zhao uncertainly. Xiao Zhao was calling him. Xiao Zhao had given him another nickname. Lin Zhao beckoned to him. Come here quickly. Fu Chung gave a low snort and walked towards Lin Zhao. He liked those two nicknames. He reached out to hug Lin Zhao, but Lin Zhao blocked him with a towel. "It's so hot, don't hug me." Fu Chung took the towel, wiped his face, and then, taking advantage of Lin Zhao's inattention, immediately pressed himself against him and hugged him from behind. He really wanted to hug him. Grandpa Zhang remained silent, covering his eyes and turning his head away. It was truly unbearable to watch. "Come and drink some water." "Okay." Grandpa Zhang boiled some water with mint leaves for them to drink. The taste wasn't strong, and it was refreshing and cooling. After taking a sip and inhaling, they felt a cool sensation in their mouths. Lin Xiaobao liked it very much, drinking and playing at the same time, and before they knew it, she had drunk 2 large bowls. After resting for a while, they worked for a while longer. The 2 sisters, having finished tidying up the warehouse, also came to help them. After working for about half an hour, they had cleaned half of the flower bed. The remaining half was too hot in the sun, so they planned to leave it for the afternoon. Just then, the 3 men returned in their car. They had gone out with 5 wicker baskets from Grandpa Zhang's house, and returned with them filled to the brim with soil. "Grandpa, look, is this it? You said potatoes need to be planted deep, so we dug several big holes to get this. How is it?" Grandpa Zhang grabbed a handful of soil, looked at it briefly, and said, "It's fine, just like this." Lin Zhao asked, "Where did you dig it?" Red Hair pointed to the distance, on the mountain to the east. "We went there early this morning, thinking it would be safe to dig some soil, avoiding people and zombies. But we were halfway through digging when 2 zombies suddenly ran down from the mountain, giving us quite a fright." Grandpa Zhang hurriedly asked, "What happened? Are you hurt?" "No, 2 zombies fell into the pit, and can't climb out." "Even if they're hurt, you're not afraid then?" The group glanced meaningfully at Fu Chung. He really wasn't afraid. Lin Zhao also looked at Fu Chung, but his thoughts were different from theirs. He was thinking that Brother Chung had encountered zombies on the mountain before, and those zombies seemed quite intelligent. Lin Zhao asked, "How come there are zombies on the mountain?" "Who knows? Maybe they lived on the mountain before. Could it be that someone on the mountain is conducting human experiments to create zombies?" The 3 men burst out laughing. Lin Zhao pursed his lips, somewhat helpless. Hamao asked again, "Have you cooked yet?" "We're all starving." Grandpa Zhang said, "Yes, we have. First, unload the soil, turn it over, and let it dry in the sun. The sun is strong at noon, we can't waste it." "Okay." The neighbors worked together to carry the soil they brought back to the top floor of the warehouse, scattering it in baskets and placing it in the sun. Last winter wasn't particularly cold. The insect eggs and pathogens in the soil probably hadn't been killed by the cold. Sunlight would help prevent pests. At noon, Grandpa Zhang cooked a large pot of rice and also made a stew. A small piece of pork belly, thinly sliced, was rendered in a pot to release its fat. Potatoes, eggplants, and green beans, roughly chopped, were fried in the pot. Once fragrant, water, salt, and soy sauce were added, and it was simmered until very tender. It didn't look very appealing, but it tasted great. 2 spoonfuls were scooped up and placed on top of the rice, mixed together, and eaten. The savory aroma was irresistible. Even the vegetables tasted like meat. In addition to a large pot of rice and a large pot of vegetables, there was also a large pot of seaweed and egg drop soup to replenish their salt and water. The rice came from Grandpa Zhang's house, the pork belly was provided by Lin Zhao, and the other side dishes were provided by the 2 sisters. These people who stayed at home pooled their resources for this lunch. It was a way of treating those who had risked going out that morning to a meal. Just like last night's hot pot, the group sat around the table according to their house numbers. Delicious. Much better than Hung Mao's burnt rice. What burnt rice? Mine is called fragrant rice, how about it? Friends, how about we eat together from now on? That won't do. Grandpa Zhang said, a communal meal is good once in a while, but eating it every day is a luxury. We worked together this morning and could eat together, but from now on, we each eat at our own homes. All right then. Hamao put down his chopsticks and was about to pick up the serving spoon. Just then, another hand reached out. Red Hair turned around and saw Fu Chung. He trembled and quickly withdrew his hand, gesturing for him to come. Brother Fu, please, please. Fu Chung frowned but also withdrew his hand. What's this red-haired kid doing? Why does he seem so afraid of him? He doesn't bite. It's not that he doesn't bite, he just thinks other people are dirty. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I'm sorry, I forgot he was still here. Lin Zhao quickly spread his arms, twisted his body, and squeezed in front of Fu Chung, shielding him behind him. He held a spoon, scooped 2 spoonfuls of stew, put it in Fu Cheng's bowl, and finally bumped him with his bottom. "Brother Chung, let's go home and eat." Fu Chung lowered his eyes, snored twice, and looked at him pitifully. "Why should I go back?" He glanced at them, and the 3 hares became even more nervous, huddling together, trembling. "Ah! Hurry up." Lin Zhao, carrying the basin, pulled Fu Chung. "Let's go, I go with you." Actually, the 3 men wanted to stop them, but after thinking about it, they didn't have the courage. They weren't disgusted by Brother Fu, they were genuinely afraid. They were afraid of Brother Fu even when he was alive. Now that he's become, they're definitely even more afraid. It's like a mouse being afraid of a cat, there's no way to avoid it. Buildings 3 and 4 happened to be next door. Lin Zhao and Fu Chung returned home and ate by the window near the warehouse. Lin Xiaobao stayed in the warehouse, holding a small spoon, going back and forth, adding food to her father and uncle's plates through the security bars. "Dad, do you want more meat? Uncle, do you want potatoes? Are you thirsty? Do you want some soup?" Lin Zhao sniffed, feeling that something was off about this scene. Dad and Uncle were imprisoned because of the zombie virus. Little Bao Bao stayed by their side through thick and thin, even joining the prison guards' ranks to feed and water them, and protect them. Tears behind bars. Chapter 71. The weather's been great lately, the sun's strong and scorching. It wouldn't normally be ideal for outdoor work. Even if you wanted to go, you should wait until evening or morning, when the sun isn't so intense. But the neighbors are incredibly enthusiastic. A group of people had just finished dinner, cleaning up while stealing glances at each other. Catching the tentative look in each other's eyes, they were still a little unsure. Is that what they meant? Are we thinking the same thing? Until Lin Xiaobao raised his arm and shouted, "You guys eat slowly, I'm going out to pull weeds." Huh? Lin Zhao frowned, not having time to stop him. Lin Xiaobao took off with his short legs, like a little rocket, whoosh, 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 launching himself out. Following closely behind, the 3 colorful-haired animals reacted, like rocket exhaust, running after him. "Brother Bao, we go with you." Little Bao. Red, yellow, green. Lin Zhao rushed over from next door, trying to stop them. "It's the middle of the day, so hot. Let's go in the evening, okay?" "Hey! No!" Lin Xiaobao refused seriously. "There are still so many weeds in the field. We have to pull them all out. We can pull them in the evening, no need to rush." "No way." Lin Xiaobao argued. "Dad said if we don't pull them out and throw them away, they grow back right away." "But..." Lin Zhao stood there, scratching his head. "He did say that, but it shouldn't be that fast, right?" The 3 colorful-haired kids loudly echoed, "Yes, Brother Bao is right. We have to go pull the weeds now." The 2 sisters exchanged a glance and raised their hands. "Then we help too." Led by Lin Xiaobao, the group marched outside with great enthusiasm. "Let's go!" Grandpa Zhang put the used bowls and chopsticks into a stainless steel basin, picked up the basin, and walked past Lin Zhao. Young people, it's their first time planting potatoes, a little enthusiastic and excited, understandable. "Really?" Lin Zhao continued scratching his head. Just then, the 3 men turned around and called out, "Uncle Pang and Aunt Pang." Uncle Pang and Aunt Pang put the bowls and chopsticks in Grandpa Zhang's arms and followed them out. "Coming! Coming!" The group walked out together, looking extremely excited. Aunt Pang slapped her thigh. "Oh dear, I've been wanting to ask you for a while now, whether you should finish the flower bed before you rest. But it's so hot, and the sun so strong, I was afraid you'd think I was silly, so I never dared to ask." "That's what I was thinking too. Anyway, it's almost done, and with so many of us, we definitely finish in no time. Come on! Let's finish it before we go to sleep." Lin Zhao turned around and looked at Grandpa Zhang. They didn't seem like young people. Grandpa Zhang paused for a moment, then picked up the vegetable basin and walked away. "I go wash the dishes." Lin Zhao puffed out his cheeks and waved to Fu Chung. Fu Chung understood, came forward, and hugged him from behind. "Let's go! They all gone out, let's go help too." Lin Zhao started walking, and Fu Chung followed him. The 2 of them moved slowly out like little ducks with their feet tied. Lin Zhao really didn't want to go, he had already decided to take a nap and do it later. It was so hot and sunny. Within just a few minutes, the neighbors were already enthusiastically engaged in farm work. They were squatting in the flower bed, working enthusiastically, when they turned around and saw Lin Zhao and Fu Chung so slow, and were a little unhappy. Daddy, Big Daddy, come here quickly. Coming. Brother Lin, Brother Fu, hurry up. Stop being so clingy. The three little devils hadn't finished their sentence when they saw Fu Cheng and quickly turned their heads back. Work, work. Lin Zhao looked at them, then at Fu Cheng, his eyes darting around, and deliberately opened his mouth wide, letting out a roar. A wha! Ouch! The three little devils cried out, and immediately sped up their work. They were afraid of Fu Cheng. As soon as he approached, they started working like lawnmowers, rumbling and roaring. The others, seeing their silly antics, burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Don't you know what? Look at you all, so pathetic. Fu isn't a puppy, he won't bite. Even if he did bite, well, isn't he being led by Lin? Huh? Although they said this, they didn't dare get too close to Fu Cheng, only daring to watch from afar. Lin Zhao laughed out loud, squeezing Fu Cheng's hand tightly. Yes, believe me. Although it was hot, there were indeed many of them. Lin Zhao led Fu Cheng, pulling weeds while counting people. 1, 2, 2.5. Lin Xiaobao asked in confusion, Dad, where's the 0.5? 0.5 is you. You're Xiaobao, so you only count as 0.5. No way. Lin Xiaobao stood up, hands on his hips. I'm a person too. I did more work than Dad. Oh, I see. Lin Zhao smiled at him. Then I'm sorry, Dad is 0.5. Lin Xiaobao pouted. Daddy didn't do any work. Daddy is 0. Hey! Lin Zhao quickly rushed forward and covered his mouth. Looking around, she made sure everyone was working diligently, and no one had heard his innocent remark. This can't be told around. Including Lin Xiaobao, there were 10 of them. Working together, they cleared the weeds from just half of the flower bed in less than 10 minutes. Grandpa Zhang finished washing the dishes and wanted to help them, but found there was nothing to do. Alright, let's go home now. I told you, it'd be quick. Grandpa Zhang, what should we do with these weeds? Throw them out? Grandpa Zhang said, just pile them in the flower bed. Lin Xiaobao reminded him, Grandpa, they grow back. Leave them in the ground, let them dry a bit, and Grandpa will burn them this evening. Why burn them? The ash will be collected to plant potatoes. The rest can be used as fertilizer. Lin Xiaobao didn't understand, but Lin Zhao did. In that case, why not just set the flower bed on fire from the beginning? Grandpa Zhang smiled and said, a large area is hard to burn and hard to collect. I'm afraid it might set the house on fire. Okay. Alright, you all go home and rest. We deal with these things this afternoon. Okay. The afternoon sun was at its strongest. Everyone dispersed. Lin Zhao, holding Fu Cheng's hand in one hand and Lin Shibo's hand in the other, also went home. Xiaobao, your face is all red. You need to wash your face when we get home so you don't get a tan. Dad, this is called labor is the most glorious. Wow, you know that? Where did you learn it? It's on Grandpa Zhang's poster. Lin Xiaobao pulled her father's hand, ran forward, and glanced at it. Dad, Big Dad is even darker. He's a miner, don't worry about him. Roar! Fu Cheng complained. Hey Cheng Ji, I'm praising you. Don't say that. The family of 3 returned home, changed their dirty clothes, took showers, and went to bed for a nap. The weather was getting hotter, so Lin Zhao changed to a thinner blanket for the whole family. They slept for about half an hour, then lingered in bed for another half hour before getting up. Lin Zhao brought out a sack of potatoes that Fu Cheng had brought back, and asked Lin Xiaobao to bring a plastic basket, preparing to inspect the potatoes. They had eaten quite a few potatoes over the past few months, but there were still many left. Lin Zhao deliberately placed them in a cool, shady place, and even put in the desiccant packets from Lin Shibo's snacks, to prevent the potatoes from sprouting. The family of 3 sat around the potatoes, inspecting them one by one. Lin Zhao showed them. This is a potato that hasn't sprouted, it's bare. This is one that has sprouted, it has tiny sprouts on it. Separate the sprouted and non-sprouting potatoes. Despite Lin Zhao's careful handling, a few potatoes had sprouted. He picked out 3 of the larger ones, intending to give them to Grandpa Zhang as government property. The rest, they could grow for themselves. Lin Zhao had already planned ahead. The amount of potatoes the government planted wouldn't be enough for so many people. They would plant some themselves, just in case. Although sprouted potatoes aren't inedible, at most, adults might get diarrhea. They would. And Changgu isn't afraid, so he can eat them. But thinking about it, planting them is still the most cost-effective. He also prepared 3 plastic baskets, planning to go out sometime to get some soil. No need to ask, the other neighbors probably thought the same thing. Through the window, Lin Zhao handed 3 potatoes to Grandpa Zhang. Seeing Grandpa Zhang put the potatoes in the kitchen, he didn't know why and asked. Grandpa Zhang explained, "The kitchen is where we usually cook, so it's warmer and easier to sprout them." Lin Zhao nodded vigorously. Although he didn't know if an induction cooker would be warmer, he copied him, and put his own potatoes in there too. As evening approached and the sun set, Grandpa Zhang took matches, and went outside to burn the weeds piled in the flower bed. Afraid of burning the house down, the 3 mouths specially brought basins, buckets, brooms, and mops, standing guard nearby. There were quite a lot of weeds. After burning for a while, only a pile of black ash remained. Grandpa Zhang brought over a winnowing basket and a sieve to collect the wood ash. The soil needed to be dried further, and the potatoes needed to be sprouted a little longer. So Grandpa Zhang set the potato planting date for 3 days later. Lin Zhao helped while secretly learning. That evening, he also drove out with his husband and son to dig soil. Practice makes perfect. The second time, he wasn't as nervous as the first. They bundled themselves up like balls, wearing rice cakes and rice dumplings. The family of 3 wore only a jacket, packed some leftovers from dinner, and set off. Lin Zhao drove with ease and skill. Lin Xiaobao sat in the car, relaxed and comfortable. Only Fu Cheng. He sat in the passenger seat, staring at Lin Zhao, repeatedly stretching out his left hand and placing it in front of him. Lin Zhao, annoyed, pushed his hand away. "Go away." Fu Cheng reached out again, and Lin Zhao pushed it away again. "Go away." After several repetitions, Lin Zhao was genuinely annoyed. "Brother Cheng. I'm driving. What are you doing?" Fu Cheng still stretched out his left hand, placing it next to Lin Zhao's right. "Hey! I don't have time to flirt with you right now, you." He stopped mid-sentence, suddenly realizing something. He turned his head and glanced at Fu Cheng. Fu Cheng was looking at him with a pitiful expression. "Xiao Zhao, the bracelet." "Where's the bracelet?" "Xiao Zhao, the bracelet that binds him." Before, when they went out, Xiao Zhao would always put a bracelet on him, but not today. "That's not a bracelet, that's..." Lin Zhao paused. "Anyway, you can't wear it anymore." "Why?" Fu Cheng didn't understand. Later, when it's just the 2 of us, I'd put it on you again." Snoring, Lin Zhao drove off, not going very far. They reached the foot of a nearby mountain, where there was soil. After Fu Cheng shouted a couple of times to scare away any humans or zombies that might be lurking nearby, they waited in the car for 3 minutes to ensure it was safe before starting. Leaving Lin Xiaobao in the car, Lin Zhao and Fu Cheng got out. Lin Zhao grabbed a hoe, and the 2 of them started digging. Although it was springtime and summer was just around the corner, the evening breeze was still a bit chilly. The wind rustled through the trees, sweeping the leaves. There was no one else around. It felt safe, yet unsettling. Lin Zhao could only take a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down and focus intently on digging. Fu Cheng was strong and worked quickly. In no time, he had dug a small hole in the ground. Lin Zhao thought it was about enough, so she had Fu Cheng switch to a shovel and bring over plastic baskets. "Brother Cheng, quick, fill them with soil." 3 baskets and 1 large bucket. Lin Zhao's idea was to fill all the containers. Besides planting potatoes, they could plant something else. It would always come in handy. The 2 of them filled the baskets with soil, and when they were filling the second basket, a loud howl suddenly came from the mountaintop. "A wha?" Lin Zhao was startled and quickly raised her shovel, looking around, ready to fight back. But the forest on the mountain was pitch black, and she couldn't see anything. The next second, Fu Cheng cleared his throat and roared in the direction the sound came from. "Roar, Brother Cheng." Lin Zhao turned around in disbelief. The next second, different cries echoed throughout the entire mountain, even reaching the city behind them. "Roar! Roar, roar, roar!" The roars rose and fell, not from a single zombie, but from a horde of them. Fu Cheng roared, ending the conversation. "Roar! Roar, roar, roar! Roar, 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 roar!" Fu Cheng shouted several times in a row, as if lecturing the other zombies. While he spoke, the other zombies listened quietly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Zhao, filled with worry and fear, dug furiously. He dug. He dug. He dug and dug. Roar, roar. Finally, Fu Cheng gave the order. All the zombies disappeared back into the darkness, vanishing without a trace. Lin Zhao filled the last basket with soil, took a breath, and wiped the sweat from his brow. "Brother Cheng, let's go." Load the soil onto the truck, we're going home. Huh? Xiao Zhao actually finished it all by herself. When did she do that? Idiot, let's go. Lin Zhao patted him. I got plenty of strength. Fu Cheng lifted the baskets with both hands, and carried the 3 baskets of soil to the back of the truck. Lin Zhao covered the soil with a tarpaulin and returned to the truck. Home, they were only out for an hour. They set off at 7 and arrived home at 8. Like an after-dinner walk, they were back in no time. Lin Zhao had Fu Cheng carry the soil to the roof, and then, imitating Grandpa Zong from earlier that day, turned the soil over and put it outside to dry in the sun. Soil was ready, potatoes were ready. After waiting 3 more days, the tiny sprouts on the potatoes slowly grew, until they were the size of Lin Xiaobao's little finger, ready to be planted. That morning, all the neighbors got up. They gathered together, watching Grandpa Zhang cut the potatoes into small pieces. Grandpa Zhang explained, as he chopped the potatoes, potatoes are very resilient, and can be cut into small pieces for planting, but you must make sure each piece has 2 or 3 buds. A few days after cutting, the buds won't take root in the soil immediately, and will need to absorb nutrients from the potato to survive, so the potatoes can't be cut too small. Everyone listened attentively, even Fu Cheng. Lin Zhao even took out a small notebook and diligently took notes, muttering, The 3 kids nudged him with their elbows. Brother Lin, can we borrow your notes to copy later? Okay. Quiet. Grandpa Zhang dipped a potato in the prepared wood ash. After cutting the potato, the cut surface easily attracts insects, so it needs to be dipped in wood ash to prevent pests. Try it yourselves. The group worked quickly, cutting the potatoes open and coating them with ash. They were done in minutes. Now go plant the potatoes. Have you dug the holes I told you to? Yes. Dig one every 15 centimeters. Okay. Grandpa Zhang picked up a potato and dropped it directly into the hole. Potatoes grow deep in the soil, so the soil needs to be deep too. Put one in each hole, then cover it with soil. Use your hands, not tools, so you don't damage the potatoes. Okay. The group continued working. After planting the potatoes, don't water them immediately, so as not to wash away the wood ash. Lin Xiaobao raised her hand and asked, What if it rains? Then put up a shelter to protect the potatoes. Lin had already learned this from Grandpa Zhang, and once she understood, she immediately went home to plant them. Fu Cheng and Lin Xiaobao followed him. The family of 3 planted 3 baskets. As if blessed by heaven, the potatoes sprouted within a few days. The tiny sprouts emerged from the soil. Lin Zhao created a duty roster, with each household taking turns caring for the potatoes and watering them. The potatoes by the flower bed were easier to care for, as there was a water tap nearby. The potatoes on the warehouse roof were more troublesome. There was no water tap, so water had to be carried up. Furthermore, perhaps because summer was approaching, the weather was hot, and the reservoir's water level was low. But the neighbors remained diligent and hardworking. They even prepared to fetch water from the nearby mountains if the water supply was cut off. The potatoes grew bigger and bigger, and life became increasingly hopeful. Until this day, at 5 in the morning. Before dawn, Lin Zhao was woken by the urge to urinate. Ugh, so annoying. He jumped out of bed and ran to the bathroom. After relieving himself, he groggily walked back to the bed. He grabbed the blanket and threw it off, then flopped back onto the bed. After lying there for a while, Lin Zhao felt something was missing and impatiently turned over. Brother Cheng. Lin Zhao reached out and groped around on the bed. Hold me. Where is he? Lin Zhao jolted awake, instinctively sitting up in bed. Where is he? He lifted the blanket and shook it a couple of times, but didn't find Fu Cheng. He quickly bent down and looked under the bed. Where's Fu Cheng? Did he fall under the bed? No. Lin Zhao panicked, quickly got out of bed, and ran out without even putting on his slippers. Brother Cheng? Brother Cheng. He wasn't in the study on the 3rd floor. Fu Cheng wasn't playing Plants vs. Zombies. There was no kitchen on the 2nd floor. No one was cooking there. There wasn't one on the 1st floor either. The little dog was sleeping soundly, and the storage room was empty. Wait, that bastard. Where did he go? Could he be sleepwalking? Do zombies sleepwalk? Lin Zhao cursed, wanting to go out and look for him, but not knowing where to start. He hesitated for only a second when suddenly, the roars of zombies came from outside. Roar! Roar, roar, roar! Lin Zhao frowned and looked in the direction of the sound. What's that noise? Why are there so many zombies again? Are they having a party? Chapter 72. Roar. It was 5 in the morning, still dark. The nearby residential buildings, and the distant mountains were all shrouded in darkness. Linzeo stood on a long bench, leaning against the windowsill, silently gazing out the window. From the distant mountains came a familiar roar. It sounded almost like a dog barking. One dog barked, and the others immediately joined in. Finally, dogs all over the mountains were barking. Linzeo frowned, his face grim, straining to listen, trying to discern. He tried to find a more familiar voice amidst the roars. Where was Fu Cheng? Was he in there too? He thought he heard Fu Cheng's voice. A scene almost appeared before Linzeo's eyes. A group of zombies, dressed in tattered clothes, their bodies also ragged. They huddled under a large tree, roaring and dancing in circles. Like savages in a primeval forest. Roar! Roar! Eat human flesh. Drink human blood. Welcome new zombie. All the zombies turned to look, and Fu Cheng appeared at the end of the mountain road. Linzeo grew increasingly terrified, his heart pounding with fear, until he couldn't help but shudder. No, no! Brother Cheng can't stay with those man-eating zombies. He had finally managed to get Brother Cheng to eat human food. He absolutely couldn't let him be assimilated by other zombies. Linzeo snapped out of his daze, quickly averting his gaze, and jumping off the bench. No, he had to go find Brother Cheng. If he didn't know where to look, he'd follow the sound, drive there, and bring Brother Cheng back. Linzeo ran to the shelf, stood on tiptoe, and took down the coat hanging there. The weather had been hot lately, and he hadn't been on guard against Fu Cheng, so he hadn't worn the coat since. His clothes were hanging downstairs, and the keys to the back door and garage were hidden in his pocket. Linzeo reached into his pocket, intending to drive out and find Fu Cheng. But after searching for a while, his pocket was empty. What happened? He remembered the keys were definitely there. Linzeo paused, then suddenly realized. He lunged forward, grabbed the back door handle, and pressed down hard. The door was locked. Fu Cheng had opened the door and left. Not only that, he had taken the keys. Fu Cheng had locked him, and Xiao Bao inside. Linzeo ran to the garage shutter and yanked it hard. The shutter was locked too. He couldn't get out. Linzeo jumped up and down in anger, punching the air in front of him. How could there be such a zombie in the world? He went out to a party, locking his wife and son at home. What exactly was Fu Cheng trying to do? Linzeo was furious, but he couldn't get out. The door was locked, and the windows had security bars. His once solid family fortress was now trapped inside. Linzeo swung his fist, accidentally hitting the coat hanging nearby. The coat fell to the ground with a clatter, as if something had fallen out. Linzeo frowned and picked up the coat. Underneath the coat were 5 or 6 chocolates. Wrapped in foil, the chocolates were Linzeo's favorite brand. Linzeo's eyes widened in disbelief. At the beginning of the zombie outbreak, he had inventoried all the food in the house. He had worn this coat every day during the winter. How could he not have noticed the chocolates hidden inside the coat? Linzeo picked up the chocolate candy and noticed the wrapper was dusty and stained with a few drops of blood. He stood up and rummaged through the shelves again. Sure enough, in the toolbox containing screws, there were 2 or 3 chocolate candies and 2 or 3 small plastic cars. They looked like Lin Xiaobao's toys. But Linzeo was certain he hadn't bought these things for Lin Xiaobao. Just then, the puppy seemed to be woken up by him, whimpering and rolling over in its kennel. Linzeo looked closely and saw a smooth, polished twig under the puppy. The chocolate was for him. The toy cars were for Xiaobao. The chew toy was for the puppy. Suddenly, so many things had appeared in the house. Without a doubt, Fu Cheng had brought these back from outside, and more than once. Fu Cheng often sneaked out without telling him. Linzeo gritted his teeth, angrily tore open the wrapper, and stuffed the chocolate into his mouth. That wretched Fu Cheng. He's sneaked out to play behind my back more than once. It's outrageous. Linzeo munched on his chocolate, walking to the door of the storage room. He wasn't going to sleep, he'd wait here. He see when Fu Cheng came back, a little past 5, the sky was just beginning to lighten. Dozens of zombies had gathered in the woods on the mountain. Several zombies were squatting on the ground digging in the dirt, while others climbed trees to pick fruit. A few older zombies were cuddling their babies, trying to lull them to sleep. Fu Cheng, wearing his familiar black vest, sat on the large rock in the center. Yes, this was his territory. Not long ago, enemies invaded Happiness Street, bullying his wife and son. He summoned dozens of zombies, commanded the battle, and drove the enemies away. These dozens of zombies are all here now. He can't just use them, and then abandon them. Whether human or zombie, there's a sense of duty, he has to be responsible for them. He placed them on the mountain, the very mountain where Xiao Zhao and he had dug the soil to plant potatoes. While digging, Xiao Zhao heard the howling of zombies all over the mountain. They were calling to Fu Cheng, greeting him. Lately, he would sneak out while his wife and son were asleep to visit his brothers and sisters. He would return home at dawn. His wife and son hadn't noticed yet. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, Fu Cheng saw a middle-aged zombie, around 60 years old, secretly stuffing a potato into his mouth. He abruptly stood up, lunged forward, and slapped the zombie on the head, roaring fiercely, "Roar!" The zombie whined, "Roar, roar, roar! Boss, why did you hit me? Roar! These are potatoes for planting, not for eating. Bury them in the ground, quick!" The zombie reluctantly put down the potatoes and obediently complied. Fu Cheng looked at it and forcefully patted the mound of earth twice. To be honest, when Xiao Zhao was learning to plant potatoes with Grandpa Zhang, he had secretly been observing as well. Fu Cheng stood up, glanced at the sky, and, deciding it was about time, raised his hand and roared. The other zombies, hearing his call, turned around and shuffled towards him. Roar! Boss, we're here, don't rush us. Roar! 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 Quiet! All zombies be quiet. Now, I have an important announcement to make. The zombies quieted down, raised their heads, and looked at Fu Cheng with lifeless, dull eyes. Fu Cheng clenched his fists, his expression serious, and let out a series of roars. I know, many of you zombies are very hungry right now. This is determined by the physiological structure of zombies. We are perpetually hungry, never able to eat our fill, so we are forever attracted to humans, chasing and biting them. However, we must understand that humans are very intelligent, resourceful, and brave creatures, like my wife. We can never enjoy an unlimited human buffet, and human resistance can even be life-threatening. Therefore, I taught you how to hunt, how to grow vegetables, and brought you a new food, potatoes. Potatoes are a high-yield, delicious food. Intelligent humans are all growing potatoes, and as zombies, we can't fall behind. From today onwards, all zombies will focus on growing potatoes and wait for the harvest. Especially the old, weak, sick, and disabled, absolutely no one is allowed to go out and hunt humans, understood? Roar! All the zombies responded in unison. Fu Cheng nodded, extremely satisfied. After giving his instructions, Fu Cheng prepared to return. His wife and son loved to sleep, but they wake up around 8 p.m. He had to get back before they did. Fu Cheng pushed aside the dense foliage and headed down the mountain. A dozen or so zombies chased after him, reluctant to let him go. Roar! Boss, when are you coming back? Roar! I talk about it in a few days. I need to stay home with my wife and son for now. I'm different from you guys. I have memories. I'm a zombie with a wife and son. Oh, boss is afraid of his wife. Fu Cheng frowned. Nonsense. I'm the head of the family. If I let my wife and son eat meat, they absolutely wouldn't dare eat vegetables. The boss knows idioms. The boss is awesome. Take care, boss. Fu Cheng descended the mountain, said goodbye to the zombies, and headed towards the city. The city after the disaster was deserted, desolate and bleak. Fu Cheng wasn't wearing a bite desensitizer and swaggered down the street. He had secretly gone out several times without Xiao Zhao's knowledge. Occasionally, he would bump into someone, raise his hand, roar, and assume a chasing posture, and the person would howl and run away. He had nothing to fear. Fu Cheng crossed the street and stopped when he passed a small supermarket. The supermarket was empty, and the doors and windows were smashed. Fu Cheng stepped through the glass and walked in confidently. He walked to the back of the supermarket, opened a small storage door, and found a chocolate candy on the messy floor. He always sneaked out without telling Xiao Zhao. This wasn't right. He felt bad for Xiao Zhao. So every time he went out, he wanted to bring something back for Xiao Zhao. He remembered that Xiao Zhao loved chocolate. The first time he went out, he found the supermarket and picked up some candy. The second time he went out, he taught the zombies how to catch pheasants on the mountain and found a toy store, picking up some toys for Lin Xiaobao. The third time he went out, he didn't find anything, so he broke off a twig, polished it, and made a chew toy for the dog. Although he brought back a lot of things, he hadn't dared let Xiao Zhao find out yet. He was afraid Xiao Zhao would be angry. Fu Cheng picked up 2 chocolates, clutched them in his palm, and without looking back, walked through the window, and continued walking. That's how zombies are. They usually don't use doors, they just cross over. Fu Cheng sniffed the cool morning breeze, following the familiar scent. After walking for a few more minutes, he returned to Happiness Street, and climbed back over the back wall. All right, Xiao Zhao, and the others had installed glass in the wall. But he wasn't afraid. His hands were rough and hard. A prick wouldn't hurt. Fu Chung finally reached his front door. He stood outside the back door, lowered his head, tugged at his vest, brushed off the dust, and smoothed his buzz cut. Finally, he took out a bite stopper from his pocket and put it on. He was back to being the obedient, innocent domesticated zombie. All right, cleaned up, can go home now. Fu Chung took out his key, inserted it into the lock, and skillfully turned it. Opening and closing doors was something he learned from Xiao Zhao. These days, Xiao Zhao always took him in and out, and he learned by watching. Wife and son, I'm home. With a creak, the back door was pushed open from the outside. In the darkness, Lin Zhao, hearing the noise, puffed out her cheeks, a chocolate candy in her mouth, and peeked out from the storage room, her eyes peeking out. Let him see who's back. Fu Chung walked in from outside, quickly turning back to lock the door. Fu Chung imitated Lin Zhao humming a song, but his voice was low and hoarse, and he was off-key, not very pleasant to listen to. But he seemed to be in a good mood. He held the keys in one hand, and the chocolate candy in the other, walking to the shelf. He put the keys back in his pocket, and hid the chocolate candy in his toolbox. Today, Xiao Zhao is going to marry me. Fu Chung hummed as he walked upstairs. It was almost time to make breakfast. He go upstairs to check on Xiao Zhao and Xiao Bao first, then make breakfast. Making breakfast, as an illiterate zombie, he discovered for the first time that the early in Xiao Zhao and the early in breakfast were the same character. Xiao Zhao eats breakfast, Xiao Bao eats her fill, and the puppy eats its dog food. How cute. Fu Chung passed by the storage room door. The next second, he suddenly sensed something was wrong. There was someone in the storage room. It must be a thief again. Fu Chung abruptly stopped, turned around, clenched his fists, his eyes fierce, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. The next second, the storage room door slowly opened. Lin Zhao leaned against the door, arms crossed, tilted her head, and stared intently at him. He didn't speak, but his expression said it all. Oh, you rascal, finally decided to go home? Chapter 73. Good morning, good morning. Fu Chung stood outside the storage room door, and upon seeing Lin Zhao, he was completely flustered. He quickly relaxed his grip, loosening his clenched fists, wanting to greet his wife, but he couldn't even speak clearly. Good morning. Lin Zhao gritted her teeth, squeezing out 2 words, then opened her arms and lunged forward, grabbing his collar. Fu Chung, where have you been so early in the morning? I was half asleep when I realized you weren't here, and I thought some bad guys had broken into the house and kidnapped you. Huh? Lin Zhao was aggressive, grabbing his collar and making him spin around so she could check him over to make sure he wasn't injured. Fu Chung was taller and stronger than him, but he didn't dare to do anything rash. He stood at attention, hands raised, letting his wife do as she pleased. After all, his wife had called him by his full name. Fu Chung blinked, looking at Lin Zhao innocently and naively. Wife, don't be angry. But seeing his expression only fueled Lin Zhao's anger. She raised her hand and slapped him twice. You rascal. You bastard. Running around everywhere. And locking me and Xiao Bao in the house. Fu Chung looked aggrieved, his voice low. Humph. Don't yell, speak like a human. Lin Zhao opened her mouth wide and yelled back. I've been teaching you to speak for months. Fu Chung pursed his lips, folded his hands in front of him, and acted unusually obedient. I'm not quite sure. Lin Zhao deliberately said, speaking so slowly, like you're singing. I just heard you singing. A little. Humph. Fu Chung started singing at the top of his lungs, and Lin Zhao couldn't help but burst out laughing. He was doing it on purpose. He was definitely doing it on purpose. All right, stop singing. Be quiet. Fu Chung shut his mouth, looking at him helplessly. How domineering Xiao Zhao is. 1 minute he lets him sing, the next he won't. Lin Zhao thought for a moment, then asked, You went out? Where did you go? Humph. Fu Chung changed his words to. Lin Zhao put her hands on her hips, her eyes wide open, staring at him seriously. Answer me in plain language, no more than 2 words. Outside. Fu Chung said in one breath. What time did you go? 2 words. Fu Chung thought for a moment. It was dark. All nonsense. Lin Zhao looked at him, her mouth twisted in disbelief. He finally asked, Who did you go to see? Fu Chung didn't dare answer. Meeting Lin Zhao's increasingly close, serious, and determined gaze, he finally gave in. Zombies. I knew it. Lin Zhao exclaimed, There's a bunch of zombies hiding in the mountains outside. Did you go to see them? Yes. Fu Chung lowered his eyes and nodded slightly. You played with them? Had a party with them? Sort of. Then did you eat human flesh with them? Before Fu Chung could answer, Lin Zhao became anxious and reached out to pry open his mouth to check. How could you eat human flesh? How could you fool around with them? Huh? No. Fu Chung grasped his hands and placed them on his face. Xiao Zhao, I didn't. No fooling around, no eating human flesh. So what are you eating? A party can't be without food and drink, right? Potatoes. What? Lin Zhao asked, puzzled. Potatoes? Yes. Fu Chung nodded. A zombie party, and you're eating potatoes? Lin Zhao frowned, looking at him suspiciously. Actually, Fu Chung hadn't even eaten any potatoes. He'd given them all to the other zombies to plant. Really nothing? Humph. Then, Lin Zhao thought for a moment, then asked, why don't you eat people? Don't zombies eat people? This sounded strange, but Lin Zhao couldn't think of a better way to ask. Not enough people. Fu Chung answered honestly, and we can't keep up. Huh? Lin Zhao thought about it, and it seemed to make sense. If a person is bitten by a zombie, they become a zombie themselves, and can no longer be eaten by zombies. Plus, with all the infighting and power struggles within the human population, the number has drastically decreased, definitely not enough to meet the zombies' food needs. The remaining humans banded together. The zombies were slow-moving and lacked intelligence, making them even hungrier. So, they could only eat potatoes. At least they didn't eat people. Lin Zhao felt a little relieved, and her tone softened considerably. Then, you can't lock me and Xiao Bao in the house. What if there's an earthquake or a fire? How will we escape? Fu Chung raised his hand to cover her mouth. No. Lin Zhao grabbed Fu Cheng's hand and pulled her upstairs. You rascal, go cook. I already. Fu Chung had originally intended to cook. If Xiao Zhao hadn't been lying in wait downstairs, the porridge would have been ready long ago. Fu Chung skillfully put on gloves, donned an apron, took out the rice cooker, scooped out a bucket of rice, and rinsed it clean. He cooked, and Lin Zhao sat in the dining chair, leaning against the back, watching him. So, Brother Chung went out to meet with the other zombies. But this group of zombies was rather special. They lived in the mountains, didn't eat human flesh, and ate potatoes. How many are there? Lin Zhao suddenly asked. Fu Chung turned around, and Lin Zhao asked again, how many zombies are on the mountain? A few. Fu Chung thought for a moment, a dozen or so. Zombies lack intelligence, and might not understand his commands. Besides, zombies, like humans, can die. Did you teach them not to harm humans? No. What? Lin Zhao sat up straight. Fu Chung said calmly, it's their nature. A zombie's nature is to chase after people. Just as humans want to eat potatoes, zombies also want to eat humans. Zombies like him, who can be tamed by Xiao Zhao and have their desires controlled, are very rare. He couldn't control the zombie's nature, so he could only grow potatoes with them and try his best to satisfy their appetites. Then, Lin Zhao thought for a moment, wouldn't I become a human thief? Just like a labor thief. He was raising one zombie, and that zombie was raising a bunch of other zombies. What if these zombies went and hurt others? Seeing Lin Zhao's dilemma, Fu Chung whispered, they helped us. What? Lin Zhao asked, puzzled. Fu Chung pointed to the street outside the window and repeated, they helped us. Lin Zhao paused, then remembered. Yes, last time they were in danger, it was the zombies Fu Chung had summoned who helped them. He had completely forgotten. We can't just use them, and then throw them away. Then you have to keep a close eye on them. Lin Zhao stood up, his face serious. Hurry up and train them to eat potatoes. We can't let them bite anyone again. Roar. Lin Zhao thought for a moment, still a little worried. Does anyone live on that mountain? Have they encountered any other people? Are they full just eating potatoes? Fu Chung said seriously, wild vegetables, wild fruits, wild game. There are these things on the mountain. Then they live better than humans. Lin Zhao nodded, looking thoughtful. Soon, he looked up again. Brother Chung, can you take me to see them? Fu Chung decisively refused. No. We drive there. I look at the foot of the mountain from here. I want to see your current friends. Xiao Zhao. Fu Chung paused. I'd be scared. Fu Chung washed the rice, put the inner pot into the rice cooker, and pressed the button. He turned around, took out the leftovers from last night, and turned on the stove to reheat them. He remembered that Xiao Zhao was afraid of zombies, Even seeing fake zombies in movies would terrify her. Those zombies looked so unkempt, of course, he couldn't take Xiaozao to see them. Lin Zhao stepped forward and grabbed his arm. Brother Chung, take me to see them. What if you lied to me, saying you were going out to teach the zombies how to grow potatoes, but actually you were going out to hang out with your cronies? I want to see them, to see the zombies who saved us, to teach them how to grow potatoes. Can you teach them? You probably aren't very good at it, are you? Lin Zhao pestered him, nagging for a while until her mouth was dry. Fu Chung remained resolute, refusing to give in. He reverted to being a mute zombie, his mouth tightly shut, purring softly. Lin Zhao pouted and released his arm. Fine, if you don't want to, then forget it. We talk about it later. But you have to promise to raise them, take care of them, be responsible for them, and not let them hurt anyone. I promise. Fu Chung raised his hand. Sigh. Lin Zhao sighed. I knew it. You were like this when you were human, with a whole bunch of brothers. Now that you're a zombie, you're still like this. Perhaps this is true brotherhood. Lin Zhao asked, where did you get the potatoes? Is it enough to plant? Should we get more? Enough. Are there any children? Are there any elderly people? How did they become zombies? A few. Lin Zhao had many questions, as if she cared about the zombies, or perhaps she was worried about them. Fu Chung was patient, trying his best to answer in the language he knew. The zombies were all from the small town. Some were factory workers, others were elderly people or children from the neighborhood. The zombies that had been loitering outside the storage room window and lured away by Lin Zhao with firecrackers were actually the first to sense the unusual aura emanating from Fu Chung and were drawn there. The zombie world is like the world of wild animals. The weak are attracted to the strong, the weak seek the protection of the strong. It's all very common. Since they were here, Fu Chung decided to keep them. Lin Zhao chuckled. So you're a zombie king ruling over this place now? Fu Chung smiled without hesitation, yes. Just then, the sound of small slippers pattering down the stairs came from below. Daddy! Big Daddy! Hey! Xiaobao, you're awake? Lin Zhao turned around. Daddy and Big Daddy are in the kitchen. Lin Xiaobao, still in his pajamas, rubbed his eyes, and slowly walked downstairs. He went to his father's side, leaned forward, and hugged his father's leg. Daddy, why did you get up so early? I thought you and Big Daddy had run away again. Daddy didn't run away. Lin Zhao deliberately glanced at Fu Chung. Someone else had run away. Dinner won't be ready that quickly. Are you sleepy? Do you want to sleep a little longer? Lin Xiaobao opened his little arms. Daddy, sleep with me. Okay. Lin Zhao picked him up, let Fu Chung continue cooking, and the father and son went upstairs for a nap. Lin Zhao woke up around 5 a.m. and, after discovering Fu Chung was gone, didn't close his eyes again. Now he was a little sleepy. The father and son returned to the bedroom and fell asleep immediately, as if they had never woken up. Fu Chung prepared breakfast, keeping the porridge warm in the pot, and then went downstairs. He walked to the shelf and found the chocolates and toy car he hadn't dared to take out before. Since Xiao Zhao had already discovered them, there was no need to hide them anymore. He took the gifts back to the third floor, placed them on the table, and then went to the children's bathroom to take a shower. After coming back from outside, he had to shower before going to bed. Right? The things he brought back from outside also needed to be washed before giving them to his wife and son. Of course, Fu Chung wasn't stupid enough to wash the chocolates. Again, he's a zombie, not an idiot. Fu Chung washed the toy car and then used his own towel to wipe the chocolate wrappers. After cleaning everything, Fu Chung changed into clean clothes before returning to the bedroom. He climbed into bed, placed the gifts beside his sleeping wife and son, lay down himself, and hugged them through the blanket. Fu Chung couldn't sleep. He was already anticipating the surprised and delighted expressions on his wife and son's faces when they saw the gifts. Whether as a human or a zombie, he was the head of the family. Hunting for his wife and son, solving their food and clothing problems, ensuring they lived carefree and happy, that was what he had to do. Fu Chung hugged them, snuggled closer, pressed his face against theirs, and let out two satisfied purrs. Lin Zhao turned her head, pressed her forehead against his, nudged forward, and also purred twice. The big dog who doesn't come home at night isn't allowed on the kitten's bed. Chapter 74. Fu Chung held Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao in his arms, lying on the bed. The family of three took a nap for over an hour. Around 8 o'clock, almost 9 o'clock, Lin Xiaobao turned over, his chubby little face seeming to press against something. Ouch! It hurt a little. Lin Xiaobao woke up groggily, reaching out to gently rub his face. What was that? Why was it so cold and hard? Did Daddy wash his hands with cold water and deliberately press it against him? That's the kind of thing Daddy would do. Lin Xiaobao opened his eyes, looking down angrily. He was about to speak when his eyes lit up when he saw something on the pillow, his expression immediately changing. Wow! A toy car! It was a brand new toy car. Red, flat, sports car shaped, bigger than his hand, with stickers on it. Lin Xiaobao jumped up from his father's arms, picking up the toy car with both hands, his face full of surprise. Wow! Fu Cheng, who hadn't slept, opened his eyes upon hearing his voice, and quietly looked at him. Lin Zhao, also awakened by the noise, grumbled twice, and woke up as well. Xiaobao, what's wrong? Did you turn into the Peep Prince? Lin Xiaobao hugged his toy car, examining it from all angles, his eyes sparkling, clearly enamored with it. Daddy, Big Daddy, is this a gift for me? But I haven't had my birthday yet. That's so cool. Is it remote-controlled? Or manual? Lin Xiaobao held the car, letting the wheels run on the pillow. The wheels made a clicking sound. It must be manual. Lin Zhao saw the familiar car and immediately understood, turning to look at Fu Cheng. The young couple exchanged a smile. Lin Zhao explained, it's from Daddy. Daddy went out on an adventure last night and brought you a gift. Really? Lin Xiaobao looked up. Was Daddy hurt? Of course not. Lin Zhao grasped Fu Cheng's arm, making him raise his hand to show Lin Xiaobao. Look, Daddy doesn't have a single scratch. Then, Lin Xiaobao hesitated for a moment, but we can't keep going on adventures. What if he gets bitten by a monster again? Exactly. Lin Zhao nodded in agreement, ordering Fu Cheng, did you hear me? You're not allowed to keep going on adventures. If something happens, Xiaobao and I will be orphans and fathers. Before he could finish, Fu Cheng covered his mouth. Don't say things like that. Ouch. Lin Zhao deliberately opened his mouth wide, pretending to bite him, and Fu Cheng quickly withdrew his hand. Why does Shizu want to bite zombies again? She just can't seem to shake this habit. Lin Zhao grinned at him, taking his hand. Come on, let's go downstairs for breakfast. Fu Cheng snored softly, lowered his eyes, and looked to the side, seemingly pointing something. Lin Zhao frowned, following his gaze, and turned to look. On his pillow were scattered golden peanuts and gold coins. Fu Cheng leaned closer, looking at him expectantly. Even Xiaobao noticed, but Shizu hadn't. Lin Zhao picked up a chocolate candy, mimicking Lin Xiaobao's expression. Wow! It's a chocolate candy. Is this a gift from my zombie husband? But today isn't my birthday. Thanks for the chocolate, zombie husband. Lin Zhao pinched the candy, pouted, and leaned forward. Fu Cheng smiled contentedly, ready to receive Xiao Zhao's kiss. Xiao Zhao, don't be so polite. 100 kisses will do. But just then... Ah! When did the chocolate roll into the bed? And I flattened it. Lin Zhao's eyes widened, and he yanked off the covers, his face filled with disbelief. He picked up the flattened chocolate from the bed, held it up, and placed it in front of Fu Cheng. Look what you done. The chocolate's melted. Fu Cheng reached out, trying to wipe the small stain off the sheet. But it was no use. Fu Cheng! You idiot! Lin Zhao angrily threw herself into his arms, unwrapped the flattened chocolate, and stuffed it through the gap in the bite block, offering it to him. You eat it? Fu Cheng lowered his eyes, slightly opened his mouth, and took the chocolate. Let him eat it. Don't be angry, Shizu. Lin Zhao pouted. You wash the sheets later. Fu Cheng smiled and nodded. He washed them. Humph. Lin Zhao lowered her head, bumped him, then wagged her tail, and got out of bed to wash up. Lin Xiaobao pushed her toy car to Fu Cheng and comforted him. Daddy, don't be sad. I know you didn't mean it. I support you for now. Fu Cheng looked at him helplessly. Only temporarily. Lin Xiaobao scratched his head sheepishly. Temporary support is still support. Fu Cheng picked up a golden peanut and offered it to him. Okay, here's one for you, for our father-son relationship. Just then, Lin Zhao's voice came from the bathroom. Xiaobao, you haven't brushed your teeth yet. You can't eat chocolate. Daddy didn't brush his teeth either. He did when he went to find you your present. Okay. Lin Xiaobao reluctantly agreed. Daddy has eyes in the back of his head. After the father and son finished washing up, Fu Cheng took off the soiled sheets and carried them downstairs. The melted chocolate was sticky and couldn't be thrown directly into the washing machine. It would make a mess everywhere. Besides, the power system has been very unstable lately. The lights would turn off while on, the TV would go out while watching, and there were frequent power outages. After breakfast, Fu Chung filled a basin with water and squatted downstairs by the drain, carefully scrubbing the sheets. Lin Xiaobao was ecstatic about his new toy, grabbing the car with both hands and making it run on the ground, on the wall, and on his daddy's broad shoulders. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The wheels ran over Fu Cheng's shoulders, but Fu Chung didn't budge, letting him play as he pleased. "Daddy, you're a mountain, and my toy car is going to climb over it." Fu Chung didn't quite understand his little boy's whimsical metaphor, but the feeling was alright. While the father and son were playing, Lin Zhao went to the rooftop to check on their potatoes. The weather had been hot lately, and the potatoes were growing very fast. They sprouted and grew quite tall in just a few days. That little rascal, Lin Xiaobao, overheard his father telling him the potatoes were growing, so he grabbed his little plastic shovel and tried to dig them up to see. Luckily, he was stopped in time, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Grandpa Zhang said that the potato vines needed to be kept close to the soil so they could grow roots and branch out, producing even more potatoes. So, a while ago, Lin Zhao took Fu Chung out again and dug up several boxes of soil, which they put aside. The potatoes in the public garden are cared for by everyone, so of course they grow better. They can't be watered in the morning, because the sun is so strong that the water evaporates and burns the roots. So Lin Zhao only glanced at them before going downstairs. "Xiaobao, Dad asked you to supervise Uncle's washing of the sheets. Did you supervise him carefully?" Lin Xiaobao climbed up from Uncle's back. "Of course. I was very careful. Uncle was very careful too." "Really?" Lin Zhao, with her hands behind her back, walked to Fu Cheng's side, pressed her face against his, and looked at him intently. Fu Chung picked up the sheets and showed them to Lin Zhao. "Clean." Just then, Grandpa Zhang called them from outside. "Xiao Lin, Xiao Fu, the three Maos are back. Come out and lend a hand." "Coming." Lin Zhao responded, told Fu Chung to throw the sheets into the washing machine, and then went out with her husband and son. Recently, the electricity and water pressure have been unstable. It seems the reservoir won't be able to hold up for much longer. Just in case, the three of them went straight to the car factory and carried back the large water buckets that Lin Zhao had been too lazy to carry before, from the roof of the canteen. They were placed on the warehouse roof to catch rainwater. This way, they wouldn't have to carry water up to water the potatoes anymore. If the water supply were ever cut off, it would still meet their daily needs. The three of them drove the car to the warehouse building, and the three of them, along with Lin Zhao, carried one water bucket at the back. Fu Chung carried one bucket alone, easily, walking ahead. After setting the bucket down, Fu Chung immediately turned back, took the bucket from them, and continued carrying it upstairs. Red Hair shook his hand and exclaimed, "Brother Fu is really amazing. I should have gone out to help too." "Hey, hey, hey!" Green Hair quickly interrupted him. "Watch your words." "Oh!" Red Hair slapped his mouth. Two buckets were placed side by side on the rooftop. A slight adjustment of their positions would be enough. "I wonder when it will rain, how much rainwater it will hold. Without a weather forecast, it's really inconvenient. It should be soon. There are many typhoons in summer. Alright, let's go downstairs." The group went downstairs. The others were already waiting for them. Of course, they couldn't put all their eggs in one basket with the potatoes. Besides potatoes, they planned to grow other foods. Green beans, loofah, and tomatoes were all easy to grow vegetables. They would either grow them on the rooftop with the potatoes, or in Grandpa Zhang's backyard. After all, the others knew nothing about growing vegetables, and would need Grandpa Zhang's guidance. Besides vegetables, they also planned to raise a few chickens. Grandpa Zhang already raised chickens, a few hens, and a large rooster. The hens lay eggs. Unlike the eggs sold in the market, these are eggs that can hatch into chicks. Grandpa Zhang had killed 2 chickens to eat before, but he didn't dare eat the remaining 2, so he let them brood and incubate the eggs. Not long ago, they finally succeeded. A chick hatched, and they decided to raise it. This chicken was the first new life born on Happiness Street after the disaster. Its importance was self-evident. Even Lin Zhao's dog wasn't allowed near it. The chicken was to be raised on the first floor of the warehouse. When Lin Zhao and Fu Chung went out for the second time to dig soil for planting potatoes, they also dug up some dry sand, as Grandpa Zhang had requested, and cut some straw from the field. Newly hatched chicks are sensitive to cold, even in summer. Sun-dried sand is laid on the ground, then covered with straw for insulation, and the ground isn't hard for the chicks to walk on. After the coop was set up, the chicks were moved inside. Each household took turns feeding the chickens daily. The mother hen continued incubating the eggs, and the chicks slowly grew. Happiness Street flourished. In the blink of an eye, the weather grew hotter and hotter. Summer officially arrived. Whether it was their imagination or not, summer after the zombie outbreak seemed to arrive earlier and hotter than in previous years. It was only May, and it was already very hot. The blazing sun quickly dried the ground, and even the wind outside was hot, bringing an indescribable stuffiness and irritability. Lin Xiaobao loved to play, and even the slightest movement would soak her hair. Lin Zhao was even more uncomfortable. He hadn't cut his hair for months, and it had grown quite long, now reaching his shoulders. He was a medium-length haired beauty. He hadn't wanted to get a haircut, but it was unbearably hot. After hesitating for a long time, he went to the two sisters at the hair salon and, using 2 heads of green vegetables, had them cut the hair of the whole family. He'd grow his hair out in the fall. That was all he could do. Even so, Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao were still incredibly hot. So the father and son, with mischievous intent, set their sights on Fu Cheng. Lin Zhao forcefully snatched Fu Cheng's black tank top and put it on himself. Fu Cheng was too muscular, and Lin Zhao was thinner. The tank top hung loosely on his shoulders, swaying back and forth, making Fu Cheng unable to look away. Seeing his father and great-uncle dressed like this, Lin Xiaobao insisted on wearing his great-uncle's clothes too. Lin Xiaobao was even smaller. The tank top covered his feet completely, so Lin Zhao added a belt around his waist, cinching it around his tummy, so he could wear his great-uncle's tank top as a dress. Anyway, they were at home, so it didn't matter. The family of 3 wore matching vests, and spent their days lounging at home with the fan blowing. When the power went out, the father and son would each take one of them, clinging to Fu Cheng. He was a zombie. Zombies are icy cold, which felt very comfortable, like a block of ice. Fu Cheng sat in the middle, one arm around his wife, the other around his son, completely content. He loved summer. He loved summer the most. Chapter 75. Fu Cheng loves summer the most. Likes it. Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao hate summer the most, especially summer when the electricity is unstable. Clang, clang, clang. Clang, clang, clang. It was the hottest and most humid time of day. The sound of neighbors banging on their metal pots came from outside again. Lin Zhao and Fu Cheng were sweating profusely in the kitchen. Hearing the noise, Lin Zhao subconsciously looked down at the induction cooker in front of her. Sure enough, the power was out again. Fu Cheng subconsciously picked up the iron pot, preparing to move it to the gas stove next to it. But Lin Zhao held his hand down, sprinkling a handful of freshly fried seaweed flakes into the pot. Brother Cheng, this pot of meat floss is almost ready. We don't need to change the gas stove. The pot is still warm. Just stir-fry it a little longer, and it'd be ready. Okay. Fu Cheng waved the spatula, turning the pot of meat floss over and over. The yield of pork floss is too low. A large piece of meat can only make a small jar of floss. But there's nothing they can do. The power supply has been too unstable lately, with outages every few days, and even when it's back on, it usually only lasts half an hour. A few nights ago, Samuel drove to the reservoir in the mountains to check on things. It was too hot, and the reservoir had dried up. The water was very shallow, like a small ditch. The reservoir's machinery hadn't been inspected, so it was probably broken. Luckily, there were fish in the reservoir. When Samuel went to check, he caught half a box of fish. Crucian carp, common carp, and minnows, they had them all. But not many, and they weren't very fat, especially the common carp. They had more bones than meat. Later, when they returned, they told the neighbors, and everyone drove off, carrying boxes and nets to catch fish. Upon returning, the entire street enjoyed a delicious fish feast. Steamed fish, fried fish, pan-fried fish, fish soup, fish broth. Although white meat isn't as high in fat as red meat, and isn't as filling, it was still a rare treat for them. There were too many fish to eat. They temporarily kept the remaining dozen or so in a bucket and a box, filled them with water, and threw in some vegetable scraps and rice grains, keeping them in warehouse number 4. At first, they were quite happy, thinking it was a blessing in disguise. But soon, they realized something was wrong. They didn't know how to raise fish. Even Grandpa Zhang, the agricultural expert, didn't know how. Fish are different from chickens. Chickens grow big in a few months, but fish, no matter how much you raise them, won't grow very big. Besides, raising fish requires changing the water every day, which is too wasteful. They even conserve water for washing now. In the end, they discussed it, and decided not to raise fish long term, and certainly not to let them reproduce like chickens. So for the past few days, they've been eating fish at every meal, trying to get rid of them as soon as possible. After eating like this for several days, always eating until they were stuffed, they actually lost weight. Lin Xiaobao was an exception. His strength didn't decrease but increased. At night, lying in bed, he vigorously kicked his little feet, almost kicking a hole in the bed frame and nearly kicking Fu Cheng off the bed. Having eaten so much fish, he thought he had turned into a fish. The power outage caused them more than just the problem of uneaten fish. Without electricity, the lights, refrigerator, rice cooker, and induction cooker all stopped working. The neighbors could only agree that everyone would be on high alert, and if the power went out or came back on, they would quickly bang on pots and pans to notify others, so they could cook and boil water. Even so, it was difficult to meet their needs for the entire day. Lin Zhao could only open the long-sealed gas cylinder to cook with gas. He only dared to turn the valve a little bit, trying to plan his cooking carefully, such as making a pot of steamed vegetables and rice at once, or making a little extra rice for the next meal. Other neighbors were in the same boat. Those with gas cylinders used the remaining gas. Those without other stoves, like the 3 Kai Maos, simply reverted to primitive methods, gathering firewood outside to start a fire, throwing potatoes in to roast, and then putting the kettle and rice cooker on top to heat them. Besides cooking, there was another crucial thing in Lin Zhao's household, the freezer. Their freezer also contained half a pig. For the past few months, Lin Zhao had been carefully planning his meat consumption, not eating too much, but not overindulging. If nothing unexpected happened, this half a pig, if eaten sparingly by the 2 adults and 1 child, might last them half a year. But now, something unexpected happened. The freezer stopped working, the meat inside thawed and refrozen repeatedly. If this continued, it would soon spoil. Lin Zhao tried many rescue methods, such as keeping the freezer door tightly closed to prevent the cold air from escaping, or freezing ice blocks in advance to put in during the power outage to keep it warm. She even tried stuffing her ice-cold zombie husband into the freezer to act as a refrigerant. But all of these failed. The power outage lasted too long, and the temperature was too high. The cold air in the freezer dissipated quickly, and the ice blocks melted rapidly. As for her zombie husband, he still wanted Fu Cheng, still wanted to hold Fu Cheng while sleeping, and didn't want Fu Cheng to be tainted by the smell of pork. Plus, Fu Cheng was looking at him pitifully. After hesitating for 3 seconds, she gave up. After much deliberation, Lin Zhao finally resorted to his old method, dividing the remaining pork into lean and fatty portions. He would render the fat to make pork cracklings, and the lean meat to make pork floss, storing them in jars. Making sausages was too much trouble. He didn't know how to make smoked meat, and making cured meat required too much salt, making it uneconomical. Only pork cracklings and pork floss were easy to preserve, making them the best choices. So, since the day before yesterday, Lin Zhao and Fu Cheng had been in the kitchen, making the most of their time to process the remaining pork. The kitchen was hot, with pots and stoves burning. Even with the doors and windows open, Lin Zhao was still drenched in sweat, frequently pressing himself against Fu Cheng to cool down. The large pieces of pork were processed this way, leaving only a small amount of pork offal. Luckily, there was a pot of braising broth frozen in the refrigerator, the broth from when they had braised pig's head. Now that the refrigerator was out of power, it was starting to thaw, so he quickly put it into braise, boiling it daily to sterilize it and extend its shelf life. With the power outage, everyone was in a frenzy. It was only then that Lin Zhao realized how much convenience modern electricity had brought them. Alright, pour it out. Lin Zhao took out a shallow iron basin, and Fu Cheng picked up the pot with one hand, poured in the meat floss, and gently stirred it with a wooden spatula. Steam rose as Dad and Uncle Dad busied themselves. Lin Xiaobao was outside playing with his toy car with the puppy. He put the car on the ground and pushed it hard. The car rushed from the dining room, crossed the sliding door track of the kitchen, grazed Lin Zhao's feet, and hit Fu Cheng's foot. Dad. Fu Cheng didn't move his upper body, but took a step back, slightly lifting his foot to stop it steadily on the car. If he didn't come to pick it up soon, he would have stomped on it. Ouch. Uncle Dad. No. Lin Xiaobao cried out and ran over, raising her little hands to punch Fu Cheng's leg twice, rescuing the toy car from under his feet. Big Daddy, you're a big bad guy. You bullied the toy car. Fu Cheng remained unfazed, pulling his foot back and putting the iron pot down at the same time. He hadn't said this last time. Last time, he praised him as the best big dad in the world, promising to repay him when he grew up. Lin Zhao looked at him, then at Lin Xiaobao, picked up her chopsticks, gently poked at the meat floss, and couldn't help but laugh. Xiaobao, it's too hot in the kitchen. Why don't you go outside and play with the puppy for a while? It's hot outside too. Lin Xiaobao hugged the toy car. I want to play in the water with Daddy. Then wait a little longer. Daddy and Big Daddy will be back after they finish making the meat floss. Okay. Go out first. Don't get heat stroke. Okay. Lin Xiaobao looked back several times as she walked out of the kitchen, then stopped. He leaned against the glass door, his chubby little face pressed against it, quietly watching them. The puppy followed at his feet, also lying on the glass. Lin Zhao stirred the meat floss with chopsticks, letting the steam escape. After chewing for a while, he felt it through the bowl, thought it was about right, and then found a jar to put it away. The pan used to stir-fry the meat floss was dry, no need to wash it, just leave it there. Alright, let's go. Fu Cheng reached out to take Lin Zhao's hand. Lin Zhao, however, picked up the large, transparent water jug from home and shoved it into his arms. Brother Cheng, hold me tight, let it chill. Fu Cheng pursed his lips, holding the jug in one arm and taking Lin Zhao's hand in the other. Okay. The jug contained water that had just been boiled that morning. Lin Zhao cut an orange, peeled a slice of grapefruit, added some sugar, mashed out the juice, and stirred it in. These were all thick-skinned fruits that Fu Cheng had brought back earlier, keeping them in a cool, shady place prevented them from spoiling easily. Before, the weather was cold, and they didn't like eating fruit, finding it too cold for their teeth. They only eat a few apples a day at most. Now it's much better. They'd make juice, chill it in Fu Cheng's arms, and Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao loved drinking it. This is how they get their daily hydration and vitamins. Fu Cheng led Lin Zhao by the hand, Lin Zhao led Lin Xiaobao by the hand, and Lin Xiaobao also had the dog with him. Let's go play in the water. Yay! With the sun out, even the second and third floors of their house were hot. The first floor, being shaded by the neighbors, was cooler. As soon as they got downstairs, Lin Xiaobao broke free from his father's hand and ran into the storage room. As he ran, he tugged at his belt, pulling his arms out of his vest. I'm going to change my underwear. Okay. Fu Cheng took out a plastic basin leaning against the corner and placed it on the floor. Lin Zhao picked up a ladle, scooped a ladleful of water from the bucket, and poured it into the basin with a splash. The water splashed, filling only half the basin. Soon after, Lin Xiaobao, completely naked except for a pair of yellow swim trunks, ran out of the storage room. I'm here. Lin Xiaobao burst out like a monkey born, rushed to the plastic basin, and jumped right in. These swim trunks were bought last summer. His father and great-uncle bought an inflatable plastic swimming pool, filled it with water, and let him play. Now that tap water is scarce and needs to be used sparingly, they switched to a small basin. He'd grown taller and heavier. Last year's swim trunks were a little short and a little tight. They covered his chubby little bottom, which had a little yellow duck pattern on it. Lin Xiaobao sat in the basin, splashing water with his little hands and patting himself. Wow! So refreshing. So refreshing. Lin Zhao sat on the bamboo chair next to him, mimicking his speech, while picking up a small plastic water gun, filling it with water, and spraying it on his little tummy. Bye. Lin Xiaobao felt ticklish all over, quickly covering his tummy and squirming. Ouch! Daddy, you're such a naughty child. Don't be angry. Humph! Lin Xiaobao huffed loudly, splashing water on Lin Zhao. Daddy, come down and play too. There's no basin big enough for Daddy. You can use the bathtub. Let Big Daddy go upstairs and bring the bathtub down. No, the bathtub is fixed to the ground. How can you bring it down? Lin Zhao pinched his little cheek, turned around and touched the water bottle in Fu Cheng's arms, thinking it was about right, so he took the water bottle out and sat in Fu Cheng's lap. Daddy's sitting in Big Daddy's lap, and Big Daddy's body is also cool, it's the same. Fu Cheng nodded, only hugging Lin Zhao even tighter. Xiao Zhao was right. Then, Lin Xiaobao looked around, locking onto her target. The puppy comes in and plays with me. Hey, no. Lin Zhao quickly stopped her. The puppy is still so small, it can't take a bath, and you can control yourself, but it can't. What if it pees in there? Lin Xiaobao reluctantly agreed, okay. Here. Lin Zhao took out the family's 3 water glasses, filled them with juice, and handed them to them. Cheers. Cheers. The family of 3 raised their glasses, and clinked them together. The oranges were sweet, the grapefruit bitter and sour, with a touch of sugar. The juice was sweet and sour, icy cold, and a sip was incredibly refreshing. Ha! Lin Xiaobao opened his mouth wide and exhaled. Lin Zhao and Fu Chung imitated him, exhaling as well. Ha, ha ha ha. Who could tell if they were exhaling or laughing hysterically? Lin Xiaobao finished his juice, put down his glass, laid down in the basin, stretched out his little hand, and petted the puppy. Daddy, it's been so long, when can the puppy take a bath? Lin Zhao counted on his fingers. When it's your birthday. Really? Yes. Lin Xiaobao's birthday is in June. By then, the puppy will be about 3 or 4 months old, his immunity will be stronger, and he can take a bath. However, it can't be bathed in cold water, it needs hot water. Oh! Lin Xiaobao nodded, seemingly understanding. He stroked the puppy's fur along its back and asked then, will it lose its color after a bath? Lin Zhao also reached out and rubbed the puppy's head. It shouldn't. Huh? The puppy's puppy fur had completely fallen out, and new fur had grown in, black. Just like its mother Xiaohei. Lin Xiaobao hesitated. Then what should we do? How about calling it Little Blackie? I don't want to. Lin Xiaobao shook his head. That name is too ordinary. Then let's call it Blackie, the English word for black. Coal ball? Dot? Charcoal? Lin Xiaobao held his head in his hands, thinking seriously. Lin Zhao didn't rush him, letting him think slowly, and poured him some juice. Lin Zhao leaned against Fu Cheng's chest, the little couple snuggling together, eyes closed, half asleep. After some time, Lin Xiaobao raised his little hand, and announced loudly, Little Bear. Lin Zhao was woken up, opened his eyes, and looked at him in disbelief. Huh? Little Bear. Lin Xiaobao said loudly, I want to call it Little Bear. The little bear who stole the cassock and journeyed to the west. Okay. Lin Zhao said with a smile, in the future, when we encounter bad guys, you shout Little Bear, and Little Bear will rush out, and the bad guys will think it's a real little bear. Okay. Lin Xiaobao nodded vigorously, patted the puppy's head, and taught it to recognize its name. Lin Zhao yawned, turned around, and took Fu Cheng's hand, guiding him to place his fingers on his throat to teach him the name of the new family member, Bear. Little Bear. Fu Cheng lowered his eyes, rested his head on Lin Zhao's shoulder, and earnestly imitated Bear. As he practiced, he couldn't resist leaning closer and, through the bite block, gently pressing his lips to Lin Zhao's. The faucet beside them was running, but the water flow was weak, dripping into the bucket. Just a ladle or two of water was enough for them to get through the hottest afternoon. After 4 o'clock, the weather wasn't so hot anymore. Lin Zhao had Fu Cheng pull Lin Xiaobao out of the basin by the arm, wrap him in a towel, and dry him off. He couldn't soak any longer, any more, and Lin Xiaobao's skin would wrinkle, turning him into a preserved plumpkin like Grandpa Zhang. Lin Xiaobao took off her swim trunks, and put her dad's black vest back on. The sun gradually set, and it wasn't so hot anymore, so the family of 3 went upstairs to check on their potatoes. The potatoes had been moved to a shady spot earlier to avoid direct sunlight. Although the leaves looked a little wilted, they weren't going to die from the heat. The public potatoes had also been covered with shade netting earlier to keep them from getting too hot. It was the 2 sisters' turn to water the potatoes today, so they didn't need to go check on them. There was still no electricity in the evening, but luckily there were leftover noodles from lunch, so they ate them. A simple version of cold noodles. The other neighbors were doing the same. They had no activities in the evening, so a simple meal was enough to fill their stomachs. At 7 o'clock in the evening, it wasn't completely dark yet. A strange red glow still lingered on the horizon. The family of 3 moved their spot from the 1st floor to the 4th floor rooftop to continue enjoying the cool air. They laid out a mat on the rooftop, the same one they had used for their night watch last time. Laying down on the rooftop with a pillow, enjoying the evening breeze, was quite comfortable. Lin Xiaobao had spent the afternoon soaking in the water basin. Finally, the weather cooled down, and now, being the most active person around, he and the dog ran around the rooftop wall. Luckily, when Fu Cheng built the house, he also used red bricks to build the 4th floor wall, otherwise, he wouldn't have dared let him run around like that. The wall was quite high. Lin Xiaobao, standing on tiptoe, could barely see his eyes. He stood by the wall, raising his little hand. Hello, Grandpa Zhang. Grandpa Zhang was enjoying the cool air on the roof of warehouse number 4. Hearing him call, he looked up. Xiaobao. Hello. Following that, several familiar greetings came from the dim light. The neighbors from Happiness Street were all enjoying the cool air on the rooftop. Lin Xiaobao greeted them one by one. Baoji, is it hot today? So hot. Want to come out and play? Let's play hide and seek? No way. It's so hot. Lin Xiaobao thought for a moment. I want to play Plants vs. Zombies. But the computer won't turn on. Anyway, I can play. Lin Xiaobao turned around and ran to find his dad and great-uncle. Dad, do you have a solution? Lin Zhao leaned into Fu Cheng's arms. Dad doesn't generate electricity. Lin Xiaobao leaned against his dad. But I want to play. Let Dad think about it. 10 minutes later, Lin Zhao went downstairs to the study and brought out his long-forgotten accordion. A must-have skill for kindergarten teachers. He had specifically learned this instrument at school. Lin Zhao held the accordion, and Fu Cheng brought him a chair to sit on. Tap tap tap. Lin Zhao tuned the accordion, while winking at Fu Cheng. Lin Xiaobao sat on the mat, her face full of anticipation, eager to try. Brother Cheng/Daddy, are you going to be a zombie? Chapter 76. The sun set, and a gentle evening breeze dispelled the sweltering heat. Everyone on Happiness Street was enjoying the cool air on their rooftops. Except for Grandpa Zhang, whose house was a single-story structure with a tiled roof. The old man couldn't climb up, and even if he could, standing or sitting would be uncomfortable and dangerous. So he went to the roof of the fourth-floor warehouse, where he could enjoy the breeze and keep an eye on the potatoes. The reclining chair Grandpa Zhang was currently sitting in was carried up there by Fu Cheng, at Lin Zhao's request. Because of the power outage, everything was pitch black, except for the solar-powered streetlights diligently providing illumination. With the sun so bright and strong during the day, the streetlights were exceptionally bright. This was good. Mosquitoes and flying insects were attracted to the light, buzzing around the streetlights and not bothering them. Rhythmic music drifted from the darkness, where the streetlights didn't reach. Tap tap tap. Tap tap. A childish voice, though feigning seriousness, followed. Big Daddy, will you be a zombie? No. The man refused decisively. Big Daddy, I beg you. Daddy begs you too. Daddy and I both want you to be a zombie. Daddy, right? Only the continuous music answered him. Lin Xiaobao rushed forward, hugging Big Daddy's leg, pleading desperately. Please, I really want to play this game. Okay. Fu Cheng paused. All right. Yay! Lin Xiaobao cheered. Let's start the game. But quickly, Fu Cheng said seriously, zombie, not a zombie. It's a zombie. The zombie from Plants vs. Zombies. Zombies. Fu Cheng was stubborn, and Lin Xiaobao was equally adamant. The father and son were locked in a standoff, neither willing to give in. Lin Zhao sat beside them, playing his accordion with even more fervor. After what seemed like an eternity, Fu Cheng finally gave in. Fine, zombies it is then. Then, Daddy, come over here and attack us, and then we... Hearing this, Lin Zhao finally blurted out anxiously. But you can't actually attack. Fu Cheng turned his head, met his gaze, and smiled. He knew, of course. Lin Xiaobao ran back to the mat, picked up the puppy, and got into position. Daddy, you can come over now. Fu Cheng took a deep breath and strode towards him. After only 2 steps, before Lin Xiaobao could even retaliate, Fu Cheng was standing in front of him, his tall figure like a small mountain. Daddy! Lin Xiaobao complained, you can't walk so fast. Zombies walk very slowly, and they only walk in straight lines. Huh? Fu Cheng was a little confused, but remembering how he had recently crossed the supermarket, he understood. Okay, I listened to Lin Xiaobao. Fu Cheng turned around, returned to the starting point, slowed his pace, and walked again. Will this work? Lin Xiaobao stretched out his little hand, pretending he could fire pea shooters. As he fired, he said, Daddy, if I fire 5 peas, you'll... Before he could finish, Fu Cheng was already in front of him again. Oh dear! Daddy! You're walking so fast again! Fu Cheng pursed his lips, silently watching him. How slow exactly? Be clear. Lin Xiaobao got up, took his hand, and led him back, slowing his movements to demonstrate for him. Big Daddy, look at me. That's it, understand? Fu Cheng remained silent, only squatting down and pinching Lin Xiaobao's leg. Lin Xiaobao didn't understand. What's wrong? Fu Cheng succinctly replied, short. Your legs are short, so you walk slowly. Big Daddy's legs are long, so... Humph. Lin Xiaobao got angry, stomped her foot, turned her head, and walked away. Fu Cheng stood up and, imitating Lin Xiaobao's earlier actions, slowly walked forward. Lin Xiaobao clasped her hands, pouting, not wanting to play this game anymore. But the music hadn't stopped, and Daddy was still playing the violin, so she had no choice but to. Lin Xiaobao still pouted, but her hand was already raised. Bye. This time Fu Cheng cooperated well, walking slowly, counting bullets, playing the zombie again and again. In his everyday form, Fu Cheng was an ordinary zombie. Lin Xiaobao brought over a wastepaper basket from home, put it on him, and he became a roadblock zombie. He brought over some old newspapers from home and had him hold them, essentially turning him into a newspaper-reading zombie. Lin Xiaobao was having a blast, completely forgetting that the power was out. After about half an hour, Lin Zhao reminded him, "Okay, time's almost up. You can't keep playing. One more round." Lin Xiaobao's eyes sparkled. "Big Daddy, one last round." Fu Cheng snorted, seemingly agreeing. But the next second, before Lin Xiaobao could prepare himself, Fu Cheng turned a corner and walked straight towards Lin Zhao. Lin Xiaobao shouted, "Big Daddy, I'm here. You can only walk in a straight line." He was a zombie, not an idiot. Zombies, of course, walk in curves. Fu Cheng walked straight up to Lin Zhao and deliberately yelled at him. "He's going to eat Xiao's brains." Lin Zhao raised her head, looking at him fearlessly, and let out a howl in return. "Come on if you dare." Fu Cheng lowered his eyes, finally sitting down on the ground next to Lin Zhao. Why isn't Xiao afraid of him anymore? She was clearly quite afraid of him before. His casual shout made her go limp. This is really great. He loved Xiao's unruly attitude. Seeing her father-in-law walk away, Lin Xiaobao quickly followed, clinging to him. Lin Zhao asked, "Is the game over?" Lin Xiaobao nodded, yes. Lin Zhao smiled, picked up the accordion, pressed a few keys, and played a closing melody. "Okay, game over. Let's play again in a few days. Time for bed." Lin Xiaobao thought for a moment. "Daddy, play us one more song. I want to hear it again." "What song do you want to hear?" "An adult song." Lin Zhao thought for a moment. "But Daddy doesn't want to play an adult song today." "Then listen to Daddy." "Okay. Wait a minute." Lin Xiaobao ran back to the mat, took off his shoes, hugged his pillow, and lay down on it. "We can start now." He wanted to listen to music while he slept. Lin Zhao chuckled. Fu Cheng reached out and covered him with a thin bath towel. Although it was hot, Lin Xiaobao was still small, so his belly button still needed to be covered. Lin Zhao, holding his accordion, sat on the chair next to him. Lin Xiaobao lay down, while Fu Cheng sat, swatting away mosquitoes for them. The father and son blinked, looking at him expectantly. Lin Zhao thought for a moment, adjusted her mindset, and started playing the violin again. A melodious and light tune, tinged with a touch of melancholy, flowed from the darkness, accompanied by Lin Zhao's clear voice. The dark sky hangs low, accompanied by bright stars. Insects fly, who are you thinking of?" A small insect flew past Lin Xiaobao. Fu Cheng raised his hand to kill it, but after thinking for a moment, he waved his hand, only shooing the insect away. Lin Zhao suddenly realized that he hadn't sung in a very, very long time. Fu Cheng and Lin Xiaobao also suddenly realized that they hadn't heard Lin Zhao sing in a very, very long time. Before, no matter what he was doing, cooking, reading, he liked to sing. Since the zombie outbreak, since they had to work hard every day just to survive, they hadn't had such a leisurely moment in a long time. Lin Zhao sang, and no one spoke. It was as if the whole world had fallen silent. The song ended, and Lin Xiaobao hadn't even had time to sniffle. Not far away, in the darkness, a soft sob suddenly came. Lin Xiaobao sat up from the cushion, stood on tiptoe, and looked around. Under the streetlights, on the rooftop of building number 1, 2 women from the hair salon were embracing, cheek to cheek. Grandpa Zhang next door sat up, and the 3 men next door, Uncle Peng and Aunt Peng, were also sitting in the darkness, quietly watching him. It wasn't just Fu Cheng and Lin Xiaobao listening to Lin Zhao sing. They were listening too. Lin Xiaobao whispered, "Dad, you made our neighbors cry." "I'm sorry, Dad was wrong." Lin Zhao smiled gently, changed the song. "Okay, change to a happy one." Lin Zhao leaned closer, and Fu Cheng understood, poured a glass of water, and brought it to him. Lin Zhao took a sip of water to moisten her throat, adjusted her posture, picked up her accordion, and stood up. In the distance, overlapping mountains stretched endlessly, the faint howls of zombies echoing through the air. The nearby city was deathly silent, streets littered with abandoned furniture and cars, even bearing remnants of the last great battle. Dark clouds obscured the moonlight, the rooftop shrouded in darkness. But all eyes were fixed on her. This time, Lin Zhao didn't play an intro, didn't sing a prelude. With a push and pull of the accordion, she went straight to the high key, singing the chorus. "Sing out your passion, stretch out your hands, let me embrace your dreams. Let me possess your sincere face. Let our smiles be filled with the pride of youth." It was too hot, Everyone on Happiness Street slept on the rooftops. If they were afraid of insects, they set up mosquito nets on the rooftops. Some pursed their lips, others closed their eyes, falling asleep to Linzeo's singing. Linzeo played her violin, her audience the entire Happiness Street community. In the zombie apocalypse, all the survivors. Let's look forward to a better tomorrow. In the apocalypse, music is the most comforting thing. The restless hearts of everyone on Happiness Street, agitated by the sweltering heat of the past few days, calmed down overnight. The next morning, everyone got up early. While it wasn't too hot, they tended to the vegetables and fruits they had planted. Samuel drove out to find a wood-burning stove. If that didn't work, they find some bricks, stones, and mud to build 2 earthen stoves themselves. They couldn't rely on the intermittent electricity anymore. They had to find another way to solve the problems of cooking and boiling water. The small town wasn't particularly developed. In the countryside, people often built earthen stoves to steam glutinous rice for brewing rice wine. Grandpa Jean probably knew more, but even if he didn't, they have to figure it out themselves. Although Linzeo had stocked up on several gas cylinders at home beforehand, gas would eventually run out, so he didn't hesitate to join them. Grandpa Jean and his 2 sisters stayed home to tend the vegetables, cook, and provide logistical support. Linzeo's family, the 3 Maos, and Uncle and Aunt Pang's family took turns going out to find what they needed. Since they were building earthen stoves, they wanted to build 2 good, sturdy ones that would last a long time. Fuel was also essential. With so many of them, the more branches and firewood they had, the better. The 3 Maos ran to the elementary school they visited before, smashed down the school wall with a hammer to expose the red bricks underneath, and carried the bricks back. Uncle and Aunt Pang ransacked every classroom, smashing up the wooden desks and chairs to use as firewood, filling a cart and making several trips. Lin drove the car down the mountain, and had Fu Chung shout a couple of times to warn his zombie brothers to take cover while he went inside to collect stones and dig up yellow mud. They collected a large basket of stones the size of Fu Cheng's fist, and dug 2 large baskets of yellow mud. Back on Happiness Street, they first used red bricks to bond the yellow mud, building a square stove. The weather was hot, and the yellow mud dried quickly. They lit dry grass, then threw in firewood to continue baking, drying out all the moisture from the yellow mud. At first it looked good, but after half an hour, with a snap, the stove collapsed. The yellow mud was too dry and brittle to hold the red bricks together. Everyone gathered around the collapsed stove, somewhat frustrated. If we had cement, things would be much easier. Let's go out again tomorrow, and see where we can find 2 bags of cement. Okay. Hey, don't be sad. Even though the stove collapsed, the potatoes are cooked. 3 hares dug into the rubble of the earthen stove, and pulled out a few small potatoes. They broke open the potatoes, and steaming white vapor rose out. Everyone was shocked. When did you throw them in? Just now. 3 hares shared the potatoes with them. Forget about the cement. Let's eat first. At least we have dinner tonight. We're still very lucky. Chapter 77. Building an earthen stove was difficult. It would collapse as soon as it was built, then be rebuilt. Build it, it collapsed again, then be rebuilt again. For the next few days, everyone on Happiness Street was working tirelessly on the earthen stove. Linzeo drew several blueprints, square, round, even triangular, because the book said that a triangle was the most stable shape. But as it turned out, building a pyramid was much harder. Uncle Fatty and Aunt Fatty drove out every day, trying to find 2 more bags of cement. The 3 colorful hairy guys threw potatoes into the new stove every day, and once the potatoes were cooked, they distributed them to everyone. That evening, everyone stood outside on the street, forming a circle, with scattered red bricks in the center. No one spoke, it was quiet. Everyone was mourning, commemorating their 3rd failure. Tell me, how exactly were those earthen stoves built in ancient rural areas? I don't know. There were skilled craftsmen who built stoves back then, unlike us, just tinkering with them ourselves. If all else fails, we just have to wait for cement. 3 chubby kids pushed aside the red bricks, brushed aside the ashes, and pulled out still hot potatoes. Don't be discouraged, eat some potatoes. I've been eating potatoes for 3 days straight, now even my burps taste like potatoes. EW. Despite saying this, the neighbors still cooperatively brought out bowls, and took their share of roasted potatoes. Finally, Grandpa Jean spoke up. All right, that's enough for today, everyone go home. Uncle Peng also said, I go to the building materials market again tonight. I didn't search thoroughly last time, I check again. Okay. Lin Zhao handed the potatoes to Lin Xiaobao. You guys go back and rest first. Chunga and I will put the bricks in. The bricks were left outside, afraid someone might steal them. Even if the earthen stove didn't turn out well, it was better to be careful. The neighbors weren't polite. They said goodbye to the family and went home. Linzeo rolled up his sleeves, squatted down, and picked up the bricks from the ground, putting them in a basket. Fu Chung helped him, but his hands were bigger and he was faster. For every brick Linzeo picked up, Fu Chung could pick up 3. Lin Xiaobao stood beside them, holding potatoes, cheering them on. Go, Dad! Go, Big Dad! Once all the bricks were packed, Fu Chung carried a basket in each hand into the warehouse. Linzeo locked the door, and the family of 3 went home. The weather was still hot and humid, like a sauna. Back home, they went to the kitchen first. Linzeo served the seaweed and egg drop soup he had made for lunch and asked Fu Chung to get a jar of pork floss. Lin Xiaobao, clutching a roasted potato, obediently followed behind her father and great-uncle. The family of 3 went up to the rooftop again. As they spent more and more time on the rooftop, more and more things accumulated. A mat, a plastic chair, a low table, and Lin Xiaobao's various toys. Linzeo placed the meat broth on the table, then kicked off his shoes and stepped onto the mat. Lin Xiaobao, holding the potato, placed it on the table as well and asked softly, Daddy, are we having potatoes again today? Yes, they're all roasted. Linzeo sat down at the table, but Daddy thought of a new way to eat them. Is it potato pancakes with ketchup? No, no, no. Linzeo shook his finger. Is it tomato strips with mashed potatoes? No. Then what is it? Meat floss mashed potatoes. Lin Xiaobao frowned, a little doubtful. Don't look at Daddy like that. Trust Daddy. Humph. Fu Chung immediately echoed. For example, he trusted Xiaozao completely. Big Daddy, you're a zombie. You can't even taste anything. Humph. It's a zombie, not a ghoul. The roasted potatoes were still very hot. As soon as you peeled off the rough skin, scalding white steam billowed out. Hiss. Linzeo accidentally burned himself, quickly pulling his hand back and pinching his earlobe to cool it down. Fu Chung leaned forward, wanting to blow on them, but he couldn't blow through the bite blocker. Linzeo didn't hesitate, directly pressing his fingers on the metal bar of the bite blocker. That's it. He thought for a moment, then simply took off Fu Cheng's gloves as well. Brother Chung, you peel them. Fu Chung remained silent, holding up his palm to him. Xiaozao, I'm a zombie, aren't you afraid I scratch you? What's there to be afraid of? Linzeo said confidently, you wouldn't dare. Fu Chung took a deep breath, hugged the basin, and obediently lowered his head to peel the potatoes. Yes, he wouldn't dare. But Xiaozao's courage was growing, and now, he didn't even need the most basic protective measures. What if he suddenly lost his temper and became ferocious, grabbing Xiaozao and biting him? He couldn't guarantee that he could control himself at all times. He was a tiger with immense strength, a ferocious and brutal wolf. Linzeo rested his chin on one hand and pushed the family's 3 bowls of food in front of him with the other. Divide them equally, put them here. Zao? Fu Chung looked up, his eyes clear, and responded obediently, okay, Xiaozao. Xiao Zao worked hard, so I gave him an extra one from my bowl. I peeled the roasted potatoes, put them in a bowl, and mashed them with a spoon until they were a smooth puree. Once they were almost done, I added 2 spoonfuls of pork floss and mixed it all together. Linzeo scooped a spoonful and held it to Lin Xiaobao. Try it. Ah. Lin Xiaobao opened his mouth and only took a small bite. Is it good? It's good. Lin Xiaobao nodded, but his expression was calm, and his tone was helpless. The mashed potatoes were soft, and the pork floss was crunchy. They tasted very good together. If he hadn't eaten potatoes for 3 days straight, he would definitely have liked it. Then let's eat it like this. Linzeo patted his little head. Tomorrow, Daddy told the 3 colorful-haired brothers not to roast potatoes anymore, and we eat rice at home. Okay. Linzeo did the same, making one for himself and Fu Chung as well. The family of 3 ate mashed potatoes, but finding them a bit dry, they finished the leftover seaweed and egg drop soup from lunch. Simple and light, yet another meal. The other neighbors were eating on the rooftop. After dinner, it was time for their usual music time. Ever since Linzeo played the accordion and sang 2 songs last time, they've been asking her to play a couple more. It didn't matter if she didn't sing, just playing a little bit was fine. At least in the endless darkness, they have some other sounds to hear, preventing them from falling asleep constantly counting their own breaths. Especially at times like these, they needed some spiritual nourishment, otherwise, people really would go crazy. So, as soon as they finished eating, Lin Zhao asked Fu Chung to clear the dishes, then picked up her accordion and stood up. He played two simple, but cheerful children's songs. One was Counting Ducks, and the other was The Painter. Lin Xiaobao was tired of them, but the adults loved them, and listened with rapt attention. After the songs ended, Uncle Fatty, Yellow Hair, and Green Hair had rested and were ready to go find cement. It was too hot and sunny during the day. Evening was the best time to go out. As they went out more often, they became more skilled and bolder, no longer relying on numbers for courage, and no longer tied themselves together. For example, this time, only Yellow Hair and Green Hair were sent out. The thinnest and weakest, Red Hair, stayed home to guard the house. Uncle Fatty drove, with one of the two hairs in the passenger seat and the other in the back. Red Hair arrived at the street corner, carefully observed the area, and then forcefully pulled open the sliding door, waving to them. "There's nothing outside, you can go." As the van drove past him, the two hairs rolled down their windows to say goodbye. "We're leaving. Be careful home alone, don't sleep too soundly. We're leaving, you're the only one left on Happiness Street who can handle things. Protect your godfather. Where are you leaving Brother Lin and Brother Fu? Be careful they come after you." "Okay." Yellow Hair quickly patted his mouth. "Anyway, we're leaving, wait for our good news." Okay, let's go." The van sped away, and Red Hair didn't linger, closing the sliding door behind him. He clapped his hands, turned, and went home. Rarely being home alone, he first took out the instant noodles Yellow Hair had hidden under the mattress and ate some, then took out the comic books Green Hair had hidden under the pillow to read. While munching on instant noodles and reading comic books, he was thoroughly enjoying himself. Thinking this, Hamao couldn't help but grin foolishly, singing a song and wobbling as he walked. As he passed Lin Zhao's building, he waved to Lin Xiaobao. "Brother Bao. Today's a good day. Everything you wish for will come true." Lin Xiaobao stood on the rooftop, his little face scrunched up. "Daddy, has Brother Hamao gone mad?" "I don't know." Lin Zhao put down his accordion, went back upstairs, and opened his arms to him. "Come and look at the stars with Daddy." "Okay." Hamao went home, and Lin Xiaobao didn't look back much, turning and running back to his father and great-uncle. Although the sun had set, the air was still heavy. The family of three lay on the mat. Even the breeze felt heavy. Lin Zhao lay flat on his back, his hands behind his head, his legs raised, gently swaying. Lin Xiaobao imitated him, trying to raise his little legs as well. But he couldn't lift his foot. Lin Xiaobao grabbed his chubby little foot and tried hard to pry it back, but he just couldn't. Why could Daddy do it, but he couldn't? What? Before Lin Xiaobao could even feel sad, Fu Chung turned his head and looked at him. Meeting his dad's gaze, Lin Xiaobao immediately put on a serious face, pretending to be nonchalant, and obediently put his foot down. He wasn't afraid of his dad, he just didn't want his dad to see his silly antics. His legs were short, shorter than theirs, he already knew that, so his dad didn't need to remind him again. Lin Xiaobao pouted and turned his head away. Just then, Fu Chung suddenly reached out and gently flicked his cheek. Ouch! Lin Xiaobao quickly covered his face, feeling his chubby cheeks jiggle twice. Daddy, what are you doing? A bug, Fu Chung said calmly. Humph. Lin Xiaobao turned his head away even further, ignoring him. Really? Humph. Fu Chung thought for a moment, realizing Lin Xiaobao might have mutated too. He could only roar, while Lin Xiaobao could only humph. So he decided to communicate with him in Lin Xiaobao's language. Fu Chung closed his mouth, trying to make a sound through his nose. Humph. But Lin Xiaobao got even angrier. He sat up abruptly, looking at him in disbelief. Daddy, you not only laughed at me, you copied me. Lin Xiaobao jumped up, ran to his father, and clung to him. Daddy laughed at me. Lin Chung didn't say anything, just hugged him and patted his little head. Fu Chung looked completely innocent, clinging to Lin Zhao's arm as well. Xiao Zhao, Lin Xiaobao is wronging me. Even in the sweltering summer heat, even though Fu Chung was icy cold, Lin Zhao was still the center of the family's attention. Lin Zhao tried to mediate. Okay, don't fight. Look at the stars, look. There are no stars. Lin Xiaobao pouted. Daddy, there are no stars tonight. Really? Lin Zhao looked at the night sky and realized that it was pitch black. Dark clouds drifted in from afar, a vast, dark mass approaching the ground. The sky grew darker and more oppressive. Lin Zhao's brow twitched, his heart skipped a beat, and he felt something was amiss. He pursed his lips and patted Lin Xiaobao's back. Xiaobao, go to sleep. Lin Xiaobao twisted her body, indicating her resistance. It's so early. It's getting windy. You can't sleep on the roof all night. You catch a cold. After you fall asleep, Daddy and Big Daddy will carry you down. Okay. Lin Xiaobao rolled over and hugged her father's arm. Then Daddy will tell me a story. What do you want to hear? Suddenly, Fu Cheng cleared his throat. Ahem. Xiaobao, his and Xiao's love story. Let Xiao tell that. Lin Xiaobao ignored his older father and raised his little hand. Pleasant Goat versus Happy Superman. Fu Cheng frowned. Didn't you love watching Daddy and Big Daddy's wedding video? Didn't you love hearing Daddy and Big Daddy's love story? Why didn't you understand my hint? Lin Xiaobao glanced at his older father and deliberately said, Daddy, tell me this one, I like this one. Okay. Lin Zhao smiled and started making things up. A long, long time ago, there was a green grassland. His voice was soft and gentle, as if it drifted from afar, into Lin Xiaobao's ears, gently caressing his little heart. Lin Xiaobao involuntarily closed his eyes, and obediently went to sleep. Happy Superman said. As he spoke, Lin Zhao also fell asleep. The promise that they would carry Lin Xiaobao down after he fell asleep turned into. Fu Cheng took out a blanket, wrapped Lin Xiaobao in it, and carried him on his back. He then reached out and picked up Lin Zhao, lifting him up slightly. He's gone, back to his room. The zombie was strong. He could carry his wife in his arms, his son on his back, and their slippers in his hand, yet he could still walk steadily. Back in the bedroom, Fu Cheng placed his sleeping wife and son on the bamboo mat, covered them with a light blanket, and kissed their foreheads. Good night, my pretty wife and my naughty son. But the family of three didn't sleep soundly. In the early hours of the morning, not only did the wind pick up, but thunder also began to rumble outside. Lightning flashed across the dark night sky, and distant thunder rumbled. Lin Zhao was awakened by the noise, rolled over, and snuggled into Fu Cheng's arms. Lin Xiaobao also woke up whimpering and snuggled closer. Fu Cheng held them close and covered their ears. The thunder rumbled intermittently for more than 10 minutes, growing ever closer. With a deafening roar, raindrops began to pelt down. Fu Cheng tucked the blankets around his wife and son, got up, and went to close the window. But as soon as he let go, Lin Zhao was awakened. Lin Zhao followed behind him, sitting up as well, and asked softly, Is it raining? Yes, Fu Cheng replied. Lin Zhao rubbed her eyes, took out earphones from the bedside table drawer, put them on Lin Xiaobao, and then got out of bed and put on her slippers. Close the windows. It's been hot lately, so they kept the windows with security bars open for ventilation. Now that it's raining, they definitely need to close them to prevent rainwater from splashing in and getting things wet. Fu Cheng can see clearly in the dark. Lin Zhao had wanted to take a flashlight, but the flashes of lightning illuminated the surroundings intermittently, making it completely unnecessary. The wind howled outside the window, and Lin Zhao almost got blown over when she stood beside it. A couple of leaves were even caught in the wind and blew into her face. Puff puff puff. Lin Zhao quickly waved his hand, brushing away the leaves. Fu Cheng came up from the first floor, stood in front of him, and closed the window for him. Xiao Zhao. It's nothing. Lin Zhao lowered his head, rubbed his eyes, and complained softly, What kind of weird wind is this? It scared me half to death. Suddenly, Lin Zhao seemed to remember something. His heart skipped a beat, and he hissed, Could it be a typhoon? The small town is in the south, and there are many typhoons in the summer, which are quite destructive. Lin Zhao quickly asked, Brother Cheng, has the van that went out come back? Fu Cheng shook his head. I didn't hear it. Zombies have the best hearing. If he didn't hear the van returning, then it must not be back yet. He wondered where Uncle Peng and the two mouths were now, especially since a typhoon had to hit at this time. For a moment, Lin Zhao didn't know what to do. He could only pray that they would realize something was wrong and come home quickly. Or perhaps he prayed it was just a normal thunderstorm, not as severe as a typhoon. The strange weather kept Lin Zhao awake. He tapped on the metal basin to wake the neighbors, telling them to prepare as well. Then, he and Fu Cheng checked the house again, from top to bottom. Finally, they found 2 rolls of black duct tape on the shelf, intending to reinforce the bedroom and kitchen windows. The rest of the house didn't matter. The bedroom and kitchen were where they spent most of their time, so they get it done first. The 2 of them worked in the dark, sticking the tape to the window panes in a star-shaped pattern. After finishing, the wind outside picked up even more, and the lightning flashed brighter. A bolt of lightning struck, seemingly exploding nearby, very close and loud. The weather was pleasantly cool, and the rooftop rain tanks must have collected plenty of rainwater, enough for them to use for a while. But it was also frightening. Lin Zhao didn't dare cook, so she went back to bed and hugged Lin Xiaobao. Even her headphones couldn't block out the thunder. Lin Xiaobao had been woken up and was a little scared. Fu Cheng hugged them both, and the three of them huddled together. Xiaobao, you're not allowed to stay near the window on rainy days, understand? Okay, I know. You can't use water or electricity on rainy days, and you definitely can't take a shower, understand? Yes. Brother Cheng, do you understand? It's common sense. Humph. The three of them chatted casually. Lin Zhao drifted off to sleep, and when she woke up, it was already past 8 o'clock. It should have been dawn, but it was still gloomy outside, like midnight. The thunder had stopped, but the wind was still blowing, and the rain was still falling. The rain showed no signs of abating. The family of three went downstairs to the kitchen. Lin Zhao and Fu Cheng cooked some handmade noodles and served them with a few slices of braised pork heart. That was their breakfast. Lin Zhao was worried about the neighbors who had gone out. Feeling uneasy and not in the mood to talk, he just stuffed noodles into his mouth. Fu Cheng and Lin Xiaobao didn't disturb him, eating their breakfast quietly. After breakfast, Lin Zhao went downstairs to find Grandpa Zhang. The two talked through the window. Grandpa Zhang, like him, was worried about the others, but still comforted him. It's normal for it to rain a lot in summer. Let's see. If it really doesn't work, I go out and look for them. What if they're trapped? Hey, Xiaoba's still at home. How can you run around like that? Of course I take Cheng Ji and Xiaobao with me. That's getting more and more ridiculous. Just then, a knocking sound and a familiar voice came from outside the rain. Grandpa. Grandpa. Grandpa Zhang went over and opened the back door. The next second, Red Hair and Aunt Peng, soaking wet, rushed in. They had umbrellas, but the rain was too heavy to keep them dry. From building 5 and 6 to building 2, a short walk, they were drenched. Grandpa Zhang quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "Borrow a car, borrow a car." Whether from running too fast or being choked by the rain, the two were panting heavily. Red Hair said, "It's past 9 o'clock. The rain has lessened, but those two and Uncle Peng haven't come back yet. We have to go look for them." Grandpa Zhang turned to look at Lin Zhao. It seems they were quite worried after the rain, enduring until now to borrow Grandpa Zhang's car. "Don't worry. Did they say when they'd be back before they left?" "We agreed they'd be back this morning. They wouldn't stay out this long. With such heavy rain, it's not surprising they'd be sheltering outside for a while." "No, there are zombies and robbers outside. They didn't bring any food or water this time. No matter what, they definitely come back. If they haven't, something must have happened." Aunt Peng was even more anxious. "Don't ask so many questions. We know what's going on. Nothing's wrong. In that case, I go get the car keys. You two be careful too." Grandpa Zhang turned and left, leaving Red Hair and Aunt Peng pacing anxiously. Okay, Grandpa, hurry up." Lin Zhao stood by the window, gripping the security bars with both hands, and called out to attract their attention. "Red Hair, Aunt Peng, are you planning to just go out like this?" The two turned around, and Red Hair called out, "Brother Lin?" Lin Zhao said seriously, "Prepare first. Bring some food and drinks, hot water, raincoats, blankets, clean clothes, everything. In case they get wet in the rain, they can change clothes immediately, and if they get hungry, they can eat right away so they don't get sick. Also, bring car repair tools, and the car tires we removed last time. In the past, if their car got flooded and couldn't get back, they could get it repaired on the spot. We can't just go empty-handed. What if you get stuck too?" Hearing Lin Zhao say this, Aunt Peng finally realized, Right. Lin is right. I go prepare right away." Red Hair also said, "Aunt Peng, you prepare clothes and food. I go to the warehouse to get the tires we split up." Lin Zhao hesitated for a long time, then suddenly asked, "Or should Cheng and I go with you?" The two of them were stunned, turning around to look at him in disbelief. "You're going too?" Chapter 78. Here are the car keys." Grandpa Zhang brought over the keys to another van, and handed them to Red Hair and Aunt Peng. He was still worried and asked again, "Do you know where they went? Do you know where to look for them? We can't just wander around like headless flies." Before he could finish, Grandpa Zhang suddenly sensed something was wrong, stopped speaking, and turned to follow their gaze. Through the window, Red Hair and Aunt Peng were quietly watching Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao was going too? Was Lin Zhao really going? Was Lin Zhao really going to go out with them to look for them? They couldn't believe it. Lin Zhao's eyes were firm, his tone serious, and without much explanation, he uttered only one word, "Go." "Go." Aunt Peng reacted first, grabbing Red Hare's arm. Go! Go, go, go! We go get ready right away. Lin Zhao added, you guys take your food, drinks, and warm clothes, and drive out quickly. Chung and I will take our family car. We bring the repair tools. The van was a 5-seater, and could squeeze in 6 people. But it was better to have 2 cars. If one broke down, the other could help. Lin Zhao clapped his hands, waking them up. Quick, quick, quick! Get moving. Okay. Aunt Pang and Red Hare were like headless flies, spinning around twice before finally finding the exit. Just as they were about to leave, they realized what was happening and quickly turned back. Brother Lin, thank you. Little Lin, little Fu, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. I don't know how to say it. The 2 of them were incoherent, thanking each other as they ran outside, forgetting even to take their umbrellas. Be careful. Lin Zhao called out to them, then turned back to meet Grandpa Zhang's somewhat helpless and disapproving gaze. What about Xiao Bao? Lin Zhao bent down, and Lin Xiao Bao, held by his father, slowly peeked out the window. He leaped into the air, flashing a peace sign at Grandpa Zhang. Grandpa, yay! Lin Zhao explained, Uncle Pang, and the 2 mouths went out to solve everyone's food problem on Happiness Street. It's almost 10 o'clock now, and they still haven't returned. We definitely can't stay home and leave them alone. Hong Mao and Aunt Pang are so panicked, they can't even drive steadily. Going out will definitely cause trouble. Chung Ji and I will go with them, it'd be safer. Grandpa Zhang pursed his lips, and finally nodded, okay. Actually, Grandpa Zhang also hoped that Lin Zhao and Fu Chung would go with him. But he was, after all, an outsider. If he ordered Lin Zhao's family to go out, they might feel resentful. Now that Lin Zhao had offered, it was naturally the best option. Grandpa Zhang finally said, I go call De Mei and Xiao Mei. You bring Xiao Bao over, and we go wait in the warehouse. Okay. Make sure Xiao Bao is dressed warmly, and get him some toys to keep him occupied. Don't bring any food, I give him snacks. Going to anyone's house isn't ideal, a common area is best. There are tables and chairs in the warehouse now, so we can stay for a while. Lin Zhao quickly got to work, pulling Fu Chung and Lin Xiao Bao upstairs. On the 2nd floor, he let go of Fu Cheng's hand. Brother Chung, put the leftover noodles from this morning into a lunchbox, and boil some water to put in a thermos. Although Grandpa Zhang said it wasn't necessary, and Aunt Pang said she would prepare some, they still wanted to bring some, just in case they got stuck outside and had something to eat. Fu Chung agreed and did as instructed. Lin Zhao, pulling Lin Xiao Bao along, continued upstairs to the bedroom and opened the wardrobe. Xiao Bao, change your clothes, wear this. The temperature had dropped after the rain. Children need to be kept warm. Lin Zhao took out a thin thermal undershirt, a pair of long pants, and a thicker bear pattern jacket, handing them to Lin Xiao Bao. If you get hot, unzip your jacket, but don't take it off. Lin Xiao Bao nodded, seemingly understanding, and asked softly, are Daddy and Big Daddy going out? Yes. Lin Zhao squatted down in front of him, helping him change his clothes while explaining, Uncle Fatty and the 2 older brothers are outside and haven't come back yet. They might be in danger, so we're going out to look for them. Then I go with Daddy. The rain outside is too heavy, and there's lightning too. It's too dangerous. I'm not afraid of danger. Lin Xiaobao puffed out his little belly. I want to help too. But, Lin Zhao thought for a moment, our car can't fit everyone. Think about it, there are 3 people outside, and our car only has 4 seats. Daddy and Big Daddy also need to sit, and if you join us, there won't be enough room. Lin Xiaobao counted on his fingers, calculating carefully. It seems that's true. Lin Zhao helped him put on his clothes and tugged at the hem. Besides, if we all leave, it'd be dangerous for Grandpa Zhang and my 2 older sisters to stay here and look after the house. As the pillar of our family, you should stay and protect them, right? Lin Xiaobao nodded vigorously, obediently raising her little hand and putting it through her coat. Then let's pinky swear. You have to protect Grandpa Zhang and wait for Daddy and Big Daddy to come back. Okay. After the father and son pinky swore, they grabbed some toys and immediately ran downstairs. Fu Chung had already done everything Lin Zhao had instructed. Lin Zhao picked up the lunchbox, and Fu Chung picked up 3 thermos cups. Before leaving, Lin Zhao passed the coffee table in the living room and grabbed 2 handfuls of chocolates. She stuffed 1 handful into her own pocket and the other into Lin Xiaobao's pocket. Let's go! Okay. Lin Zhao and Fu Chung led Lin Xiaobao to warehouse number 4. Grandpa Zhang and De Mei, and Xiaomei were already waiting for them inside. The two sisters knew that the people who went out hadn't returned yet, and they stood inside looking worried. But when they saw Lin Xiaobao, they immediately adjusted their expressions, greeted him, and fiddled with the snacks and drinks on the coffee table. "Xiaobao, come quick. Come have a picnic with us," they said, picking up a family-sized pack of tomato-flavored potato chips from the table and pouring him a Coke. Grandpa Jean had brought them all. Wow! It was rare for Lin Xiaobao to see so many snacks after the disaster. His eyes lit up, and he immediately ran over. "So many! That's amazing! Come and eat." "Thank you, sister, thank you, Grandpa." Lin Xiaobao took a potato chip they handed him and popped it into his mouth, crunching away. Grandpa Jean nodded to Lin Zhao and Fu Cheng. "Don't worry, we take good care of Xiaobao. Thank you for your help." Lin Zhao raised his voice slightly. "Well, Xiaobao, Daddy and I will head out now." "Wait!" Lin Xiaobao suddenly called out, and Lin Zhao and Fu Cheng stopped and turned around. "Grandpa, can I have 2 more potato chips?" "Sure, this whole bag is yours." "Thank you." Lin Xiaobao stretched out his little hands, reaching into the small opening of the packaging, and picked up a potato chip in each hand. He held up the chips and ran to Lin Zhao and Fu Cheng, standing on tiptoe. "Daddy and Daddy, have one too." Lin Xiaobao looked up and glanced at it. "This one has more tomato powder, so it's for Daddy." "Wow, thank you, Xiaobao." Lin Zhao and Fu Cheng bent down, opened their mouths, and ate the chips from his hands. Delicious. Daddy and Big Daddy are leaving now. They'd probably be back this afternoon. You have to be a good boy and listen to Grandpa Jean and your 2 older sisters. Don't run around. Okay. Lin Xiaobao stood inside the door, watching them leave, waving goodbye. "Bye-bye, Daddy. Bye-bye, Big Daddy." Grandpa Jean patted his little shoulder. "Be careful on the road." Back home, Lin Zhao got straight into the car and started it. Fu Cheng was waiting outside, locking the shutter door after he drove out. Following him, Fu Cheng got into the car and sat in the passenger seat. Lin Zhao drove along the wall. Red Hair and Aunt Pang were already waiting outside in their white van. Seeing them come out, Aunt Pang immediately took out the prepared lunchboxes and handed them to them through the car window. "Here, this is for you. You need to eat lunch too, don't go hungry. There wasn't time to make anything new, it's all leftovers, don't mind." "It's alright, we don't mind." Lin Zhao didn't stand on ceremony, immediately slamming on the brakes and pulling up alongside them. He rolled down the window, reached out, and handed the car to Fu Cheng. "Where should we go first?" "My husband said last night he wanted to check out the building materials market," Aunt Pang said. "There are only 2 building materials markets in the city. One isn't far. Let's go check that one first." "Okay." Lin Zhao nodded. "We have to stay in formation. We absolutely can't get separated, understand?" The 2 nodded repeatedly. "Understood, understood. We don't know what the situation outside will be like, and we don't know how deep the floodwaters are. You 2 need to stay calm and not act rashly, understand?" "Understood, we follow your instructions." "Okay, let's go! Let's go!" The streets were a mess, full of puddles and fallen leaves. The rain lessened, pattering against the windshield, but the sky was still overcast, and it could rain again at any moment. A pickup truck and a minivan drove side by side towards the nearest building materials market. The wheels splashed water everywhere. 2 vehicles for people. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the nearest building materials market. This market was smaller, just a large shed with some shops and vendors inside. They didn't get out of their vehicles, but drove straight in, slowed down, turned on the headlights, honked the horn, and searched for any trace of their family and friends. Red Hair, still shaken, asked, "Won't this attract the zombies?" "No." Lin Zhao patted Fu Cheng on the shoulder. "With Brother Cheng here." Fu Cheng let out a soft snort. "Yeah, with him here, the other zombies won't dare to cause trouble." Red Hair nodded, not caring about anything else, and simply rolled down the car window. He and Aunt Pang started calling out to the outside. "Yellow hair. Green hair. Old fatty." But unfortunately, they spent over half an hour walking through the entire building materials market from the entrance to the exit, but didn't find anyone inside, not even zombies. "That makes sense. There's no food or water here. How could there be anyone?" They found a higher spot, parked the car, and rested. They filled up the car with gas and ate some lunch. "Don't be discouraged." Lin Zhao took out her lunchbox and started shoveling food into her mouth. "There's another building materials market. We head over there after we finish eating." Red Hair and Aunt Pang worried about their brothers and family, didn't eat much, ate a little, and then put the rest down. Eat quickly, Lindsay ordered them. We be driving for an hour or two later, so fill your mouths with hot water and force it down your throat. Listen to me. Okay, we listen to you. The two family members exchanged a glance, but ultimately ate anyway. Fu Chung poured some hot water, blew on it to cool it, and offered it to Lindsay. After finishing lunch in 10 minutes, Lindsay stuffed 2 pieces of chocolate into his and Fu Cheng's mouths, fastened his seatbelts, and stepped on the gas. Let's go! The 2 cars continued on their way, heading towards another building materials market. When they encountered roads with too much water and unclear depths, Lindsay would remind them to take a detour. Other than that, he said nothing more. Lindsay knew they were overly worried, but he didn't mind and just focused on driving. Halfway there, lightning suddenly flashed across the sky, followed by a loud clap of thunder. Lindsay didn't dare delay and reminded Hong Mao to turn on the high beams. The 2 cars sped forward. Sure enough, less than 5 minutes later, raindrops began to fall, whipped by the strong wind, pelting the cars. This downpour was similar to the one last night. It was only 2 or 3 o'clock, but the sky was getting darker, and the rain completely obscured their vision. Lindsay gripped the steering wheel with both hands, switched the high beams to fog lights, sat up straight, and leaned close, almost pressing his face against the windshield. No, he couldn't see anything clearly, and to make matters worse, he had forgotten his glasses. With his nearsightedness and astigmatism, he was practically blind in the rain. This is too dangerous, if we really can't. Lindsay turned to Hong Mao, wanting to suggest they find a place to stop for a while. But seeing the anxious expressions on Hong Mao and Aunt Peng's faces, he hesitated to speak. Hong Mao was frantic, muttering to himself, with this heavy rain, where could they be? Last night when they left, I told them to hurry up and go. That was the last thing I said to them, this kind of nonsense. I really want to slap myself. Aunt Peng didn't speak, just leaned against the car window, quietly looking outside, trying to find familiar vehicles and figures. She didn't even close the window, letting the raindrops hit her face like bullets, soaking her hair. Lindsay couldn't even utter a word of comfort, he could only shut his mouth, turn around, and continue driving. Just then, Fu Chung gently patted his shoulder. Lindsay twisted his shoulder. Brother Chung, I'm very busy right now. Fu Chung said softly, Xiao Zhao, I take over. You drive? Lindsay paused, turning to look at him. You mean you drive? Fu Chung nodded, his expression serious. I drive. Can you? I know you were a good driver when you were human, but now you're a zombie you. Yes. Fu Cheng's tone was firm. He already knew how to drive. Even if he'd forgotten since becoming a zombie, sitting in the passenger seat all the time, he picked it up eventually, even if he just watched. Most importantly, he couldn't always let Xiao Zhao drive. But Lindsay hesitated. Just then, with a loud crash, the pickup truck seemed to have hit something. Lindsay was startled and quickly slammed on the brakes. The red-haired man next to him quickly stopped the car. What happened? What did you hit? Lindsay quickly got out of the car and glanced at it. It's nothing, I hit the sidewalk. The pickup truck's chassis is high, so it just ran over it. Can it still drive? Lindsay pursed his lips and asked Fu Chung one last time. Are you sure? Fu Cheng's expression was serious. Yes, I am. Okay, get out, change seats. Fu Chung opened the car door, jumped out of the passenger seat, and got into the driver's seat. Lindsay then sat in the passenger seat. Brother Lin, is Brother Fu okay? Let him try. I really can't drive anymore. Although he said that, Lindsay still kept a close eye on Fu Chung, afraid he would make a mistake. Actually, he wasn't sure either, and didn't know what had gotten into him, why he had let Fu Chung sit there. As soon as he sat down, Fu Chung immediately started adjusting the seat. His movements were very practiced, as if ingrained in his bones. Fu Chung turned his head and looked at Lindsay. Lindsay pursed her lips and nervously swallowed. Brother Chung, how about I do it? Before he could finish speaking, Fu Chung suddenly leaned closer, stretched out his arm, pulled the seatbelt over, and fastened it for him. He remembered to fasten the seatbelt, which reassured Lindsay slightly. And then? What's next? Brother Chung, do you remember? Yeah. Fu Chung lowered his eyes, fastened his own seatbelt, then shifted gears, and started the car. He first shifted into reverse, pulling the front wheels off the sidewalk, then turned to Red Hair and said, Follow me. Red Hair hadn't even reacted when he heard a loud boom of the accelerator, louder than thunder. Fu Chung floored the accelerator, and the pickup truck sped away, cutting through the rain. Fu Chung. Lin Zhao was startled, instinctively sitting up and gripping the door handle tightly. Slowed down. Red Hair hesitated for a moment, then quickly stepped on the gas to follow. So, Fu Cheng's earlier follow me meant that he wouldn't drive alongside Lin Zhao like he did. He was to lead the way, leaving him to follow behind. Lin Zhao was pointing the way, while Fu Chung, his lips pursed and expression serious, slammed on the gas, his hands firmly gripping the steering wheel. For some reason, the moment he sat in, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. In Lin Zhao's hands, the pickup truck was like a docile rabbit. In Fu Cheng's hands, it was like a ferocious beast, rampaging recklessly. The speed was so high that it not only left Hung Mao behind, but even the thunder and raindrops. The sound of the tires screeching against the pavement was louder than the thunder. Lin Zhao's shouts were even louder than the sound of the wheels. Brother Chung, go forward, turn right ahead. Are you even looking at the road? Are you driving recklessly? Slow down. Slow down. Rainy days, deserted streets, are perfect for fast driving. The high beams flashed, illuminating the end of the rain curtain. Lin Zhao stared intently ahead, his eyes aching from strain. After what seemed like an eternity, Lin Zhao's eyes lit up, and he shouted, "We're here! We're here! I see them! Slow down! Brother Chung, slow down! We're here!" A flash of lightning illuminated the sign for Small Town Building Materials Trading City. Below the sign, a familiar white van was parked. Seeing someone approaching, the van immediately turned on its lights, and 3 people, soaked to the bone, jumped out. They weren't afraid at all. They rushed towards the speeding pickup truck, frantically waving their clothes to attract their attention. "Hey! We're here! We're here!" Fu Chung slammed on the brakes, a screeching sound, splashing water high into the air, finally stopping right in front of them. They were only an arm's length away, almost hitting them. But they weren't afraid, just excited. "Damn! We thought we were going to die here. Brother Lin, Brother Fu, you're really something. A godsend." Chapter 79. Wow! Lin, Fu, this is amazing. Brother Lin, Brother Fu, from today onwards, you two are our only 2 brothers. Fu Chung parked the pickup truck smoothly, turned off the engine, and pulled the handbrake in one fluid motion. Lin Zhao forcefully pushed open the passenger door, not even bothering to open his umbrella, and jumped out. Seeing his familiar neighbors, Uncle Fatty, Yellow Hair, and Green Hair were all incredibly excited. They rushed to Lin Zhao, wanting to hug him, but afraid of getting their clothes dirty with their wet clothes, so they just surrounded him, talking incessantly. "I never thought you two would come looking for us. You're so kind. So loyal. So kind. I don't even know what to say. I thought I was going to die here." As they spoke, the grown men's eyes reddened. Fu Chung parked the car, got out, opened his umbrella, and walked to Lin Zhao's side to shield him from the rain. Just then, with a screech, Red Hair and Aunt Pang arrived in their van. From a distance, they had both seen them. The van had sped towards them, almost skidding. Red Hair struggled to control the steering wheel, and before it had come to a complete stop, Aunt Pang jumped out. "Ouch!" Aunt Pang exclaimed, rushing forward and bumping into Uncle Pang. The two stumbled slightly but managed to steady each other. Red Hair parked the van, quickly ran over, gave his 2 brothers a high five, made their signature chamois gesture, then gripped their hands tightly and bumped their shoulders. Red Hair said, "You two scared me to death. I thought you two had fallen out." Yellow Hair and Green Hair asked in unison, "What are you thinking about? How can you think of your brothers like this? Don't you wish us any better? But I was worried about you guys." "What's there to worry about? It's just raining." The group, overjoyed, stood in the rain, holding each other's hands, talking and laughing. As they talked, the rain blurred their vision, wet their eyes, and tears involuntarily streamed down their faces. The tears mingled with the rain, indistinguishable from each other. Lin Zhao walked to the van, opened the back door, and took out the umbrellas and raincoats they had prepared. All right, don't rush to talk. It's raining so hard. Use these to shield yourselves from the rain. Don't catch a cold." Yes, quick, open the umbrella." Red Hair took the umbrella and shielded his 2 brothers. "The 3 of them don't need umbrellas. Just get in the car and change." The other 2 were surprised. "So thoughtful? You even brought us clothes?" "Of course." Red Hair confidently raised his chin. "Brother Lin specifically reminded us." "Did you bring underwear? Mine's wet too. Aren't you disgusting? Get out of here." Red Hair pushed the 2 men into the van. Uncle Fatty followed. Anyway, the back of the van was spacious, and since everyone was a man, it didn't matter. There's a red plastic bag on the seat. It contains clothes, you can share them. I see. Wow, red hair, you actually brought our underwear. Get out of here. The raindrops pattered, the sound of raindrops pattering. The doors were closed, the three men changed inside, and the others waited outside. Lin Zhao, hands behind his back and facing away from the car window, listlessly tiptoed. He subconsciously turned his head and glanced at the van. The next second, Fu Chung raised his hand, covered his eyes, and turned his head back. Ouch! Lin Zhao slapped his arm. I was looking at the sky. The windows are tinted, I couldn't see anything. Fu Chung wrapped his arms around his neck, refusing to let go. That wouldn't do either. Lin Zhao puffed out his cheeks, a little helpless. Rustling sounds came from inside the van. Several men changed into clean clothes and opened the car door. Ready. There's food too, take it out and eat. Aunt Pang and Red Hair stepped forward and took out the food from under the seats. We came in a hurry and didn't prepare much. There are noodles, leftover rice, and a little hot soup, you can soak them to warm up. The blonde and green-haired boys even put on airs, waving their hands. Little Red, bring out the imperial meal. Red-haired boy frowned and shoved the lunchboxes into their arms. Get lost. The two boys opened the lunchboxes, glanced at them, and asked, where's the soup? The noodles are all soggy. Red-haired boy's face frowned even more, but he resignedly unscrewed the thermos and poured half a bowl into their lunchboxes. That's enough. Eat more. Eat your fill. Auntie Fat treated Uncle Fat the same way, only without red-haired boy's impatience. Lin Zhao saw that they were all alright, and didn't want to stand in the rain any longer. The rain was too heavy, the umbrellas couldn't keep them dry. Even though he and Fu Chung were wearing rain boots, their trouser legs and shirt hems were soaked by the slanting rain. There was even some rainwater that drifted directly onto my face and hair. So Lin Zhao pulled Fu Chung along, and the two of them got back into the pickup truck. The van and pickup truck were parked side by side, making it easy to talk. Lin Zhao sat in the driver's seat, which was closer to him, and Fu Chung took a dry towel and carefully wiped him down. Lin Zhao asked, you guys haven't eaten all day, have you? You bet. All three of them wolfed down their food, holding their lunchboxes and shoveling it into their mouths. Only Uncle Fatty remained calm, taking the time to answer, I ate 2 potatoes last night. And then came out, thinking I'd go home this morning. I didn't bring any food, and after a whole night and day of hunger, I almost starved to death. And Fatty patted his back, eat slowly. Uncle Fatty concluded, next time, I can't be lazy, I have to keep some food in the car. Right. The two young men nodded repeatedly. We were starving, and we still had to push the car really. Push the car? What happened? How did you get stuck here? Did the car break down? Green Hair shut his mouth, nodded heavily, and swallowed the food in his mouth. This building materials market, it's just not right. Look. Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing. This building materials market, the entrance is a big downhill slope, like an underground parking garage, and inside are all kinds of wholesale shops. Everyone nodded, they had all been here before, and they knew this. It was pitch black inside, we couldn't see anything, and the roof was thick, all concrete, so we couldn't hear anything outside. So last night, when the wind and rain first started, we didn't even notice, we were foolishly searching for cement inside. Around 2 or 3 o'clock, Huang Mao said, why is there water on the ground? We didn't think much of it. We figured it was either a leak or a light drizzle. Anyway, there are drains and sewers in the market, so it's fine. Around 4 or 5 o'clock, the rain started pouring into the wholesale market, almost submerging our feet. That's when we realized something was wrong and rushed to drive out. But when the car was driving through a puddle, a nail punctured a tire, and we couldn't drive it or get out. Aunt Pang said anxiously, then quickly abandon the car and get out. That's what we did. We abandoned the car and carried the cement out first. Even in this situation, you still need cement? How could we not? Everyone's waiting for the cement to make stoves. Those three really were something else. They're all out, why aren't they back? They scared us half to death. It was raining so hard, with lightning and thunder, and it was nighttime. It's so far from home, it takes over an hour to drive there. How could they possibly walk back? Green Hair pouted. We took turns keeping watch, hiding under the eaves over there all night. That must have been tough. Lin Zhao suddenly realized something was wrong. Wasn't the car left inside? How did it get out? And it can be driven again? The three of them exchanged glances. When the rain lessened, the three of us went in and pushed it out by hand. Pushed it out? Yeah, we finally found a van, and we couldn't bear to leave it inside. We wanted to push it out and see if we could fix it. Even if we couldn't fix it, at least we could hide inside for a bit, so we wouldn't always get soaked. The others were shocked. The three of them were incredibly strong. They were able to push a van with a flat tire up such a steep hill with their bare hands. Faced with danger, they didn't stay put, waiting to die for their neighbors, who might never arrive. They actively tried to save themselves. Ordinary people are fragile, but also resilient. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, they desperately try to find it. Linzeo couldn't help but exclaim, "That's amazing. Thank goodness. It's our fault too. We didn't notice it was raining at first. That van was flooded and had a flat tire, it might be totaled." "That's not necessarily true." Red Hair reached under the seat, pulled out a good tire, and gently patted it. "Look, what's this? You even brought tires? Where did they come from?" "Spoils of war from last time. Brother Lin specifically reminded us to bring them, just in case you needed them. Isn't this coming in handy?" "But changing tires." Linzeo turned around and pointed to the back of the pickup truck. "We brought the jack too." "Wow. Brother Lin, you really are." The two men gave him a thumbs up. "A genius. SOSO. You guys eat quickly, and then we fix the truck together." "Okay." Without Linzeo saying anything, the three of them wolfed down their noodles and rice in no time. "Come on, let's get to work." The rain had just lessened, and the sky was slightly brighter. The group, some wearing raincoats and others holding umbrellas, gathered around the broken-down van. The three men quickly inspected the damaged tires, then used the jack to lift the truck and put on new tires. "It works. I knew it was the same model." "Not bad, not bad." After changing the tire, the car was on the ground, but it still wouldn't start. The three guys immediately lifted the hood to check where the water had gotten in and whether they could fix it. Luckily, the van had a high chassis, and the inside was dry when they lifted the hood. Then the chassis is faulty. The three guys took turns climbing under the car to check. Linzeo didn't understand, so he just stood by and held an umbrella for them. It seemed a bit tricky, and the three guys took turns climbing out again. Brother Fu, since you can drive, maybe you can fix cars too? Why don't you take a look?" Fu Chung turned to Linzeo, seeking his opinion. Linzeo patted him on the back. "Brother Chung, let's go." So Fu Chung went in too. "Brother Fu, I think the screws here are loose, but tightening them doesn't help. If all else fails, we have to take everything apart and check." Fu Chung glanced at it and immediately climbed out. He reopened the hood, unscrewed the spark plug, and wiped it with his shirt hem. "It can't be the spark plug, right? We just checked it, it's dry inside." Fu Chung remained unmoved and handed the item to Linzeo. "Xiao Zhao." Linzeo asked, "Should I give it an encouraging kiss?" Fu Chung immediately retracted the spark plug and blew air into it. Whoosh. Oh, so he blew air. After cleaning the spark plug and screwing it back in, Fu Chung winked at Uncle Peng. "I try." Uncle Peng climbed into the driver's seat, turned the key, shifted gears, and accelerated. The next second, the car began to vibrate slightly. All right. We can drive now. Brother Fu, you're amazing." Turning into a zombie. Ahem. Turning into that, and still so powerful. Linzeo raised his arm and shouted, "All right. Let's go home." Everyone responded in unison, "Go home." Everyone got into the car. The pickup truck led the way, with two vans following behind. The streets were full of puddles, mud, sand, and leaves from the recent downpour. The wheels made a splashing sound as they rolled over them. But everyone was happy. Linzeo sat leisurely in the passenger seat, arms crossed, directing Fu Chung to drive. "Turn left ahead. You can drive slowly now, but don't exceed 60 kilometers per hour. It's this speedometer, don't go past here, understand?" "Fu Chung, didn't I tell you a long time ago that you're not allowed to speed? Were you secretly speeding behind my back? Otherwise, how could you have been so skilled just now?" Fu Chung gripped the steering wheel firmly, looking straight ahead, seemingly nonchalant. Linzeo asked him again, "Huh?" "No." Fu Chung paused, then added an interjection, "Oh. You dare pretend to be cute?" Linzeo raised her hand, pretending to hit him. "I almost threw up riding in your car just now. Next time, don't speed without my permission." "Okay." Fu Chung paused again, "Oh." The interjection was good, but Fu Cheng's hoarse, deep voice made him sound like a robot. Linzeo puffed out her cheeks, looking ahead. "Wait until we get home, Then I teach you a lesson. The drive home would take more than an hour. It was a long journey. They initially considered finding a gas station to see if they could fill up. But then, they thought better of it. The weather these days is unpredictable. Who knows when it might rain again? Only the elderly and children remain on Happiness Street now, which isn't very safe. They have to wait until next time. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, it gradually grew dark. The convoy returned to Happiness Street. Beep beep. They honked twice. The people in warehouse number 4 immediately stood up and looked out the window. Then, someone came out. 2 sisters carried shovels. Grandpa Jean carried a cane. Lin Xiaobao held a long sword in one hand and a magic gun in the other, and a short, stocky black dog followed behind him. Daddy. Big Daddy. Woof woof woof. Lin Zhao rolled down the car window, poked his head out, and waved at him. Xiao Bao. How many potato chips did you eat? Your mouth is covered in red tomato powder. Lin Xiaobao stopped in front of the sliding door, pursed his little lips, raised his little head, and asked seriously, Is it Daddy and Big Daddy? It's us. Lin Xiaobao's expression was serious. No, we need to use a secret code. Lin Zhao sighed, then you know it. Lin Xiaobao thought for a moment. Daddy, what do you like to call Big Daddy the most? Brother Chung. Lin Xiaobao shook his head. Wrong. Lin Zhao frowned and turned to look at Fu Chung. What else is it? Lin Xiaobao loudly announced the answer. It's Dead Ghost. Keep your voice down. Lin Zhao was startled and quickly looked around to make sure no one else heard. Actually, everyone else heard. Oh, Lin Xiaobao said, looking aggrieved. You can come in now. Only Daddy does this. Then I ask you too. Lin Zhao pursed her lips. What does Daddy like to call you the most? Lin Xiaobao raised her little hand. Little baby. I'm Daddy and Big Daddy's little baby. Wrong. Lin Zhao mimicked her, shaking her finger. It's little rascal. Lin Xiaobao's eyes widened, and she was about to rush forward. Grandpa Jean quickly pulled Lin Xiaobao back. All right, verification complete. Let them in quickly, lest the zombies catch up. The 2 sisters stepped forward and forcefully pulled the sliding door open. Whoosh! Everyone on Happiness Street returned home safely. Chapter 80. Back home, after parking the car, Lin Zhao jumped out of the pickup truck, pounced on Lin Xiaobao, and scooped him up in his arms. Ha! Little rascal Xiaobao, caught by Daddy. Ouch! Lin Xiaobao didn't have time to escape, held tightly in his father's arms. He felt like a lump of clay, being kneaded and molded by his father. Ouch! Help! Help! Little bear, save me! Purring. Little bear, the little black dog, wagging its tail, circled anxiously around Lin Zhao's feet, pawing at Lin Zhao's shoes and trouser legs, trying to climb up and rescue Lin Xiaobao. Lin Xiaobao himself raised his little hands, stretching his body and struggling. Just then, Fu Chung parked the car, locked the door, and came out. Zhou Zhao, Bao Bao. For some reason, he suddenly used a reduplicated word. Lin Xiaobao caught sight of Fu Chung out of the corner of his eyes lighting up, as if he saw a glimmer of hope. Big Daddy, save me! Help me! Daddy's bullying me. The next second, Fu Chung stepped forward, reached out, and expertly pinched his chubby little cheek. Lin Xiaobao froze in disbelief, as if he had turned into a tiny cotton doll. Ha ha! Lin Zhao couldn't help but burst into laughter. The next second, Fu Cheng's hand turned and pinched Lin Zhao's cheek as well. Because Lin Zhao was laughing, he even gently tugged at the corner of his mouth. Ouch! Lin Zhao mimicked Lin Xiaobao's tone, shaking his head and shaking off his hand. Pinched by his Big Daddy, Lin Xiaobao became even angrier. The little guy puffed up angrily, and waved his little hands and feet, trying to hit them. But his arms and legs were too short to reach. So he got even angrier. Dad, you're a big bad guy. Big Daddy's a super bad guy. You're both bad guys, that's why you got married. Is that so? Lin Zhao wasn't afraid at all, deliberately asking, then why were you chasing after the big bad guy's car just now? That's because Lin Zhao pressed Uncle Fatty and Aunt Fatty, and the 3 little brothers. They all drove back. Why didn't you chase after them? Why did you chase after the 2 big bad guys? Because Lin Xiaobao couldn't think of anything, so he could only turn his head away, whimpering and purring like a puppy. What? Lin Zhao leaned closer, his cheek pressed against his little face. What are you saying? You. I can't hear you. I don't know. Lin Xiaobao poked his legs, his feet wouldn't obey him, automatically following his dad and Big Daddy. Just then, From warehouse number 4 came Grandpa Zhang's voice. The ginger soup is ready. Come and drink it as soon as you're settled. Okay. Lin Zhao looked up and replied, then, carrying Lin Xiaobao, along with Fu Cheng and the puppy, headed towards the warehouse. Lin Xiaobao nestled in his father's arms, pouting slightly, still a little unhappy. Lin Zhao wasn't afraid of him at all. He gently patted the little boy in his arms. You haven't seen Daddy and Big Daddy all day. Did you miss us? Lin Xiaobao looked up, opened his mouth, and was about to speak when he suddenly remembered something and shyly closed his mouth. It didn't matter if he didn't say anything, Lin Zhao would say, Daddy and Big Daddy are out there. They miss you so much. So very much. As he spoke, he even started singing, I want to be with you, oh. Lin Xiaobao tried hard to keep his face straight, suppressing the corners of his mouth that were turning up. Even if his father said that, he wouldn't easily waver. Lin Zhao asked again, when you stayed home, did you protect Grandpa and sister? Of course. This time, Lin Xiaobao really couldn't hold back anymore. Of course you did. How did you do it? There were two monsters bullying Grandpa and sister. I grabbed a weapon and rushed at them, and drove them away. Really? Lin Zhao was a little surprised. What kind of monsters were they? Lin Xiaobao stroked his chin, thinking carefully. They had wings. Wings? Yes. Lin Xiaobao tucked his little hands between his sides and flapped them rapidly, pretending they were wings. The family of 3 arrived at the back door of the warehouse. Fu Cheng pushed the door open and let his wife and son go in first. On the wooden table sat a large pot of freshly brewed ginger soup, along with a stack of rice bowls. Grandpa Zhang stood before the table, holding a rice bowl in one hand and a spoon in the other, ladling out the ginger soup. The soup was steaming, filling the room with a pungent ginger aroma. Lin Xiaobao couldn't help but sneeze, covering her mouth, but still managed to describe it to her father. It has wings, it can fly, it's black, and it roars, just like Daddy. Huh? Are there such monsters? Lin Zhao asked, puzzled. Yes. Lin Xiaobao nodded repeatedly, her expression serious. Lin Zhao was truly confused, frowning as she looked at Grandpa Zhang. Grandpa, were you attacked by a monster at home? Grandpa Zhang gently reminded him. Flies. Flies? Lin Zhao paused for a moment, then realized, Xiaobao, you swatted 2 flies? Yes. Lin Xiaobao put his hands on his hips, speaking with righteous indignation. Then how can you say flies look like Daddy? That's too much. Lin Xiaobao shrank back, looking at Fu Cheng sheepishly. They do look a bit like them. Fu Cheng remained silent, then raised his hand, aiming at Lin Xiaobao's forehead. Whether intentional or accidental, it was unclear. Just then, Grandpa Zhang said, All right, stop fooling around, come and drink some ginger soup. It's raining and windy, the air is too cold, you might catch a cold. Lin Xiaobao nodded repeatedly, but still got flicked, covering his forehead. Ouch. Big Daddy, Grandpa Zhang said to stop the fight. Why did you flick me? Roar. Unable to understand, like a fly, Big Daddy couldn't understand what you were saying. Fu Cheng walked to Lin Zhao's side, looking aggrieved. Don't be sad. Lin Zhao held his hand. Rub your hands. Monsters like to rub their hands. Fu Cheng looked at his face, feeling something was off. The family of 3 sat down at the round table, and Grandpa Zhang served them 3 bowls of ginger soup. Lin Xiaobao hadn't gone out, and being young, he only drank half a bowl. Not long after, the other neighbors also finished resting and came over. Seeing them arrive, Lin Zhao turned to look at Fu Cheng, then quickly took out the anti-bite device and was about to put it on him. Wait a moment, I'll be right there. Don't worry, we're not worried. The group waved their hands and walked forward on their own, sitting around the round table. It was the exact same formation as last time we had hot pot. Brother Lin, you guys drink, we're all fine. Yeah, we're not afraid anymore. They all been saved by Fu Cheng once. It would be unfair to be afraid of him again. Lin Zhao smiled, cheering up. Everyone held their bowls with both hands, hissing and slurping from the spiciness of the ginger soup. Grandpa Zhang held a spoon, ready to refill their bowls at any moment. Drink it while it's hot, drink as much as you can. Everyone obediently agreed. Okay. You have to finish this whole pot, then you can eat dinner. We're already full from drinking. How can we eat? No, we have to drink. Grandpa Zhang had made ginger soup, so the 2 sisters cooked a large pot of vegetable and meat porridge for dinner. They chopped the bok choy, cut the greens into pieces, sliced the pork, added it to the porridge, stirred it all together, and it was ready to eat. A pot of rice, with vegetables and meat, was a rare treat on this cold, rainy day. After finishing their meal, they wanted to linger a little longer, but Grandpa Jean wouldn't allow it and insisted they leave. "We can get together anytime. Go back and boil some water, take a hot bath, wrap yourself in blankets, and get a good night's sleep." The old man was worried they'd catch a cold. The three of them exchanged glances. Then Grandpa Jean didn't hesitate. "The three of you come and wash here." "Okay. Thank you, Grandpa. The three of us washing together will save some water." Grandpa Jean sighed. "No need for that," Lin Zhao said, "then go back. We can talk about anything after the rain stops." "Alright, we talk about it tomorrow." The group said goodbye and were about to part ways. Suddenly, Uncle Peng seemed to remember something and shouted, "Potatoes? There are potatoes growing on the roof. With this strong wind, won't they be blown away?" Aunt Peng patted him on the back. "Don't worry, we brought the potatoes in as soon as it started raining." "What about the ones in the flower beds outside?" Grandpa Jean said, "We built a shed with bamboo strips and plastic sheeting, don't worry." "That's good." This time it was really alright, and everyone went home. Lin Zhao's family used a solar water heater, but now there was no sun and no electricity, so the water heater wasn't working. They could only boil water for a shower. Watching the gas stove roaring, Lin Zhao's heart ached. What a waste, what a luxury. A large pot of water. Lin Zhao didn't wait for it to boil, he just touched it briefly, thought it was about right, and quickly turned off the heat. "Hurry, hurry, hurry! Xiao Bao, you go first." "I'm here." Lin Xiao Bao, holding a towel and pajamas, stood in front of her father. "Don't go upstairs, just shower on the second floor. The water will get cold if you carry it back and forth." "Brother Chung." Lin Zhao turned around and glanced at Fu Chung. Fu Chung turned on the tap and put his hand under the cold water. He was fine, any water would do. "Can you wash with cold water? If so, go wash in the garage on the first floor." Sure, this wasn't the first time he'd done this. "If you really can't, just wait a moment and come with me." Fu Cheng's eyes lit up, and he immediately stepped forward. No, he couldn't wash with cold water. He wanted to bathe with Xiao Zhao. Lin Zhao understood and maintained her smile. "Wash with the rest of my water." "No problem, that's fine too." Fu Chung wouldn't back down. "Let's go, let's wash your son first." Fu Chung carried the hot water, and Lin Zhao took out Lin Shiba's special small basin, instructing him to pour half a basin of hot water into it, then add a little cold water. With the heavy rain, the reservoir must be full. They have plenty of tap water again. Lin Zhao tossed Lin Shiba's towel in and stirred it a couple of times. "It's ready, Xiaobao, come here." Lin Xiaobao stripped naked, covering his bottom, and walked to his father. "Dad, this looks like killing a chicken." He's seen Grandpa Jean kill chickens like this. "Get a basin of hot water, throw the dead chicken in, scald it, and then you can pluck its feathers." "It won't pluck your feathers, hurry up." Lin Zhao pressed his little shoulders, pushed him into the basin, and used the towel to scoop up hot water and pour it over him. "Have you watched Journey to the West? Tang Sanzang bathes like this, in a big pond." "Yes. Tang Sanzang even bathes in colored water." Lin Xiaobao hadn't gone outside, so he wasn't dirty. He didn't need shower gel, a quick scrub, and he was done in less than 5 minutes. Lin Zhao, supporting Lin Shiba's shoulders, pulled him out of the basin. Fu Chung squatted beside him, already unfolding a bath towel ready. Lin Xiaobao stepped out of the basin, walked over, and nestled into his father's arms. Fu Chung clasped his hands together, wrapped the towel around him, and pulled him up. After drying himself off and changing into his pajamas, Lin Xiaobao went back to his room, covered himself with the blanket, and waited for his father and father-in-law. The remaining half pot of hot water was for Lin Zhao's bath. Fu Chung stood up, picked up another bath towel as before, unfolded it in front of him, and looked at Lin Zhao expectantly. "Xiao Zhao, you can also jump into my arms naked. I'm a professional bath attendant, I clean you up thoroughly." But Lin Zhao showed no mercy. "No, get out." How heartless, how cruel Xiao Zhao is. Lin Zhao retorted confidently, "I've been running around outside all day. You're a zombie, I'm human, I get tired." Fu Chung gave a pitiful reply and turned to leave. Fine, he thought Xiao Zhao would reward him. There wasn't much water, so Lin Zhao washed quickly, just like when he was a child, squatting on the ground and rinsing himself off. Fu Chung went downstairs to the garage and washed himself along with the pickup truck. Not long after, the two of them came upstairs. Lin Zhao pushed open the bedroom door and pounced on the bed. Wow, whose little chicken roll is this? Round and long, smell it. It smells so good. Lin Xiaobao poked his head out from under the covers. It's from Daddy and Big Daddy's. Then let Daddy have a bite. Lin Zhao opened his mouth, pretending to bite him. No, no. The little chicken roll twisted its body, bouncing its father away. Lin Zhao pulled half the blanket over herself and crawled in. Then let's sleep together. The two chicken rolls, one big and one small, lay side by side on the bed. Fu Cheng was left outside, watching them helplessly. Lin Zhao looked at him shyly. Brother Cheng, it's so cold, and you're so cold, you can't sleep with us. Lin Xiaobao shook her head. Daddy, no. Fu Cheng wrapped his long arm around them, pulling the two chicken rolls into his arms, and pretended to open his mouth to bite them. Only then did Lin Zhao realize, oh dear. Brother Cheng, I forgot to put your bite stopper on. You didn't even remind me. He had been eating dinner, and the neighbors hadn't noticed, so he forgotten about it, taking it off, and putting it in his pocket without putting it on. Roar. Fu Cheng retracted his sharp teeth, and bit the air on the tops of Lin Zhao and Lin Xiaobao's heads respectively. The father and son lay flat on the bed, looking at each other. Xiao Bao, are you afraid of Big Daddy? Lin Xiaobao shook his head. Not at all. Big Daddy didn't even aim. Maybe the monster's eyesight isn't very good. It's not good at judging distances. Roar. Fu Cheng was annoyed by their rude discussion. He held them down tightly and continued to bite the air. You too, aren't you afraid I bite you? The father and son turned their heads back, grinned at Fu Cheng, revealing 8 small white teeth, and laughed. Not afraid at all, not afraid at all. After some time, Lin Xiaobao opened his mouth wide and yawned. Daddy, when will Big Daddy bite us? I'm sleepy. Almost at the same time, Lin Zhao also yawned. I don't know. Let's go to sleep first, forget about him. The two blinked, yawned at Fu Cheng, revealing their red throats. Fu Cheng closed his mouth and hugged his wife and son. Let's go to sleep. He'd never be able to bite them in his lifetime.